In your 2000th year, you ascended to become the emperor, the only great emperor in the world. On the day of your ascension, you killed a supreme being in the starry sky, suppressing the forbidden zone for 3,000 years on behalf of all races. Eventually, at the age of 6,000, your injuries from the Tao caught up with you in your old age. To your surprise, just as you closed your eyes and had not yet passed away, someone in the world managed to ascend to become the emperor once again. The first thing that emperor did was to annihilate your entire clan. On that day, your children died in battle, and the veteran of the past was killed by a palm of imperial might. You felt a touch of desolation, but instead of dying as you should have, you opened your eyes once again. At this moment, a broken black bronze coffin floated in midair, and the body inside the coffin suddenly opened its eyes. Could it be that they have lived into a second life? After a moment, you denied your own thoughts. With white hair, depleted vitality, covered in wounds, on the verge of death, this was the self after the fierce battle with the two supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. In this lifetime of battles, I have personally slain 7 supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone, who were equally determined to kill me. You gave a faint smile. At only 6,000 years old, I should have been at the peak of my power as a great emperor, but instead, I am withered and lifeless, on the brink of decline, like a dying flame or crumbling mountains and rivers. Enough, since this emperor is not dead, he will use this remaining body to charge towards a forbidden zone. In the utmost sublimation, dim and lightless, in an instant, the imperial might once again permeated the darkness around the black coffin, majestic and boundless, and this is the domineering aura belonging to the emperor of an era. Just at that moment, you suddenly coughed up blood profusely, and then he heard endless wails, as if they originated from the bloodline, a pain deep within the soul. Scenes of bloodline projections appeared before you, revealing a majestic and vast imperial palace, exuding the pressure of the supreme imperial soldiers. A gigantic foot emerged from the endless void, directly crushing the imperial palace. Despite having the patterns of the great emperor's array, it still couldn't stop that enormous foot. It is another great emperor, and moreover, an unflawed great emperor. In principle, after a contemporary unflawed great emperor falls, at least 5,000 years will pass before a new great emperor is born in this world. However, now that you have just fallen, how is it that a new great emperor has appeared in these 3,000 provinces? Moreover, the imperial palace that the great emperor trampled is precisely the imperial palace of the Dark Emperor. Outrageous! You were quite furious at this moment, even though you were about to transcend. My imperial palace would never allow anyone to be so insolent, even if your injuries were widespread and you were about to transcend. The dignity of the great emperor must not be insulted. At this moment, you suddenly felt a surge of blood, and then he saw such a scene. It was his daughter, a genius who reached the quasi-emperor realm at just over 200 years old, being killed by a quasi-emperor of the 6th heaven until her soul was completely destroyed. His son, a disciple of the Dark Emperor, with a cultivation close to the quasi-emperor's 9th heaven, but unexpectedly dissipated into nothingness under the bombardment of 2 alternative Taoists. If my father were alive, would you dare to act like this? My father had his own glory. As his son, I will never tarnish his reputation. Attack! Your son burns with the soul of his entire body, using the cultivation of the peak of the quasi-emperor's 8th heaven, confronting 2 alternative beings who have attained enlightenment. Your subordinate, the Azure Dragon Divine General, a peak existence of the quasi-emperor's 9th heaven, is also one of the cards you have left, risking a bloody battle against the flawless great emperor. As a great emperor, you dare not reveal your true self. You are nothing but a rat. The day I ascend to the throne is the day your mysterious court will be destroyed. Spread the order to hunt down a member of the mysterious court. I will reward them with 1,000 years of power and 100 years of life. Hunt down one of your relatives, and I will bestow upon them the imperial artifact of the quasi-emperor. The words of the flawless great emperor echoed throughout the 3,000 provinces. Such temptation was truly overwhelming. However, by doing so, are they not being too ungrateful? Without the Xian Emperor's bloody battles, they would have long become insignificant under the chaos of darkness over the past 3,500 years. How could they possibly have survived until now? Now, the Xian Emperor has just fought fiercely for the sake of the 100 clans, battling 2 supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. Their bodies are not even cold yet, and they are already planning to turn against his descendants, brothers, and followers. Everyone is hesitating. However, at this moment, a great sage directly killed a descendant of yours, then refined the essence of his blood, bathed in it, and seemed to have instantly elevated his cultivation from a first-grade great sage to almost a second-grade great sage. This was a qualitative leap, a realm that ordinary cultivation for 500 or 600 years could not reach. Kill. The The entire clan mobilizes to capture and kill everyone in the Xianting Emperor's palace. Some clans went completely insane at this moment, abandoning morality and boundaries, and initiating large-scale attacks on the Xianting Emperor's palace. These people completely shed their disguises and acted without any scruples. Surprisingly, in the entire 3,000 Dao prefectures, not a single person dared to stand up for the Xianting Emperor's palace at this moment. You witnessed such a scene. Even though you are the great emperor, your sorrow, joy, and anger did not show on your face. However, at this moment, a tear still rolled down your cheek. You roared in grief and anger. A deep roar, the imperial might surged, instantly spreading throughout the 9 heavens, echoing across the universe. All the people of the 3,000 states who were suppressed suddenly knelt down without warning, coughing up blood profusely. All living beings were terrified by this roar, unable to get up at all. Such pressure could only be achieved by the current flawless emperor of the era. Even the Supreme in the Forbidden Zone could not reach it. However, isn't the flawless emperor of the era the new emperor? In the past 3 days, the Xianting Emperor's palace was almost completely wiped out, with the heads of disciples and emperor's daughters hanging on the altars of the 3,000 dayas. The new emperor sitting on the throne of his luxurious palace was taken aback, his fists clenched tightly, despite the fact that he was wearing a mask. The roar still made him panic. And that demeanor, which was hard to hide, still showed. Yi Xian. This masked new emperor said viciously, while at the same time, his heart and tone were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How was it possible that he would still emanate such a mighty pressure when he fought with the 2 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings who had chased him out with his severely injured body that was about to be transformed into the Tao? And how could it be possible that he would still emanate such a mighty pressure when he had even blown up his body and his yuanshan had collapsed and rotted away? How can there still be the sound of him roaring? In the next second, this new emperor's divine sense was probing away. And he realized that all the heavens must find Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian didn't die, then what would be brought to this new emperor would always be nothing but might and fear. At this time, Yi Xian's broken body had long since flown back for reorganization. From all over the universe, he stepped out of the coffin, dragging the remnants of his body, draped in a head full of white hair, covered in pitch-black blood, his breath unsteady and stumbling. Just an ordinary man in the wind, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. His eyes, however, were unusually determined while filled with anger. The life of a great emperor is a life of remorselessness, a life of fighting. But now he has regret in his heart, guilt in his heart, hate in his heart. To think that he, Yi Xian, had killed 7 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings and personally experienced more than 10 life and death duels since he became an emperor 3,500 years ago. In order to guard the heavens of all races, the 6,000-year-old fought to injure his entire body. And on the verge of death, he still had to calculate and kill 2 supreme beings of extreme sublimation with the remnants of his body. His family and friends, 1 out of 10. And his children's close relatives. Even more sacrifices. For these 500 years, everything has been about guarding these 10,000 clans of the heavens. He had counted on any enemy, but only had not counted on the fact that he would be counted on by the very people he had fought so hard to protect. It was a moment that felt so unworthy to him. Even if he was a great emperor, he couldn't help but burst out. Who was it that stipulated that a great emperor must guard that heartless ant of the 10,000 worlds? Who was it that stipulated that the great emperor then must be subject to the judgment of the moral high ground, all righteousness? Who stipulated that you can't die, that your lives are lives, but the lives of my friends and family are not lives, that they must die? Since this 10,000 races is so dark, since this human heart is so bad, even if I die again, I will completely transform into darkness and clear this filthy earth. From this moment on, this emperor is the true darkness of this world. Yi Xian was shaken with rage as he raised his hand and looked at the scarred palm and firmly clenched it. The years, the guardianship, became his name and took his life. How about a decaying chi and blood? With Tao injuries all over? So what if the body is unstable and the battle power is lacking? Even if there is no more emperor in the world after this battle, I will make this insensitive world feel fear completely. Yi Xian felt the projection of his bloodline. 3 days had passed since then. He had no more attachments. And what he left behind was only obsession. The hatred and resentment of a dying great emperor. All heavens, let you, for your sins, be martyred. Who says the life of a great emperor is a sad life? For how many eons? For all the ancient heavens? Is it possible that the great emperor will have to accept such a destiny? It's time to wrestle for yourself once. Even if it's extreme ascension. With this thought, in the next second, Yi Xian's figure directly disappeared into the void. And I don't know how far away from a piece of starry sky. A figure had just rushed up into the void, when it suffered a heavy blow on its head, and fell directly into the newly built imperial palace below. Wang Zun! How dare you! Along with this figure sliding down, an extremely powerful pressure instantly appeared in the heavens and earth. And this violent vibration caused the 9 states to tremble. Just now there was a mighty roar that made them unable to stand up now. And now, unexpectedly, there is such a violent fluctuation. The 3,000 Tao states. In the end, what has happened? Right at this moment, an old ancestor of a great sect secretly discovered this shocking scene with his heavenly eyes. What? How is this? How is this possible? This old ancestor's voice was trembling out, as if the scene he saw at this moment made his soul tremble. Seeing that their own old ancestors were scared to this state, some of the later generation saints also opened their mouths in confusion and asked, Old ancestor, what exactly did you see? Upon hearing this old ancestor stumbled over his words. Xian. Xian. Xian Emperor? He actually didn't die? And he stepped on the new emperor with 1 foot. What? Ah! Hearing the words of this old ancestor, those latter generation saints, their faces instantly turned pale as they all seemed to have seen their future end. Only, what they didn't understand was, hadn't Emperor Xian's body exploded and his Yuan Shen collapsed 3 days ago? With them, there were also 2 dark supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone? He's still alive? Is he still human? No. I should say that since the beginning of the ages, there was not that great emperor, ancient emperor, who was able to achieve this. Chapter 4, The Xian Emperor's Xian is truly mysterious. Moreover, he even kicked the new emperor away with a single kick? What kind of concept is that? Who doesn't know that when Emperor Xian Yuan was 500 years old, he almost transformed the Tao once, because his Tao injury was too heavy. It was the severe injuries that fell from fighting with the 5 forbidden area supreme beings before and after him. And it was reasonable to say that even if he didn't die, then, right now, he was dragging the remnants of his body with severe injuries. How can he overpower the new emperor? It's unbelievable. The Xian Emperor's Xian was truly Xian. Along with this old ancestor seeing this scene, in the sky of that 10,000 realms and heavens, surprisingly a projection directly appeared. The image that was projected was not somewhere else. It was exactly where Yi Xian was. At this moment, everyone in the entire 3,000 Taoist prefecture sucked in a breath of cool air in surprise. They really saw that great emperor who had fought to the death for the 100 races 3 days ago. At this moment, he was covered in black blood. His hair was pale. His face was old. And his body was leaking with a deadly aura. Long gone was the domineering aura of the past. However, he was indeed that Qian emperor who had amazed the ancients. It was the existence that had relied on its own strength to kill 7 forbidden area supreme beings in 3,500 years. Not to mention anything else. The number of forbidden zone supreme beings killed was the only one in the ages. Because the current highest record holder is that legendary Thunder Emperor. There were also only 5 forbidden area supreme beings. But Emperor Qian, by virtue of his own battle prowess, had hardened himself and killed 7 ancient supreme beings. Who would have thought that such an existence would still be alive? The way of the Qian Emperor, the great Tao of the Qian Emperor, is profound and mysterious. And it is indeed true. The new emperor's aura was immediately suppressed by Emperor Qian. A great sex headmaster opened his mouth in horror. Those with discerning eyes, as long as they had reached the level above great sage, would not find it difficult to realize that the current Yi Qian seemed to be just barely lifting his own breath. The lineage was unsteady. The emperor's path was unstable. And his body and essence blood were not enough to support him in battle. In other words, the current him might not even possess the ability to ascend to the limit. However, it was still in terms of aura, powerfully suppressing that new emperor who had just been certified for 3 days. Worthy of the Qian Emperor. Everyone was shocked. But everyone, however, was also gloomy. Let's see how this new emperor responds. Once Emperor Qian won. Then, all of them, their hands could be stained with Qian Ting's blood. Moreover, they were all people that Emperor Qian had once sheltered. If it really comes to that, what will happen to them? What will happen to them? Thus, when Yi Qian appeared, most of the people in the 3,000 Da state, apart from being briefly shocked, immediately afterward, made an unanimous decision. That is, although Qian Di is alive, yet, he must die again. All clans, no matter what secret methods they use, must help the new emperor and obliterate Emperor Qian with all their might. And at this moment, in that magnificent imperial palace that had just been completed, a figure, whose mask was broken, slowly stepped on the void. And in the next second, it appeared in front of the pale Yi Qian. When the mask broke, the crowd was also able to see the true face of this new emperor. Around him, 10,000 laws hung down. The great Tao rumbled with heavenly sounds. The tiger stepped and the dragon walked. And the light shone through the 3,000. This was a true emperor's pressure. But there were always people who felt that the new emperor at the moment gave off a strange feeling. But there were others who finally recognized the source of this new emperor. It's him. That Wang Xun who was recognized by Emperor Qian himself as being able to rank in the top 10 amongst the geniuses of all ages. And also Qian Di's wife and brother. Some people recognized Wang Xun, the wunderkind that the Wang clan hadn't encountered in 100 or 1,000 years. An existence that had set foot on a quasi-emperor at the age of 160. He had even awakened his innate chaotic body, which was exceptionally terrifying and had extraordinary battle power. Once, in a great battle with the Forbidden Zone, with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor in 9 heavens, he had forcefully killed an alternative witness whose chi and blood had decayed. In that battle, the Chaos Heavenly Father's great name resounded throughout the entire universe. Originally, he was Qian Ting's capable warrior. But then there were rumors that Wang Xun was imprisoned by Emperor Qian. Now it seemed that this King Xun's strength had gone even further. But there were also people who wondered how he had certified as an emperor when the Qian emperor had not yet fallen. Yi Qian, this emperor, really underestimated you. Wang Xun stepped into the air at this moment. And between his hands and feet, his chi and blood power was ample and vast. He was originally a chaotic body, surrounded by chaos, More like a feathered flying immortal. As a chaotic body that had been encountered once in 10,000 years, Wang Xun had the dominance and strength to look out of the world. And Yi Xian could also see that this fellow, surprisingly, had his chaotic body come to great completion. In the 3,000 Tao states, it was well known that the special physique of a great success was able to call out to the great emperors. Its battle power at times surpassed that of alternative proofs, especially the legendary chaotic body. Once it became a great success, even some great emperors would have to avoid it. What's more, it was a great emperor who was full of Tao injuries and only had one breath left. How dare you? Yi Xian only coldly uttered these 3 words. But those who knew Yi Xian knew that the fewer words he had, the bigger the matter, the bigger it would be. And the more he kills, the more he kills. Ha 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 ha. Good guts? Yi Xian. This emperor honors you with the name Xian Emperor. Can you see how many people in this world will still bow down for you? So be it. This day this emperor will completely behead you as a new chapter for my chaotic heavenly emperor to open up the world. Saying that, this King Xun's aura radiated out steeply. And at this moment, all the worlds and heavens were suppressed. And everyone couldn't even catch their breath. Even the forbidden area of the Forbidden Land was oppressed. In the darkness, in the cosmic void, there were several existences, to which there were also voices of discontent. However, there were voices of doubt that appeared. A mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Everywhere is the corpse of various creatures. However, these corpses are not rotten, but has a different kind of vitality. And in its depths, a sea of blood that was tens of thousands of feet wide or even farther away was tumbling with waves of blood. The waves that were stirred up, or the pressure and aura of blood here. I'm afraid that even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to set foot here easily. At this moment, a blurry figure sitting on a blood lotus also looked suspiciously in the direction where Yi Xian and Wang Xun were in the distance. A dying great emperor. A great chaos body tainted with emperor's blood? That's pretty funny. Not only this blood lotus man. In the distant void, a broken wall stood in a deep mountain and huge valley. There are dead graves here. And crows are chirping everywhere. But if you look closely, you will find them. The birds and beasts here. It seemed that at the very least, all of them had to be above the Sage King. And the corpse that the crow was eating, it seemed, was still a great saint that had just been killed not long after. The horror of the place is thus evident. At this moment, a figure clad in a hemp robe was also fiddling with the 2 beads in his hand, looking meaningfully toward the distant sky. Xian Di. The wise one. Isn't it still for us? To do the graft? Obviously. For the great battle between Yi Xian and Wang Xun. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Chapter 5. How dare you call yourself an emperor? It only takes one move to kill you. How did you that the seal of the emperor's blood? At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the sky, was also coldly gazing at Wang Xun. Even though he had been seriously injured, even though he was on the verge of falling, that kind of eyes and domineering aura, that kind of aura of a truly flawless great emperor. It caused Wang Xun to have a trace of fear after seeing Yi Xian's eyes. Joke. Wang Xun himself reminded himself of what he was afraid of. Thousands of years of having to look at him all the time? The current me is a great success of the chaotic body. It's a new emperor who has been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian. Is it hard to get that kind of thing? In the heavens and earth at this moment, perhaps only Yi Xian and a few people could understand why this Wang Xun had the seal of the Immaculate Emperor. Because this seal of the Immaculate Emperor, it wasn't his. Rather, it was Yi Xian's. It was condensed from Yi Xian's heart essence blood as well as the general flawless emperor seal. Left behind as the final card to subdue the heavens. With a prohibition like that, there was only one method, other than Yi Xian, that could open it under this universal sky. Where is Xi's soul? At this moment, Yi Xian's voice was quite gloomy and cold, as if he was about to go on a killing spree at the drop of a hat. Because it involves the woman. For 6,000 years, she was the only one who had accompanied her all the way. It is said that the great emperor is omnipotent and omnipotent. But not only does the great emperor himself have a time when his lifespan dries up. Even more so, I can't give my beloved a renewal. That was Yi Xian's imperial empress, who had sacrificed herself in order to save Yi Xian from the supreme killing formation in previous years. In order to resurrect it, Yi Xian traveled throughout the starry sky and eventually found the ancient method to fuse it into the seal of the Immaculate Emperor with his own peak emperor blood. Resurrected with the embodiment of the heavenly way. Therefore, under the heavens, other than Yi Xian who could open that prohibition. It was with the help of his lover's soul that he had gradually embedded. However, this Wang Zun actually opened that prohibition. Yi Xian. In this world, is it still possible to find someone who is related to you, and let alone a remnant of a soul? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, hearing Wang Zun's words, Yi Xian was furious to the extreme. Today, this Wang Zun, as well as the Wang clan behind him, will definitely leave no chickens or dogs behind. And blood will flow into the river. Xir was his own sister, a member of the Wang family. And the reason why Yi Xian had left the once errant Wang Zun behind was for Xir. But now, this kind of goods had sacrificed his own sister for his own breakthrough. Wang Zun, you shall die, Yi Xian said coldly. And then, with his feet stepping on the void, he walked towards Wang Zun step by step just like that. The current Yi Xian didn't seem to have the pressure of a great emperor anymore. Every step taken seemed so sheepish to everyone. A little bit of oppression does not possess. Some of the Paragon emperors secretly looked on and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Xian emperor's essence blood has completely dried up. In fact, he's already dead. The reason why it still appears is just an obsession of the bloodline returning. Hearing the words of this Paragon emperor, some of the great sex ancestors also breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, it's for the best. Being loyal to the new emperor would surely bring more benefits to their tribe and to their community. And at that moment, that Wang Zun also said with a cold smile, "With you half dead? Ha 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 ha. This emperor has said that I will behead you today as a chapter in my sealing of the emperor." But just at this moment, this Wang Zun was surprised to find that his body actually could not move the slightest bit. Moreover, along with every step Yi Xian took closer, the sense of oppression he felt became stronger. However, the current Yi Xian clearly didn't even have a bit of vitality left in his body. So what was going on? Yi Xian, stop pretending. The king's father was completely enraged. And the pressure of that great completion chaotic body unfolded to the extreme in an instant. Yet, he still couldn't move a single muscle. Rashly claiming the title of emperor, with your pseudo-empire not even being considered in existence. You deserve it? In an instant, Yi Xian's finger directly landed on that King Zun's forehead. And it was a gentle point. Immediately afterward, the crowd was astonished to find that the chaotic body of that Wang Zun was actually dissolving in a single step. It gradually turned into a mist. And under such a scene, Wang Zun also finally screamed out miserably. He was a chaotic body grand completion. It was an existence that was enough to call out to a great emperor. Or even threaten a great emperor. Not to mention Yi Xian's current state. Even if Yi Xian was at his peak, he himself could still fight. But why is this happening now? Moreover, he had clearly stolen the emperor's blood and nourished himself. And, moreover, he had also stolen that immaculate emperor seal, counting himself as being recognized by heaven and earth. He himself would only get stronger. How could he be in front of Yi Xian and be powerless? It's the scarcity emperor seal. It's your emperor's blood. Finally, Wang Xun reacted. It was Yi Xian's peak emperor blood in conjunction with the immaculate emperor seal that limited himself. Even if this emperor falls, at least for 10,000 years, no one will dare to taint the emperor's seal. What's more, this emperor's blood is not something that a scumbag like you can refine. With that, Yi Xian's one finger, without hesitation, pointed down. At this moment, Wang Xun's body, completely illusory, and his cultivation, is also rapidly dissipating, all into the obvious to notice. The vitality within Wang Xun's body was rapidly dissipating. Yi Xian, this is the backhand you left behind. You're afraid that a supreme being will break through the prohibition and steal the emperor's blood. Or rather, the emperor's blood is a front. Once someone steals the emperor's blood, the emperor's seal will immediately cooperate with the emperor's blood and unleash a supreme strike from the peak of a great emperor. Wang Xun shouted out in surprise. And this scene caused even those supreme beings who were secretly hibernating to be shocked. They, as ancient emperor supreme beings who had carried the heavenly Tao and cut themselves. There is absolutely no way to carry the heavenly Tao a second time. However, that peak emperor blood could extend their lifespan by at least a few hundred years, which was quite a huge attraction to them. Not to mention Wang Xun. All of the Forbidden Zone existences were hitting on that peak emperor's blood. Only, what no one had expected was that this Xian emperor, not only did he fraudulently die to count on the supreme being, even more so, he took out his peak emperor blood to count on the supreme being to count on the curfew. Xian Emperor, you deserve the prestigious name of a generation of great emperors. It's an amazing character. In the restricted area, there were dark supreme beings who couldn't help but heartily marvel. This further contrasted those ungrateful existences. The Xian Emperor was thinking of blessing the 100 races until his death. But they, however, did what they did. It's a shame to use this emperor's blood to kill an ant like you, Yi Xian said in a domineering manner. And at this moment, that Wang Xun was scared to death and hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother-in-law, spare me. For my sister's sake, spare me. I'll be a cow for you. I'll attack the Forbidden Zone for you. Brother-in-law, I'm a grand completion chaos body. I'm able to help you. This moment's Wang Xun had long since lost his previous condescension and was as ham-fisted as a dog only. Where was he worthy of bearing the title of ancient great emperor? Sinful animal. Are you worthy to mention seer? There's no need for you to help. The forbidden area behind you. Today, this emperor will definitely kill them all. In the next second, along with Yi Xian's steep and cold shout, a mighty pressure that was strong to the extreme instantly appeared. And the body of this Wang Xun completely exploded into nothingness. The endless emperor's might that appeared abruptly and vastly spread throughout the heavens. And all the races had to bow down endlessly under this might, submitting to that towering great emperor. This was the great pressure of the Xian emperor. What? Chapter 6. Since we're here, we'll die together. How is this? How is this possible? At this moment, some of the great sex-old ancestors had long since been so frightened that they didn't know what to say. That was a grand completion chaotic body. A divine body that came along once in 10,000 years. Surprisingly, He couldn't even resist a move from a seriously injured great emperor. No! Even an endangered great emperor? And directly exploded into nothingness? Is this the terrifying strength of the Xian emperor? This was the true immaculate great emperor of the 3,000 Tao states. But where do they, the assholes, the traitors, go? It was at this point, despite the fear, that someone noticed something was wrong. After that strike just now, Yi Xian's body was absolutely devoid of the vitality of a great emperor. That strike had used up almost all of his energy. This meant that even if he killed Wang Zun, he wouldn't be able to survive. Some of the great sect's ancestors couldn't help but laugh out loud. How about Xian Emperor? How about the great completion chaotic body? You will all be turned into dry bones. So what does it matter to us? And at the same time, Yi Xian's body, indeed, staggered once again, unable to support himself, and sat down in the void at once. He hung his head. His eyes were cloudy and full of death. His body was nearly in tatters. And even more so, he didn't possess any vitality at all. Although he didn't know why he had returned to the light. But as a great emperor, at this moment, Yi Xian really detected the dissipation of vitality. However, he was not willing to do so. He has unfinished business. And people to kill. Ah! Yi Xian sat on the void and endlessly hissed out. That voice. It was mournful. It was helpless. It was the grief of being late. It was the sadness of transforming the Tao. A generation of great emperors who guarded the human race, in the end, should end up like this? In this world, is the forbidden zone dark? Or is the heart dark? Oh? A roar of discontent? Xian Emperor? Your time, after all, will pass. In the northern wasteland, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face carefully stared at Yi Xian's every move in the sky. There were no fluctuations around him. Yet the laws were quiet like ripples. This was enough to show that this person's strength was exceptionally strong. It was even said that it was not weaker than that King Zun. It's indeed a pity to have a great achievement chaotic body. However, this Xian Emperor's emperor corpse is an excellent holy relic. The man spoke coldly. Indeed. It was always tragic when each generation of great emperors was about to fall. Their emperor blood and emperor corpses were the existences that all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings and experts were intent on collecting. Emperor blood, which could enhance one's cultivation and prolong one's lifespan, was vital. Emperor corpses, which could refine unique extreme emperor armaments, surpassed all natural materials. Therefore, it was not without reason that it was said that the great emperor was, all over, a treasure. And now, Yi Xian, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, naturally, became the prey in these people's eyes. A prey to be slaughtered. In the meantime, outside the primal emperor's city, a huge city wall that snaked across the city, was the endless void on the outskirts of the 3,000 Tao states. Here, it was the front line of the battle between the 3,000 Taoist states and the foreign lands. That bizarre zone that was claimed to have an unknown origin had relied on the primordial emperor city for an unknown number of epochs to do the resisting. And on the outskirts of this imperial city, there was a deep ravine canyon covered in thorns and skeletons. The canyon was surprisingly quiet. Terribly quiet. And the interior of the canyon, when looked at closely, was filled with skeletons and skulls all over the place. Apparently, this place, it seems, was once an ancient battlefield. Under careful perception, the breath and energy of this place was pitifully small. And there was a bizarre river in the distance, quietly flowing towards the unknown shore in the distance. It flowed with an indefinable eeriness. an indefinable bleakness. And this place, not somewhere else, is the first forbidden area on the periphery of the 3000 Dao states. Yan Luo Floating Earth. This was already the border wilderness of the 3000 Dao prefecture, bordering on the terrifying other realm. And the fact that Yama Floating Earth dared to sit here was a testament to the horror and terror of this forbidden area. This deep ravine canyon. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to step the slightest bit. In Yi Xian's time, there was a peak 8 heavens paragon who inexplicably disappeared while investigating the situation in the imperial city. His bones naturally weathered and his cultivation continuously disappeared. Even when Yi Xian personally took action, he ended up battling with the supreme being of the Yama Floating Earth. Nor had this paragon been recovered. Or rather, only the remnants of his skull had been found. And it was precisely at this time that inside the Yama Floating Earth, beside the endless river, gurgling splashes of water began to appear. It's like the whole river is boiling over. And the earth on both sides of the river began to crack endlessly at this moment. An extremely vicious and terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Immediately afterward, endless black fog began to appear. And underneath the rivers and land, a coffin broke out of the ground and rose up into the sky. In that coffin, there were countless corpses appearing. And those corpses were expressionless. Their bodies were pitch black. And they seemed to have some kind of runes. They were all bowing reverently to a throne in the distance. And if anyone had been here, they would have been astonished. Because of these corpses, the one with the lowest cultivation level was also a saint. The saints were corpses. And heaven and earth trembled. Yama's floating land. To be born without worry. The legend is not false. It was no wonder that few of the great emperors of the past generations had fought with Yama Floating Earth. Because this forbidden area, with its long and bizarre origins, involved great secrets, accompanied by the pious bowing of the many corpses. On that throne, at an unknown time, a corpse, covered in an aura of decay, directly appeared. Around this corpse was dripping dirt, as if he was molded in the dirt. The entire person's pressure was extremely powerful. And the aura of decaying earth that he carried was also that thick. However, when his eyes opened, the stern eyes that cut through the void and projected 10,000 miles away were that terrifying. Because, without eyeballs, he actually had a bloodshot white of the eyes. And looked, well, rather alien. Xian Emperor, it's time to settle the vendetta between you and me. This person's voice was raspy and looked young. And with a single opening, he looked like an old demon. An existence that had lived for an unknown amount of time. And along with the appearance of this hoarse voice, the bowing corpses didn't dare to raise their heads for a single moment. And all of them prostrated themselves there even more respectfully, waiting for this imperial powerhouse to walk by. The laws of darkness drooped endlessly. And the fluctuating void was slightly uneasy. Because this figure was too powerful. And yet, it's eerie in a way that can't be described. The existence that could only be seen gently grasped the primordial imperial city. And the entire primordial imperial city immediately began to tremble violently. Countless spell formations lit up at this moment, raising the defense of Primal Emperor City to the highest level. Primal Emperor City, the frontier guarding the 3000 Dao states. For how many eons? With the added power of the array patterns of the successive great emperors, even Yama Floating Earth did not dare to break in. However, this being actually dared to directly make a move against the Primal Emperor City, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The surroundings of the Primordial Emperor City immediately fluctuated violently. And the people within the city were stunned. Who would have thought that at this time, the Imperial Dao beings of the Forbidden Zone would take advantage of the opportunity to strike? Xian Emperor, Let your emperor body become this emperor's new nourishment. Don't you die. Wait for this emperor to come to see you off. Chapter 7 with you. How dare you provoke this emperor? This imperial Tao being spoke with extreme contempt as he had calculated this moment to make his entrance. Only to see his body has an extremely bizarre black chain. Said bizarre? Because the first part of this chain but is a skull and crossbones. And the entire chain, also all of the black-brown bones refined. That bone material, with very unusual. A mere chain had an endless power of suppression. The bone of the Supreme. If someone was here, they would be shocked because the refining material for this bone chain was actually the bones of a Supreme Being. The bones of a Supreme Being were originally in existence like an extreme emperor soldier. Not to mention, after being sacrificed and refined, becoming a weapon? However, who could have thought that this being in front of him would be able to take the bones of a Supreme Being and make them into his own weapon? Who the hell is he and how can he be so scary? And behind this chain of bones were the thousands of corpses of the Yama floating earth. Their faces showing ferocity as they ran directly towards the primal emperor city. Finally, seeing the figure of this man, someone remembered who he was. Corpse King. He's the Corpse Emperor. Surprisingly, he's not dead yet. An old and decrepit soon-to-be fallen quasi-emperor opened his mouth in astonishment and said, Corpse Emperor? An existence with great prestige in the 3000 Tao state. He does not belong to the floating earth of Yama, but to the sea of corpses of Latte. It was yet another terrifying forbidden zone under the starry sky in the southwestern part of the 3000 Taoist prefecture. This Corpse Emperor? It was said that he was an imperial Tao being in his lifetime. And again, perhaps he hadn't really stepped into the realm of the imperial Tao. But it was close. After being seated, the corpse was psychic and lived a second life against all odds. And then with the power of the corpse path, he testified to become a flawless emperor. However, it seemed that it was because the way of witnessing the Tao was not allowed by the Heaven and Earth Avenue, resulting in the Corpse Emperor's Tao fruit, which never seemed to be perfect. Later on, this royal Tao expert disappeared after stirring up a lot of bloodshed. Until the moment Yi Xian became an emperor at the age of 500. This corpse emperor came from the Luo Tian corpse sea with endless corpses. It was then that the crowd realized that this corpse emperor hadn't even slashed himself at all, maintaining his original endless battle power. Intending to seize the Xian emperor's Tao fruit, he went even further. But then, things were known, and Yi Xian, who had just witnessed the Tao, forcefully killed this corpse emperor and wore out all of it. It was the first emperor of the ancients that was killed for Emperor Xian. But who would have thought that this corpse emperor, not only did he not die either, but he also appeared from the Yama floating earth. And 3,500 years ago, in the hands of this corpse emperor, there was no extreme Tao emperor soldier. And at this moment, there was even an additional extreme Tao emperor soldier made of the bones of a supreme being. How far should his battle power soar? Yi Xian, this emperor, wants you dead. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. At this moment, in the face of the corpse emperor's call, endless corpses rushed towards the primal emperor city in an overwhelming manner. Having lost the Xian emperor's guard, the primordial imperial city, despite having the great emperor formation patterns, yet it was only passive defense. And while this primordial imperial city could defend against the people of the foreign domains, there were still loopholes to be found in front of the former emperors of the 3000 Tao states. Because, in the blink of an eye, the figure of that corpse emperor disappeared. And this vast sound was naturally known by Yi Xian at this moment. Even though he was on the verge of transforming the Tao, a great emperor was a great emperor. Everyone was secretly rejoicing at the moment because they knew that that corpse emperor was a true imperial Tao existence. It wasn't something that could be compared to that great completion chaos body King Zun. As long as this corpse emperor made a move, then Yi Xian would definitely fall cleanly and completely. It had to be said that today's scene was truly a sad one for the 3000 Tao state. When the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings recklessly crossed over to the Primordial Emperor's city to kill the great emperors that had guarded them for their entire lives. These people, surprisingly, were kind of snickering inside. With their presence, one day, Shen Emperor or other great emperors would not necessarily fall into the hands of their enemies. But it will surely fall at the hands of these people. At this moment, they didn't care in the slightest about Emperor Xian. That great emperor who had dutifully guarded them for 500 years. Once he had completely fallen, would those dormant supreme beings of the dark forbidden zone start a dark turmoil over this? And then, it would be time for them to get their comeuppance. And right at this moment, Yi Xian was just about to get up when a bizarre bone chain was instantly rushing towards him. That bone chain pierced through the void without a trace, carrying an inexplicable supreme pressure that was terrifying to the extreme. With this strike, even a peak imperial Tao powerhouse wouldn't dare to treat it with equanimity. Some of the great sex-old ancestors rather hated this strike, completely piercing through Yi Xian's body. And it would be best to completely wear down Yi Xian with the help of the Supreme Skeleton's extreme pressure. However, the moment that Supreme Bone Chain came close to Yi Xian's eyes snapped open and stared directly at the bone chain. An extremely strong Great Emperor's pressure unexpectedly appeared from its eyes once again. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the Supreme Bone Chain was directly nailed in mid-air, not moving at all. As long as this emperor doesn't die in this heaven and earth, I will still be the emperor. Emperors are not to be deceived. In an instant, Yi Xian's body, surprisingly, had a rather domineering and unrivaled aura again. And the invincible aura that looked out of the 9 heavens, crossed the 8 wastelands, and was the only one in the 3000 Tao states, had even reappeared. How should this be explained? Not to mention those existences in the 3000 Taoist states. Even some forbidden area supreme beings were dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There were forbidden area supreme beings who repeatedly deduced and watched Yi Xian's performance. It was unbelievable. He has long since lost his life essence. So how could he still have a great emperor's pressure? Even if he, Yi Xian, is a 100-footed insect, where did he get so much essence? Obviously, there were forbidden area supreme beings who were puzzled and confused. There was no great emperor that could have such battle power. Could it be that, this time, he really lived a second life? Obviously. Even the hibernating supreme beings were speculating. Originally, they were thinking of waiting for Yi Xian to really fall and then start the dark turmoil again. But the situation, it seems, is not so simple. It's also possible that this Xian Emperor is calculating again. All of this, he's faking it. The purpose? To draw us out. A forbidden area supreme being said in hindsight. After all, 3 days ago, this Xian Emperor had fraudulently died and attracted 2 supreme beings to go there. In the end, those 2 were killed one by Yi Xian even if they were limit ascension. This Xian Emperor can be too calculating. Who can guarantee that this time it is not a repeat of his trick after he swindled his way to death? Otherwise, what could he do to block the supreme bone chain that the corpse emperor had sacrificed? Therefore, seeing this, some of the forbidden area supreme beings simply didn't rush. They planned to take a look first. After all, this Xian Emperor was not a good person. A great emperor who even had to calculate how to die was too terrifying. And just as Yi Xian was confining that extreme Tao Emperor soldier, suddenly the void tore apart. And then, a figure carrying an endless aura of decay instantly killed the weak Yi Xian not far away. Yi Xian, you give this emperor death. Seeing the appearance of the corpse emperor, even though Yi Xian was about to walk the path of transformation, he still displayed the disdain that a great emperor should have. Chapter 8, Beheading you is like killing an ant. Back then, I would have been able to obliterate your Tao fruit. A false emperor who returns with the help of the weird earth also dares to provoke this emperor. With that, Yi Xian directly leapt up and straightly met that corpse emperor. Obviously, with a single glance, Yi Xian was able to discern the source of the corpse emperor. Back then, he did strongly kill the corpse emperor. However, the legendary weird earth of Yama floating earth seems to really exist. It was said that the bizarre earth had fallen from the place of bizarre origins. Otherworldly, it seems, originates here. On this weird earth, it could contain everything, including imperial beings. It was unthinkable that this corpse emperor, whose corpse was already psychic, had actually regenerated. However, this regeneration of his was truly like that of a walking corpse. In other words, the current corpse emperor was not the corpse emperor's true self. Rather, it was just a body double with the corpse emperor's obsession incarnated in that weird earth. It had the aura of an ancient emperor, but ultimately did not have the battle power of an ancient emperor. Within 3 moves, if I don't behead you, this emperor will be ashamed of his Xian emperor name. Saying that, Yi Xian charged straight towards the corpse emperor, not caring about the threat of that supreme bone chain. Xian emperor, you have a big mouth. Today, this emperor would like to see how you can behead me. 10,000 corpse spirit devouring. Only to see that the corpse emperor's surroundings suddenly appeared a weird mist, leaking out quite eerie and strange. It gives you a chilling feeling. In an instant, there seemed to be an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And a corpse looked like it had a consciousness. And it wanted to climb out of that sea of blood with its teeth and claws, devouring everything in time. Not to mention its power. Simply by seeing this scene, I'm afraid that some of the paramount emperors would have been too scared to move. Oh? This corpse emperor? He used his mastery right off the bat? The forbidden area supreme being who was also in that forbidden land of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, holding the orb, also said with considerable interest. Speaking of which, the place where I am is the same source as the corpse emperor. Today, being able to see this corpse emperor's stance of 10,000 corpse spirit devouring was indeed extraordinary. After all, any great emperor, ancient emperor, was the supreme and most powerful person of that era. The pinnacle setter of his or her own arts. What should that oiled-up Xian emperor do? Ha! Some forbidden area supreme beings who were secretly observing the movements of the great battle also guessed and said. However, they were directly dumbfounded by the next scene. Because Xian Emperor Yi Xian actually did not resist in the slightest, and walked straight into that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He's not being a bit too big for his britches. The forbidden area supreme said with a cold smile. Indeed. Even they had to be quite cautious when facing the corpse emperor's absolute strike under the supreme bone chain's enchantment. Not to mention this Yi Xian who was at the end of his tether. Heaven's destruction. Right at this moment, everyone, all of them, were hearing this voice? Hearing the 2 words heaven's destruction, which carried an endless pressure. The imperial way rumbled and rolled. It was as if all the worlds were pressurized in an instant. And a shudder from the soul was felt. It's sky destruction. One of Emperor Xian's famous stunts. Back then, he used this move to kill the corpse emperor alive. Some of the great sex ancestors said in shock. Heaven's destruction. one of Emperor Xian's most domineering moves, would not be used easily. The great Tao is through and through mysterious and mysterious. This stance was a stance that Emperor Xian had comprehended on his own when he had not yet certified the Tao. And it was even more extraordinary after he became an emperor. Unexpectedly, in the face of the Corpse Emperor's overwhelming strike, Xian Di had also already responded with his own heavenly destruction to dominate. Worthy of being a Xian Emperor. At this moment, even some supreme beings couldn't help but praise the fact that at such a time when the oil was exhausted and the line was about to be transformed into the Tao, one could still strike such a supreme and powerful strike. This Xian Emperor truly lives up to his name. If he were in the same era and on the same stage, I'm afraid that it would be much more difficult to witness the Tao. This was the thought in the hearts of some supreme beings. However, every great emperor, ancient emperor, was condescending. They were both the strongest of their contemporaries, and neither of them would serve anyone. But now, they were also all curious as to whose strongest strike, this Xian Emperor and Corpse Emperor, was more powerful. Along with the endless pressure spreading out, an unknown number of stars cracked apart poorly, and the cosmic borders trembled. Endless beings shivering. The full force of a great emperor, ancient emperor's strike was unexpectedly terrifying to such an extent. As the terrifyingly destructive fluctuations gradually dissipated, everyone was staring intently at the place where the two were fighting. The full force of the two absolute emperors' strikes aimed to put each other to death. And with this strike, it was going to completely separate the winners from the losers. Right in the midst of the crowd's eager anticipation, finally, one of the Paragon Emperors was the first to discover that scene. In fact, the Forbidden Area Supreme had long since seen the situation there with wide eyes. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel alarmed. Xian Di, to have such power. This was an old emperor who had been dormant in the Forbidden Zone for a long time. Sleeping for a very long time. If he hadn't been disturbed by the aftermath of Yi Xian's battle with the Corpse Emperor, probably he would not have awakened. And as soon as he did, he saw such a scene. Because, at this moment, even if Yi Xian's body was all cracked, a great emperor who couldn't even reorganize his emperor body again, his bloodline had dried up. However, he still choked the Corpse Emperor's neck with one hand and lifted him up high. Heavens! Such a Xian Emperor actually solved the Corpse Emperor with a single move. That extreme Imperial Armament Supreme Bone Chain doesn't play the slightest role at all. Xian Emperor? To have his battle power terrorized to such an extent. Some of the existences of the 3,000 Tao states were inexplicably horrified. And at this moment, they simply didn't know how to describe their feelings. If it was still acceptable to exterminate a great completion chaotic body with a single finger? Then, what was the explanation for capturing a true ancient emperor with a single strike? One finger shattered chaos. One strike captured the ancient emperor. Seeing the current scene, who would still dare to say that the Xian Emperor, Yi Xian, was an emperor who was about to die? Where did he act like he was going to fail? Even some people realized that Emperor Xian's battle power, it seemed, was even more powerful than before. It was known that no matter how high the Xian Emperor's battle power was, however, it was also impossible to resolve the other party with a single move when facing a great emperor, ancient emperor. The one who could become an ancient emperor or a great emperor. That one wasn't an amazingly talented and powerful man of the world? Moreover, even if a great completion's physique could only call out to great emperors, a great completion's chaotic body was an existence that was enough to threaten great emperors. How was it possible that it was also wiped out so easily by Emperor Xian? Thus, some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings concluded on this that Yi Xian, this time, was never pretending. He must not be able to do it. The reason why he was able to burst out with such battle power must be that he had utilized some sort of secret method. Otherwise, it was impossible to have such a sublimation in battle power. At this moment, the corpse emperor coldly looked at Yi Xian, who felt the most disbelief. He had thrown himself into the weird earth, which had led to the present scene. But he had done it for revenge, not for a move to be choked by someone else. Xian Emperor? Yi Xian. You're so tactful. This emperor has said that chopping you is like pinching an ant. Weirdness can't save you. If this emperor wants to kill, no one can save you. Saying that, Yi Xian did not hesitate to move his mind. And the figure of that corpse emperor completely just crumbled. However, after some of the bizarre earth and black mist disappeared, Yi Xian was able to collect all those pieces of the corpse emperor's corpse in a rare manner, including that supreme bone chain. At this moment, all the existences no longer cared about why Yi Xian collected these existences, because they didn't have time to think about this at all. They, still shocked, couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Chapter 9. I said that this emperor will transform himself into darkness. At this moment, especially those in the 3000 Dao state who were expecting Yi Xian to die, their jaws dropped. They don't know what to do anymore. Human nature cannot be tested. And these people are the ugliest of all. The Great Completion Chaos Body King Zun, the renowned ancient world's ultimate corpse emperor, had all been killed so easily by Emperor Xian's extermination. So who else would dare to make a move rashly? But right at this moment, an endless dark hand instantly appeared from the void. And then it slapped straight at Yi Xian, who was weak to the extreme. Beautiful. Some of the great sex ancestors hated Yi Xian's early death, and were naturally quite surprised to see this great handprint in the void that had appeared again. Because the large hand that came through tens of thousands of miles of emptiness, carrying an endless sky covering pressure. Who else could it be if not a Forbidden Area Supreme Being? Obviously. There were many among the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings who couldn't suppress the urge to kill Yi Xian. The 7 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings that Yi Xian had beheaded. The Corpse Emperor, originating from the Latte Corpse Sea. The other 6 had 2 common origins in the heavenly market. The rest are also representatives of their respective sanctuaries. Such a great enmity can be said to be unshakable. And now that Yi Xian was in such a state, who else would be willing to let him go? The great handprint of the void that covered the sky quickly slapped at Yi Xian. No one would doubt that a dying great emperor could dodge such a deadly blow. Rumble. The huge handprint slapped down directly, and everyone was looking forward to the result. But immediately after, they are surprised to find that this void handprint, even survival cracked, turned into nothingness. And an unquestionably domineering voice took this opportunity to resound through the void. Sky Market. If you have the guts, come out and fight. Why be so sneaky and tentative? It's Xian Emperor. He actually resisted this terrifying strike again. Some people were utterly shocked. It had to be said that Xian Di had brought them too much shock. Who would have thought that the current him would still be able to defend against the full force of a Forbidden Area Supreme sneak attack in general? This Xian Emperor. Just how powerful is he? And after Yi Xian's words fell, there was no echo within that distant void. Obviously, Yi Xian knew where to strike. However, those people were more obviously a test, and they didn't dare to make a sudden move until now. Especially after seeing Yi Xian easily defuse his attack. It deepened this suspicion. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian's cold drink, the heavenly market, surprisingly, remained silent. Such a scene had not seemed to have appeared since the beginning of the ages. Could a dying great emperor whose torso was going to be torn apart and whose essence was 10 to 1 still threaten a forbidden area with such a majestic side? This was the Xian Emperor. Invincible throughout the ages. Unique in all realms. Seeing that there was no movement from that day's market, Yi Xian also sneered out and said, I was certified in the red dust at the age of 500. And I have never lost a single battle in my life. After this emperor kills all the sins, he will seek you out to fight to the death. At this moment, all the supreme beings in the forbidden area were shocked. They knew that this Xian emperor was going to really fight for his life. Even if he was a dying great emperor, he was after all an emperor. The protagonist of the Immaculate Emperor seal that still hadn't dissipated in this heaven and earth. If he really fought for his life, the forbidden area supreme, at least one more would have to be yanked. This guy, what a nutcase. Nowadays, the forbidden area supreme. He didn't know how many people had begun to hide the forbidden area coordinates with the help of formations. Whoever is approached by this madman will not end well. This Xian Di doesn't have much time left. So as long as he drags it through, Xian Di, too, can't do anything about it. As for the heavenly ruins, since they dared to make a sneak attack, they had to be prepared to receive retaliation. The other supreme beings of the other forbidden zones were happy to see this scene. And right at this moment, Yi Xian staggered to his feet. And then, snapping his eyes back, he coldly gazed at the 10,000 people of heaven and earth. In the eyes, killing intent is revealed. At this moment, a flawless great emperor looks down on the world. Another of all living things. Are not endless trembling submissive. You guys? Damn it! Yi Xian's cold voice was a brand new great emperor's edict, declaring the final end of these people. That is, thwarted to the bone, never to be restored, and never to be allowed to return to life. Along with the appearance of Yi Xian's cold voice, the people of the 100 races were trembling to the extreme as they trembled, not knowing what to do. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! You have circled my clan. My clan was confused for a moment. It's all because of Wang Zun. It's the Wang family that flirted with us. No! 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 It's the Wang family that threatened us. Otherwise, how would we do that white-eyed wolf general? A great sex quasi-emperor first heavenly ancestor directly knelt down, sobbing uncontrollably, with tears in his voice, begging for forgiveness from Yi Xian. In the previous massacre, this quasi-emperor first heavenly ancestor had personally killed a senior three-flower great sage of Xianting. That great saint was Yi Xian's descendant. And this paragon emperor bathed in the true blood of that great sage of the three flowers. And even his cultivation was enhanced. As for his horde, it totaled more than 3,000 people who had surrounded Xianting. Now in this moment, he begged for mercy. Quickly, all kneel down and ask the great emperor for forgiveness. As he spoke, under the leadership of this old quasi-emperor, his entire clan of old and young, numbering more than 10,000 people, all knelt down, pleading for Yi Xian's forgiveness. Seeing him like this, all over the universe, all over the stars, there were such communities appearing. An old ancestor with a white beard and hair, disregarding his face, directly knelt down and kept buckling his head. A scene that even the supreme beings hibernating in the dark forbidden zone were staggered. What was the great emperor's life of conquest for? Is it really about these headstrong little people? Great Emperor, be generous and bypass us. If it wasn't for the Wang family and other lineages holding us hostage, we would never have been so ungrateful. Great Emperor, my clan is willing to pay for one life with another, and only begs for your forgiveness. This was a quasi-imperial ancestor of an ancient race, albeit with a rainbow of chi and blood and a long lifespan. However, In front of the Xian Emperor, he was still too scared to utter a single breath. Even though, right now, this Xian Emperor had long since been traveling to the Tao. Saying that, this quasi-emperor old ancestor directly decapitated all of the 1,000 or so people in the clan. With a single legal decree. And even their divine souls were completely worn out. This is what he calls a life for a life. Going so far as to actually personally decimate an equivalent number of people in the pack. Seeing these clans do so, there were many great clans that did the same. Beheading their own clan's personnel one after another to use this as a means to offset the anger within Yi Xian's heart. However, there was also an old ancestor of the clan who spoke up at this moment. Afraid of what? He's just a dying man. Even if he's a great emperor, he still has a few % of his strength. And how long will he survive? Xian Ting's man, his grandson, was killed by the old man. So what? People die for money. Birds die for food. Let's all make a move together and see what he, the dying emperor, can do. Along with the blatant clamor of this great sect ancestor, some people also shared the same thoughts with him. That's it. He guards us and we should be grateful? He's guarding us from something. We don't remain just small cultivators, looking the other way and being bullied. Xian Emperor? I poo. Chapter 10, Forbidden Zone? These 3,000 Dao states are this emperor's forbidden zone. Whether he guards or not. Does it have anything to do with the fact that I can only raise my cultivation a little bit from year to year? If there really is a dark invasion, I'm not going to go. My family has not received a single favor from the great emperor. So who am I to serve him? When that thought appeared, for a moment, everyone seemed to have it. Because, in this world, the one thing that does not stand up to scrutiny is the human heart. It is never an empty phrase that people are worse than dogs. Selfishness is always the most essential face of mankind. Yes. Everyone strike together. Kill him. He's a dying emperor. He can still defeat the power of my 100 clans. Strike together and kill him. Listening to the whistling voices of the people in this 100 clans, Yi Xian also laughed out coldly. 3,500 years of bloody battles. The end of the ministry brothers all died. For the sake of, is to guard this group? Fuck you. Who the hell says the Great One has to be like that? Who the hell says that guarding this bunch of sins is the light? If this is the light that people believe in, then this emperor would rather be incarnated in darkness. I will be the greatest harvest liquidation since this epoch. Kill. Accompanied by Yi Xian's cold shout. In an instant, the endless clusters began to explode. Not a single moment of hesitation existed. Even if a quasi-emperor level old ancestor catalyzed his cultivation to the extreme, he would not be able to resist it in the slightest. Among the 100 races, no matter how many heavenly paramount emperors or how many three-flower great saints they were, they wouldn't last more than 3 seconds under the great emperor's overwhelming might. Those old ancestors, as well as their clansmen, were dumbfounded as they watched their clansmen, their relatives and friends, explode into nothingness and blood mist in front of them without warning. At this moment, they were filled with terror and no longer dared to have indignation, thinking only of begging for mercy. I begged the Xian Emperor to forgive their sins. However, they had forgotten that just a few days ago, they had hunted down Xian Ting's people without a care in the world. And at that time, Xian Ting's people, could they have begged for mercy? Back then, during the dark turmoil, facing the forbidden area, supreme beings absorbing blood food like killing. Who protected them? For this reason, he fought with the supreme being in a bloodbath, leaving behind a Dao wound. At this moment, Facing these people, Yi Xian only felt that they were mole crickets. And if there was even one surviving, it was all because he, the great emperor of the world, was unqualified. He's going to kill everyone. He would not spare anyone who struck out at Xianting. Under the endless starry sky, a large number of people were rapidly disappearing. No matter if you are amazingly talented or a great sect ancestor, all of them are no good. Under the pressure of a great emperor's might, all paths are ants. Run! Some people panicked. Who would have thought that since the beginning of time, the 3,000 Tao states would have discovered that the great emperor of the day was hunting down the 100 races? A huge star fell, and the breath of life shriveled instantly. I don't know how many great clans were completely wiped out under Yi Xian's absorption, and not a single one was left behind. And at this scene, the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone laughed out with interest. Oh, that's pretty funny. The great emperor of the current generation. This Xian emperor is also considered a ruthless person. Is he going to make the forbidden area his own as well? Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings asked in confusion. His blood qi has dried up, and the blood qi of these 100 races can indeed delay a sliver of his lifespan. The forbidden area supreme's eyes were poisonous, and he could see that Yi Xian's move was, in essence, a new generation of dark unrest. The qi and blood power of these communities could indeed have a boost to Yi Xian's longevity. But it's not enough. If he really transformed the forbidden area on his own, Yi Xian's current longevity in qi and blood would not be enough. So he had to kill more. And at the same time, some dormant supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone were finally unable to hold back. Xian Emperor, since you are like this, you are in the process of becoming a great emperor of the unhuman race. There is no other way to pursue the darkness but to make the Forbidden Zone your own. In that case, why don't we appear together and harvest the ants of this world for a new era of dark turmoil? Obviously, some of the Forbidden Zone supreme beings had been dormant for too long and their lifespan had gradually become insufficient. They desperately needed to start a dark turmoil to harvest blood qi in large quantities and delay their own lifespan by 300 to 500 years. Or even more ample lifespan. It was thought that this Xian emperor would continue to guard the 10,000 clans. But who would have thought that he, himself, would completely initiate dark unrest? Then, the hidden and dormant dark supreme beings naturally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie. In an instant, there were countless auras that appeared. Each breath gave a feeling of going from slumber to revival. And that aura grew stronger and stronger, almost overwhelming the heavens. It left everyone gasping for air. With so many pressures, there were 6 or 7. Did this mean that there were at least 6 or 7 forbidden area supreme beings about to appear? In that case, it would be another complete dark upheaval in the 3,000 Taoist states. That way, the 3,000 Tao states would be completely reshuffled. Every dark upheaval in the past had been guarded by a great emperor, and most of them occurred within 5 to 10,000 years after the great emperor's fall. However, every generation of great emperors would have some backhanders. And these backhanders, despite not being enough to directly confront a forbidden area supreme being hard, but more or less, will also another dark supreme being suffered serious injury, forcing them in the time of the shot, weighing the consequences. However, there were also forbidden area supreme beings who directly struck out. But the results of the harvest were not ideal, because the 100 races still had elites under their guard. After all, some Forbidden Zone supreme beings, at best, the blood qi they absorbed could only delay their lifespan by 300 to 500 years. And even, it was not as much as the exertion brought about by launching a dark turmoil. The dark unrest, therefore, was not launched at random. Moreover, The endless living beings of these 3,000 Tao states seemed to be as if they were captive blood food for the darkness prohibited areas. And so many of the life prohibited areas had even divided these living beings into areas that belonged to their respective regions. If the life exalted of a forbidden zone broke the balance and absorbed the blood food of living beings from the spheres of influence of other forbidden zones, well, that's cutting off the life of a certain forbidden zone. And between forbidden zones, there will be no shortage of battles. Once a great war occurred between a certain few forbidden zones, then the scale of such a great war was bound to shake the ancient and modern world. So, the reason why so many forbidden zones exist is, in a way, just a mutual constraint that maintains a balance in a certain relationship. However, at this moment, facing the good intentions of these several forbidden area supreme beings, Yi Xian coldly opened his mouth and responded, "No need. Whoever dares to make a move is an enemy of this emperor. Even if this emperor fights to the death, he must behead you." At those words, all the forbidden area supreme beings were stunned. Placed at this current moment, they really didn't dare to act rashly. Because the Yi Xian at this moment was a madman. Whoever dares to be the outlier, this madman will surely attack the outlier in a frenzy. The rash ones are afraid of the horizontal ones. And the horizontal ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. The current Xian emperor was the one who didn't want to die. Who would dare to make a move at this time? However, there were also forbidden area supreme beings who said unconvincingly, "Are all these 10,000 living beings? Are they to be your own Xian emperor? The current you will surely be spurned by future generations. What can you do without transforming into a forbidden area?" Some supreme beings kindly reminded Yi Xian. But in their hearts, they still wanted to get a piece of the pie. In fact, they were more worried that Yi Xian had really killed all the living beings and had recovered some of his longevity and had extreme ascension strength again. In that case, their great enemies, instead of disappearing, continued to stand side by side, which was not a good thing for certain supreme beings. Chapter 11, The Forbidden Zone. Is it a big deal? The forbidden zone of the 10,000 ways. Only if we accept you will you have a place to go. What can you do if we don't accept you? Some forbidden area supreme beings also spoke coldly. Indeed, the forbidden zones of the heavens and earth, which had been jointly created by successive generations of dormant supreme beings, were all special gathering places for heavenly treasures. With an endless divine source, he was even able to appoint himself as a great emperor-level figure. There are not many locations like this. Since the change of the epoch, it has already been taken. Therefore, the subsequent supreme beings who join the Forbidden Zone must have a declaration of title. Otherwise, why should they accept you? Therefore, these forbidden area supreme beings were also trying to use this to threaten Yi Xian. The Forbidden Zone? Is that a big deal? Since the beginning of time, the blackening of air and others has only been a means of surviving with the help of a land. If I can live a second life, this emperor need not cut himself. I am both the strongest in the ages. These 3,000 Tao states are this emperor's forbidden zone. And why should I go to your wretched land? Hearing such words, even some of the forbidden area supreme beings couldn't help but be shocked. This Xian Di is domineering enough? Throughout the ages, the great emperor seemed to be portrayed in a positive light, and his guardianship had long been seen as normal. However, there had never been a great emperor who dared to treat the entire Tao state as his own forbidden zone. No one had ever done this before. And no great emperor ever dared to do so. This Xian Di, how dare he? And at this time, Yi Xian had already killed the vast majority of those who had struck out at Xianting. Because Xianting's people, all of them had special marks that belonged to them. And he was able to feel out whose hands were stained with Xian Ting's blood. Xian Emperor, you defied the heavenly Tao and slaughtered the living. You will be punished by heaven. An old ancestor of a great sect hissed angrily. But the next second he exploded into nothingness. Prior to this, all of his closest relatives were in front of him before being killed one by Yi Xian. Originally, Yi Xian could have exterminated them with a single glance. But he remembered the tragic deaths of Xian Ting's people. Think of your own emperor's son and daughter. So, like a little monk, he went to kill them one by one. You scumbags deserve to die. Such a great emperor who defies human nature. Oh heaven and earth! Why not execute him? The heavens have no eyes. How can such a person with a vicious heart become an emperor? Emperor? Great emperors of all times. Where are you? Why don't you punish this demon? A group of people were crying out in sorrow, accusing and cursing. They seemed to be filled with resignation and indignation. However, they forgot. It's a bunch of self-serving assholes who only care about themselves. They had forgotten that Xian Ting's people had thrown their heads in blood for them. But they had forgotten that when Emperor Xian's corpse was still cold, they raised their clan to rebel and kill Xian Ting. Even livestock may not be so heartless. Yet they do so. The things that are worse than dogs and pigs refer to them. I, Yi Xian, have put my heart and soul into protecting you for 500 years. This emperor has no faults. You are not qualified to judge this emperor. And the heavenly Tao, too, has its own fairness. And you only deserve to die. Yi Xian had absorbed the living beings of countless galaxies. And he didn't intend to spare a single one of them. Suddenly, he arrived within a magnificent palace. And on the outskirts of this palace, not only were there great emperor's formation patterns, there was also an endless chaotic aura. It was the endless dharma patterns that belonged to the great completion chaos body. The punching heavenly killing formation. The king's family. Yi Xian has gone to the southern domain Wang clan. Some people took the opportunity to quickly flee for their lives. And some even took the opportunity to flee to the edge of the universe. Because they knew that the Wang family would definitely be completely liquidated by Yi Xian. The time to liquidate the Wang family is their chance to escape. At this moment, the Wang clan's crowd, led by many great sage ancestors as well as a quasi-emperor, mobilized the great completion chaos body's endless dharma patterns and sky-rushing killing formation to resist Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're really going to drive everyone to extinction. My Wang family, I will definitely burn with you. This quasi-emperor ancestor of the Wang clan was still Yi Xian's father-in-law according to worldly etiquette. Normally, it was not obvious. But only Yi Xian knew how sinister this Wang Xiushu was. If it wasn't for the fact that the empress was his daughter, Yi Xian would have killed this Wang Xiushu long ago. Jade? The great completion chaos body of this emperor broke with a snap of his fingers. What can you do with this emperor with your mere array pattern? Saying that, Yi Xian shattered the array pattern of that great completion chaotic body with a single foot. Only to see the endless Wang clan members all have their souls destroyed under the backlash of such a mighty pressure. The entire Wang family was ruined by this. Yi Xian, old me and you don't share the same fate. This Wang Xiushu was also grimacing and coldly drinking. How could he not expect that this Yi Xian was not even dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? This Wang Xiushu was simply incomprehensible. His Wang family had a supreme genius. The top 10 of the 10,000 years of the Great Completion Chaos Body. The Great Completion Chaotic Body was already able to call out to great emperors and threaten them. If the Great Completion Chaotic Body became an emperor at an early date, his Wang clan would be a true emperor clan, overriding the 10,000 races. towering over the hundreds of races in heavens. The Wang clan wouldn't have dared to do so. But it was only by chance that they learned that Yi Xian was seriously injured and wouldn't last much longer. And it would only take more than 100 years for Wang Zun's cultivation to grow bigger and bigger. Therefore, from that moment on, the ambition of the Wang family grew bigger and bigger. Originally, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Area were not clear about Yi Xian's Dao injuries. Specifically, after all, every time Xian Emperor fought, he was the winner at the end. He had just witnessed the Dao again. And who would have thought that at 5,000 years old, just 2,500 years after witnessing the Dao, he would be covered in Dao wounds? Generally speaking, the existing records of surviving great emperors invariably confirmed that a great emperor's lifespan of one life must be at least 12,000 to 13,000 years long. Specifically, it would have to vary from person to person. Some great emperors lived to be 15,000 or 16,000 years old before they sat down. Even more, it can be closer to 20,000 years. And there were great emperors who had only lived for a mere 10,000 years. Therefore, 5,000 years old was only just when a great emperor was in his proper age, and had not yet reached his true peak. No one would even think that the Xian Emperor at that time, who bloodily fought against the Forbidden Area supreme beings, was the one who caused a Dao injury? And the one who revealed this news was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Xiushu. He was the one who personally searched for that forbidden area, promised something, and then set a contract to reveal Yi Xian's secret. Of course, all of this was now known to Yi Xian. Because, after this moment, the Wang family will never exist. How did Hichan get parents like you? Yi Xian lifted his hand and another middle-aged beauty was sucked directly out of the divine origin. This one. His mother-in-law. The Empress' own mother. However, it was this own mother who, in order for her son to become an emperor, blood sacrificed the remnants of her own daughter's soul to open the seal of that immaculate emperor seal. You are worthy of being a mother. Yi Xian directly and ruthlessly choked the necks of these two, itching to kill them 1,000 times over. Great Emperor? No. Son-in-law. It was a moment of inattention on my mother's part. It's all because of that rebellious son, Wang Zun, who harmed Shir and misled us. This middle-aged beautiful woman also begged for forgiveness with great shock. And Yi Xian laughed. The Wang family is so dirty. How could they have an existence like Xier, who is like the holy maiden of the 9 heavens? This is the face of being a mom and dad. When it comes down to it, you can sell out anyone to save your life. Chapter 12. What's the harm in killing everything? For this Mr. and Mrs. Wang Xiushu, it was not difficult to understand what kind of drugs they were selling in their gourd. It was that as long as Wang Zun became an emperor, the Wang family would be a unique great emperor family. A daughter is just a son-in-law. How can it compare to a real son becoming an emperor? As a direct relative of the new emperor, once Wang Zun really became the emperor, then the bloodline between Wang Xiushu and this middle-aged beauty was bound to mutate. At that time, both cultivation and longevity would be greatly enhanced. And this was their wishful thinking. In their hearts, from the beginning to the end, they are only themselves. You are truly scum, refreshing the lower limits of humanity. And then, without hesitation, Yi Xian crushed and exploded the divine soul forms of these two people. Sheer. This filthy Wang family pulls down your origin. It doesn't deserve to exist anymore. Extinguish. Along with Yi Xian's divine soul saving up, an unrivaled and powerful pressure directly remaining everyone in the Wang clan. All of them collapsed. Even an existence that had sealed itself in the divine origin was unable to escape. And the Wang family was truly a chicken and dog this time. The forbidden area that had a secret appointment with them had already been decimated by Yi Xian with two supreme beings. When it came down to it, there was no option to show up and do something for his allies. However, Yi Xian would find his way up there sooner or later. A powerful lineage with two quasi-emperors and a great physique collapsed so easily under a single mighty pressure from a great emperor. All of the packs were scrambling to escape the existing area. And they just hated that they weren't fast enough. However, Yi Xian did not intend to let anyone off the hook. At this moment, there were a large number of communities kneeling down on the starry sky. And some old saints with sad faces opened their mouths and pleaded. Great Emperor, we have no faults. Those people betrayed you and betrayed Xianting. But we did not do so. We don't have a single drop of Xianting's blood on our hands. Are you really going to drive us to extinction as well? Hearing this pale sage say so, some people also had mournful faces. And it was obvious that they had just discovered that some of the ethnic groups that were not related to this matter had all been completely obliterated by Yi Xian. When a great emperor is angry, there are endless floating corpses in the starry sky. It's horrible. However, they didn't kill Xianting's people. And if the great emperor wanted to take revenge, he shouldn't have killed the innocent so indiscriminately? Are you, all of you, innocent? At this moment, Yi Xian stopped. Seeing this scene and hearing Yi Xian's words, that old great saint in the lead thought that his words had an effect, thus desperately trying to prove himself. Yes, Great Emperor, we have not been involved in anything. I took the herd and hid even farther away. Upon hearing this, a group of communities all said so. However, the next second they were surprised to find that the Xian Emperor, who was coldly watching them, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. No one had ever seen such a scene from Emperor Xian. It was maniacal. Smiling and laughing, giving people a sense of tremor and fear. Such laughter that even people don't know how to describe it. In the past, when the three exalted ones were in turmoil, darkness filled the heavens. Which of your clans has not been killed? It was this emperor. It was Xianting's brethren who fought to the death in a bloody battle to kill the three exalted ones and stabilize the world. Yi Xian's words were deafening. This was the truest heartfelt voice of a great emperor. If I protect you, it is possible. It is natural. It is normal in this world. So why can't you stand up and protect my friends and family when they are being slaughtered? Your life is a life. But my Xianting's life, is it not? People who only know how to take and not how to give don't deserve to be called people. Just a bunch of assholes. Leaving you behind is a waste of the resources of the heavens. Yi Xian coldly said. And after that, he stopped babbling about anything. And with a wave of his big hand, endless blood mist filled the air. And all the communities, all of them, were annihilated by him with vigor. I protect you. Not without any thought. But so that one day you can protect me too. That way, my guardianship will be worth it. There was no lack of powerful paragon emperors in this group. And there were even those who were close to alternative evidence. And even if one of them made a move, Xianting's presence would not result in a full-scale massacre. Those were the ones who had fought bloody battles for the heavens for thousands of years. Without merit. Some Xianting sons and daughters had even died in battle in the Forbidden Zone for several generations. But what about this group of so-called innocent people? You, all of you, deserve to die. This time, Yi Xian's hands quickly formed seals as he felt more and more that he wouldn't let go of any of the living beings in this heavenly realm. Sacrifice. Boundary destruction. Along with this broken cry, the entire starry sky, the vitality of the 10,000 paths of the heavens, was rapidly retreating, and all existences were unable to escape this overwhelming pressure from the great emperor. Boundary destruction was one of Emperor Xian's moves that was even more terrifying than heaven destruction. Even the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings had only heard of it, and had never seen Emperor Xian perform it. And it was unexpected that this time when it was performed, the power of this realm destruction was so terrifying. The so-called realm extermination, as it turned out, was to bury this entire heaven. He's crazy. What's he up to? Xian Di. Stop. Fellow Daoist. Wait. Just as Yi Xian moved his hand to boundary extermination, all the major forbidden zones of life unexpectedly sent out considerable fluctuations. Without exception, these fluctuations were all preventing Yi Xian from doing so. This is too crazy. Burying the entire heavens and slaughtering the living beings of all realms. Even those ancient Emperor Supreme Beings who had unleashed the dark unrest throughout the generations had never done so. If there is light, Yi Xian's action is the greatest evil since the ancient history of the world. There has never been anyone who dared to do that. However, this Xian Emperor, he did so. He didn't care about posthumous evaluations. And besides, no one would be evaluating it after it was all killed off. Now it really seems like he's going to do what he says he's going to do. If this light does not take advantage of me, then I will transform into darkness and become the complete reckoning of this epoch. This is horrible. But, more than that, it takes mojo. Who would dare to risk universal condemnation and act like this? Even them? The dormant Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. Or even the Forbidden Area Lords of certain forbidden areas. I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to do that. Would I? Only those deeper legendary era lords were feared to be so. The Xian Emperor, from this moment onwards, was officially separated from the title of the Great Emperor of the 10,000 Ancients. His drive, his killing, his helplessness, his choices, will surely be unlike anyone else's, turning the 3,000 Tao states into an absolute forbidden zone, and the 10,000 worlds and heavens into a dojo for the self. I have to say that simply this boldness is unmatched. The Thunder Emperor is unreachable. The Yen Emperor is unreachable. And the World Emperor remains unreachable. As for some of the dormant supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone, Yi Xian doing so was tantamount to cutting off their way of life. All of them, the dormant supreme beings, were there because they had not been able to break through to a higher level within their limited lifespan and battle power, much less find that so-called path to immortality. That was why he had cut himself and sealed himself within the Great Emperor Divine Source to wait for the opportunity in the afterlife. Chapter 13, The Great Taoist Tong Xian. Suppressing the Heavens. However, there was a time when the Divine Source was exhausted, and the longevity would dry up. In order to ensure that before the next path to immortality appeared, they would still have sufficient longevity and extreme sublimated battle power. They had to raise blood food to replenish themselves. But this time, Yi Xian had sacrificed and slaughtered all the living beings in the 10,000 realms and the heavens. What about them? What about them? This time, Yi Xian counted himself as an enemy of all the forbidden zones. In addition to the immortality medicine, they simply had no other way to delay their lifespan. But that immortality medicine, how many grades of yuan came, was limited. Even if it is a great emperor, ancient emperor, how many people can't come across a single immortality pill in their entire life? Because it's too rare. Therefore, Yi Xian's move of boundary destruction had indeed startled all the living beings in the Forbidden Zone. Strike! Stop him! Sensing that some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings might strike, Some of the communities that were still left were desperately crying out as if they had seen a savior at this moment. My lord! Are you the venerable ancient emperor from history? We would like to throw ourselves at your side and saddle up to serve. Even if we become your blood meal, we will do nothing. As long as you keep us alive, we will desperately reproduce and cultivate hard to serve you a fine blood meal. Some ancient saints and the like were desperately trying to draw closer to the direction of these dark forbidden zone fluctuations. It was ridiculous. Was there a time when the forbidden zone supreme beings were bent on unleashing dark turmoil, wanting to exterminate these blood foods to replenish themselves? Once upon a time, the people of the 3,000 Taoist states were wary of the forbidden zone supreme being, and lived their lives cautiously for fear of a dark upheaval. However, nowadays, the sky is really turning upside down. A change that has never been seen before, and will surely never be seen again, has appeared. The Forbidden Area Supreme Being actually wanted to protect the people of the 3,000 Tao states. And the people of the 3,000 Tao state had actually taken the initiative to defect to the Forbidden Area Supreme in order to survive? It's a big joke and a big change. Who could have imagined all this? It seemed that none of the great emperors of the past generations would have expected such a scene. The crowd of great emperors guarding, Forbidden Area Supreme Beings claiming, and those who were seeking protection, all had a scene that was difficult for ordinary people to comprehend when it came to the final moment. However, even if a Forbidden Area Supreme Being made a move, could they keep it? But they still struck out. Immediately afterward, in the distant cosmic void, terrifying fluctuations appeared in the Forbidden Land in all directions. Immediately after, a large reddish-brown handprint that covered the sky was the first to appear and pounced on Yi Xian. And that reddish-brown handprint was tens of thousands of feet in size. It tore through the void, and even the stars trembled. There was even a terrifying knife-like aura that cut through time and space, carrying endless pressure as it chopped towards Yi Xian. A Sanluo palm imprint that was draped in black mist slapped towards the direction where Yi Xian was. There was even a great emperor-level killing formation pattern that evolved with heavenly energy and chopped towards Yi Xian. There were no less than 4 or 5 Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings who had struck out at the same time to stop Yi Xian realm from extinction. Obviously, these existences, which were in the hibernating Supreme, were very old, and their chi and blood were already insufficient. The amount of essence spent on this strike was also huge. But they had to stop Yi Xian. Or else what would they do without this blood food? Get out of here for this emperor. In just an instant, facing this overwhelming and destructive attack, no ancient great emperor would be able to face it in a calm and collected manner. The only thing that Yi Xian saw was a loud shout. Casually transforming his hand, a bright red emperor's blood directly appeared from his head, after which it was quickly poured onto his body. At the same time, that certain mark in the void seemed to have stabilized all of a sudden, once again assisting Yi Xian in exuding the endless pressure belonging to a great emperor of the current generation. The great Tao is mystical and suppresses the heavens. The way of the world is invincible, and I am the only one. Suppress this emperor. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura and battle prowess was soaring infinitely. And in almost just a few blinks of an eye, he was like a world-defying great emperor reborn. It was at the period of his peak battle power on the path of the emperor. At this moment, he was invincible with me, not fearing any opponents. And whoever came, chopped them. This was the hegemony that belonged to the Xian emperor. And feeling the great emperor's pressure that shook the heavens, each and every one of those Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings who had struck out were startled. How is it possible? Is he even capable of extreme sublimation? Where did he get such chi and battle power? No. It can't be. There's no way he'll ever be able to limit ascension again. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were unsure because According to the intelligence, when Yi Xian had previously counted those two supreme beings who came after him in the final great battle, he had already used his limit ascension. So how could he have another limit ascension? That's absolutely impossible. Extreme sublimation was a desperate last-ditch tactic of the great emperor. Every great emperor had his own peak period and would also have his own endpoint. You are the world's pride. Absolute generation of splendor. In front of the long river of years. Appear. Are so small. The only difference was that the great emperor, ancient emperor, might just leave an immortal chapter on the scroll of this era. But they, in the end, are going to turn into dust and return to nothingness. And ultimate ascension is, perhaps, the last battle of the great emperor when he faces the long river of history and is powerless. He was referring to the short-term powerful battle power that erupted from the essence of one's emperor blood, and the energy of one's entire body polarized to a single point during the time when a great emperor was on the verge of death and before he transformed his path for 10,000 years. The duration of this short term varies from person to person. Naturally, the powerful ones last longer. And the ones with a little weaker combat power just last for a longer period of time. During this period of time, the great emperor's battle power would quickly return to its peak. Looking out of the world. Invincible with me. But with the end of this period, a great emperor, ancient emperor, it really should have come to a complete end. As for those great emperor, ancient emperors who were hibernating in the forbidden zone, they cut themselves and fell down to the emperor realm, leaving behind the ultimate life-preserving talisman that was also the ultimate sublimation. If you can't find a new breakthrough to extend your life within the period of your own limit sublimation, then these dormant supreme beings, the only thing that will happen to them is a withered bone. Therefore, this limit of sublimation is the last battle of every great emperor. And after the battle subsequently becomes the death of the great emperor. Is the destiny of the great emperor? Is the heart of the great emperor. Therefore, every forbidden area supreme, great emperor, and ancient emperor had a considerable understanding of this limit sublimation. Therefore, they absolutely did not believe that Yi Xian, this Xian emperor, would be able to ascend to the limit once more. However, feeling this combat power comparable to his peak stage that Yi Xian had just erupted, all the forbidden area supreme beings were astonished. The heavenly ruins, the divine tomb, the ascension, the sea of chaotic demons, the fierce grave of the desolate valley, and the sea of Luotian corpses were among the forbidden areas. It was a moment that shook. Chapter 14, All, will you bow down for this emperor? The tomb of the gods. A hidden supreme being's eyes were also radiating light at this moment, carefully analyzing the scene on the battlefield. And then, he opened his mouth. So it is. Behind him, within the endless mausoleum, a divine sense was transmitted over. And immediately afterward, a voice appeared. What do you see? Obviously, this was surprisingly another supreme being hibernating in the divine mausoleum. All of them were also awakened by the great battle and carefully observed everything that was going on. It's the peak emperor blood within that great completion chaotic body with half of the immaculate emperor seal. When this supreme being's eyes flickered, there was a kind of refined light and mighty pressure, showing his overwhelming majesty and considerable dominance back then. Could it be that the immaculate emperor seal and peak emperor blood weren't refined by the great completion chaotic body? However, that great completion chaotic body does possess the might of a new emperor. A questioning voice. Rather old. Obviously, the identity of this being in the divine tomb was very old and dated. And upon hearing this, the young supreme being also spoke once again. That's just this Xian emperor's blindfold. Peak emperor blood and the immaculate emperor seal are his final backhand. Here, there is a pinnacle prohibition set by him. If one were to forcefully refine it, the imperial blood submission would only be on the surface. But in reality, it would be a true initiation, owned by the original owner. Upon hearing this old venerable of the divine mausoleum also expressed his approval, but was equally shocked. The extent to which this Xian emperor's mind was superior to that of previous generations of great emperors was rarely equaled. I can't believe he counted this far. It made all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings think that the great completion chaotic body had refined his last reliance. That peak emperor blood with half of the immaculate emperor seal. Even if he killed the great completion chaotic body, some supreme beings would think that he would use this opportunity to retrieve that peak emperor blood and immaculate emperor seal. However, this is not yet actually the case. Instead, he used the words of that great completion chaotic body to make the dormant supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone mistakenly think that Emperor Xian was relying on consuming that peak emperor blood with half of the immaculate emperor seal to control the great completion chaotic body. In short, the Xian emperor's approach, its purpose, was to make everyone think he doesn't have any backhanders left. And then, after luring the Forbidden Area Supreme Being to make a move, with the help of this hidden peak emperor blood and half of the flawless emperor seal, he returned to his peak stage, possessing overwhelming and unparalleled battle power. One could only say that this Emperor Xian, worthy of the emperor's name being Xian, he was too calculating. And at the same time, underneath a huge burial mound, that young supreme being in black, at this moment, also raised his head with interest and looked towards Yi Xian in the distant void, and then spoke faintly. Interesting, Xian Emperor. When sparring those two, did you only mobilize half of the Immaculate Emperor seal? This time, for the first time, a glint of gravity was seen in this supreme being's eyes because, for the first time, he had discovered a terrifying fact. That is, if the Xian Emperor left behind a backhand that had half of the Immaculate Imperial seal in it, then, wasn't he just an existence that could only exert half of the battle power of a peak great emperor when he used his fraudulent death to attract those two darkness prohibited area supreme beings to a bloodbath before? However, despite this, he was able to powerfully kill two limit ascension supreme beings. This Xian Emperor's battle power was unexpectedly terrifying to such an extent. I am afraid that within the range of battle power that I know, Lei D&D, are slightly less than, perhaps, only that War Emperor who was known as the first War Emperor in ancient times, can have such battle power. That's pretty funny. I hope you don't give thanks too soon. This rather young supreme being also said with a smile. And at the same time, along with Yi Xian's strong strike, the several supreme attacks that came running at him were surprisingly all dissolved. In that forbidden area, several pieces of divine origins instantly crumbled apart, and the figures of several supreme beings retreated backwards, while coughing up blood. On the other hand, Yi Xian, on the contrary, was domineering and did not move a muscle. At this moment, having bathed in his peak emperor blood, Yi Xian's body was unexpectedly reassembled in its entirety, and its head full of white hair was instantly transformed into a head of dark and thick hair, with sword eyebrows in the temples and eyes like stars. The majesty in his gaze, the invincibility in his aura. At this moment, he was a true supreme heavenly emperor of the 10,000 paths without flaw. The long years had not even left a trace on his face at this point. Yi Xian at this moment was so young and invincible that everyone saw the peak Xian Emperor. With just a single look, 10,000 laws drooped down. Endless pressure flowed. And those forbidden area supreme beings who had struck out were all prostrated by the pressure at this moment. One must know that they were all emperors of every era. How had they ever yielded to others? And now, it was actually compressed by this Xian Emperor's one mighty pressure that he couldn't straighten his back. How dare you, Xian Emperor? How dare you treat me like this? There was a roar of anger and indignation shouted out. However, his body was still unable to move the slightest bit. And at this moment, Yi Xian said in a rather domineering manner, "With this emperor in such a warlike state, there is not a single chance for you and others to ascend without limits." Yi Xian's words are extremely threatening. The implication is that if you don't limit your ascension, you will not have the opportunity to limit your ascension. When these words came out, some supreme beings froze for a moment. Yes, this Xian emperor was merely fighting to the death. His own limit ascension, despite having considerable confidence. However, even if he really fought to the death of this Xian emperor, in case the other supreme beings took advantage of the situation, not only would he not be able to seize these remnants of the blood meal, it was very likely that he would be able to do so. Or do you give the other supreme beings a free ride? Therefore, at this moment, these few supreme beings who had struck out hesitated. They wondered if it was worth it for them to do so, and why the other supreme beings didn't make a move. However, right at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi, which cut through the void of the ages, rushed up from an unknown distance and chopped straight towards Yi Xian. What a domineering sword chi! Feeling the great power of this sudden sword, even the Forbidden Area Supreme was astonished. Of the supreme great emperors who had become famous since the beginning of the ages, everyone had almost never heard of anyone whose attainments in the way of the sword were so profound. Even the great emperors felt quite threatened. Could it be him? One supreme being remembered someone. But then, he himself shook his head and rejected the answer. Because it couldn't be that guy in his mind. Let's see how this Xian emperor will face such a domineering and unrivaled sword attack. However, in the next second, the only thing that could be seen was Yi Xian still walking idly and loftily. When that sword was only half a step away from Yi Xian's eyes snapped open. And then, Yi Xian pointed out a finger, pointing directly at the cold aura of a sword that came running at him. Almost instantly, that powerful and unrivaled, domineering and invincible sword cold aura was immediately cracked inch by inch. And then, in an instant, it was disintegrated and dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 15: A New Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Born. Immediately afterward, the emptiness that this sword's cold aura passed through all shattered, like a piece of glass falling down. In a few breaths, the terrifying pressure of a great emperor directly emanated to the circumference of the heavens and the stars, and the 8 wastelands of the 10,000 realms. Even those forbidden areas felt the true threat of falling under Yi Xian's single finger. Empyrean destruction? No. It's just a finger from Emperor Destruction. Surprisingly so ruthless, forcing that matchless sword intent to shatter. Some of the old reverends had actually completely dismissed the idea of appearing this time because of this finger of Emperor Xian's. Because they clearly understood, facing the current Xian emperor, if they did not limit their ascension, they had no chance. And even if the limits were sublimated, they might not be a match for this Xian emperor. With this great emperor, the human race should have had 10,000 years of eternal prosperity. But God's sins can be forgiven. But self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. It was just a pity that such a great emperor with a passionate heart was lost. But darkness, from this moment on, would surely rise as a new giant figure. And just as Yi Xian shattered this sword intent, he directly made a quick seal and wiped out all those remaining living beings. This time, even the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone were helpless. Because this Xian emperor, he had actually directly obliterated all the living beings in the 3000 Dao state. I can't believe he actually did it. This was the greatest dark turmoil of this era. And he, Emperor Xian, was the greatest liquidator through and through. In the darkness, inscribe the true name, and there shall be a place for him on the list of heroes. His rise to power depends on this battle. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings also said solemnly that such a large-scale dark turmoil did not have so many waves and waves, and did not have so much blood and rain. In front of an invincible great emperor of the current world, everything was so small. A realm extinguished. 10,000 worldly beings. And so it was all sacrificed. The Xian Emperor, this invincible great emperor of the world, must be the greatest reaper since this epoch. He can only become dark and never return to the light. Perhaps it is also as this Xian Emperor said. If this worldly light does not take advantage of this emperor's wishes, then this emperor will transform into the greatest darkness. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings knew that the rise of this Forbidden Area Lord could not be resisted. Such blood chi was all sucked up by Emperor Xian. And as far as the naked eye could see, his body essence was being greatly replenished and sublimated. Some Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings staggered that such a large scale of blood chi was the living beings of the entire 3,000 Tao states. Perhaps it was against the heavenly Tao. However, such a large amount of blood chi was enough to prolong the life of a peak great emperor by as much as 2 to 3,000 years. That's a full 2 or 3,000 years. That's still just an estimate, the specifics are unknown. Anyway, the estimate of 2 or 3,000 years is even conservative. Now this Xian Emperor's limit ascension. No one knew. What was the trick and if there was any backhand? But after such a large-scale essence replenishment, this Xian Emperor, no one dared to mess with him. But at the same time, the current Yi Xian had similarly become the target of some people. Because that was the lifespan of a peak great emperor at least 2 or 3 years ago. Which Forbidden Zone Supreme Being wouldn't be jealous? This was, perhaps, the important reason why that Sword Dao Supreme had made a move just now. Then, would Yi Xian, this invincible Xian Emperor, let him go? Sure enough, in the next second, people were astonished to find that Yi Xian's figure was heading directly to the edge of the void. After shattering the void with a single kick, a beautiful paradise appeared directly in the sight of all the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. Abbey Peach Orchard. Some Supreme Beings exclaimed in shock. How could they not have thought that this Forbidden Area actually existed? Or rather, this Forbidden Area actually continued to exist. Abanai hell. Not believing in reincarnation. No past life. Covered with evil spirits. Difficult to move an inch. But it is the desire of all the lonely ghosts. Because it is like a paradise. Escaping from the hustle and bustle of the world. Instead of being a cow or a horse in this red dust, it would be better to be a tiger in this hell. What was even more shocking was still the source of this abyss. According to legend, this abyssal peach garden was personally evolved by one of the original few powerhouses of this era. Those few people claim to be an existence that would be difficult to match in the later generations in this era of the 10,000 years. Even the 7 emperors of the ancient world were perhaps slightly less than that in people's eyes. Because those few existences, having evolved the cultivation laws of the later generations completely, were the blameless forerunners on this path. The guides for the cultivators of the later generations. The abyssal peach garden, from then on, was like a holy place in a forbidden area. Because there was a great terror hidden here. Even if one was a supreme being of the same forbidden area, very few people knew where exactly this abyssal peach garden was. It was unimaginable that the existence that had just struck out at Yi Xian was actually the supreme being of the abyssal peach garden. And what was even more amazing was that Yi Xian, this Xian Emperor, had clearly located the coordinates of the abyssal peach garden. He's only been dominating this starry sky for a mere 3,000 years. And he knows so many secret stories? This Xian Emperor is truly not to be underestimated. One must know that even if they were in the same forbidden area, they wouldn't want anyone to mess with that abyssal peach garden. Is he making a move against the abyssal peach garden? There are more than 5 or 6 supreme beings hibernating there. Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings also sneered. After all, if they could kill this Xian Emperor, then the blood chi that had just been searched for in its body that had prolonged the life of a peak emperor's life by at least 2 to 3,000 years could be ownerless. The current Forbidden Zone supreme beings admired and praised Yi Xian. But they also all hoped that Emperor Xian would be beheaded for this. It was because the current Yi Xian had too many good things on him that would be of great use to them. Letting him go to war is getting really interesting. Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings were looking forward to seeing which Forbidden Zone would be dragged into decline by such a peak Xian Emperor. After all, there is quite a competition between the Forbidden Zones. This kind of existence that is one less is one more. As expected, in the next second, Yi Xian's figure directly stepped on that abyssal peach garden with one foot. It's about to start. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone were all incomparably excited about this. Sure enough, when Yi Xian's figure had just stepped into the abyssal peach garden, a sudden and rather domineering energy pressure instantly appeared, stopping Yi Xian's figure. And then, a faint voice, quite unquestionable, came directly over. Stop. Those 2 words. Very plain in just 2 words. However, everyone knew that this represented the attitude of the Abbey Peach Garden. Even if it was a great emperor of the world, it wasn't enough to look at. Here, you can't just come and go as you please. Oh, such a fluctuation of chi and blood? This one who struck out is a newcomer? Some of the Forbidden Area supreme beings who were watching also laughed out loud. Through chi and blood, it was very easy for supreme ancient emperors to sense the strength of their opponent. Accompanied by the appearance of the 2 words stop. An endless pressure of ancient emperors, as if awakened, stepped through the heavens and suppressed the 10,000 realms, permeating the interior of the abyssal peach garden. Moreover, feeling carefully, you would realize that the pressure was not just the supreme being who had just spoken. There are other beings that have been awakened. There's a good show. The ancient emperors of the abyssal peach garden were all renowned existences in ancient history. And even the Forbidden Zone supreme emperor didn't dare to easily mess with them this time. This Xian emperor, he was kind of asking for his own death. Just because you kill this emperor, this emperor cannot behead you? Besides, why bother sneaking out? This emperor is here in person. And you guys don't dare to come out instead? Yi Xian seemed like a rather confident young man at the moment, raising his hands and throwing his feet to show the grand and domineering aura of a great emperor. Chapter 16, he's surprisingly terrifying to this extent. In addition to the endless domineering aura, at the same time, Yi Xian had his own considerable disdain at the moment. I am the great emperor of the world. Am I not comparable to your self-slashing existence? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are invincible in the world. One more step forward and you die. This time, the threatening intent in the abyssal peach garden was even thicker. Daring to speak like this to a great emperor of the current generation was enough to see how terrifying the existence in this abyssal peach garden was. I warned you when the spirit emperor struck out at this emperor. If this emperor does not die, you, Abi, will perish. Yi Xian's loud imperial voice carried to the 9 heavens, shaking the 10,000 paths with might. And all the Forbidden Area supreme beings were astonished. It was because Yi Xian's words revealed the great secret. When he swindled his death earlier, he attracted 2 supreme beings. And everyone thought that it was the existence of the divine tomb. But what they didn't expect was that there were supreme beings from Arhat. Moreover, that one, after all, was still a spirit emperor. The spirit emperor, Perhaps his battle record in ancient history was not comparable to that of the 7 emperors of the ancient era. But the reason why he was called the Spirit Emperor was because of his importance to the 10,000 races. Ever since those at the beginning of the era created the law of cultivation, generations have followed this law forward. But the energy of cultivation is quite mixed and varied. Those few cultivators were world-covering and heavenly, each with their own paths to follow. But the lesser cultivators, however, could not cultivate in a unified manner. At this time, an ancient emperor rose in astonishment, amazingly talented, and used his cultivation to communicate the spiritual power of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the 10,000 ways. It was at that time that all realized Reiki, also called spiritual energy, was the most suitable and purest energy to be absorbed among the 10,000 paths. By opening up the door to spiritual cultivation, it helps all ordinary people to embark on the path of cultivation. And the one who made such a great achievement is this Spirit Emperor who has been celebrated for 10,000 generations. This emperor, the 10,000 tribes were enshrined as a guideline and regarded as a pioneer ancient emperor. But who would have thought that this Spirit Emperor, who had incarnated in the Forbidden Zone, had come to the abyssal hell? This is simply shocking. It was known that Abi Hell had crouching tigers and dragons. But who would have thought that this peach blossom garden had this ancient emperor that was honored by all the races? Moreover, what was even more shocking was that not only did Yi Xian know about this, but since the one who had sneak attacked Yi Xian before had this Spirit Emperor, did that not tell us one thing? That Spirit Emperor was actually beheaded by the Xian Emperor in front of him. He beheaded the Spirit Emperor. That was a world-defying existence who had refined his spirit power cultivation to the peak. A figure who had led the winds of 10,000 generations, and was unexpectedly beheaded by this Xian Emperor. He is surprisingly terrifying to this extent. This news caused all the ancient exalted of the Forbidden Zone to suck in a breath of cool air. It seems that this time, the Xian Emperor and Abyss are considered truly immortal. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings also said without emotion, "Humph. Honoring you by saying you are invincible in the world. Don't think you really have the weight. You know in your heart how long the current state will last. Don't want this seat to step in and cut off all your roots." Similarly, this being who spoke in the abyss was quite domineering, despite facing the great emperor of the day. But he's also a figurehead in the field. All have their own pride. Not a few words can be softened existence. Your single-mindedness to seek death. This emperor is very satisfying. Yi Xian laughed, and then his eyes suddenly turned cold as he barged straight in, unbridled. At the same time, that ancient exalt was also furious. This Xian Emperor dared to disrespect him so much. And then, in an instant, the entire abyssal dojo was instantly filled with mighty pressure. Endless supreme dharma phases began to rapidly evolve. And the terrifying pressure was almost suffocating. Even for a supreme who had cut himself a blade, it was not going to be easy. The being, obviously, appeared. Originally, it was thought that this one was just trying to shoot his mouth off and didn't dare to fight the Xian Emperor head-on. After all, everyone knew that Yi Xian's current state couldn't last, even if he had a large amount of blood chi essence to recover. However, the period of falling down to the peak must be there. It is indeed more than worthwhile to make a rash move now. Moreover, all the supreme beings who wanted to make a move were also afraid of how terrifying a great emperor who was bent on death would be if he really went berserk. It will never stop until it kills the world. However, this being of Abanai had actually made a move. Xian Emperor, this time this emperor will personally behead you. In an instant, an ancient emperor figure appeared from the depths of Abi. And that figure was magnificent and incomparably tall. Tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body was surrounded by a murderous aura. And even the void was slashed as a result. And the 10,000 paths wailed as a result. This magnificent figure, with its long breath and warlike intent, was not at all like an existence that had cut itself to pieces. Even if one said that he was the great emperor of the day, there would be people who would believe it. Finally, someone recognized where this ancient emperor came from. And then, word for word, he said it. I can't believe it's him. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor? An ancient emperor who was famous in the beginning. Was most famous for two things. For one thing, it was the time of his testimony. Because of a body of thunder and lightning laws that were so rigid and fierce, everyone was afraid of it. However, on the day of his certification, this Thunder Emperor had hardened and killed 16 competitors of the same realm in the Void Thunder Pool. Blood stained the void. Thunder pools roared. The 10,000 paths trembled. And heaven and earth spoke with one voice. A figure that stepped out from the thunder, carrying the heavenly Tao at that moment, became the supreme emperor of heaven and earth. The Thunder Emperor. However, the former 7 emperors of the ancient era, Thunder Emperor, had preceded him, and originally the later great emperors would have to avoid it because of this. But the Thunder Emperor was not convinced. And he said, if the two of us were to compete in the same generation, I could forcefully cut them down. Therefore, even if there was a former Thunder Emperor, this one, who was named after thunder, was the Thunder Emperor. The second thing was that this person had killed the originator of the foreign domain. The foreign domain, the existence that had always pressed on the head of the 3,000 Tao states, causing all the great emperors of the past generations to be fearful of it. There, the origin of darkness, the originator of the forbidden zone. The profound ones of their strength even reached the legendary immortality. And among them, the kings of the clans were equal to the strength of the great emperor ancient emperors of the 3,000 Tao states. It is the originator of all races. The soil and composition of the otherworldly domain caused the battle power and longevity of the otherworldly domain patriarchs to exceed that of the great emperor ancient emperors of the same level of the 3,000 Tao states. Therefore, against the patriarch of the otherworldly realm, even peak great emperors had to pay quite a bit of attention. Otherwise, a carelessness could easily be decimated by the other party. Since the beginning of time, the 3,000 Tao states also had records of emperors that had been decimated by foreign domains. However, in the era of the Thunder Emperor, when a royal family from a foreign domain invaded, it was this Thunder Emperor who, with his own strength and the infinite thunder and lightning laws, hardened that foreign domain patriarch, blasting him to pieces, with no dregs left. The domineering and unrivaled, strong and invincible nature of its battle power was, thus, evident. Thus, the name of the Thunder Emperor resounded through the heavens and earth, crowning the ancient and modern worlds. And no one knew about it. No one was unaware of it. Later on, this Thunder Emperor used an overbearing physical body to live his lifespan to as much as 17,000 or 18,000 years. The peaceful transformation of the way. And the 10,000 tribes are honored. However, who would have thought that not only was the Spirit Emperor hibernating in Abi, but even this Thunder Emperor, who had fought to protect the 100 clans, was hibernating here. Chapter 17, The Thunder Emperor is extraordinary. Worthy of a chop from this emperor. The life of the Great One, so it seems, was also a pathetic one. But perhaps in the eyes of the Dark Supreme, it was a life of no regrets. Having guarded you all for one life, it's time to live for ourselves in the next. Just. What is unexpected is that this Thunder Emperor is from now on. I don't know how long. He would have lived as much as 17,800 years. How is it that by now he is still so angry and bloodthirsty? This time, Xian Di had an opponent. Quite a number of Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were looking forward to the exchange of blows between the two. And it would be obvious which was better or worse at a glance. What? Just yourself? Yi Xian's faint words also instantly angered the Thunder Emperor in front of him. It was a valiant and divine being. In blue armor, tattooed with black thunder patterns. It looked like this was the Emperor of Thunder. The Master of the Law. High above the world. Absolutely invincible. This Emperor making a move is the greatest recognition for you. Saying that, this Thunder Emperor directly stopped talking nonsense and struck out forcefully. Domineeringly. In just a flash, the endless thunder was instantly silenced. And the bombardment swindle descended on Yi Xian. And in response, Yi Xian didn't dodge at all. And directly rushed in, grabbing the Thunder Emperor, and started punching and bludgeoning him. A great emperor's fighting style was surprisingly as unpretentious as this. As the heavenly thunder rolled on, endless golden light surfaced around Yi Xian's body, seemingly dissolving all the thunder spells. The battle between him and the Thunder Emperor also exchanged thousands of moves in a matter of moments, coming to a white-hot point. Everyone was noticing drops of Emperor blood flying around in the void. And it was no longer possible to tell whose Emperor blood it was. The torsos of the two people exploded as much as they could. And then they kept reorganizing. Rumbling and violent fluctuations collapsed a piece of emptiness and shattered a star river. Boom! Accompanied by a violent impact, the two figures suddenly scattered. And it was certainly Yi Xian and that Thunder Emperor. At this moment, both of them looked at each other. And after a long time, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of that Thunder Emperor's mouth. On the other hand, Yi Xian, on the contrary, was in a state of calmness. This scene shocked everyone. What? This Xian Emperor? Truly terrifying. He actually suppressed the Thunder Emperor. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the great battle just now was evenly divided in the early stages. But in reality, the later stages presented a one-sided situation. There's no rush. The Thunder Emperor doesn't have the final limit of ascension. A loss. To be sure. Some supreme beings explained. And at that moment, that Thunder Emperor also licked the corners of his mouth before letting out a roar. And his armor was suddenly shattered. Bare-knuckle fighting. This was Emperor Thunder's favorite way of fighting. You are very strong. This Emperor? Very favorable. This Thunder Emperor had been a notorious battle maniac since. And at this moment, it seemed that he was going to ascend to the limit. The Thunder Emperor is extraordinary. Worthy of this Emperor's beheading. Ultimate sublimation it is. Let this Emperor chop it up. Yi Xian also spoke aloud. It was obvious that he was also clear that the strength of this Thunder Emperor was not something that Corpse Emperor could compare to. Even though the Corpse Emperor technically couldn't be considered a true Imperial Dao existence anymore. It wasn't something that could be compared to an ordinary alternative evidence Dao. Generally speaking, the great emperors, that is, the supreme emperors and ancient emperors. This would always be the supreme battle force of the 10,000 realms and heavens and the 3,000 Dao states. Because the exact era is different. Therefore, the designation is different. For example, in the Taiku period, the general witnesses were called supreme beings. And in the underworld ancient period, they were generally called Dao Zuns and heavenly Zuns. The earlier desolate ancient period and Zuagu period were called great emperors and ancient emperors. By the age of the emperors, the age of manifestation. And even now, it was generally the great emperors and ancient emperors that were predominant. For example, This Thunder Emperor was an ancient emperor from the early days of the manifestation era. That Corpse Emperor, on the other hand, was an imperial Tao existence from the era of the emperors. Spirit Emperors, on the other hand, were more ancient, being imperial figures from the Zuogu period or even earlier, the Desolate Ancient period, and generally outside of the Great Emperor Ancient Emperor Supreme. There were two special kinds of existences. 1. The body of the great accomplishment. And 1. The alternative witness. The so-called Dacron physique is easier to understand. All the worlds and heavens were influenced by the great Tao and existed. And with the great Emperor Ancient Emperor, it was natural that he could not be allowed to be alone in the beauty of the heavens and the earth. There were also a variety of special physiques that existed, such as the Holy Body, Battle Body, Hegemony Body, Chaos Body, Everlasting Body, Flying Immortal Body, Ghost Body, Spirit Body, and so on. The various physiques had different degrees of strength and weakness, and the difficulty of cultivating them was quite great. And the process of growth was even more difficult than that of a great emperor ancient emperor from a certain point of view. Therefore, God is fair. Once this type of physique reached the peak of greatness or even the greatness of greatness, it was enough to resist a great emperor. It is specifically categorized into the early stage of the Deshang physique, the middle stage of the Deshang physique, the late stage of the Deshang physique, the peak of the Deshang physique, and the great perfection of the Deshang physique realm. These 5 realms were the cultivation extremes of the great completion physique. And it was not a delusion to say that it was capable of resisting great emperors. The middle and early stages of the great completion physique. And of course, the old age of the great completion physique could, in reality, only beckon a great emperor, and would definitely not be a match for a great emperor. It was the later stages in peak Dechang physique that were truly able to call out to the great emperor. But, all the while, as long as the great emperor was a truly flawless existence, more than likely, the Dechang physique was going to bleed on the spot. For the great emperor, the ancient emperor, will always be the supreme and only one in this heaven and earth. However, a great completion physique during the great completion period was already infinitely close to a great emperor, and even was able to threaten a great emperor, or even worse, could kill a great emperor absolutely. Although it is a rare case, it does exist. For example, back then, when the human race did not have the protection of the great emperor ancient emperor, the forbidden area was in chaos, and the 9 holy bodies came out to protect the heavens. One of them, a great completion sacred body from the desolate ancient period, relied on his own strength to hard kill a limit ascension forbidden area supreme. And then, bathing in its imperial blood prolongs life up to 1,000 years. After that, this great completion sacred body even guarded the human race for thousands of years, dominating under the ancient path of the vault. As a result, it also accomplished the great fame of the sacred body lineage. On top of that, that chaos body and flying immortal body were both excellent physiques, and the talent to cultivate them was simply God's favorites. Once it really grew up, it was enough to dominate an era. As for that Wang Zun, he was only able to reach the great completion of his chaotic body, so he was by no means Yi Xian's opponent. And apart from the Deshang physique, which is more special, it's the alternative evidence. The Deshang physique is sometimes called an alternative witness. But in reality, this is not rigorous. In the 10,000 realms and heavens, throughout the generations, the one thing that was least lacking was Gaishur Heaven's pride. Even if they failed in their competition for the great emperor, they would not be willing to do so. But instead, they would go further and further on this path. Their cultivation and battle power were infinitely close to that of a great emperor. The only difference being that they were not recognized by heaven and earth. Therefore, alternative witnessing is, in a way, part of the second and third echelons of existence. They weren't necessarily able to battle against a great completion physique, much less a true great emperor, ancient emperor. However, there are exceptions to everything. If there was no era of great emperors, when the seal of the Immaculate Emperor gradually loosened, even if no new emperors appeared, it would be the period when the alternative witness was at its peak. Chapter 18. There will be years to remember my name. But there is nothing that will last forever. The upper limit of their cultivation would gradually be raised until they reached a terrifying realm. These were the 5 realms that people referred to as calling out great emperors, powering against great emperors, resisting great emperors, driving great emperors in unison, and even beheading emperors. This is all different from person to person. But by and large this is used as a reference standard. And it is recognized by alternative evidence that the Blood War Emperor will definitely fall. At least the existence of a flush-driven great emperor would be a threat to a great emperor. Anything else would not do. As for Emperor Chopper, whether it existed or not, it was currently unknown. And perhaps it was also a fictional realm that people had delineated by comparing it to the Great Completion physique. However, if a great emperor was in his later years, and the alternative proof of the Tao had an imperial artifact to augment it, he might be able to fight. At this moment, Yi Xian also recognized the battle power of this Thunder Emperor. Seeing this, the Thunder Emperor also laughed out loud and said, "In that case, this emperor will use your essence blood as a supplement to my ultimate ascension." Saying that, this Thunder Emperor quickly made a seal. And then the thunder and lightning surged around his body, which was quite appalling. Heaven and earth trembled, and the great Tao rumbled. The stars in the circumference of the sky, the 10,000 realms Tao state. Endless pressure quickly converged. Majestic breath appeared in large quantities, and a thunderbolt was as graceful as a swimming dragon. The upper part can break the sky and the lower part can subdue the underworld. A generation of emperors in thunder and lightning had also completely awakened in this way. Thunder Emperor? He had raised his state to his best, closest to his peak self back then. At this moment, he was confident that he could cut down all enemies, including any of the great emperors and ancient emperors. Xian Emperor, come and fight. Emperor Lei's domineering aura was incomparable as he extended his hand and clenched his fist, signaling Yi Xian. And some of the Forbidden Area's supreme beings were also sneering at this time. This Xian Emperor, if he had taken advantage of the Thunder Emperor's limit ascension to strike, would he still need all this? It was well known that an existence that had cut itself to pieces had to ascend to the limit whenever it wanted to recover its peak. And this process, the most dangerous, once interrupted, then will surely fall or be quite affected. This is the best chance for a hostile presence to strike out on this. However, Yi Xian waited for this Thunder Emperor limit sublimation to complete, because he was also a great emperor. The only way to highlight my invincibility when I encounter a true opponent is to decimate them in a dignified manner. Yes. Thunder Emperor. Within 3 moves, this emperor will behead you. At this moment, Yi Xian's circumference, the aura was also tuned up to the extreme. Even if it was the Thunder Emperor Thunder Mantle monstrous, however, were slightly insufficient under Yi Xian's mighty pressure. Emperor Thunder also sensed this. Was this the advantage of being a great emperor? Arrogant. Saying that, this Thunder Emperor stepped on the void and came, strewn with void thunder that wandered and slashed at Yi Xian. Now, only Yi Xian's loud shout was heard. And then the endless void. actually appeared a layer of fluctuation, followed by the discovery of that Thunder Emperor's endless thunder on. It was swallowed up like that. That was a supreme attack at the level of a great emperor. But it directly dissipated? Devouring the void? Spatial extreme? This is the Xian Emperor's true capital. Some supreme beings said in horror. It is said that Emperor Xian is profound, close to the greatness of the great Tao. Especially a hand of arcane spatial attainments. Unique in the ancient world. Looking out of the world. And now, have they finally seen it? At this moment, the Thunder Emperor self was also quite surprised because he realized that Yi Xian's pervasive devouring void could actually threaten himself. Come and fight. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly arrived in front of the Thunder Emperor, dropping down with a roar. And the 10,000 paths roared in unison. The stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky were all shattered. And the entire abyss instantly collapsed by a large portion. Countless mountain peaks exploded. And tens of thousands of miles of earth suddenly cracked open. This kind of might simply shook heaven and earth. Even if one was the same supreme being, one would not dare to say that one could respond to its sharpness head-on. Yi Xian. With my extreme bloodline, this emperor has long since opened the heavens with a single finger. Thus destroy the falsehood and dissipate the earth. The Thunder Emperor also hissed, not caring about the blood veins surging around him and his body exploding as he adjusted himself to his best once more. Some of the onlookers understood that the battle was going to come to its final moments. In response, Yi Xian also said coldly, "You should have been damned. This emperor send you on your way." Saying that, Yi Xian's hand seals changed, and a sensation filled with an endless killing aura morosely appeared, converging behind Yi Xian. It was clear that both men were gathering their rather powerful moves. Thunder Emperor Finger. In a flash, that Thunder Emperor pointed out with a finger. And endless thunder rushed out in an instant, killing everything, resolute and invincible. This strike is enough to destroy this universe. The might it carried was so overwhelming that it was chilling. And at this moment, Yi Xian slammed his fist out viciously. To the afterlife. Seeing these two powerful attacks each blasted out, the supreme being of the forbidden area also felt quite threatened. Prohibition. Scatter. Some forbidden area supreme beings directly mobilized their spell formations to protect the forbidden area. Otherwise, it was impossible to say how many mountains and rivers and starry ancient towns were going to be broken apart. Immediately afterward, a huge energy shock radiated out with a bang. And the universe seemed to have encountered an open-ended threat at this moment. A strike from a great emperor, ancient emperor, was so powerful to such an extent. Indeed, in an era, there could only be one such existence. How much heaven and earth energy was needed to feed such an existence? With an emperor and a king. It was a true symbol of the master of this heaven and earth. Split the difference. There was an old Zun with a poisonous eye. And after a long time, he also slowly opened his mouth. He's the one who won. I don't know how long it took. But the endless void seemed so calm. Suddenly there was a ticking sound, like drops falling onto a horizontal surface and creating ripples. And immediately after, there is an endless pressure scattered. That is a feeling that cannot be collected. Is the endless Emperor Tao law in the rapid scattering? There were stars falling. There were laws wailing. And bright red raindrops fell from the sky, signaling that an emperor was about to fall. Finally, the sight was clear. In that void, under the starry sky, a man, with a magnificent figure, stood there, looking out of the world, smiling and proud of the 8 wastelands. No one can be defeated. And the pressure is extreme. It's Xian Di. He won. The Forbidden Area Supreme said again. And at this moment, Yi Xian was coldly gazing at the Thunder Emperor who was coughing up blood not far ahead. At this time, the Thunder Emperor's torso was in tatters. His head full of silver hair fluttering in the wind. And blood was already coming out of the corner of his mouth. Not only had he been very seriously injured. Moreover, the limit is about to fall after ascension. Xian Emperor, you're very strong. But this emperor is not afraid. And even more so. If this emperor were in that year, it wouldn't be hard to behead you. Even though Emperor Lei was coughing up blood, he was still staring coldly at Yi Xian. This enemy was the most powerful one he had ever encountered in his life. He had to admit it. I guard the heavens, incarnate in the Forbidden Zone, and pursue immortality with no regrets in this life. Defeat at your hands this time is the ultimate destination of the Imperial Way. No hate. No grudge. Only one sigh. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor seemed to be speaking to Yi Xian. And it was more like he was talking to himself. I sigh for these heavens. If they cannot live forever, why do they give people the path to immortality? Nagisa. Everlasting life. The pride of the ancient heavens bends its back. And the splendor of the great generation is helpless. Nagisa. Everlasting life. There will be years to inscribe my name. But there will be no ages to immortalize me. Chapter 19, Tong Tian Daofather. The first killing formation. There will be years to inscribe my name. But no ages to immortalize it. The life of the great emperor had sadness, helplessness, splendor, and remembrance. This is, perhaps, the destiny for which a lifetime of conquest is fought for. And for which a lifetime of struggle is sought. Said. This Thunder Emperor is directly as sitting under the starry sky. The crowd is shocked. A generation of out-of-this-world ancient emperor. Just like this. Fell. This was the third expert that had fallen today. Following the great completion chaotic body and corpse emperor. He actually killed the Thunder Emperor. Truly extraordinary. Even some of the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings were quite shocked by this. And the reason they watched was because, well, they would weigh in as well. If the limit ascension, the one who struck out was himself, would he have killed the Thunder Emperor and defeated the Xian Emperor? Now it seems that there are already some people who can't do it. Thunder Emperor? Even though he was incarnated in a forbidden area, he was worthy of a generation of ancient emperors. And at this moment, Yi Xian arrived in front of that Thunder Emperor. And with a wave of his hand, countless floating essence blood, including the Thunder Emperor's corpse, were all collected by him. This Thunder Emperor's body was a natural extreme weapon. And his senses and blood could contain his own longevity. The ability to extend life for a very long time. Enough to be attractive. It was quite a treasure. And even if a supreme being coveted it, there was nothing that could be done about it. Because, right now, they didn't dare to come out and rob in the open because they were afraid of Yi Xian. The abyssal peach garden had been half blown away at this moment. And the endless Tao rules were affected. So where was the scene from just now? Put down the Thunder Emperor's corpse and you may leave. At this moment, within the abyssal peach garden, a cold voice, filled with anger, warned Yi Xian. Obviously, the great battle that had just taken place had long ago awakened all of the remaining supreme beings within the abyssal peach garden. Did they not want to completely tear their faces off with Yi Xian? Or were they afraid of Yi Xian's battle power? At this point, still thinking about such useless threats? Hearing this, Yi Xian spoke faintly. This emperor has said that Abi will be destroyed. The remaining few Roll out altogether. Such a voice spread throughout the void. And all the other forbidden areas were astonished. Yi Xian had already used up a large amount of blood qi from before, and hadn't completely refined the blood qi that he had absorbed. So if he fought any longer, he would end up in a predictable situation. Is this arrogance? Or do you really not want to live? Do you want to drag the abyssal peach garden to be buried with you? What a crazy guy. There are forbidden area supreme beings said with a cold smile. They are also happy to see this. To kill the Spirit Emperor and the Thunder Queen. This abyssal peach garden. There can still be a few people? Unbridled. Since you insist on seeking death, we will fulfill you. At those words, Yi Xian also laughed out. Over the years, there have been 3 people from the abyss who have died at the hands of this emperor. What's left of you guys? Can you still turn the world upside down? Hearing Yi Xian's words, some of the forbidden areas also understood. Yi Xian had killed 7 forbidden area supreme beings. No! It was 8 forbidden area supreme beings so far. The Corpse Emperor originated from the Latte Corpse Sea. The Spirit Emperor and the Thunder Emperor originate from the Abyss. That also meant that there was another supreme being of abyssal hell that had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. It seems that time Yi Xian swindled his way to death and attracted not the existence of the divine tomb, but the 2 supreme beings of abyssal hell? The Spirit Emperor is old. The Lin Emperor is timid. And the Thunder Emperor is a piker. Do you think that the old man is in existence like the 3 of them? An old voice smiled and opened its mouth. And when this voice came out, the rest of the forbidden area supreme beings also understood. As it turned out, that one was an ancient emperor from the era of the emperors, the Kirin ancient emperor. He was not of the human race, but was the ruler of the 100 beasts, the Qilin line. For this imperial Tao existence, very few people knew about it, and it didn't seem to have left those colorful depictions in ancient history. But this Spirit Emperor and the Lin Emperor, together, had been beheaded by Yi Xian. Yet it is indisputable. This time it seemed that it was not the divine tomb but the abyssal peach garden that was secretly competing with this Xian Emperor. Hand over what you're holding. I'll wait and give you a hard time. At this moment, that old Zun's threatening voice came out once again. And when they heard this, the crowd was also puzzled. What do you mean? Wasn't the abyss striking out at Yi Xian for the sake of the dark unrest? But something else? No wonder. These guys, watching the Thunder Emperor fall, didn't make a move to help. Originally, there was a plan. Okay. You come out and I'll give it to you. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was smiling blandly? And this scene caused even those ancient dignitaries in the abyssal peach garden to be stunned. But a moment later, it was continued angrily. You dare to tease my father. Obviously, they understood. How could Yi Xian hand it over to them? Immediately after that, a figure instantly appeared from the back of the abyss, surrounded by black mist, though the voice was very old to hear. However, that aura was quite shocking. Not weaker than the Thunder Emperor just now. In other words, the feeling given off by the Thunder Emperor was quite overbearing and incomparable, while the feeling given off by this figure was one of darkness and profoundness. Finally, a pale figure dressed in black robes appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This old man looked more like an ordinary existence, with a breath that was introverted to the extreme at the moment. If he hadn't appeared in the forbidden area, I'm afraid no one would believe that he was actually a supreme being. Old man abandoned heaven. It's actually him? It seemed that an ancient exalt recognized this old exalt's origin at a glance. And his fierce reputation was frightening. I can't imagine that this old thing has even hidden to the abyss. Obviously, There were existences that knew very well the origins of this heaven-abandoning elder, knowing its previous and subsequent past. Old Man Abandoned Heaven, a notorious supreme being at the end of the desolate valley. Its origin was even earlier than the era of the emperors. The great emperors and ancient emperors of all times were all honored by the people. But those who made the human world loathsome for 1,000 generations were also there, albeit few. Elder Abandoned Heaven was, obviously, one of them. His vileness and wickedness, which is well known to all, is derived from his path of witnessing. This person was the father-in-law of an ancient emperor during the desolate ancient period. And that ancient emperor, who was also a sad existence, was the Wind Emperor. This Wind Emperor had outstanding talent and was invincible in his generation. And he was certified as an emperor at the end of the desolate ancient period. However, who would have thought that his father-in-law would have joined forces with his empress to take advantage of the Wind Emperor's period of proof to seize the Wind Emperor's Tao fruit? The Wind Emperor was momentarily inattentive and went up in smoke in the process of witnessing the Tao. It also became the fastest great ancient emperor to fall since history. If that was the end of it, Old Man Abandoned Heaven was despicable at best. But there was much more to it than that. He rewarded his own daughter as the empress of the empire. And all the women of his clan, regardless of their relationship to him, were all included in his harem and practiced evil magic. The strange thing was that this heaven-abandoning elder had been sitting steadily on the emperor's throne for 10,000 years. He was murderous. For the sake of beauty, even his closest relatives are mutilated. Everyone spurned. He even took the initiative to cancel the emperor, known as the abandonment of the Sky Old Man. In the end, the human race rose a great completion sacred body. And after 2,000 years, they strongly killed this old man abandoning the heavens. Who would have thought that this heaven-abandoning elder actually hid in Abi? In other words, can goods like him also come to Abi? A forbidden area? Old thing. You really dare to come out. Chapter 20, Old Thing. You really dare to come out. Old thing. You really dare to come out. Obviously, Yi Xian was also quite unimpressed with this old thing. Upon hearing this heaven-forsaking elder also said coldly, "Behead you and take everything. You few. By now. Still hesitate." Accompanying the words of Elder Abandoned Heaven, immediately afterward, there were 4 more rather incomparable auras that quickly appeared around Abi. Surprisingly, there were 4 more supreme beings. Together with Elder Heaven Abandoner, there were 5 hidden supreme beings. I'm afraid that this is also the Abyssal Peach Garden. The last 5 dormant supreme beings. Immediately after that, those 4 figures, in the east, west, south, north and south directly surrounded Yi Xian. Looking at the 4 supreme ancient emperors that had appeared, it was obvious that someone recognized them. The first one, with an illusory figure, surrounded by black mist, but also with a rather sinister flavor. It looked as if he was a spirit body. Just the sight of it made people not want to get close. And around him, there seemed to be countless souls. Heads to be exact. It was a single soul body that he had refined and devoured. This guy, the method he cultivated, was so bizarre. Standing under the stars, it seemed as if neither was compatible with it. Transdimensional underworld spiritual body? Some people referred to him as the transdimensional underworld supreme. But strictly speaking, he wasn't a supreme, but rather a special Deshang physique. It was because he had attacked and killed the late-aged supreme deity, fusing the supreme deity's spiritual body with his own, thus making his already grandly rounded grand completion physique have a new height of battle power. It was said that this duo underworld spiritual body was originally a doppelganger of supreme deity. while others said that it was cultivated by Supreme Deity. In short, he was inextricably linked to Supreme Lord Doom. And in the end, Supreme Being Doom should have been seized and devoured by this great completion's transmigration underworld spiritual body. What a surprise! Besides the Spirit Emperor, Thunder Emperor and Lin Emperor, this abyssal peach garden, there are even so many villains hidden in it. There were lofty supreme beings who rather looked down on this kind of existence, believing that they could not be counted as true great emperor ancient emperors. Don't bother with them. In the other direction, a middle-aged man had a sad face, as if it had always been the case. He wasn't as bizarre as that doo-doo underworld spirit body, nor was he as mysterious as Old Man Abandoned Heaven. It was even less like the aura that an imperial Tao existence should have. The overall feeling was quite decrepit, as if he couldn't lift his spirits for anything. Could such an existence also be a supreme ancient emperor? Anorexic Heavenly Father? Is he even the anomalous Heavenly Father? Heavenly Father. This title was quite ancient, transcending the desolate ancient period and coming to the swift ancient period. In that era, one generally used Daozun and Tianzun as their pronouns. And Tianzun, even more so, was a status and position. It was claimed that in that era, there were 10 former Daozuns who were amazingly talented and suppressed the heavens. Later on, there were the 9 heavenly dignitaries, who had risen up strongly, not allowing the Tao dignitaries to specialize in their beauty. The reason why they called themselves heavenly dignitaries was because, to be distinct from the Tao dignitaries themselves, they thought that they were in no way weaker than the Tao dignitaries that had existed before them. So why should they be called Tao dignitaries? And this anomalous Heavenly Father is one of the 9 Heavenly Fathers. It was too terrifying. Such an existence to appear now? How old is he? Even more, the misanthropic path it pioneered has influenced generation after generation. The so-called misanthropic path, which focuses on reincarnation in the afterlife and not on this life, believes that everything is illusory and unrealistic. Everything fails to attract their desire for the present world, which is the path of aversion. And it was with this method that the loathsome Heavenly Father ascended to the Heavenly Father's fruitful position. And his skill was invincible to the masses. Who would have thought that they would see this ancient Heavenly Father here? Opposite the anomalous Heavenly Father, an old woman, standing on the chariot, coldly gazed at Yi Xian. This old woman, despite her great age, had a killing and overpowering momentum around her that was unreservedly released. Even the severity of the killing aura was even better than that Thunder Emperor. 7 slaying heavenly basilisk. 7 killing chariot. At this moment, people understood that this abyssal peach garden was truly terrifying. And besides the anomalous Heavenly Father, there was actually this existence. This is one of the few female emperors in ancient history, testifying to an absolutely unparalleled and magnificent female deity of the desolate ancient period. She was so powerful that she had another name for herself: Swordsman of 7 Killings. It was only at this time that people realized that the rather unparalleled sword intent that had decimated Yi Xian in the abyssal peach garden just now had actually come from this female venerable. She was so stunning that when she was young and at the legendary quasi-supreme level, she had refined her first extreme Tao imperial armament with a chance against the heavens. The 7 killing swords. This sword has 7 channels of Xianhuang sword chi inside, which can cut the sky above and the blue fall below. The power was limitless and no one could shake it. Even the supreme beings were only able to avoid their front for the time being. The 7-kill sword was also ranked among the top 10 in the ranking of extreme Tao imperial armaments, which showed its overwhelming power. With the help of this extreme Tao 7 slaying sword, this woman successfully certified to the heavens and was called the 7 slaying sword honored one. Her legend was much more than that. Her husband, who was a great achievement flying immortal body. In that era, they were known as the greatest generation and envied by all. However, in the end, in order to pursue a higher realm, for unknown reasons, the seven slaying sword honored one had actually reached the point of life and death with her husband's Deshang flying immortal body. And that battle, shocking the heavens and the earth, shaking the ancient and modern world, the Deshang flying immortal body claimed to be the closest to the existence of longevity. Just like the everlasting body can open the secrets of the immortal road, the battle strength is far more than the general Deshang body. But in the end, this Deshang flying immortal body, by his wife, the seven killing sword Zun, a sword kill, without reservation. After that battle, the seven slaughter sword honored one had actually fused his husband, the great completion flying immortal body, with the immortal tier green gold fragment that he had obtained. And afterward, refined in extreme Dao imperial armament. That's the seven deadly chariots. Not only was this seven kill chariot crisscrossed with killing aura, but also, it had absorbed the speed advantage of the flying immortal body. So even the average Supreme was unable to catch up. It was possible for a Supreme being to not be able to refine a single extreme Dao Emperor armament in a single lifetime. Yet, this being had actually refined two extreme Dao Emperor armaments. And from this, it could be seen that it was extraordinary. This, the existence that was claimed to be able to fight with the Sword Emperor, had long since reached the peak of his comprehension of the Dao of the Sword, and was unrivaled. Later on, he even single-handedly built the heavenly tomb Immortal Palace. So people no longer called him the Seven Slaying Sword Venerable, but called him the Seven Slaying Heavenly Grandmother. Unexpectedly, such an existence was also in the Abyssal Peach Garden. The Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings were quite surprised. It seemed that this time, this Xian Emperor was considered to have kicked the bucket. Not to mention the fact that both that heaven-abandoning elder and the Dodo underworld spirit body each had their own catfights. It was purely one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns, the anomalous heavenly sovereign, and this absolute killing flying immortal body's 7 slaying heavenly basilisk. It is never good to deal with. Simply facing one of them is a critical situation. Any supreme being would not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Not to mention having to face both of them at the same time. Or even say, all 4 of them at the same time. Chapter 21, Heavenly Dao Father. Absolute invincibility. In such a situation, any supreme being could only avoid the front line for the time being, and there was absolutely no possibility of winning in a head-on fight. It seems that for the sake of this Xian Emperor's body, they have been planning for a long time. Finally, inside the Yama floating earth, a voice filled with majesty came out. And after this voice appeared, even the sleeping supreme beings inside the Yama floating earth, it all seemed to look so solemn and respectful. And it was obvious that the source of this voice had considerable strength and status. Otherwise, how could the other hall of the supreme being be so? Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of a river that seemed to have flowed for ages, a ghostly light appeared, constantly flickering, watching everything that was going on in the abyss. What can make a supreme being like this must be something that becomes immortal. This spectral light spoke his opinion. For other than longevity, other than becoming immortal, no great emperor ancient emperor was worthy of such an outpouring. It seems that this Xian Emperor is really a good prey. At this moment, Yi Xian attracted the firepower of all the forbidden area supreme beings here. The reason was simple. The reason why they cut themselves, hibernated inside the forbidden zone, and endured the name of scorn for the ages was for the sake of immortality. For the sake of the elusive path of immortality. Even, there were times when they themselves doubted whether the immortal road really existed. And there was not a single existence that had seen the immortal road from the era of the emperors until now. Only from the legends of the desolate ancient period. A legend. Let them these existences. For which crazy to such a point? Solely. Now they had more definite information. That is, Yi Xian's hands must have an existence related to the immortal path. That being the case, this Xian emperor must not be spared. It seems that you are yet prepared. In that case, I'll send you all on your way together. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he directly made seals with both hands, not intending to have the slightest retention. He knew that even at his peak, this was definitely an unprecedented bloodbath. But having chosen to do so, there is only one way to go. And that is to fight to the end. Out of your depth. Right at this moment. In Yi Xian's surroundings, an overpowering killing sword chi endlessly streaked across, instantly branching into a palm dragnet. And at the same time, the four supreme beings struck out in unison, pouring all of their spiritual energy inside that single killing aura. Suddenly, even more sky-rising killing formation runes quickly lit up, and a killing formation with great power directly took shape. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was actually directly trapped in the exact center. That killing formation had sword chi running through it, ghost chi draped around it, spiritual power running through it, and laws dropping down. A star, a side of the world, and all the 10,000 paths of life seemed to be able to be completely wiped out inside this killing formation. Even the abyssal peach garden trembled, and the other forbidden zones hurriedly mobilized their spell formations to defend their acres of land. Simply because the power of this killing formation was just too great. Tongtian Daofather. The first killing formation. Finally, an ancient exalt trembled and spoke the origin of this killing formation. Tongtian Daozun. That is one of the 10 Daozuns of the earth. Proficient in formation and refining. Its most skillful formation is the first killing formation that shook the heavens and resounded through the ages. Legend had it that this Tongtian Daofather, with the power of one man and with the help of the first killing formation, had exterminated a supreme being and a peak stage great completion physique in one go. From this, one would be able to see the overwhelming power of this heavenly killing formation. I can't imagine that these four supreme beings have actually acquired the first killing formation. This time, they thought that this Xian emperor, by no means, would be able to walk away. I see. That seven slaying sword venerable is the one who has received the inheritance of the Tongtian Dao venerable. An ancient exalt said so. And suddenly, everyone seemed to understand. Only Daoist Tongtian was able to evolve the sword chi killing formation in such a way. And only Daoist Tongtian was able to be so proficient in the weapon refining technique. No wonder there were 7 channels of Xian Huang Qi within that 7 slaying sword. Wasn't that precisely the endorsement of the Tongtian Daofather? There were rumors that the Tongtian Daofather had already become immortal and had long since stepped onto the path to immortality. I had thought that his legacy had been severed. But I never imagined that this heavenly basilisk was actually an heir to the Tongtian Daofather. A star was slashed down by the sword chi, and the endless void kept filling up. Even the cosmic flood was trembling and wailing. It was enough to see how terrifying this first killing array really was. A heavenly killing aura that shakes the 3,000. The heavens trembled and the power was boundless. Moreover, along with the continuous convergence of that killing chi, there seemed to be a figure with sword chi that converged on top of that killing formation. That figure had his back to the living world. His feet stepped on the void, suppressing the heavens, and there was no one who was an enemy. Is that actually the Dharma shadow of Lord Tongtian Dao? Some supreme beings exclaimed in shock and trembling. And legend has it that this first killing formation is the existence of Tongtian Daozuan, who honed and refined himself with his own metamorphic projection. Currently, it did seem to be the case. And what shocked them even more was that in this heavenly killing formation, the Yuan-Shun projection had really been awakened. And it was unimaginable to think that gathering the power of 4 ancient exalted. Surprisingly, he was able to cultivate the first killing formation to such an extent. Looking at it now, this Xian Emperor would have to face not 4 ancient exalted, but 5. With a terrifyingly unfathomable peerless Tao Exalt among them. Xian Emperor, even though your battle prowess is unrivaled, this time, will you still be able to walk away? That doo-doo underworld spirit body also said with a cold smile. It was obvious that they didn't intend to face off with Yi Xian head-on. Instead, they wanted to directly utilize this first killing formation to completely wipe Yi Xian clean. After all, Emperor Thunder and the others had already proven that fighting Yi Xian head-on would be too costly. It's easy to lose your armor and lose more than you gain if you're not paying attention. So, the first killing formation, 2, appeared. However, Yi Xian also understood that the energy of this first killing formation was too vast. And it was only when these 4 supreme beings united that they were able to cast it to such an extent. Obviously, even if these 4 supreme beings were to control this first killing formation, it would still be quite exhausting for them. They could never spare the time to deal with themselves alone. And as long as one resisted this first killing formation, then these 4 supreme beings would definitely suffer a backlash and be damaged by more than half. How about Heavenly Basilisk, the inheritor of the Tong Tian Dao Father? So what? I'm a great emperor of the world. I'll fight to the end. I'm not afraid to die. Fighting is fighting. Kill. At this moment, Yi Xian mobilized his most powerful strike and directly resisted this first killing formation. The endless killing chi spanned across. And in almost just a few breaths, wounds unexpectedly appeared on Yi Xian's emperor body. Imperial blood filled the air. And blood chi drifted. The starry sky trembled and the Tao state roared. This was the power of the first killing formation. And in a single glance, Yi Xian was injured. Xian Emperor? This time, let's see how you'll cope. Strike together and completely obliterate him. That heaven-abandoning elder was also extremely pleased with himself. I know you're good at spatial arts, but the killing aura of the first killing formation isolates all intersections of space and time throughout the ages. You can't get away. That duo underworld spirit body also continued to speak. Indeed, as things stand, they, for one, are not boasting. With such an extermination formation, the Thunder Emperor, the Corpse Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, and the Key Emperor would not be able to get away. Any of the ancient Emperor's supreme beings in the Forbidden Area would definitely not be able to walk away. Venerable Tong Tian Dao's number 1 killing formation was by no means a waste of time. Chapter 22 Absolute Might. Inexplicable Invincibility. And this, too, fed back to the extent of how terrifying that legendary 10 Dao Masters were. Endless killing chi was attacking Yi Xian. And one slip would be a serious injury. It was visible to the naked eye that Yi Xian's peak emperor blood nourishment was rapidly cutting down. And anyone could see that as soon as this peak period completely disappeared, this Xian emperor must have fallen. And while he buried the blood chi collected by the heavens, it was simply too late to refine it. If you want to break the first killing formation head-on, it's absolutely impossible to do so with just one person's strength. After a Forbidden Area Supreme Being saw that Yi Xian's torso was all partially chopped off by the killing chi, he also analyzed and said, "The Abyss has such a great killing aura that any of the Forbidden Areas feel afraid to belittle them. What's more, one of the executors of this first killing formation, the Heavenly Basilisk, was using the 7 killing sword containing 7 channels of Xin Huang Qi to catalyze it. This time, It was thought that Emperor Xian was absolutely unable to resist. As he watched Yi Xian's body shattering step by step, that heaven-abandoning old man also laughed out in triumph. Even though Yi Xian's bombardment, another of them suffered a considerable backlash. However, as long as they erased Yi Xian, it would be worth it for them to do everything. Xian Emperor, this will send you on your way. You are indeed very strong. But the Forbidden Zone, however, is by no means an existence that you alone can mess with. 7 killings sacrificed to heaven. Refine. Tian Mu, who had not spoken all this time, also opened her mouth after all. Along with his sealing, the other 3 immediately urged all of their spiritual energy and completely poured it into the interior of the first killing formation. In an instant, that first killing formation buzzed, and the killing chi unexpectedly emitted a breaking sound, converging into countless sword chi that directly chopped towards Yi Xian. It's over. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene. Such a supreme killing formation, even if it was him, would immediately be crumbled, and limit sublimation would not be enough. It seemed that the legend was not false. And back then, with the help of this formation, the Tongtian Daofather was indeed able to obliterate a supreme being with a great perfected body. As expected, along with the last staged attack of these few people, Yi Xian's body, too, completely wore out between that heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, as if the heavenly Tao that was connected to the seal of the Immaculate Emperor instantly had something disconnected, the confinement of the entire heaven and earth was all of a sudden loosened. It was a feeling of a vacuum. And gradually, some people even keenly realized that the flawless Emperor seal had completely disappeared. The entire Tao of the 10,000 realms and heavens was unexpectedly completely active at this moment, revealing a free, masterless state. What does that tell you? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked, because it showed that this first killing formation had not only completely obliterated that Xian Emperor. What's more, it erased all traces of that Xian Emperor at once, including the remaining traces of the Emperor's seal. Everyone knew that according to common sense, after a great emperor fell, traces of the Emperor's mark would remain for at least 5,000 to 10,000 years. Within this stage, no matter how amazingly talented you were, how alternative you were to witness the Tao, as long as the traces of the Emperor's mark did not disappear, you would absolutely not be able to witness heaven and earth. However, it was different now. This first killing formation had actually wiped out all of Emperor Xian's everything at once, completely and utterly, worthy of being the number 1 killing formation. This Herculean ferocity is jaw-dropping. Even shudder. This was an evaluation from a Forbidden Area Supreme Being, which was enough to see how terrifying this first killing formation really was. And right at this moment, it seemed that this great turmoil of darkness caused by Emperor Xian had finally ended. The various supreme beings in the Forbidden Area were secretly pondering. They were not in a hurry to strike, but rather to wait for the few people from that abyssal peach garden to see them, to go there and look for the things in Emperor Xian's hands. The few people from the abyssal peach garden were also sweating profusely, and they stopped in time despite not having completely consumed the energy of ultimate sublimation. However, this appearance consumed more than half of their vitality and energy. If it was not replenished in time, even if it was able to limit sublimation again, then the battle power would be greatly reduced. What's more, right now, they were already quite depleted and close to the tipping point. Naturally, he knew that the other Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were all waiting at this moment. Thus, that heavenly grandmother also spoke. The obliteration of this emperor is the work of Abi. If there are those who do not open their eyes, we will not fear a battle. But if we do achieve something, all of you, fellow Taoists, can also be of some help. Obviously, this heavenly basilisk had read the minds of the other forbidden zones. And it was true that they were unable to fight any longer. And they had placed the 7 slaughter chariot out to guard against the other forbidden zone supremacies with the help of this extreme Tao Emperor soldier. And she also understood that as long as she did find the existence of the everlasting path, the other supreme beings would, perhaps, be willing to cooperate with them. Just as everyone in this void was pondering what to do, a divine source in that 10,000 realms and heavens was quietly shattered. Obviously, Emperor Xian buried all the living beings. But there are some fish out of water. Perhaps from the previous self sealed down. Perhaps there are some with the means to stay down. This time, stupid. Because now the heavenly way has no master. This is the perfect opportunity they've been waiting for thousands of years. As long as at the right time, a move was made to certify the Tao. Then they would be the brand new Lord of Heaven and Earth. And would be the overlord of a brand new era again. A truly flawless great emperor. Opportunities like this are too rare. It is said that age is like a knife to cut down the pride of heaven. It is true. The amazing and brilliant people. There are all generations. There are few people who can accomplish what they want. Can only sit in the river of time, lamenting in the universe. Hating the heavens do not give the opportunity. Sighing this red dust does not ferry passengers. But now, such an opportunity is right in front of them. Then, for anyone who had the strength to impact the emperor's throne, anyone would not miss it. As the saying goes, life and death have their own destiny. And wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Proving the way of the celestial beings. Reigning supreme in all realms. And being invincible in the world for 100 generations. It's their dream. But pick the right time. Now that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone were watching intently. Once they rashly certified the Tao, they would definitely become a target. Since ancient history, there had been an unknown number of young witnesses who had been assassinated by hidden forbidden area supreme beings at critical moments. So, they still need to wait. At this moment, in the void, the major forbidden zone seemed to have formed a confrontation. None of that forbidden zone would make a rash move. And they were all watching each other. The several supreme beings of Abi also took the opportunity to recover their essence and strength. But at that moment, their eyes suddenly went cold. Immediately afterward, the figure was rapidly moving backwards. This scene was unknown even to the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone. What happened? Rumble. A loud sound came out. And immediately afterward, everyone realized that under the starry sky, a human figure stood tall. Breath flowed around it. Laws dropping down. Looking disdainfully at the 8 wastelands and the 10,000 paths. And in his hand, a human head was dripping with blood. Little by little being completely refined away. Is that Xian Emperor? How is this possible? He's still alive? Chapter 23, The Great Dream of the Ancient World. Reflecting the heavens. At this moment, the numerous Forbidden Zone supreme beings were completely confused. This Xian Emperor. How could he appear again? Didn't that first killing formation just now completely erase him? There's never a mistake. But this guy, surprisingly, showed up again. Moreover, the head he was carrying in his hand was the duo underworld spirit body. And this Xian Emperor had actually killed the duo underworld spirit body with a single strike. It turned out that he had never been obliterated at all. And he had been waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Just how could he possibly withstand the first killing formation that the 4 supreme beings had joined forces to cast? And at this moment, the loathsome Heavenly Father and the Heavenly Basilisk, as well as the abandoned heavenly elder, were all incomparably shocked. And at that moment just now, if it wasn't for the fact that they ran fast, then it would not be the transdimensional underworld spirit body that would be decimated, but them. You. How could you? At this time, Tianmu was also unusually shocked. She never believed that her first killing formation could not obliterate Yi Xian. The first killing formation clearly blocked all temporal and spatial flow. It was impossible for this Yi Xian to escape. The first killing formation is indeed extraordinary. But this emperor is not that easy to kill. Yi Xian put away the corpse and essence blood of this Dudu underworld spirit body, and then said with a faint smile, "It seems that this fellow has indeed assaulted and killed the Supreme Deity. And the body of the Supreme Deity and the body of the Great Perfection Physique have fused together. This time, this emperor has gained a lot." You. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that heaven-abandoning elder was quite furious. And at this moment, even as a supreme being, he panicked. After resisting the first killing formation, this Xian emperor, surprisingly, looked as if he was fine. He's bluffing. Even if he escaped the first killing formation, he must have dried up his blood qi. Strike together and kill him. That heavenly basilica said viciously. It was obvious that she would never believe that the current Yi Xian could still mobilize the appropriate strength. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's thoughts were back a few hours ago. At that moment, he had just woken up from his coffin. You're awake. The great dream of the ages. Evolving the path to immortality through the ages, so that you can become the true pinnacle. Hearing this kind of sound emanating from within his body, even Yi Xian, who was a great emperor and whose heart had long since rippled and remained unperturbed, was stunned. He had obviously used up all his essence and killed the Lin Emperor and the Spirit Emperor in a bloody battle. How could he be resurrected again? Could it be that it's because of this so-called voice? Who are you? Yi Xian also coldly opened his mouth and asked. I am a reflection. A reflection of you. Reflections? Yi Xian asked with a doubtful opening. Great dream for all time. Reflecting the heavens. You were dead and your body decayed. You were immortal and reborn in nirvana. This so-called reflection of words. Yi Xian also froze when he heard it, and was out of his mind for a long time. The great dream of 10,000 years. Evolving the journey of the immortal path through the ages. Your first life simulation has been completed. It remains to be seen whether the second life will be opened. Having said such things, this so-called reflection never appears again. A puzzled Yi Xian was left behind. But he, it seemed, understood something. A great dream for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. This was a new ability he had awakened. And it was extraordinary and arcane. And his first life, perhaps accompanied by his own spell of killing two ancient emperors, ended completely. But according to Reflection's words, his second life, whether or not he could be reborn against the heavens depended on whether or not he could pass through the evolution of this great dream of the ancient world. This reflection may or may not be him, but a similar flower on the other side. Time to go back to the inside of the first killing formation. The first killing formation was really not bad. Yi Xian knew that the current him was able to resist it hard. But he wanted to try even more. This great dream of the ancients, along with the great dream of the ages. The flow of this long river of time seemed to have stood still. Yi Xian traveled through time and space, looking at all the existences throughout the ages. A great emperor rises. A dark turmoil. Endless life displacement. A scene of red dust chaos. It was actually all manifested at this moment. Yi Xian seemed to see himself. Back then he was born in a small mountain village. Rose against the heavens. Fought all the way. The red dust fights to cross. Witnessed the world. A new great emperor was born. This great dream of the ancient world. Whether it was true or not. Even Yi Xian seemed to not know at this moment. In the great dream of the ages. He could edit the heavens and was able to edit what the human heart thought. He can show anyone the scene they want to see. And, of course, what this forbidden area supreme being thought. What these few supreme beings thought. Thus, they saw the first killing formation exterminate Yi Xian. And after that, it opened up the conversation behind it. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, Yi Xian had long been towering over them, scrutinizing everything they did. The moment it returned to reality. The content of the great dream of the ages, however, was also fused with reality. Perhaps that Xian emperor had already been obliterated by the first killing formation. And now he is just a reflection of the great dream of the ages. Which, who can say? No. Yi Xian understood that I am who I am. Whether it's a big dream for the ages or a reflection of the heavens, it can only be me. So, he showed up. Weave it all of it, into the great dream of the ages. To mirror one of the heavens and the earth that belongs to him. And at this moment, that heavenly mother was holding the 7 slaughter sword and driving the 7 slaughter chariot, directly killing Yi Xian first. Her attacking spirit power was unrivaled, far surpassing even that heaven-abandoning elder. And the loathsome heavenly father and the abandoned heavenly elder weren't holding back in the slightest, because they knew that this Xian emperor was, well, too catty. One slip up and they're hard to close. Come and fight. Yi Xian directly spread his figure and met it. And he unexpectedly used his own body law to resist the 7-kill sword. This was a top-grade extreme Dao Emperor armament, superior to the supreme bone chain that Yi Xian had obtained from the corpse emperor. This emperor's body is the strongest extreme Dao Emperor soldier in the world. Each of Yi Xian's hard blows consumed a great deal of that day Basilica's blood qi. And he grew more and more courageous the more he fought. His hair hanging down like a waterfall. And his eyes like a sea of stars. Between the big openings, that heavenly grandmother continuously coughed up blood and retreated. And immediately after that heaven-abandoning elder also suffered successive defeats in the hard clashes with Yi Xian. How does he still have such a bloodlust? This heaven-abandoning elder said doubtfully. What's the point of wasting words? Exterminate him together. The loathsome heavenly father, who had never opened his mouth, actually opened his mouth at this moment. As one of the 9 heavenly dignitaries, he had his own lofty pride. In fact, up until this moment, he had never really shown his strengths. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was enough to prove that the Yi Xian at this moment was enough to shock him. Strike! That heaven-abandoning elder's hands quickly made a seal. A bizarre mist instantly surrounded him. And immediately afterward, a huge ferocious beast seal appeared behind him in an instant. This ferocious beast, carrying an ancient pressure. Was it actually a projection of a species of the ancient relics? Sure enough, characters who could become supreme beings must all have their own crushing true skills. And along with this heaven-abandoning elder strike, that heavenly grandmother also mobilized her attack without reservation. Within its 7 slaying sword, 7 channels of Xian Huangqi directly appeared and wrapped around the 7 slaying chariot before it. As if at this moment, that 7 slaying chariot had turned into a person. Chapter 24, The 9 Heavenly Dignitaries' Abilities. Looking closely, it was a plump, handsome, ethereal man with 3,000 strands of hair and eyes like torches. Truly looking out of the corner of heaven and earth, shaking the 8 wastelands. And at this time, The heavenly basilisk was actually able to merge with this body, causing its true might to instantly soar far beyond the unusual limit of ascended great emperors. It's his husband's great success flying immortal body. I never imagined that the 7 slaughter sword and the 7 slaughter chariot would have such an effect. Some supreme beings were shocked. This was not an extreme Tao Emperor soldier. It was clearly an awakening of an alternative great completion physique of the flying immortal body. The current heavenly basilisk's strength was basically a convergence of 2 extreme Tao Emperor armaments and 2 supreme level existences. It was unthinkable that this heavenly basilica was so terrifying to such an extent. Xian Emperor, this seat, behead you. Along with this heavenly basilica also striking out, that loathsome heavenly father finally had his eyes glazed over. His figure shifted elusively, making it hard to catch. In a flash, there seemed to be a great road spreading out, coming from the ancient river and spreading all the way to the present day under the starry sky. On top of that avenue, runes were all over the place, and the stars surrounded the sky, as if they were forming their own heaven and earth and evolving a world which has the glory of grass and trees, sunrise and sunset, spring, summer, autumn and winter, the change of seasons. But instead of manifesting vitality, it is a kind of loneliness. A kind of loneliness. A kind of misanthropy. A kind of sadness. Anyone, it seems, who comes to this avenue is instantly assimilated. It went so far as to influence the entire starry sky and evolve a piece of ancient history. Misanthropic Tao. It's actually so extraordinary. Even that heaven-abandoning elder was quite shaken. For the first time in so many years, he had seen the anomalous heavenly father cast this kind of law. Legend had it that back then, the anomalous heavenly father had evolved a world with his own anomalous Tao, trapping more than 1-2 supreme level existences. In the end, those supreme beings completely evolved within the aversion path, perfecting their aversion path even more. Now it seems that this aversion to the world is, indeed, terrifying, worthy of being one of the 9 heavenly dawns. Their Tao was very distinctive and terrifying. At this moment, in the face of such a powerful 3 attacks that came from all over the sky, there was no one who could underestimate them. Almost within a few breaths, Yi Xian's figure was completely submerged by these 3 attacks. Heavenly slaughter. Emperor destroy. At this moment, Yi Xian also directly erupted his most powerful strike. In an instant, the entire starry sky, as a result, exploded. It seems to have returned to the original world, the same as when the heavens were opened. Everything is so chaotic and vain. Everything is so nebulous. Unaware of the epoch of time. Forgetting the turn of the wheel. Everything seemed to have stood still. And even the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky had stopped rotating. It seemed that this strike was so plain and unassuming. But only by being there could one truly perceive just how terrifying such a strike was. The abyssal peach garden completely collapsed at this moment, including the rare emperor-grade divine source as well as the essence chi of countless Tao Forbidden Zone supreme beings. From then on, time would no longer have the forbidden area of the abyssal peach garden. And some supreme beings took advantage of the opportunity to plunder those imperial divine origins and supreme beings' essence in a big way, because no one in the current circle of engagement would notice their strikes. Imperial divine sources, in heaven and earth, were all limited, and had a considerable effect on the great emperor ancient emperors. And while they were taking advantage of the opportunity to absorb these supreme essences, a loud explosive sound was violently heard. Supreme blast. Some forbidden area supreme beings understood that after this strike, someone had completely fallen. Which one is it? With a whoosh sound, an extremely powerful sword chi slashed through. And immediately afterward, There was an uncontrollable and unrivaled sword chi that began to spread out. A stump of a sword came from the void and crashed into the distant sky. Obviously, someone was shocked that it was the heavenly basilisk. Who had fallen? Even the extreme Tao Emperor's soldier was shattered to such an extent. The Xian Huang Qi that even the great emperors coveted was gone. And at the same time, in that nothingness, a bloody man who was missing half of his body directly leaped out, performing spatial shifts. He looked horrified, as if he didn't want to stay here for a second. It was that old man who abandoned the sky. He wanted to escape. It was simply because this Xian emperor was too terrifying. His battle prowess. I'm afraid that he's already gone to the peak of the ancient great emperors. Not only did his strongest strike not have its effect, but it was instead a move that seriously injured him like this. Old ghost? You can't escape. Come on. At this moment, Yi Xian set up his chariot and appeared in everyone's line of sight. He was so dominant and powerful. This was the invincible aura of the peerless emperor of the current generation. Unrivaled. That heaven-abandoning elder saw the scene and ran away regardless. But in front of Emperor Xian, he was fiddling with spatial techniques with the remnants of his supreme body. He's a little too high on himself. Accompanied by Yi Xian's fierce big hand. That heaven-abandoning elder was also directly clutched in Yi Xian's hand, and then dragged over ruthlessly. Xian Emperor? Spare me. I'd do anything for you. This heaven-abandoning elder even directly knelt down and begged for forgiveness, completely lacking the slightest hint of a supreme being's aura. You're not worthy. Yi Xian answered this heaven-abandoning elder with just 3 faint words. A supreme being can only die in battle. Never live. Anyone who cuts himself in any way is not considered an absolute hero of the world. Even if Yi Xian were to transform himself into a forbidden area and become darkness, he would only fight all the way to the end and would never cut himself. And then, Yi Xian directly crushed that heaven-abandoning elder's body with one hand. Killing a supreme being was as simple as killing a chicken to Yi Xian at this moment. That's the supreme being. And then, Yi Xian coldly looked into the distant void before speaking. Loathsome Heavenly Father. With your status, why do you need to hide? Obviously. By this point, everyone understands. In the abyssal peach garden, Elder Abandoned Heaven and the Dodo Underworld spirit body were sinister and poisonous. Both the Spirit Emperor and the Lin Emperor had ancient sources of identity. The Thunder Emperor was overbearing and incomparable, and the heavenly basilisk sword chi was rampant. But the real mastermind behind the scenes was still this. One of the 9 heavenly dignitaries. The anomalous heavenly dignitary. In the past, there was a Tao envoy who witnessed the heavens. And then there was a heavenly envoy who rose up after him. Every heavenly exalt was confident that they could conquer a Tao exalt and determine victory or defeat in a single battle. Every heavenly exalt was a mastermind of a domain and should never be underestimated. As far as Yi Xian knew, this loathsome heavenly father was by no means such a simple figure. He didn't have limit sublimation at all. Yet his blood chi was like a rainbow to this point. And his battle power was sufficient to this point, which was enough to see his terror. Moreover, from the era of the 9 heavenly sovereigns to the present, it was too long ago for him to remain so. Which didn't further illustrate the ability of this loathsome heavenly sovereign. You are extraordinary. When you are on par with the Heavenly Father. In the void, a figure, walking idly, came with its feet on the stars, its gaze full of calmness and composure, and even said that its eyes when it saw Yi Xian were more of an appreciation instead. And he, no one else, was that mysterious and unpredictable anomalous Heavenly Father. Only, the current loathsome Heavenly Father was a completely different person from his previous expression. Hearing the words of this loathsome Heavenly Sovereign, Some of the Forbidden Area Supreme Sovereigns also said in a rather disdainful manner, Tao Father or Heaven Father. It's just the top of the extreme Tao. If he exists with us, he needs to be told to know that heavenly honors and Tao honors are nothing more than names. Chapter 25 How many great emperors can live out their second life? Obviously, the Forbidden Zone Supreme Being was quite unconvinced. The same are all great emperor, ancient emperor level characters. Which one is not the leader of the cover generation? The dragon and phoenix among people? No one is going to serve anyone. It's all there for me. But again, no one underestimates anyone. And all of them are the best of the best. And at this moment, Yi Xian also spoke. Yu Ben lived out a second life, counting a generation of splendor. Oh, it seems that you know a lot. That loathsome heavenly father also laughed with interest. Such news. Moreover, some other Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were astonished. Living out the second life. Throughout the ages, it wasn't that there were no great emperors and ancient emperors who had lived out their second lives against the heavens. But that was too few. The so-called second life refers to the fact that when the lifespan of the great emperor, ancient emperor, was about to run out in the first life, he rose up against the heavens, making his own body reappear with renewed vitality, recreating himself at his peak and retracing the path of an emperor. This was for living a second life. However, since the beginning of the ages, the number of great emperor, ancient emperors who had lived out their second life could be counted on one hand. And the way they, too, lived a second life was not because of their own nirvana rebirth, but because of the immortality pill. The immortality pill, with its great secret, has a mysterious origin. Since the beginning of time, there have been no more than 10 immortality pills with records. Immortality medicine in different forms, with extraordinary greatness, that is, able to another great emperor level existence. After taking this medicine, are able to no side effects? Against the heavens to live a second life. That's the magic of the immortality pill. However, the problem was that there were too few immortality pills. Even if they were great emperors and ancient emperors, some of them couldn't even come across a true immortality pill in their entire lives. There are even great emperors who believe that there are less than 10 immortality pills recorded since the beginning of time. That's because the immortality pill is, perhaps, just this less than 10 plants. Therefore, from this point of view, trying to utilize the immortality pill to extend the lifespan of a great emperor for one lifetime was too difficult to achieve. As for living a second life, since it is after all a minority, some people are not yet allowed to know exhaustively about the corresponding changes after living a second life. For example, after the second life is lived out, will the number of lifetimes of its great emperor, ancient emperor itself be the same as that of the first life? Or less than that of the first life? Or more than that of the first life? This is unknown. Moreover, after living a second life of one's own, is the battle power affected? What was the fundamental difference between that and the self/? Since the beginning of time, there have been only legends, which need to be continually puzzled out by future generations themselves. And since there have been records, it seems that there are only two people who have lived a second life with their own strength against the heavens. One was the magnificent Emperor Yuan, and the other, the World Emperor, who would remain famous for generations to come. These two, both of which were closer existences, had legends of their own. This Emperor Yuan, in particular, is said to have lived for more than 17,000 years in his first life, and for more than 14,000 years in his second. Adding it all together, a single Yuan emperor had survived for more than 30,000 years, which was simply unbelievable. This was even more true of that astonishingly talented world emperor. who was said to have lived for more than 15,000 years in his first life. And the same was true of his second life. These two great emperors both had their own heaven-defying attributes that had to be admired. So, how on earth did this world-weary heavenly father live a second life? The 9 heavenly dignitaries, each extraordinary. You have traveled too far on the path of misanthropy. Stunningly stunning. Obviously. Yi Xian was very complimentary of this loathsome heavenly father, or even the 9 great heavenly fathers, that they could have such a status and name. None of them showed that these 9 existences, in a certain field, had achieved considerable results. And Yi Xian's words actually proved sideways that this anomalous heavenly father had, in fact, used his own cultivation to live out a second life against the odds. The source of its basis then belongs to its own misanthropy. Thanks for the compliment. Having a master like you becomes a nourishment for my misanthropic Tao. The path of this honored one will go further, the loathsome heavenly father said with a smile. And then, with a wave of his big hand, the endless loathsome great Tao appeared once again. And this time, everyone could see it truly. This was because, within the world of misanthropy evolved by that misanthropic great Tao, there was actually the fluctuation of more than one supreme aura. That supreme breath seemed to want to break through the bonds of this loathsome Tao. But it ultimately transformed into the nutrients within this loathsome Tao. And that sustenance was constantly nourishing its own body. The misanthropic heavenly father. It became the source of his cultivation with its longevity. This is just horrible. Moreover, tracing back its source seemed to show that this avenue of aversion had spread over more than a few periods. From the ancient times of Taiku, the Valley of Desolation, to the manifestation of the emperors, and in each of these eras, a supreme aura had appeared. How many supreme ancient emperors had this loathsome heavenly father attacked and killed? And the one who was at the very beginning, an ancient emperor-level figure, who had spread out across the world and looked down upon the world, even though he had become the nourishment of this averse avenue. However, everyone could detect that this person's cultivation was extremely high. At the very least, much higher than those supreme beings of the later generations. Not an existence of the same magnitude. There was such an existence in this avenue of misanthropy. A black cloak with a brass bell on the waist? Could it be that being is actually the silent heavenly father? There was an ancient emperor with an astonishingly ancient age. And despite the fact that he was also hibernating within the forbidden zone now, he himself understood that he, himself, couldn't wait for the moment when the road to immortality appeared. He was no longer able to hold on for hundreds of years. Even his chi and blood had dried up terribly. And even his level of limit ascension had been quite affected. He understood that his current self was already a dish of food for the other forbidden area supreme beings, and was just waiting for an opportunity where they would immediately grind themselves down. It was just unexpected that he had seen such a horrifying scene. Who would have thought that the first existence to be beheaded by this anomalous heavenly sovereign within his anomalous avenue would be the silent heavenly sovereign, who was also one of the 9 great heavenly sovereigns? The silent heavenly father, pursuing nirvana rebirth and exploring the ultimate in longevity. According to legend, the method he practiced, taken to its extreme, was destruction. And every time he ascended, he was surviving destruction and flying in nirvana. A silent sky skill. A unique step in the ancient and modern worlds. And no one can defeat him. And his silent heaven technique and the laws of nirvana were influencing generations of cultivators in future generations even now. This is a pioneering figure in this area. And the status, quite lofty. But who would have thought that it was such an existence with a great reputation that was, in fact, beheaded by the anomalous heavenly father, who was also one of the 9 great heavenly fathers. This is a bit too sensationalized. Since my father dares to show you this, It proves that you are already my father's sustenance. The law of silence back then allowed me to live a second life as I was dying. The loathsome Heavenly Father continued, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Or more like he was telling Yi Xian about those pasts. Obviously. The battle with the silent Heavenly Father. Even if this loathsome Heavenly Father, he was also dying of serious injuries and dying. But in the end, he devoured the flesh of the silent Heavenly Father and was reborn in Nirvana, living a second life against the heavens on the verge of death. Chapter 26, This Emperor can behead you. Successive generations of supreme beings with great physiques have accomplished the path of the Honored One. However, it was slow to open the third life. This loathsome Heavenly Father's words continued to reveal the great secret, that he was even thinking of living a third life. And the reason he showed up at this point certainly proves a point. That is, he can't go on anymore. The way of aversion had gone to the extreme, but had not yet evolved that ultimate mystery. Sacrifice you and get that thing. And the path of this Honored One can still go on. Saying that, this loathsome Heavenly Father directly moved and quickly blasted towards Yi Xian. This emperor, too, is curious as to what kind of imperial weapon your body is capable of practicing. After that, the two people instantly exchanged hands. And the exchange of several thousand moves was completed in the blink of an eye. The anomalous Heavenly Father, surpassing the likes of the Thunder Emperor. His battle power, speed, and battle experience were considered the first person Yi Xian had encountered in all these years, worthy of being one of the 9 heavenly kings. Because during this period of time, the number of times the two bodies reorganized turned out to be exactly the same. In other words, the two were surprisingly even in this exchange of hands. Don't say that this emperor won't give you the chance to limit your ascension. Not like this. You can't. Even though it looked like a tie, Yi Xian was still quite domineering. There is no enemy with me. This is not just talk. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not when they cross paths. These words were not said for nothing. As long as one exchanged hands, Yi Xian was able to clearly discover it. Even if he is a 9 heavenly kings. But I can behead him. And at this moment, that loathsome Heavenly Father spread out the great Tao. But in his eyes, there was also a considerable amount of gravity. Obviously, he understood that Yi Xian was right. This great emperor in front of him was not something that could be compared to some great emperors of the past generations. Very eccentric. Battle strength. Very surprising. He'd have to limit his ascension to deal with it now. The limit of this father's ascension. Within 10 breaths, I will behead you into the Tao. Saying that, this loathsome Heavenly Father's aura around him fiercely strengthened to the extreme. Which proved one thing. This fellow's state had been well preserved. Otherwise, how could it be possible to accomplish limit sublimation so quickly? This anomalous Heavenly Father was truly extraordinary. Come and fight. At this time, Yi Xian also had long hair draped over his head, with a domineering aura and a high level of battle intent. To a great emperor, a fair battle of life and death was what they looked forward to the most. That's the best trial machine for their invincibility. In the next second, the two of them steeply disappeared into the avenue of misanthropy. It was well known that the avenue of aversion was the absolute domain of the aversion Heavenly Father. Every great emperor would awaken his divine forbidden domain, where he was absolutely invincible. This Xian emperor was even bold enough to come directly within the realm of that anomalous Heavenly Father. The two exchanged blows, piercing through the cosmic void and tracing back to the long river of space and time. Engaged in ancient history, shattering a shower of stars. One of the 9 heavenly dignitaries was indeed as strong as this. Yi Xian's emperor blood was rapidly decaying. And the qi and blood around his body was also at this moment almost depleting to the end. His black hair, which was originally full of black hair, unexpectedly turned full of white hair again all of a sudden. His originally clear face was also suddenly pale and strewn with creases. It was even said that even the speed of reorganization after its body was shattered was quite slow. Some of the carcasses were so shattered that they couldn't even be reorganized. This was enough to see just how much of a threat this battle was to Yi Xian. However, that loathsome Heavenly Father was equally bad. His Heavenly Father's body, even if he refined the silent Heavenly Father to sew himself up, was still not enough. Half of his body was crippled by Yi Xian's Emperor Fist and shattered into powder. The loathsome Heavenly Father coughed up blood in a large mouth. And the loathsome Great Tao that relied on pride emitted a burst of violent fluctuations, even to the extent that something from it was going to break it as if it was broken. Xian Emperor, this father will definitely behead you. This loathsome Heavenly Father continued to adjust his own chi and blood and state to the best possible point as he grabbed Yi Xian with a big stride. This was the domineering aura that belonged to the ancient Heavenly Father, who didn't back down even after the bloody battle had reached such a point. This father will kill an immortal heaven and earth, and will step onto the path of that 10,000 ancient supremacy. The loathsome Heavenly Father hissed. From a generation of Heavenly Fathers, he had hibernated until now. And how many people could understand the obsession in his heart? So, he will never give up. This emperor also pursues that ultimate in longevity, the chapter of immortality. You and I are laughing at the ancient world, but that path requires only the Jedi. This emperor is confident that that person is me and never you. I, Yi Xian. Death is death. But I will never cut myself. And I, too, will not die. Saying that, Yi Xian straightly killed that loathsome Heavenly Father. And this great battle was shocking. And he didn't know how long it lasted. Finally, accompanied by a rumbling and violent sound, the Aversion Avenue burst open, and then completely collapsed and crumbled. There were countless amounts of essence flowing out of that Aversion Avenue. And at that moment, the crowd could really see it. Countless rains of light appeared around the loathsome Heavenly Father's body, and his torso was nearly in tatters. And even, not a single drop of blood could be shed. He was hurt so badly that he was going to fall completely. However, despite this, he still remained standing. And that was the overbearing majesty that belonged to a Heavenly Father. You're strong. But I don't think I'm wrong. The loathsome Heavenly Father opened his mouth, perhaps lamenting a review of his life. The path of misanthropy can be taken to the extreme. Any path to the extreme. To continue the chapter of the path of everlasting life throughout the ages. But I don't know how many people can do it. He murmured softly. The knife-sharpened face, the dullness in his eyes, proving that this once venerable man had come to the end of time. If there is everlasting life, this emperor will find out. If there is no longevity, this emperor will live forever in the red dust. Yi Xian also said with conviction, his tone filled with determination. And that loathsome Heavenly Father, at this last moment, actually laughed out, accompanied by his figure gradually dissipating into the void of this heaven and earth. No one knew what that smile of his, in the end, represented. Shocking. Within a few hours, Yi Xian had literally exterminated a life-forbidden zone all by himself. 5 supreme ancient emperors were killed. The Thunder Emperor, the Dodo Underworld Spirit Body, the Elder Abandoned Heaven, the Heavenly Basilisk, and even more so, this anomalous Heavenly Sovereign whose name had moved through ancient history. If he added the Great Completion Chaotic Body and the Corpse Emperor, within this day, Yi Xian, surprisingly, had killed 7 supreme-level beings with his own strength. This kind of battle record and battle power was certainly unheard of even in the 10,000 ancient rivers. It's so shocking. And at the same time, some forbidden area supreme beings, besides being shocked, also understood that this Xian Emperor's path had come to an end. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was once again in tatters, and not a single trace of essence qi appeared around him. He was aging so fast that his body was actually a bit stooped. The sun is like blood, and the imperial road wails. A generation of great emperors, great and invincible, but in the end could not escape the shackles of this destiny, and went to the end of the emperor's road. Emperor Xian. When he is an invincible emperor of his generation, he will surely remain famous in ancient history. Even the Forbidden Zone supreme beings praised it so much. And immediately afterward, above the 10,000 paths, the immaculate imperial seal that was bound to Emperor Xian was completely loosened, and then completely disappeared. Chapter 27, Xian Emperor. You're counting on us again. His Tao, his traces, from this moment onwards, would forever disappear from the world of heaven and earth. This proved the complete dissolution of the Tao of a generation of great emperors. He was miserable and magnificent. All of the blood and energy disappeared, and even the torso was in tatters. A forbidden area supreme being also said helplessly. The meaning of this statement was that Yi Xian knew that the forbidden area was waiting to hunt him. Is that why you're doing this? Not a single bit of qi and blood remained. The emperor's body was in tatters, and even the endless blood qi that had been absorbed was completely sublimated in the battle with the anomalous Heavenly Father. The implication, then, was that the current Yi Xian was not the least bit useful to the Forbidden Area Supreme. He consumed all that was useful in himself. All of it. This great battle has turned the earth upside down. But it's a pity about the endless blood food. There were still Forbidden Area Supreme beings who said breathlessly, after all, in the current 3,000 Tao states, apart from the existence that was secluded within the divine origin, there was no longer a single human race in sight. This realm, it seems, is now inferior to the other world. This Xian Emperor really didn't know how to evaluate him. But the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings didn't sit around dryly either. They divided up all the treasures of the abyssal hell, which, at the very least, counted as a sliver of their harvest. Several hours passed. The starry sky was flat without a single ripple, and Yi Xian's body was in pieces. But he was still standing there with his eyes tightly closed. The Forbidden Area Supreme was also too lazy to bother with Yi Xian. This was, perhaps, the homecoming of a generation of great emperors. But right at this moment, in this 10,000 realms of the heavens, there were no less than a dozen breaths that swiftly appeared all at once, and then impacted the most powerful avenue of the heavens and the earth. An alternative witness, wanting to take the opportunity to ask for the heavens? The Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings also exclaimed in shock. Had so many alternative witnesses been hidden and dormant for so long an epoch? They could sense that these people were a hair's breadth away from being true great emperors. They were fully capable of witnessing the heavens and asking the world to become a new generation of great emperors. It's quite a good idea to think about it. Only, will we miss this opportunity? Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings sneered. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and in all generations. But when a great emperor wanted to prove his or her path, he or she would face endless dangers originating from the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings. The reason was simple. The Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings, although they were unable to carry the heavenly Tao once again, they could utilize the occasion of the new emperor's claim to the throne to successfully take over the emperor's body. In that case, as long as they forcibly fused their Yuanshan, they would be considered to have newly lived a second life. It's not like there hasn't been success in doing this throughout the ages. There were even many new emperors who had just become emperors and were surrounded by Forbidden Zone supreme beings, who ate the emperor's body and blood to continue their lifespan. The benefits that a new emperor could bring were going to outweigh the power of an endless blood meal. Therefore, at this moment, these Forbidden Zone supreme beings were once again active. The prosperity and fall of this life will eventually be witnessed by them once and for all. And at this moment, those 10 or so rather invincible auras were fiercely contending for each and every one of them could not easily give up this chance to claim the title of emperor. This moment, for them, anyone, is unstoppable. They will decimate any opponent without reservation. It was a moment they had waited too long for. Otherwise, I don't know how many of them, but they can still wait for as long as 5,000 years or even 10,000 years. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a quasi-emperor was around 8 or 9,000 years. And while there were even peak lifespans of 3-flower great saints that could approach 7 or 8,000 years, they were simply too few. At their level, even if they were able to seal themselves, they couldn't reach the cultivation level of a great emperor because the level of their divine source wasn't enough. Therefore, even self-sealing would consume their lifespan, just at a slow rate and not to the extent of slumbering like the great emperor ancient emperor. Therefore, they can't wait. One must seize this opportunity to witness the heavens. This kind of competition is quickly becoming white-hot. There were several auras that fought for that seal of the heavens in one fell swoop. And afterward, more than a dozen figures manifested from all over the universe. Each one of them was shockingly unrivaled and invincible, with endless majesty, smiling in the sky and looking down upon the world. This life, the imperial throne, belongs to me. A man in white wind god. Handsome face, giving a bookish air. But that surrounding pressure. But even the 9 layers of the sky of the quasi-empire do not dare to respond to its sharpness. Arrogance. Great emperor, belong to me. Another tower-like man appeared. His stature as strong as a ferocious beast, naked and bathed in thunder awnings. Obviously, this one, too, was an existence that had moved through ancient history. And his strength was extraordinary. We won't know until we've fought. Which one dares to say he's undefeated? There was another figure, surrounded by a bath of law descending from the world. Unable to see his true appearance. Seemed to have a chaotic aura flowing and dazzling. Very extraordinary. Because, around him, there was actually already a trace of the imperial Tao laws present. With half a foot, he had already stepped into the realm of a great emperor. As expected, the Gai generation's men and women were endless. And every one of them was a pride of the heavens. In every life, there is overwhelming splendor. This is what a heavenly pride should look like. More than 10 figures each exerted their own laws as they exchanged blows with each other without losing. Not similar to the Forbidden Zone Supreme beheading themselves. They were now incomparably powerful. And if the Forbidden Zone Supreme beings didn't limit their ascension, they might not dare to fight with them. Moreover, these 10 or so figures didn't have to care about their chi and blood drying up, as they still had plenty of longevity. Being able to let go of the big fight. Kill. These 10 or so figures directly rushed into the void and came above the heavenly Tao. And along with the continuation of the great battle, they suddenly realized that it seemed as if each and every one of them had been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Each person on the avenue inscribes his own mark. Sure enough, in the next second, they became even more bloodthirsty, and their battle power soared unrivaled. Because, have they managed to step into the realm of the great emperor? Only. This scene, also another everyone was puzzled. Impossible. The heavenly Tao each life. The recognition of a person for the master. How can more than 10 branding all appeared? Could it be that the way of heaven, in this life, has changed? One life is no longer allowed to have only one great emperor? Feeling the more and more sufficient branding of those 10 or so figures, even the supreme existences of the Forbidden Zone were quite shocked. What's going on? In this life, more than 10 great emperors were to appear at once? In any life, such a situation had never been heard of. And suddenly, there was a master of the Forbidden Zone who seemed to have discovered something. Immediately afterward, they were shocked to discover that the branding, which was originally scattered into more than a dozen channels, had violently fused together all at once. Even if those 10 or so people blocked it, it would not be of the slightest effect. As for those 10 or so figures, all of them were coughing up blood at this moment, suffering from a serious backlash. This kind of Tao injury, they themselves knew clearly that it was already insoluble. And they, inevitably, fell. But why? Finally, someone noticed something and coldly gazed at the powerful emperor seal that had converged. Understand everything. Xian Emperor, you're counting on us. Chapter 28. What need is there for a speculator to be crowned? Accompanied by the roar of this alternative witness, everyone instantly felt the terrifying aura of a truly magnificent and invincible great emperor of the current generation. That was a true master who had truly merged with the heavens and earth to everything and had been recognized by the 10,000 paths. An absolute flawless great emperor. The battle power was unrivaled, extremely brilliant, and at its peak. It's Xian Di. At this moment, all the supreme beings and alternative witnesses were dumbfounded. How was this possible? This Xian Emperor, he hasn't even fallen yet? What exactly should happen so that he can die? Hasn't he long since been torn apart and dried up of his essence? How is it that once again, such a forceful convergence of flawless imperial voices has truly dominated this world? How is it that once again, he is so bloodthirsty and battle-hardened? Has he lived a second life? As things stood, it seemed that was the only explanation. And right at this moment, Yi Xian's great and invincible figure, integrating his body, glowed once again and appeared above the heavenly Tao, looking down on the firmament. At this moment, the 10,000 paths whispered in submission. The hundreds of races bowed in reverence. The 3,000 Tao states were all horrified. And the forbidden zones and forbidden lands were all trembling with fear. This man, with sword brows in his temples, eyes like stars, and long hair flowing in the wind. Xian robes were added to his body. The Tao fortune flowed, and greatness followed him like a shadow. Aura like a rainbow, like the long sky flowing water. Battle strength is peerless if the ancient invincible. Looking out of the world, sweeping the 8 wastelands, 6 trembling, the 9 states kowtow. Is not the Xian Emperor Yi Xian? Who else can it be? And at this moment, Yi Xian felt his surroundings and remembered the words of that so-called reflection just now. I am not living a second life, this, a continuation of my first. I'm at the top of my game. And I'm just getting started. Yi Xian said confidently. Great dream of the ancients. Reflecting the heavens. This is his law and his way. From now on, he would reflect the heavens. Reflecting a world with Xianteng. A world of heaven and earth of his own ideal. These 3,000 Tao states were his Xian Emperor's forbidden zone. This 10,000 realms in heavens is his Xian Emperor's dojo. Seek to become an immortal. Break through the red dust. Fight your way into the immortal realm. And ask for the heavens. This was Yi Xian's Tao. And even more so, his path. His confidence and extraordinary. And then, Yi Xian coldly gazed at everyone below. At this moment, he, under the reflection, succeeded his first life. Extremely powerful and at his peak. He didn't need to ascend at the limit and was fearless of any foe. It was because he felt that his battle power was endlessly sublimated. And that he could cut down all the enemies in the world. This was the splendor of a great emperor. The mighty pressure of a great emperor. Proud of the heavens and unrivaled. And at this moment, there were Forbidden Area supreme beings who pondered and then solemnly said, "From this time onward, this district will avoid the world. And we will not come out until the Xian Emperor is extinguished." Obviously, these Forbidden Area supreme beings, at this moment, truly saw the rise of a Forbidden Area sovereign. He wasn't lying. These 3,000 Dao states were his Xian Emperor's forbidden zone. In this life, his qi and blood were like rainbows. And he still had at least 10,000 years of lifespan. Which was plenty. Within 10,000 years, he will attack the Forbidden Area without fail. It is never a good idea to fight with them. As a result, some Forbidden Areas, intending to avoid the world and hide, within 10,000 years, will not appear again. Everyone knew that this Xian Emperor, even further, had truly risen. Some of the alternative witnesses who had suffered a backlash also roared angrily. "Xian Emperor! As a great emperor? You are so unscrupulous. Plotting and despicable. Counting on us. You're cutting everyone off." They roared. They felt. It was all so unfair. Why was it that he, Yi Xian, could become an emperor while they couldn't? You will be punished by heaven for killing all the living beings in the heavens. Even if there is an empire, it will never last. The alternative witnesses roared. They were unwilling. They were reluctant. They hated. They resented. And even more so, they felt that kind of pity and unwillingness. But ultimately, it's about two words. Jealousy. Do not be so crowned. Why be so grand? How about this emperor kills all the heavens? Tear off that false veil and look squarely at the rumpled and muddy reality. And you will see for yourselves how pathetic it is to say that. Yi Xian coldly opened his mouth. And the moment his words came out, these 10 or so figures were all mute for a moment. Because they simply didn't know how they should answer Yi Xian's words. Mouths of the living. Sentences of the 10,000 tribes. And where were you when the darkness was in turmoil? Head to head. Dot to dot. Dot to dot. Where were you when my Xianting was massacred? Hypocrites No need for words. Where were you all when this emperor killed all that heaven? The speculator who assaults opportunity deserves to thirst for fairness of opportunity? What a joke! Yi Xian didn't intend to give these people a chance to live at all. He had buried the entire heavens. And he naturally wouldn't let go of these leaky fish. There's no need to be so grandiose when you're supposed to be a bunch of pathetic and ridiculous speculators. Those alternative witnesses didn't dare to say another word. Yi Xian was trying to make them understand that it was human nature to not be afraid for their own sake. But it's the false promises, the cunning hearts, that are the worst. Xian Emperor, you shall not die. These people were furious and began to curse angrily. And this is the original face of this group of hypocrites. This emperor will live well. Will live a long time. And more. Will become immortal. You. Hearing Yi Xian's words. Those few existences who wanted to witness the Tao were so angry that they almost spat out blood. But they had no moves at all. Who made him the great emperor of the day? Moreover, Yi Xian would not spoil these people at all. Why should you start cursing others when your demands are not met? Do others deserve you or what? Garbage. Afterwards, Yi Xian simply does not count and they again nonsense. A wave of the hand. This more than 10 figures completely is to explode. And then, there is a road infinite blood. Completely converge to Yi Xian's hand. Although they are not truly great emperor ancient emperors, they had become that realm for a short period of time. Essence blood and flesh are nourished. It is no longer appropriate to refer to them as alternative witnesses. An ancient exalt said in shock. Obviously. Right now. These 10 or so figures were at the very least quite at the great completion physique, whose chi and blood and longevity that was quite sufficient to exist. It seemed that this Xian Emperor Yi Xian had long been so intent on taking advantage of these people's greed to pit them against each other. Take their chi and blood and collect it all for yourself. That was more than 10 alternative witnesses who had just stepped into the realm. Enough to move the hearts of everyone else. This Xian Emperor. He's really made a bloody fortune. Some Forbidden Area Supreme Beings also spoke with considerable envy and jealousy. The blood chi of the majestic living beings in the entire 3000 Dao Prefecture. The collected essence blood of the Supreme Ancient Emperors. And more than a dozen alternative witnesses who had 1 foot in the realm of the great emperors. Mud. How come all the good things belong to the Xian Di? The Forbidden Area Supreme. The more he thought about such a scene, the angrier he became. Chapter 29 God's Mausoleum. Dare not come out? However, to them, Yi Xian didn't put it in his mind at all. The current him was extremely powerful. Even if it was a Forbidden Area Supreme. So what? Thus, after absorbing these chi and blood essences, Yi Xian directly just locked onto the heavens. Those cold eyes revealed an incomparably majestic and domineering aura. And even the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings felt that if they were swept by Yi Xian, they would even feel fear and trembling from their souls. What's he going to do? Still won't stop? A Forbidden Area Supreme Being said in horror. Obviously. A closer look would reveal that this Xian Emperor, standing under the ancient path of starry sky, was, it seemed, choosing the Forbidden Area. Choosing which forbidden zone to attack. Himself. Next. Hubris. Since the beginning of time, even the 9 heavenly sovereigns, the 7 emperors of the ancient era, and even that legendary 10 great Taoist sovereigns did not dare to say or be alone and anger the forbidden region of the heavens. Who dares? And who has that kind of strength? If he dares to act recklessly, at the risk of limit sublimation, I will completely kill him. An ancient emperor said in a furious voice. At the realm of the great emperors, their minds had long been ancient. But the current great emperor ancient emperors were in a bad mood. For since the beginning of time, which era of the forbidden zone has been as stifling as theirs? How could you be like a plaything, chosen to be beaten by the great emperor of the day? It's intolerable. It's too damn bullying. Endure. It was the same ancient emperor who had just opened his mouth to get Yi Xian killed. But there was an abrupt utterance of such a word. The contrast between this before and after, though great, was an expression from the heart of that ancient emperor. The reason for this was simple. Even if one was also in existence that had been claimed by a generation of the imperial Tao. However, he understood that he, himself, could not fight Yi Xian. Even if it's extreme sublimation, it's never enough. This Xian Emperor's battle power not only rivaled the 7 emperors of the ancient world, but even the 9 heavenly sovereigns and the 10 great Tao sovereigns were feared to be no better. And just as they had this thought, there was actually a law wrapped in endless heavenly treasures that appeared from the direction of a void. In that heavenly material and earthly treasure, besides having pills that extended chi and blood, there was even an imperial divine origin. Emperor grade divine source. The key existence needed for a great emperor to seal himself. With such an emperor grade divine source, It seemed that even if a great emperor wanted to seal himself for an epoch, he would be able to do it. Such an existence was definitely a supreme treasure for any supreme being. It was even said that the significance of its existence was by no means less than that of an immortality pill. After all, this 10,000 realms in heavens, the imperial divine source, had its own number. I never imagined that this forbidden area would take out this kind of treasure to offer to Emperor Xian. This is actually a forbidden area supreme being, showing Yi Xian goodwill? It's incredible. Since the beginning of time, it had never been just the existence of the current world that was jealous of the Forbidden Zone and guarded against it by all means. When the 100 clans were in decline, in order to curry favor with the Forbidden Zone, the 100 clans had sent I don't know what kind of heavenly treasures they had to please the Supreme Being. However, now it was truly astonishing that time had changed and the light had ceased to be. And it had become a scene where the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings took the initiative to curry favor with the great emperors of the current generation. This scene was unparalleled. No matter if it was those 10 great Tao masters or the 9 heavenly monarchs or the 7 emperors of the ancient era, none of them had ever had this kind of intimidating pressure. Since the beginning of the ages, the only one currently known was this invincible Shen Emperor who was invincible in the current world and had been invincible throughout the ages. The fountain offers some gifts. Only a respectful expression of honor to you, Emperor Xian. After this, I, Fountainhead, solemnly promise, for as long as the Xian Emperor is in the world, I, Fountain Mountain, will be at the disposal of the Xian Emperor for one day. And if there is any disobedience, the heavenly Tao will execute me. What? This was no longer a gift to Emperor Xian Yuan. This was a disguised submission of power belonging, as he, Fountainhead, was at Emperor Xuan Yuan's disposal. To be able to make a forbidden area supreme being hibernate like this, never mind whether he was sincere or not. At the very least, there had never been a forbidden area with such a low profile since the beginning of the ages. The hallowed great emperor, ancient emperor, a generation of supreme beings, actually groveled so much under the compulsion of other venerable beings? So it's the fountain of agelessness, the place where there are only 3 or 2 of those old jinn left with dried up chi and blood. A forbidden area supreme being opened his mouth in an extremely disdainful manner, speaking very disdainfully. It was known that forbidden zones were each other, and they also devoured and attacked each other, because every forbidden zone ancient emperor was the prey of other supreme beings. Attacking and killing them would take everything from them, especially those ancient exalted ancient emperors whose chi and blood had dried up. And they were afraid that a forbidden area supreme would take advantage of the opportunity to attack and kill them. Therefore, the 10,000 races were worrying about the forbidden zone. And these ancient emperors and ancient zuns whose chi and blood had dried up were not always on guard against those ruthless forbidden zone supreme beings. Looking at the situation, this fountainhead, perhaps it really had fallen out of favor. Legend has it that the fountain of agelessness and that mountain of immortality, both of which are mountains outside of heaven, once gave birth to the pill of immortality and the absolute sacred thing, the fountain of agelessness pill. But as times changed, the immortal mountain did still stand, while the supreme beings in the immortal mountain gradually withered away. It was no wonder that they would defect to Yi Xian in such a manner, as such a statement was actually in exchange for the guarantee that Emperor Xian would give them during his reign. Because in this way, at the very least, they wouldn't dare to have those forbidden zones that would take the opportunity to attack and kill them. It's kind of a rather asinine calculation. And at this moment, facing the request of the Fountainhead Supreme, Yi Xian also smiled and waved his big hand. And then, directly accepted all the treasures. With that rumbling imperial voice, he spoke aloud, admonishing the 10,000 races and shaking the heavens with might. From this day forth, the fountain is my friend. If anyone dares to attack and kill, this emperor will capture and decapitate them. We thank you, Xian Emperor. At the same time, in the fountainhead, 3 relatively old auras directly transmitted out. This kind of statement was already enough to say something. Feeling this pale aura, those forbidden area supreme beings hadn't guessed wrongly. In less than a few hundred years, these few old Zunlao emperors would inevitably transform into Tao and fall. Their qi and blood already dried up. But no matter what, something like this was enough to go down in the annals of the heavens. To have a forbidden area supreme being bowing down to a great emperor of the current generation. This shook the ancient world. And right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spatially moved across. And his figure instantly arrived at a place where the ruins of the divine sea were located. And then, with a wave of his large hand, the endless space exploded. And the vast divine sea was instantly choppy and steaming. Seeing Yi Xian like this, all the forbidden area supreme beings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What's he up to? There aren't the coordinates for the forbidden area of the divine tomb? Is this surprising that he is still going to make a move on the divine mausoleum? However, at the moment, it seemed that here there was no fluctuation of the supreme being. But, looking at the situation, it was clear that this was indeed once the location of the divine tomb. Only, it's not here anymore. And that means that the tomb of the gods has escaped? He doesn't dare to come out? Obviously. The divine mausoleum knew that his lineage in Xian Emperor Yi Xian could be considered immortal? So seeing such an imposing Xian Emperor with unparalleled battle prowess, they actually chose to simply avoid the world and not fight. A generation of great emperors could be so majestic to such an extent, intimidating the forbidden area supreme beings to wrap up and flee. Panicking in general. This Xian Emperor was enough to move through the ages by virtue of being so. Chapter 30, You Can't Leave. This Xian Emperor is famous enough to move through the ages. Looking out of the corner of the eye and shaking the world. Say, that's how it should be. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, however, faintly laughed out. And with a violent stroke of his palm towards the sky, the crowd was surprised. This Xian Emperor, Yi Xian, was actually retracing time and space. Even if it was a great emperor, ancient emperor, who had been able to step into this realm, there had never been anyone who dared to do so, because it belonged to going against the heavens, to the anti-Tao. There were great karmic consequences. And even as a great emperor, ancient emperor, one could not afford such karmic consequences. This 6,000-year-old Xian Emperor who was at his peak dared to go so far. God's tomb. You guys? Can you run? Accompanied by one of the star coordinates of that spacetime retrospective, Yi Xian's figure, in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the void. It seems, again, to have disappeared into time. All the forbidden area supreme beings were looking carefully at the opposite side. But, surprisingly, they were also unable to discover where that divine tomb exactly was. There is an ancient father in the divine mausoleum who is proficient in the formations of the heavens. Even a supreme being can't find where they are. A forbidden area supreme being said gruffly. But this Xian Emperor had actually found their location. It's so anticlimactic. There are quite a few divine tomb ancient emperors. At least as many as 5 or 6. This time, I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Some supreme beings were also speculating. And to be honest, placed a few hours ago, they might have still been condescending enough to think that this Xian Emperor was just bent on seeking death. But now, things were different. And they wouldn't think like that anymore. Instead, they were thinking about what the outcome of this battle would be. Because they recognized Yi Xian's battle prowess. And even said that there were still 5 or 6 supreme beings at the divine tomb. They didn't dare to judge it easily. He has made a big mistake. Even if he can come back from this battle, he will surely pay the price for his frivolity and arrogance. There was a supreme being with a lofty position who also spoke coldly at this moment. That was because he knew that in the divine tomb, there was also a terrifying existence. It was not something that this Xian emperor could easily pin down. Sure enough, at this moment, in a gloomy void, a remnant of a grave, corpses and crows everywhere. The entire open space was oppressive and fearful. However, at this moment, in the sky above, there was an endless great emperor's mighty pressure radiating out, destroying all the skeleton graves below into powder. A young man, stepping into the void and looking out of the corner of his eye, was coldly gazing at the land below. Xian Emperor, do you really want to fight with us? At this time, in the grave below, there is an angry voice appeared. But this voice, but the other everyone heard, but also can hear another kind of feeling. That is, there is a hint of fear? One must know that this was a supreme being. The supreme being of the divine mausoleum. And at this moment, even felt fear. It's not this emperor who wants to fight you and the others. It's from the beginning to the end. You don't even give us a chance to live. Yi Xian could never forget a major attack that Xianting had suffered just after its establishment. It's because of the big kill when the No Zone sub appeared. After Xianting's ministers killed the Forbidden Zone Sun, the Divine Mausoleum was furious and struck out in all directions to ambush Xianting, Yi Xian's 2 best brothers. Close to the existence of alternative witnesses, he was directly wiped out by the Forbidden Area Supreme Being's strike, while he was being held back by another Supreme Being. Therefore, Xianting and the Divine Mausoleum were originally an undying situation. Moreover, the main plot of that forbidden area that Wang Zun and Wang Xiushu secretly contacted before was the Divine Mausoleum, while massacring Yi Xian's relatives and seizing the Emperor's blood. The idea, too, was for the Supreme Being of the Divine Tomb. Thus, from this perspective, Yi Xian would never let go of any of the Supreme Beings of the Divine Tomb. You are indeed strong. But don't think that, having lived a second life, you can do whatever you want. The existences within the Divine Mausoleum also chortled coldly, truly forcing them to fight to the death. They would definitely be able to consume Yi Xian's qi, blood, and essence in this life. I'm so sorry. This emperor? That's what I think. You. Obviously. They hadn't expected that Yi Xian, this time, was actually even tougher. And with such an attitude, he simply hadn't put their divine mausoleum in his eyes. Xian Emperor, you seek death. There's no point in talking more. If you extinguish yourselves within 10 breaths, this emperor will leave your bodies intact. After all, with refining, a whole corpse is more useful than a block. You. Yi Xian's words simply infuriated these supreme beings. This was simply an extreme contempt for them. Good. In that case, we will fight you. In a flash, 4 extremely strong auras rose up into the sky, directly surrounding Yi Xian. Those were the 4 ancient exalted, each with a breath and blood like a rainbow. And despite being supreme exalted, each, however, gave off a feeling of bottomlessness. Because they're wondering whether or not they want to limit their ascension. And that would be too worthless. They simply didn't want to fight Yi Xian to the death anymore right now. But Yi Xian simply didn't give them a chance. Exterminating Supreme Being. The Wolf Emperor. Supreme Flyer. The 100 Battles Demon Emperor. I can't imagine that in the Divine Mausoleum. It's actually these guys. The Supreme Exterminator of Life. Claimed to have originated from the end of the Taiku period. Was murderous in life. And when he became a Taoist, he was said to have been subjected to the intervention of the heavenly Tao. But this person was quite contrary to the heavens. Hardwired to delve into the way of killing while the great Tao was incomplete. And to prove the way once again. It seemed like it was all in his later years. Therefore, this Supreme Exterminator of Life was also a generation of legends. Sky Wolf Emperor. An ancient emperor who became a Taoist during the manifestation period. His original body was of the Skywolf clan, which was nourished by the heavenly Tao spring for a long period of time, making the Skywolf clan the favorites of the heavens. After transforming into a form, the speed of cultivation is unique. A typical fighting clan with strong chi and blood. However, after this emperor witnessed the Tao, his name was not known, and did not circulate too many legends in later generations. Flying Supreme. The legendary prodigal son of the flying heavenly realms generation. It is said to have been born in the deep sea and no one knows where it came from. As soon as he was born, he was quasi-emperor light surrounding his body. The code of the great Tao flowing. And the great saints of the 8 directions coming to pay homage. Very extraordinary. Afterward, he sang all the way up and killed his way into the emperor's path. And in that era, no one was unrivaled. What he was most adept at was speed. Since the era of the emperors, it was claimed that every single ancient emperor, great emperor, was able to catch up with him in the realm of speed. The 100 Battles Demon Emperor. It was a being who had entered the devil's way by proving the way, and the devil's way by entering the way. This person, it was said, was a great Song Dome physique. And in order to break through the limitations of the great physique, he even cut himself off from the great physique origin and returned to his true self. As a result, he became a demon, and cultivated with a demonic body, and was crowned emperor after 100 battles, which was extraordinary. It seems that the Divine Mausoleum was able to have such a status thanks to these few people. However, at this moment, Yi Xian opened his mouth. Fa Zun. How much longer do you have to wait before you show up? Hearing Yi Xian's words, those supreme ancient emperors also changed their faces. It was obvious that Yi Xian still knew. The ultimate reliance of the Divine Mausoleum was that being. The Fa Zun. Fa Zun. An existence whose name was almost seldom known. Not because of its namelessness, but because he had always been a legend. Ages too long ago. But if another of his names is mentioned, someone knows it. Tao Father Mactian. That legendary one of the 10 great Tao masters. Even in the top 10 Daozuan. Also dare not have a few human number Mutian. Amazing talents such as Tong Tian Daozuan. Also only called Tong Tian only. This was enough to prove that its strength was extraordinary. And in fact, within the Divine Mausoleum, there was another relationship. And that was, the 9 supreme beings before and after the Divine Mausoleum were, strictly speaking, a relationship of mastery. For example, that Supreme Exterminator of Life was a disciple of Taoist Shepherd Heaven. Chapter 31. As I said, the present Emperor, i.e., the greatest liquidation, and this heavenly Wolf Emperor. The reason why he was able to certify the Tao was also thanks to the Tao fruit heavenly Tao spring of Tao holder Mactian. Because the Skywolf clan, it seemed, had an inextricable relationship with the Shepherd Heavenly Tao Father. Supreme Flyer. A disciple of the Dharma Father. The 100 Battles Demon Emperor. Having been nudged by the Dharma Father, and Fa Zun, is the second incarnation of Maktian Dao Zun. This was another heaven-defying existence that had lived a second life. But Yi Xian understood that after these thousands of years of investigation, he had already discovered it. However, his second life was not as good as that of the anomalous celestial sovereign. The second life that appeared as a result of the Nirvana sacrifice after the bloody battle with the silent celestial sovereign. Fundamentally speaking, the second life of the shepherd heavenly Tao Father had failed. Yi Xian didn't specifically investigate what exactly was the reason for his failure back then. In short, according to that Fa Zun's various descriptions, this Fa Zun only knew how to lay down spells and was not good at fighting. That is to say, the second incarnation of Tao Father Maktian was a different kind of great emperor. Or perhaps his second life body was more like a Dharma body. That was why he had cultivated and raised so many supreme ancient emperors while hibernating within the divine tomb. Since the beginning of the ages, no ancient emperor great could guarantee that he would be able to cultivate a new generation of imperial Tao existences. Otherwise, it is impossible to say that a situation where there are two emperors in one gate or many emperors in one gate will really occur. This Fa Zun, therefore, is a special person. Sure enough, after Yi Xian's words fell, a pale hemp-robed figure, holding a bead, appeared in front of the crowd. This was clearly the hemp-robed supreme being who had initially paid attention to Yi Xian. The said Dharma Zun, the pastor heavenly Tao Zun. Seeing the appearance of this linen-robed old man, no matter if it was Supreme Exterminator, Sky Wolf Emperor, or Supreme Fei Yang, with the 100 Battles Demon Emperor, all of them appeared to be quite respectful. This was enough to show that this Fa Zun's status was truly extraordinary. Xian Emperor, you are truly extraordinary. If the same era, the Tao honors, there will definitely be you. This was this hemp-robed reverend's evaluation of Yi Xian. But Yi Xian didn't need an ordinary person's evaluation. You really are ruthless enough and have a unique idea to actually turn yourself into scripture. The moment Yi Xian's words fell, everyone was looking at Yi Xian with considerable shock. Even this Fa Zun. He couldn't help but have a cold look in his eyes. Who would have thought that he would have seen through where he came from? I can't believe you even know that? The 100 Battles Demon Emperor also asked incredulously, which further confirmed Yi Xian's speculation. The path that Tao Father Maktian, in order to live out his second life, was pursuing was a new path. The 10 great Tao masters each had their own scriptures passed down, each of which was applicable to cultivation, especially proficient in a certain realm. This is well documented in all the legacies. However, the only scripture that barely manifested at all was the scripture of the shepherd heavenly Tao Father. As for some of the supreme beings of the divine tomb, even though they had stepped out of their own Tao, their cultivation origin, Yi Xian realized when he fought with them. Its origin, the different paths. This disguises the point that their cultivation of the mother scripture is equivalent. How is that possible? How could great ancient emperors from different eras cultivate the same mother scripture? Therefore, the reason for this is that it is their heritage, which comes from the same person. Yi Xian had once explored the dojos and relics of the 10 great Tao fathers and knew some great secrets. Venerable Maktian Dao's Maktian Dao scripture was a different approach, speaking not of cultivation, but of evolving the great Tao to the extreme of longevity. In other words, the scriptures of other Taoist honors follow the rules and introduce each realm. Instead, his scriptures were describing some kind of nature and evolving some kind of greatness. Compared to the focus on reality of other scriptures, this Maktian Dao scripture focused more on the future and on nothingness. Therefore, very few people had even bothered to cultivate and pass on this Maktian Dao scripture. But the reality proved that this Maktian Dao scripture had actually been able to long generations of supreme ancient emperors. And this Dharma-honored one, moreover, has cultivated himself into a scripture. No wonder you're in a hurry. Something's gone wrong. Yi Xian revealed the secret again. Which was the real problem of the Fa Zun, who had turned himself into his own Tao scriptures, refining the scripture mysteries with his Tao Zun emperor body in pursuit of another situation of longevity. For many years, as long as someone believed in this scripture, he could live forever and ever. And the more people who believed in the Tao scriptures, the more abundant his longevity would be, especially if the people who believed in the Tao scriptures were for existences like great emperors, ancient emperors, and supreme emperors. Then he would benefit even more. After all these years, it is true. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. He had gained some sense of longevity, but he was unable to break through his extreme battle power, much less change from the scriptures back to an emperor body. An emperor's body could be invincible throughout the ages, but the scriptures, however, could not. Therefore, this Mu Tian Dao Zun couldn't wait any longer. Dharma Zun this life body. He wanted to change. This honored one walks a path that no one has ever walked before or since. The law of heaven and earth, the law of the ancients and the moderns, is the law of dignity. This Fa Zun also opened his mouth rather condescendingly. In fact, from his pale appearance, he was able to discover that his path still failed. The lack of the power of faith was aging him, and the strength of the successive great emperors prevented his Tao from being passed on. After all, because the scriptures had gone wrong, it had been an unknown period of time since an existence such as a great emperor, ancient emperor, had appeared in his lineage. Actually, the four of them can't stop me. Yi Xian smiled and said. His smile was bland, but that invincible aura was undeniable. Joke. The great emperor of the current generation. Is that great? The 100 Battles demon emperor opened his mouth rather unconvincingly. Yeah. It's amazing. Great emperor, ancient emperor. When stepping out of your own path, if you can't, you'll never reach my realm and battle power. Yi Xian one sentence. Another that Fei Yang Supreme and others are dumbfounded. Indeed. In essence, they cannot walk their own way. Great Emperor realm can only be the bottleneck of their life. Even if a path to immortality did appear one day, they would not be able to become that legendary immortal. Humph. Xian Emperor, don't you dare to be wild. Who the deer will die? We'll know after the battle. Saying that supreme exterminator of life directly appeared at Yi Xian's side and fiercely grabbed at him, while Skywolf Huang also directly struck out, blocking Yi Xian's path of retreat. Seeing this scene, the 100 Battles demon emperor directly manifested his demon emperor body, with a demonic fist through his body, smashing towards Yi Xian. As for that flying supreme, he was displaying the flying immortal curse, intending to completely obliterate Yi Xian. These four supreme beings, the moment they struck, they used their full strength. And this, too, was the strongest strike belonging to them. However, there was indeed a qualitative gap between them and the current Yi Xian, open for the emperor. Right at this moment, above the starry sky, Yi Xian fiercely blasted out with a direct punch. And then a starry sky exploded everywhere within the entire vastness of the heavens. The endless flow of imperial Tao laws, that other overwhelming pressure of the heavens trembling, caused all the forbidden areas to be taken aback. Is it in that direction? There. That's the direction where the divine tomb is hidden. In the end, it's still a fight? At this time, the forbidden area actually also has an inexplicable sense of grief of the rabbit's death. Now, This Yi Xian is already a forbidden area of the Lord. Chapter 32, in his heart, he's already invincible. However, by the looks of him, he was not going to let go of any of the other forbidden areas. Just like that. I don't know how long it took. But some forbidden area supreme beings also noticed the dissipation of that supreme fluctuation. And then said in alarm, "There is another forbidden area supreme being that has completely fallen." And after those words, they clearly felt that immaculate imperial seal, not only was it not the slightest bit disorganized, but instead, it had become even more solid. That's enough to make a point. In this battle, surprisingly, that Xian Emperor won again. He has risen completely. And in the years to come, no one will be thinking of making an enemy of him. Perhaps those three honored ones from Fountain Mountain were right. Some supreme beings endlessly lamented. Indeed, the world had changed. The great emperor of the current generation. No. There was actually a forbidden area that existed. And the power of one person was terrifying to such an extent. If this is true, then it is not Xian Di. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of that divine tomb, Yi Xian gathered his surrounding aura. And beside him, there were the bodies of four supreme beings, floating under their own laws. Obviously, even though Yi Xian had injuries on his body, he had still completely killed the four supreme beings. And in front of them, the body of that hembrobed Dharma father was transformed into a word-by-word scripture that was also gradually dissolving. You would have been able to dissolve them. And isn't that, too, your law? Yi Xian opened his mouth and inquired, wanting to know what this Fa Zun really thought. Because it was impossible for such a character not to leave himself a backhand. In fact, by acquiring the Mactian Dao scripture and his law, one had already become his sustenance. Great Emperor, ancient emperors, too, as long as he, Fa Zun, was alive for one day, these great emperor, ancient emperors, would be subject to him for one day. In other words, these great emperor, ancient emperors were created by him. He would have been able to retrieve the bodies and flesh of those ancient emperor supreme beings with a single thought to strengthen himself, and then reproduce his peak state back then. However, this time, he did not do so. My father has been obsessed with longevity and with his own Tao all his life. It is not my wish to be called a dignitary, but only to live a long life without crossing the red dust. But now it seems that my law was wrong. My way, too, is impassable. This Dharma Venerable One, or the Pastor Heavenly Tao Venerable One, at this moment, was like an old man reminiscing about his past and realizing that his past was so lamentable. The spirit of youth, looking out of the world. The courageous attempt to incarnate the scriptures for the sake of the new path. But in the end, only to find that the basket is empty. The old dream of yellow sorghum is empty of hate. The ancient search for immortality has found no immortals. Nothingness for hearts. Maybe your way is the right way. And another way is just an escape after all. It's not considered a superior method only. Fight all the way. And see how far you can go. With that said, the body of this Dharma honored one scriptures gradually dissipated in smoke. One generation of Taoist honors. 2 generations of emperors. The law of heaven and earth. And the defeat of the enemy to become a king. This Fa Zun had long since lost his own emperor body. And using his obsession to become a scripture was an alternative attempt. And at this moment, Yi Xian collected the interior of this divine tomb, including all the collections of these supreme beings, as well as the bodies of these supreme beings. And with a big wave of his hand, he returned directly under the starry sky. At this moment, All the forbidden areas were staring at the place with unblinking eyes. When they thoroughly saw the bodies of those 4 ancient emperors' supreme beings, they couldn't help but confirm their thoughts even more. The rise of the Xian Emperor was unstoppable. What's he going to do next? Want to keep attacking the penalty box? All of the forbidden areas were quite silent at this moment. Because in their eyes, the current Yi Xian was a madman. Whoever dares to provoke him, he really has the ability to destroy a forbidden area. For great emperor, ancient dignitaries were just decapitated by him. And he himself acted as if nothing had happened. Such battle power had already surpassed ordinary great emperors. It was even said that even those legendary existences might not be able to defeat this Xian Emperor anymore. The Great Completion Chaos Body Wang Zun, Corpse Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Elder Abandoned Heaven, Heavenly Basilisk, and Anomalous Heavenly Father. Now there were the 100 Battles Demon Emperor, the Flying Supreme, the Exterminating Life Supreme, and the Heavenly Wolf Emperor, which were 10 Imperial Tao existences. What these supreme beings didn't know was that in addition to that, there was also that Dharma Supreme Being. 11 such existences had all fallen into Yi Xian's hands. What kind of horror should his battle power be? However, they simply thought that Yi Xian had lived a second life. But what they didn't know was that this was only the proper year of Yi Xian's first life. And right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was on the starry sky, wasn't casting his gaze towards any direction. Instead, he sat down on his own. He was sitting in a rather casual manner. Basically not the kind of sitting posture that a great emperor should have. What's he up to? Could it be that he's seriously injured and is holding on? Some of the Forbidden Zone supreme beings were obviously puzzled by this scene. This Xian Emperor, what in the world was he doing? But in the next second, they froze there. Because, along with Yi Xian's big sleeve wave, more than 20 corpses appeared on that starry sky in an instant. The bodies, some intact, some in pieces. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that these 20 or so corpses, the weakest of them, all had to belong to the Chiefs and Great Emperor level of Great Completion physique. No. The weakest. Afraid if belongs to that has just become the Chaos Body Wang Zun. Unexpectedly, Ancient Rare Chaos Body has become this Great Emperor's weakest collection. Him. He actually killed more than 20 Supreme Ancient Emperor level powerhouses in secret. People only knew that Yi Xian had killed 7 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings in the few thousand years he had been claiming the title of Emperor. Counting the Corpse King, that makes 7. Abyssal Hell before and after the extermination of 5. And then is the Divine Tomb of the Supreme Manifestation of just 4. This how? Appeared more than 20 Great Emperor Ancient Emperor level corpses. 16 Great Emperor Ancient Emperors. 9 of them are at least the great adult physiques of Qi Xian Da Di. How is this possible? How could he obtain the bodies of so many great emperor ancient emperors? Some supreme beings were simply stunned and speechless. These 16 great emperor ancient emperors, all of whom they could match, belonged to various forbidden zones. It was unthinkable that some people were even secretly killed by this Yi Xian. And even said that even they were not aware of that battle. How it was discovered. And of these 9 great completion physiques, only that great completion chaos physique King Zun was in their sights. It was thought that the reason why Yi Xian had left his body behind was because the chaotic body was simply too rare. Those other 8 great completion physiques, they were absolutely not convinced that these were killed one by Yi Xian. If that was the case, then this Xian Emperor, how terrifying should he be? That's the Great Perfection Golden Battle Body. There's no mistaking it. 3 grand completion golden battle bodies. Enough to threaten the existence of a great emperor. Some supreme being suddenly remembered something. No wonder. 3,000 years ago. That battle body ancestral star shattered and the Tao was destabilized. It turned out that 3,000 years ago, a terrifying fluctuation emanated from the war body's ancestral star. And when the Forbidden Area Supreme wanted to investigate, there was no trace of it. So, that's what happened. Chapter 33 that turned out to be the Origin Bronze Coffin. That battle body ancestral planet had at least 3 grand completion golden battle bodies. The so-called golden battle body referred to their blood, which had completely become a golden color, which also signified that their battle power soared to the extreme. The battle body, which was born to fight, and the sign of its true greatness was the golden battle body. Unexpectedly, these 3 great perfection golden battle bodies were actually taken care of by Yi Xian. No wonder he dares to engage in such a battle with the forbidden region, having Dao injuries and not falling. It's the golden blood of the battle body that nourishes those alternative witnesses of the Xian court. This time, there was another Forbidden Area Supreme Being, who thought of something and realized that this Xian Emperor was truly proficient in calculations. All of them, without ever realizing his little trick. Rumor has it that he has been to the heavenly ancient battlefield, and that a few of his bodies are quite mutilated. Think that's where it was found. Such a chance was quite enviable even for a fellow Supreme. The bodies of ordinary great emperor ancient emperors all had their own essence blood left behind. This was enough for another existence of the same realm to extend their lifespan and battle power. With so many great emperor ancient emperors, how much of one's lifespan would have to be extended? That endless aura spread. And at this moment, all the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings were all salivating. This is in addition to the road to immortality and the immortality pill. The most can be another of their crazy existence. This is they continue to hibernate the panacea. However, at this moment, none of these supreme beings even dared to appear. Maybe it's whoever is waiting for that first one to come out. However, none of the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings at this moment dared to easily make a move. Because they're really scared. The current Yi Xian, he simply can't afford to mess with him. In front of such a great emperor of the day with a battle power like a rainbow, any supreme being has no chance of winning. The 4 supreme beings of the divine mausoleum joining forces were all killed one by one. And they, again, had little chance of winning. How many supreme beings would dare to risk their lives to pave the way for other supreme beings? Therefore, now the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings, in turn, did not appear at all. In addition, they were also worried if this was another one of Yi Xian's calculations. After all, this Xian Emperor, but he was too much of a chicken. Swindled to death earlier to lure them out. And then he swindled his way to death, pitting more than a dozen alternative witnesses with the seal of the scarceless emperor to earn blood chi. Now, when the middle took out so many treasures that made the supreme being's eyes red, who would believe it if you said he didn't have a fraud? Therefore, at this moment, the major forbidden zones were, surprisingly, quiet. After all, in this vast 3,000 Dao state, apart from their forbidden area, there should, and there were no living beings left. However, at that moment, something even more shocking to them appeared. That is, a copper coffin with black blood around it had unexpectedly appeared beside Yi Xian. At this time, within the forbidden area, there were several figures. In the Lotus Heavenly Corpse Sea, Yama Floating Earth, and the 4 extreme ferocious graves, all staring at this place at once. Those were the absolute masters of the Forbidden Zone, including that black youth, and an old man holding a fishing rod. Origin Bronze Coffin. He actually has an Origin Bronze Coffin. This kind of existence, even if it was an ordinary Forbidden Area Supreme Being, They did not understand the existence of this object. But its origin was too astonishing. It involves the great mysteries of the ancient times. Even earlier than the origin of the 10,000 races. Is this the origin of the weird and unsettling? Or the evolution of the dark Tao? Or the beginning of the races of the heavens? It's all in the legend of this origin bronze coffin. Here, one can gain insight into the overwhelming mysteries of the great Tao of infinity. It was no wonder that the abyss and divine mausoleum would constantly strike out against this great emperor of the current generation. So it turned out that, in his hands, he actually had this item. This object is not the original origin bronze coffin. It is incomplete and has many missing parts. A forbidden area supreme being coldly spoke. Looking carefully, this coffin, indeed, had a lot of tatters. Unexpectedly, this Yi Xian dared to show such a top secret thing. Just like this in public. Is he a master of his craft? Or is there some kind of conspiracy? After all, the current him was in control of that terrifying first killing formation. And who knew whether he had secretly set up a killing formation or not? This object is in his hands. I will kill him sooner or later. That young supreme being also said rather confidently. Just not now. And this object was clearly the same coffin where Yi Xian was reborn. And it was here that he awakened this so-called reflection and opened the great dream of the ancient world. This item, too, was obtained by chance when Yi Xian was still a minor cultivator in his early years. Yi Xian, perhaps the most peculiar of all the great emperors. That is, he didn't have an origin emperor artifact or extreme Tao emperor soldier of his own. It always felt like something was missing. In these 10,000 realms and heavens, every generation of great emperor ancient emperors, in order to increase their battle power in the limit, when their paths went to extremes, they often thought of borrowing an imperial artifact in order to increase their battle power. The extreme Tao Emperor soldier was born from this. A true extreme Tao Emperor soldier was an absolute heavenly treasure fused with the laws of the heavenly Tao and the Emperor Tao hammered together. If it was truly refined after, a true flawless Emperor soldier was enough to allow a great emperor to once again soar another great emperor equal to his own battle power. It was conceivable how much of an increase in extreme Tao Emperor soldier that could have the battle power of a great emperor would be. And once a great emperor had transformed into the Tao, with an emperor clan that was guarded by an extreme emperor soldier, even the new great emperor wouldn't want to easily go about swatting them down. This was because, even if the new great emperor was able to wear down the extreme Tao emperor soldier, it would still take a considerable amount of effort. This was the great benefit of the extreme Tao emperor soldier. And all of the great emperor ancient emperors of the past generations had been intoxicated by it. However, since the beginning of the ages, there were few great emperor ancient emperors that had their own origin imperial artifacts. They wanted to refine it in their hearts. However, there was no way that heavenly materials and treasures were really hard to come by. The level of refining was insufficient. And the Tao chances were also not sufficient. Therefore, the extreme Tao Emperor soldier could only be a dream. A dream that even the average great emperor could not realize. And while Yi Xian had obtained the materials for the extreme Tao imperial armament, he didn't use them to refine the imperial armament. Instead, he used them to attack the forbidden area as one of the bottom cards to cover Xianting. Thus, all along, Yi Xian had never had an extreme Tao Emperor artifact of his own. And now it seemed that it was time to sacrifice a true origin Emperor artifact for himself. So much qi and blood of the great Emperor ancient Emperor, plus the qi and blood he absorbed before. This Xian Emperor at least increase his lifespan by 10,000 years. How hateful. This is the new immortality pill. Some forbidden area supreme being spoke with red eyes. They were envious. But more than that, They were jealous. That was the existence of the equivalent of a new immortality pill. Which meant that there could be many situations of immortality pills. 2. However, the prerequisite was that how many people would be able to be like Yi Xian in these 10,000 years? Killed more than 20 great ancient emperors. So, now what the hell is he going to do? However, gradually, they were truly amazed and shocked by Xiandi's idea. He's actually going to make use of these materials, as well as the current power of the Tao of heaven and earth. Hammer your own origin emperor weapon. Chapter 34, truly worthy of being the Xian emperor. Finally, a supreme discovered what Yi Xian intended to do. He dared to refine his origin emperor artifact with such fanfare. This was simply insane. Great emperors weren't omnipotent. And there were great emperors that weren't good at refining weapons at all. But this Xian emperor, however, was a renowned all-round existence of weapon refining and alchemy. It seemed that this time, he had gathered so many corpses of great ancient emperors with the origin bronze coffin and that Xian Huangqi in order to refine his own origin emperor artifact. He's really bold. Is it that easy for a great emperor to want to hammer an origin emperor artifact? A forbidden area supreme being said with a cold smile. Hammering an origin imperial artifact. Even in the case of a grand master of refining for the upper echelons. Even if it was an emperor Tao refiner at the level of a great emperor. It would take as little as a few months. Or as much as a year or two. Perhaps. Before the origin emperor artifact could be truly and perfectly hammered out. And that consumption, too, is considerable. Everyone knew that the time when an imperial artifact was being formed, and the time when an elixir was being formed, was the most dangerous time for a great emperor. The refining of origin emperor artifacts and emperor pills required the great emperor's undivided attention, consuming a great deal while causing him to be extremely weak. In addition, because the origin emperor artifact was able to resonate with itself, its molding time was the most vulnerable time. If someone takes the opportunity to sneak in, it's called a sneak attack. This Xian emperor, therefore, was too bold. And there's no rush. Let him refine it. We'll just wait. Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings were also more old-fashioned and opened their mouths. And in their view, silly things like consuming themselves were fine to do surreptitiously. Like this Xian emperor is so arrogant. It's not rare. This guy, rampant to the extreme. Besides, how could an origin emperor weapon be practiced so easily? One slip up and you will suffer a backlash. What's more, each of these materials he used was quite shocking. Could he refine them successfully? And let him perform. And at this moment, Yi Xian, who was under the starry sky, did not hesitate to procrastinate and directly started refining. Because he was going to have his own origin emperor artifact. With a true extreme Tao emperor soldier of his own. The only one in the ages. The origin bronze coffin was obtained from a site when he was still a small cultivator, and had helped himself many times over the years. After continuous fumbling, Yi Xian seemed to understand some of the mysteries of this origin bronze coffin as well. Thus, this time, he used the essence of the heavens and earth. The corpses of the great empress ancient emperors. The Xian Huangqi. And the other extreme Tao emperor armaments that he had collected to refine a true origin emperor artifact. Yi Xian knew that even with his own strength, the time needed for such a scale of sacrifice would not be short. However, his mind was not distracted. And even if there were Forbidden Zone supreme beings gawking at him, he didn't care in the slightest. Immediately afterward, along with the start of the refining, the boundless and endless raging aura was also another all the supreme beings side-eyeing. This? They had originally thought of taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. but with such a majestic pressure and frightening aura. Even the great ancient emperors had no choice but to avoid the front for the time being. Who would have thought that this Xian emperor's refinery would have such a powerful pressure? The feeling of this kind of pressure even surpassed the standard of an imperial artifact. This guy, he really is crazy. Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings looked at the crazy Xian, and in their hearts, they were very reluctant for him to be revolted by this boundless aura. Because, with such an aura, even if several supreme beings were to join hands, I'm afraid it's not even close. You want to refine it successfully. You dream. However, right at this moment, this kind of terrifying fluctuation instantly spread throughout the 10,000 realms. And in the distant endless void, on the other side of the primordial imperial city, there was an endless darkness. It was also full of life. But it always had a low and depressing feeling. In an ancient land of emptiness, there was a grand and majestic tower that towered over the 10,000 realms, shaking the heavens. It seemed that all the living beings in this realm were making a devout pilgrimage to this. A steady stream of mysterious power quickly appeared and converged within this high tower, representing the supremacy of this place. Suddenly, inside this high tower, a fluctuation actually came from it. And many people in this realm who felt the fluctuation were shocked and looked in the direction of the high tower. Immediately after that, there was a bell sound that came from that high tower. And after that, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying divine sense pressure that immediately appeared in all the upper levels of this realm. There is a change on the other side of the river that is not favorable to our realm. This divine sense pressure was actually a sensory message that was transmitted to all the experts in this realm. Therefore, this is more of a Dharma decree originating from the Supreme. Immediately afterward, a divine sense crisscrossed the sky as if it was arguing fiercely. And then a decree appeared above the sky of this realm. Mobilize your forces and march into Primal Emperor City. Such news was not yet known to anyone on the side of the 3000 Tao state. But this is the otherworldly realm. It is the supreme being of the otherworldly realm who has glimpsed a corner of the future in the cultivation of enlightenment. The purpose of calculating the heavenly chances and landing the decree was to once again launch an attack on the 3000 Tao states. Just like that, along with the passage of time, in a flash, a month passed. Yi Xian's refining place had actually transformed into a huge egg. No. More accurately, it was more like a new world, heaven and earth. Great emperors refining weapons and extreme imperial armaments would generally produce quite shocking heaven and earth phenomena. But to say that they were able to evolve a side of the world would be a rare occurrence. At the very least, since the beginning of time, there have been no such existences in any of the historically recorded documents and legends. This Xian emperor, he's even going against the heavens to such an extent. His weapon refining even has such a vision. The Forbidden Area Supreme surprised Dao didn't know how to describe his feelings. This Xian emperor, it seemed that he was no longer in a new class with them. If there is a new designation, it shall be Emperor's dignity. Shall be Emperor's Lord. No. You guys? That's not a vision. Is that even a real side of the world? Suddenly, a Supreme Exalt exclaimed in shock. The fact that it could make a Supreme Exalt exclaim in such a manner was enough to show that Yi Xian's move was shocking. In that image, there is a heavenly palace, a star, everything, and a natural clump. What's more, there, a silhouette appeared. This is terrible. It was known that there was not a single great emperor that possessed the ability to evolve worlds. To evolve real worlds, let alone evolve the beings of the heavens. If that were true, then the great emperor would have long since lived a long and invincible life. And his family would have long since been immortalized in the world. Even that legendary immortal may not be able to do so. He himself can live forever. but he can't ferry the Cthulhu out to sea. However, this Xian emperor actually evolved such a scene. Not a real illusion. Yet a real illusion. He, who is still on his way. This person's intentions are not small. If he really succeeds, then it's fine not to go to that so-called immortal domain. There were actually supreme beings that had some yearning for the world that Yi Xian had conjured up. It was too shocking. This thought. Too astonishing. The Xian Emperor had actually evolved a party of worlds to appear while refining the extreme Tao Imperial armament? What is he going to evolve? Chapter 35. It was a whole new side of the world. What exactly is this Xian Di going to do? A supreme being asked suspiciously. What else could evolve? Those he guards and truly guards. Those of the Zanshan. Those once deceased friends. The world that exists according to his will. A supreme being spoke his opinion. And this, in turn, was Yi Xian's true thoughts. A great dream for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. He would mirror all that he cared about and evolve a side of the real world as he wished. Xian Ting. Old friends. And a wonderful world. Yi Xian knew that he had slaughtered the living beings of the heavens and the world and had violated the harmony of the heavens. But he didn't regret it in the slightest. 10,000 generations have passed. And epochs have changed for an unknown length of time. I don't know how many epochs have been destroyed. So how did the 10,000 races, which came afterward, come into existence? Yi Xian pondered over this. At this moment, a brand new metaphysical black copper coffin appeared in front of Yi Xian. Inside that coffin, there was this brand new heaven and earth. However, this heaven and earth, too, seemed to be merely a prototype, not to be considered real. This made Yi Xian's first evolution, in a sense, a failure. But it wasn't a failure, after all. He had blazed the trail. And it had proven to work. Wait for me. I will evolve all. As Yi Xian's mind moved, the terrifying energies around him began to converge towards this origin bronze coffin in a rapid manner. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be shrouded under a brand new kind of pressure as a result. Not only not weaker than that of a great emperor, but even said to be even greater than the great emperor's pressure. He's going to make it. This kind of pressure. Can it still be called an extreme Tao Imperial artifact? Some supreme beings exclaimed in shock. Such a mighty pressure was something that even they could not resist. It lasted just 3 months. And he refined such an extreme Tao Imperial artifact. He must not be retained, much less allowed to form this extreme Tao Imperial artifact. Finally, the Forbidden Zone Supreme is going to make a move. It was because they were clear that with the appearance of such a great killing weapon, Yi Xian's battle power would grow in a straight line. And they were bound to be at a disadvantage. And once he took this opportunity to destroy this imperial artifact, then it could heavily backfire on Yi Xian. Do it! Sure enough, in the direction of the Luo Tian Corpse Sea, there were 7 rather terrifying auras rapidly appearing. And then, it converged into a huge fist imprint that ruthlessly smashed into the location where that origin bronze coffin was located from the distant heavens. The Forbidden Zone Supreme still made his move. Moreover, the one who made the move was none other than a forbidden area. The Luo Tian Corpse Sea, which was in the middle of the day. This is a supreme forbidden place on par with the legendary Hell Yama Floating Earth. Even in the Forbidden Zone, they were among the top existences. And very few people dared to actually provoke them. At this moment, they officially decided to get rid of Yi Xian. This critical time is what they were waiting for. They still can't help but strike. Let's use the sea of Luotian corpses to weigh the true strength of this Xian emperor. However, What was shocking was that Xian Emperor didn't care at all in the face of such an attack. In the next second, his entire world of heaven and earth unexpectedly shifted and disappeared all of a sudden. Humph. In front of a supreme great emperor, casting a spatial forbidden art. You're underestimating us too much. Xian Emperor? You can't escape. Seeing Yi Xian's rapid shift, some of the Forbidden Zone's fathers seemed to understand. The Xian Emperor at this moment should not have any backhanders. This moment of opportunity was the one they had waited so long to strike. Otherwise, that Xian Emperor wouldn't have dodged with a spatial technique. Since this was the case, it proved that this was the most appropriate time to strike. Therefore, apart from the direction of that Luo Tian Corpse Sea, the Immortal Mountain, there were finally people who couldn't sit still. There's still some stupidity going on in this old no-go area. Surprisingly, 3 extremely invincible supreme beings appeared and attacked Yi Xian together. Obviously, for great emperor ancient emperors, looking for opportunities, they were too good at it. This time, let's see how this Xian Di can escape. But they were wrong. Escape? For Yi Xian, he would never run away. There is me. I am invincible. Cutting down everything. Xian Emperor, let's see where you can escape. The 7 supreme beings of the Luo Tian Corpse Seas Dao flowed and their breath roared, pressurizing the heavens and earth and shaking the living world. The 3 fellow Taoists from Immortal Mountain may also join together. This time, we will be satisfied with our harvest. 10 supreme beings, striking out together. Since the beginning of time, no one would have such a distinction. And right at this moment, Yi Xian's figure, however, directly stayed in a starry sky. The place looked rather dark and rather austere, full of crumbling cities, littered with corpses and weapons and armor. Here, obviously, was an ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian had stopped here. Escape? This emperor transforms into darkness and cuts down all the living beings. As I said, I am the greatest liquidation. Saying that, Yi Xian raised his hand, instantly having an endless murderous aura filling the air. And then, directly blocking this surrounding ancient battlefield. Completely. The first killing formation. Some supreme beings exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought that this Xian Emperor would also be able to execute the first killing formation? How could he? He can memorize it by reading it once? Finally, someone understood something. During these 3 months, Yi Xian wasn't just refining weapons. He was also plotting and comprehending this first killing formation and even other killing moves. And this is his card in reckoning? If that's the case, he still can't escape. Some supreme beings said with a cold smile. What use is the first killing formation of 10 supreme beings? One in charge. He's also too much of a trustee. Right at this moment, under that endless killing aura, 10 magnificent figures directly appeared in this ancient battlefield. One person was covered in golden battle clothes. And under the armor, he was mighty and domineering. Spirit Battle Ancient Emperor. It was unthinkable that a supreme being within the Immortal Mountain would have him. A world-defying existence from the age of the emperors, who had used the power of one person to deter the foreign domains outside of the primordial imperial city from daring to move the slightest bit. There was another person who was surrounded by water, as if he had a waterfall tumbling over him, and his appearance even made the air seem wet. Emperor Lan. This is a witness to the age of manifestation. An aquatic leader. All the rivers in the sky and the sea of stars around the sky are under his grasp. And the ocean, his true home. The other person's aura around him was like a rainbow, dominating the world. Rigid and fierce. And it was even said that his aura was comparable to that Thunder Emperor. Martial Emperor. This person to martial arts to prove the road. Superb extraordinary. Successive generations of great emperors ancient emperor. Many of its mighty name and legend. Spirit battle ancient emperor. Lawn emperor. And martial emperor. It was unimaginable that these three existences were the ones who appeared at the Immortal Mountain this time. The supreme being in the Immortal Mountain was truly extraordinary. On the other hand, the six supreme beings of the Luo Tian Corp Sea were also directly manifested. Each and every one of them was powerful to the extreme, with an imposing pressure that was no weaker than any of them. Sky Demon Emperor. Supreme Green Lotus. Tiani Ancient Emperor. Holy Spirit Supreme. Supreme Green Dragon. Three-Blade Supreme. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian Corp Sea appeared. Unexpectedly is such a 6. However, there is still a unexpectedly can avoid that the first killing array of the absolute killing chi? Chapter 36 then take you as the sustenance of this emperor. Xian Emperor. If you don't tie your hands, what are you waiting for? This three-blade supreme also coldly opened his mouth and said, 10 supreme beings striking out together. All things in the world. Any of them could not remain. Being able to make us all strike together is also the greatest recognition for you. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and said, this emperor's imperial weapon is still a bit short of fire, so I'll use you guys as the final trigger. After hearing Yi Xian's words, these 9 supreme beings that had appeared were also enraged that they dared to treat them like this. When did the great emperor, the ancient emperor, allow someone to call it a lead for refining? Seek death. Kill. In a flash. Each of the 9 supreme ancient emperors incarnated. With phases of the Dharma and the stars. Spectral light was all over the place. The aura was crowned. The gods and generals descended. And the heavens were shattered. Those 10,000 stars bowed down. And the stars of the 9 states hung down. The entire ancient battlefield completely collapsed at this moment. And who in the world could withstand the full force of the 10 supreme beings? Obviously, they intended to do their work in a single blow and completely finish off Yi Xian. Even if the first killing formation was invincible in power, under the full force of these 10 supreme beings, it would still be absolutely inadequate. Destroy him. These supreme beings hated to immediately collapse Yi Xian. But in the next second, they realized with a jolt that their powerful attacks were directly and completely absorbed by Yi Xian's coffin. And then, the world and the heavens inside that coffin seemed to have been nourished all of a sudden, and appeared to be as real as ever. What? How is this possible? Have you already practiced the extreme Tao Imperial armament a long time ago? At this moment, the three-blade supreme was shocked. Because looking at the aura emanating from that coffin, where it was still not refined, it's clearly been molded. It's just not perfect yet. It needs to be perfected by you. In the next second, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a flaming chain appeared on the ground of the entire ancient battlefield all of a sudden. And then, endless flame runes attached themselves to that flame chain before rushing up into the entire starry sky. Directly, this endless ancient battlefield was completely blocked off in a formation situation. As soon as that flame rune appeared, it completely raised the temperature of this ancient battlefield. As if the entire ancient battlefield had become a huge furnace all of a sudden. Endless flames suddenly appeared. That endless aura was even more than that first killing formation. If the first killing formation was a killing aura spreading across the void, the flame rune, then, is capable of burning down everything? The greatness of the forces of nature. This primordial Deofather's heaven refining ancient formation. There can be no mistake. This is actually really primordial Dao Father's heaven refining ancient formation. Primordial Daozun. Even in the top 10 Daozuns, it was a top-ranking existence. Its cultivation and battle power, high and unfathomable. Like the Tongtian Dao Father, it had been revered by people since the beginning of the ages. It wasn't true that Tongtian Daozuan was proficient in formation instruments. But primordial Daozuan had comprehended a set of supreme Dao laws from the beginning of the opening of the innate heavens. And then it blended together and achieved an ancient formation that surpassed the level of a great emperor. It was the heaven-refining ancient formation. Legend has it that during that era, it was also the era when the 3,000 Taoist states first pressed against the exotic regions to fight. The 10 great Daozuns, each amazingly talented. This heaven-refining ancient formation, it was even said that it had refined and killed immortals. But then, the supreme of the otherworldly region struck out, causing the heaven-refining ancient formation to be affected. But even so, as long as this heaven-refining ancient formation was used, it was definitely not something that one or two supreme beings could block. You actually learned the heaven-refining ancient formation. Ancient Emperor Tianyi also shouted in shock. Hearing this, Yi Xian also smiled and said, "Not really. Only slightly." In fact, that was exactly why the heaven-refining ancient formation had long been lost. And what had been passed down seemed to be missing a very important part. That is, the heaven-refining ancient formation was not actually a mere formation, but more like an imperial artifact. Or rather, a higher-level artifact. Otherwise, it would never have been so powerful. At this moment, with the first killing formation and the alchemy sky ancient formation, even if the other party had 10 supreme beings, they would still have their hands full. But that's not enough. Thus, just as these 10 supreme beings were charging to resist, suddenly, from above the 10,000 realms Tsangyu, a huge halo of light instantly appeared. That halo was a pattern made up of the two chi of yin and yang converging in black and white colors. It just appeared. But it wasn't intimidating. It just shifted quickly. However, when it was truly close to this ancient battlefield, it steeply emitted an endless pressure. It even directly compressed a supreme being into coughing up blood, shattering his bones and having to reorganize his body. This was enough to show the true might of this object. Taiji Yin-Yang Diagram. The heavenly demon emperor was shocked. Taiji Yin-Yang Diagram. The crushing treasure of the supreme Tao Father. It was known as the first Tao artifact of the Tao exalted era, penetrating the secrets of the great Tao and evolving the initial mysteries. Taishan Daozuan, Primordial Daozuan, and Tongtian Daozuan. These 3 Daozans, even among the 10 heavenly dignitaries, were all of a rather esteemed status. Any inheritance they left behind, even the great emperors and ancient emperors of later generations were all incomparably esteemed. Who would have thought that this Xian emperor would have assembled such existences as the Taiji Yin-Yang Diagram, the heaven-refining ancient formation and the first killing formation? He had actually kept such a backhand, not even taking it out even when he was about to fall from serious injury. This Xian emperor is really calculating. What's more, the backhand he left behind was such an existence. An existence that any great emperor, ancient emperor would be quite afraid of. This Xian emperor really does have a profound chance. Origin Bronze Coffin. First killing formation. Taiji Yin-Yang Diagram. And heaven-refining ancient formation. How can this kind of existence be obtained so easily? Some Forbidden Area supreme beings also said with considerable envy. Indeed, the era of the 10 great Tao Fathers was too far away from now. It was even said that in the eyes of some great emperor, ancient emperors, those existences were almost likely to be called legends. Not to mention the chances of finding these Tao masters. Xian Emperor, You are indeed astonishingly talented. Such tactics and indeed proficiency in calculations. However, did you think that this emperor would show up without any preparation? Right at this moment, a voice came from within that distant withered grave. It was the one who had been hidden in the latte corpse sea. The 10th Supreme Being. No! This is a great emperor. The heavenly passageway opened. The aura of the great Tao filled the air. And a path of golden light instantly spread out from the distant Luo Tian corpse sea, extending all the way to this ancient battlefield. Immediately after that, under a broken and withered grave, there seemed to be an ancient temple. And after the door of that temple was opened, the war horses neighing, a chariot directly galloped out. 9-dragon heavenly horse. Some forbidden area supreme beings looked at the 9 horses pulling the cart and were also horrified. 9 dragons heavenly horse. A legendary ancient divine beast race. At its extreme peak, it was even the existence of a great emperor. However, these 9-dragon heavenly horses were 9 corpses, and had long since ceased to be the real living 9-dragon heavenly horses. Only, despite this, each of these 9 dragons heavenly horses was actually a peak existence of the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor. What kind of great emperor figure was it that had 9 heavenly horses at the peak of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens pulling the cart for him? Immediately afterward, along with the whistling of the 9 dragons' chariot, the aura of a great emperor that permeated that golden avenue became even deeper and more endlessly oppressive. A terrifying aura quickly filled the entire ancient battlefield. Immediately afterward, the endless aura of the Tao was directly enveloping this ancient battlefield. Even ordinary supreme beings could no longer detect a single fluctuation of this ancient battlefield. This was enough to show how powerful the owner of this 9-dragon chariot was. What's going on? Who is that person? Surprisingly, he has such abilities. Chapter 37, Strength of the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. There was a supreme being who had been paying attention to the situation of the ancient battlefield. And when he realized that all of his divine sense had been blocked, he couldn't help but be shocked. This seat's Taoai vision doesn't even work. An ancient emperor with a rather long history was also shocked. And right at this moment, the 9 supreme ancient emperors that had basically been suppressed by Yi Xian under the 3 great De Zun artifacts seemed to have let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden. Because the one, in the end, really went down. Waiting for you. Seeing this magnificent man, as well as that chariot of the 9-dragon heavenly horse, Yi Xian also said flatly, only his own aura, too, increased steeply. After all, they were all great emperors. Yi Xian had his own self-confidence and would never allow this one to overpower his own aura. What? Could it be that you know of this emperor's existence? The young man shrouded in golden light also said with a cold smile. Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. Your existence is not a secret. Along with Yi Xian's words, the identity of this man with golden light was revealed. If an outside supreme being were to hear of this person's existence, they would definitely be shocked. Emperor Taiyin. Who the hell is that? That was one of the few people who had called themselves Heavenly Emperor since the records of the 100 races began. Heavenly Emperor. In general, no one dared to go so bold as to call themselves that. Because there seems to be a great deal of karma. Historically, there were existences that claimed to have been heavenly emperors. But in the end, they all dissipated into ancient history. And their endings didn't seem to be very good. However, this one in front of him had stayed on. Could it be that he was not afraid of the heavenly Tao's karma? Moreover, for the human race, having 2 great emperor ancient emperors had an esteemed status that surpassed the status of any great emperor ancient emperor supreme in their hearts. Solar human emperor. Taiyin heavenly emperor. Both the Sun Human Emperor and the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor were great ancient emperors at the beginning of the origins of the human race. And for the sake of the human race and the 100 races, they vomited their hearts and souls to create the ancient scriptures and recultivate the Dharma. The human race and the 100 races were established to guard these 10,000 paths of the heavens. In addition to their immense contributions to the 100 races, the strength of the Sun Human Emperor and the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor was something that even the 10 great Tao sovereigns, the 9 heavenly sovereigns, and the 7 emperors of the eternal era didn't seem to dare to easily compare themselves to. Simply because these two are just too heavenly. The Sun Ancient Scripture and the Taiyin Heavenly Scripture, the two common scriptures of the human race and the 100 races, had been borrowed by almost any great emperor and ancient emperor or supreme being. These two scriptures were excellent representations of the strength of the Sun Human Emperor and the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. And who would have thought that the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor, one of the patriarchs of the human race, would also incarnate in the Forbidden Zone and become a dark existence? Emperor Xian, you're very strong. If you join this emperor's banner, you will definitely see a brand new world, the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor said in a rather domineering manner, raising his hands and feet with an unrivaled aura. And with words like that from the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor, it was, in fact, enough to prove that he was strong. And he, too, seemed to be able to see clearly the strength and battle power of Yixian right now. The hypocrisy of the human race needs a whole new world to negate that old honor and inferiority. But sadly, on this path, there is no you. Yixian spoke coldly as he faced the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. And as the two of them talked, they didn't seem to care at all about the 9 supreme ancient emperors that were gradually being suppressed down there. Simply because, in their eyes, these 9 no longer fit into their eyes. You're no match for this emperor. So why bother? The Taiyin Heavenly Emperor stood with his arms folded, and his true form was wrapped in golden light. According to common sense, the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor practiced the power of yin among yin and yang. Instead, this golden light filled the law with the most masculine power. And an ordinary person might only think that this was the manifestation of his emperor's Tao law. However, Yixian understood that this was not the case. You're very confident. No matter who you are, this emperor just behead you. Yixian was domineering. The Taiyin Heavenly Emperor was very strong. But he, Yixian, was also very strong. Legend has it that you touched that legendary realm. And that's how you came to look the way you do now? Yixian continued to open his mouth to ask. However, he clearly realized that after his words were spoken, the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor behind that golden light clearly froze for a moment. It seems that's still true. Obviously, Yixian was right. Such a secret was still just a chance discovery. And he only wanted to simply test it out. Because of this, the link was to a higher step in the realm of the Great Empress. And right at this moment, a golden light around that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor's body unexpectedly dissipated. Immediately afterward, his true form was revealed. If there were regular people again, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that the legendary Taiyin Heavenly Emperor would only have half of his skull left? Looking inhuman and ghostly. That was the imperial body, imperial bone of the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. To have received such a serious injury, even the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor was unable to resolve it? That's the danger and cost of that kind of power. The Taiyin Heavenly Emperor said flatly. Even saying that he even dared to share this news to Yixian in such a way. This emperor is a great emperor of the human race, relying on himself to survive until now without starting a single dark unrest. Not relying on a self-slicing blade. That's how confident this emperor is. So, why do you think that this emperor said that he could behead you? After hearing the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor's words, Even Yi Xian was a bit shocked. Not to mention the others. How long was that from the time of Emperor Taiyin Tiandi? Not only did he not cut himself, he had not started a single dark unrest. It was with his own hard power that he had survived until now. Moreover, the aura of battle was undiminished. Is this his long life in disguise? No. Not really. Maybe it was the problem with this heaven and earth that kept him from finding that opportunity. However, that legendary realm, or some method of ascension, was something that this Taiyin heavenly emperor had discovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. However, Yi Xian could sense that this Taiyin heavenly emperor was indeed quite strong. Amazing talents such as that loathsome heavenly sovereign were also inferior to this Taiyin heavenly emperor. It could even be said that this Taiyin heavenly emperor would be the strongest opponent that Yi Xian had encountered so far. Because he may have touched a brand new level. You're right in thinking that it's that path that makes this emperor so with endless life. But there is also an end to it. So most of this emperor is sleeping in the divine origin seal. Forgive me, but it's still far from being comparable to an ordinary emperor realm. Saying this, Yi Xian naturally understood what his meaning was. The path of that realm could increase a great emperor's battle power and a great emperor's lifespan without limit. But it was not yet the peak. Perhaps it was because this Taiyin heavenly emperor hadn't really succeeded yet. Such injuries on his body were the best proof that he had not succeeded. But you didn't make it after all. Upon hearing this, that Taiyin heavenly emperor laughed out and said, "Kill you. Bathes in your blood. Get that thing. This emperor will be able to completely smash through there." Obviously, this was the real reason why this Taiyin heavenly emperor who had been sleeping had appeared at this moment. Perhaps in the current Taiyin heavenly emperor's view, the 9 supreme ancient emperors below had long since been on a different level from them. And this Xian emperor in front of him, even though he hadn't discovered that secret yet, his battle power, however, had soared to this point. It couldn't help but make him think of that Taiku emperor, rumored to be the existence of the most powerful battle attack, and even said to be able to do the reverse of the immortal. Legends, after all, are just legends. Settle the opponents of each other in front of you. They, all of them, go further. Words don't say much. They say a lot. It's time to behead you. With that Taiyin heavenly emperor was directly killing Yi Xian. He's strong. But he's not stupid and he's not a trustworthy person. His purpose was to kill Yi Xian. And for that, he would use every means possible. The 9 supreme ancient emperors below were his forces. And he would never give them up. Utilizing the 9 existences to hold Yi Xian in check. And after that, he was performing his own 1-2 punch. That's what he intends to do. He wouldn't disdain such a maneuver for the sake of his so-called status as a great emperor. Anyone who thinks that way is a fool. And what is surrounded by the king is the reason why he has been able to get this far. Right at this moment, the great battle directly erupted without any reservation. And Yi Xian poured out his full strength. On the one hand, in order to maintain his control over those 9 supreme ancient emperors below. And on the other hand, to deal with this Taiyin heavenly emperor. Honestly, even the current Yi Xian, the pressure, that's pretty high too. Xian emperor, you're very strong. But this time, you can't run away. That Taiyin heavenly emperor's words were quite domineering. Because it seemed as if all of this was under his control. To be honest, the current Yi Xian had to deal with both the 9 supreme ancient emperors. And in dealing with such an existence, it was, indeed, going to be quite stressful. Then let's try it. Refining heavenly ancient formation. Transform. And at this moment, Yi Xian also had a clear tactical goal, which was to first take out these 9 supreme ancient emperors completely. And then he would face off against this Tai-Yin heavenly emperor. Chapter 38. Then you and I will compete. Right after this, Yi Xian had almost refined the 3 great killing weapons. The heaven refining ancient formation with the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram and the first killing formation. To the extreme. The 9 supreme ancient emperors below truly felt absolutely threatened at this moment. Who would have thought that Yi Xian alone would be able to activate such 3 killing weapons? On the other hand, that Tai-Yin heavenly emperor also understood that Yi Xian had long been secretly laying out a plan in this ancient battlefield. Without the spell formation, as well as if these 9 supreme ancient emperors were not so careless, he would not have been able to trap these 9 supreme ancient emperors so easily. Thus, at this moment, this Tai-Yin heavenly emperor did not hold back and directly killed Yi Xian once again. After several intense exchanges and thousands of moves against each other, both Yi Xian and this Tai-Yin heavenly emperor were showing injuries. It's just that, from what I've seen so far, Yi Xian's injuries were on the side of a bit more. This Tai-Yin heavenly emperor was truly extremely powerful, and could be called the first formidable enemy that Yi Xian had encountered in all these years. You can't run away, that Tai-Yin heavenly emperor said in a rather overbearing manner. And then his hands quickly formed a seal. And immediately afterward, a dark aura instantly manifested above that void. The moment this dark aura appeared, the entire universe, it seemed, trembled. It's horrible. Because this dark aura was actually mobilizing endless energy from all angles of that void universe. Or perhaps, this shadowy aura was actually able to mobilize the majestic Tao force of this heaven and earth. Even though great emperors could mobilize the power of the heavens and the earth, it would be absolutely impossible to mobilize the power of the Tao in front of the great emperor of the current generation. This was because the Immaculate Emperor seal of the current great emperor thoroughly restricted the great Tao. In other words, the great Tao of the current world could only be mobilized by the great emperor of the current world. The previous emperor? That was something that could never be done. However, this Tai-Yin heavenly emperor in front of him was able to do so. Could it be that there was still his imprint in the void Tao? How is that possible? Throughout the ages, how many great emperors and ancient emperor supreme beings have there been? Could it be that they didn't realize this problem when they witnessed the Tao? In the face of such an attack, Yi Xian knew very well that this Tai-Yin heavenly emperor wanted to do it all in one go. In that case, there was nothing left for himself. Ah! Yi Xian hissed out loudly. And at this moment, the blood around his body began to sublimate rapidly. And a golden and metaphysical light completely covered his surroundings. And then, his battle power and blood chi began to soar up at the limit, looking out of the corner of his eye and shaking the world. Oh? Is that what you're relying on? You're actually going to touch that level as well. This Tai-Yin heavenly emperor was quite shocked. No wonder. The battle power of this Shen emperor in front of him had soared so much. It was actually because of this reason. Since this was the case, it was even more important for him not to keep his hands off. Yi Xian's finger pointed out at this moment. And after that, endless arcane black finger imprints instantly appeared, blasting against that dark aura. Immediately after that, violent explosions appeared, directly destroying the entire ancient battlefield, and even the 9 supreme ancient emperors that were inside the first killing formation. Under the impact of such a mighty pressure, all of them were quite affected. What kind of terrifying battle power is this? The Tianyi ancient emperor said in horror. That strike just now. If it was him who was against the enemy, then I'm afraid that he would have been directly obliterated. These two people, they are so terrifying to such an extent. That Xian emperor, He's actually on par with Taiyin Heavenly Emperor's battle power. At this moment, all the Supreme Ancient Emperors were shocked. Who would have thought that this Xian Emperor was not only maintaining the spell formation and controlling them? Moreover, it was still possible to fight with the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor in such a battle without losing. He has really grown to this point. If we don't kill him, it will be a future disaster. At this moment, those 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors mobilized their strongest strikes together and began their extreme counterattack. With such a large-scale counterattack and a strong strike from the 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors, even with the blockage of the 3 great exalted slayers, they were still under considerable pressure. And seeing the full force of these 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors, that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor also struck again. It was clear that such a blow would be their final showdown. Xian Emperor, you're very strong. This strike completely obliterate you. Taiyin silence. That Taiyin Heavenly Emperor stretched out his palm and commanded the world, as endless yin and yang power converged from everywhere. And then, it similarly transformed into a huge finger imprint. The finger imprint was dark and cold, quite terrifying. And the endless pressure was so great that even the first killing formation was affected. Taiyin silence. Taiyin Heavenly Emperor's famous skill. It was said that he had once used this finger to obliterate 2 supreme beings of the same realm. Even though he didn't know the truth of this news. At the very least, seeing this scene now, its power, it couldn't be doubted by people. At the same time, there was a counterattack from the 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors down below. And on this side, there was a strong strike from the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. Under all the heavens, since the beginning of time, no one has been able to withstand such a strike. Even Yi Xian was in great danger. See how you break the game. However, right at this moment, the aura around Yi Xian's body unexpectedly skyrocketed once again. Even said, it clearly gave the impression that the gap between him and everyone present was gradually and rapidly widening. Previously, it was only in terms of battle power that it gave people a powerful feeling. But now, it seemed to make people instantly perceive that Yi Xian's rank seemed to have crossed many realms. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly different from them. Die for this emperor. Emperor destroy. At this moment, Yi Xian completely mobilized the emperor in destruction, violently using him as the core of the ancient battlefield. An aura and pressure that made people fear and tremble to the extreme completely spread out. Feeling that terrifying pressure, even the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor was shocked at this moment, because he clearly perceived that even he was under considerable threat. But right at this moment, the 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors below all coughed up blood and retreated. They were deeply and seriously injured. Not only from the injuries brought about by the 3 great artifacts. Even more so, Yi Xian's powerful strike had shocked them. Their torsos were cracking rapidly. And even if they were to reassemble their torsos, it would be too late. Endless killing auras filled the air horizontally and horizontally, causing these 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors to scream in agony. And right at that moment, the origin bronze coffin appeared completely, absorbing all the Emperor blood in that killing formation. Under such a powerful pressure, the Tani Ancient Emperor was the first to be unable to hold on, and his body directly collapsed. And then, all of a sudden, he was absorbed by that origin bronze coffin. Doyle. This scene frightened the other 8 Supreme Ancient Emperors. And with the first, there would be a second. Immediately afterward, one by one, these 9 Supreme Ancient Emperors were completely worn down. And one by one, they were absorbed by the origin bronze coffin. On the other hand, even though that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor was anxious, however, there was nothing he could do. It was because the threat Yi Xian gave him with this strike of Emperor's destruction was just too great. And so the standoff went on for who knows how long. It wasn't until the sound of a drop of blood dripping down was heard in the void that the picture of this place was truly revealed. The supreme being of the forbidden area was also able to see the situation here. Is that the Tai-in Heavenly Emperor? Chapter 39, The 10,000 Realms and the Heavens. No one can stand in his way anymore. At this moment, some forbidden area supreme beings exclaimed in astonishment. But, looking at the appearance unlike. But that aura and scriptures were no different from the legendary Tai-in Heavenly Emperor. And in the other direction was Yi Xian. At this moment, he was standing on top of a copper coffin. And in that copper coffin, there were 9 essence souls and bodies struggling. It seemed to want to run out. But, being subdued, it couldn't. That Xian Emperor. Has he even suppressed 9 more supreme ancient emperors? The entire Luo Tian corpse has been destroyed by him again. Moreover, if that person is the Tai-in Heavenly Emperor, doesn't it mean that he is now capable of overpowering the Tai-in Heavenly Emperor? The supreme beings of the forbidden area were simply shocked to the extreme. How was this possible? Emperor Tai-in is still alive? The Tai-in Heavenly Emperor had led 9 supreme ancient emperors to strike together, but still ended up in such a situation? This Xian Di really is a demon. And at this moment, Yi Xian's mind moved. And the 9 essence souls and bodies inside that copper coffin were completely refined. After this, a rather strong imperial Tao pressure appeared completely, shaking the heavens. Only, this pressure was not emanating from Yi Xian's surroundings, but from the inside of that bronze coffin. Such a might, even if it was an unusual great emperor, ancient emperor, did not possess it, which proved that Yi Xian's this extreme Tao imperial soldier had been successfully refined. However, the might of this extreme Tao emperor armament seemed to surpass all recorded extreme Tao emperor armaments since the beginning of time. Because that kind of fluctuation would be enough to shock a supreme being. It would be enough to threaten the forbidden zone. What kind of existence had he refined? The origin bronze coffin is inherently arcane and unusual, having fused the essence and blood emperor bodies of over 30 more great emperor ancient emperors. This kind of emperor artifact, I'm afraid it's already the most peak existence ever. An old Zun from the immortal mountain was also surprised at this moment. He was afraid that the immortal mountain had gone out with 3 supreme beings this time, and was considered to have completely offended this Xian Emperor. Once this Xian Emperor completely resolved the current scene, then the immortal mountain, at once, would be subject to his liquidation. Not to mention anything else. This newly practiced imperial weapon was not something he could deal with. This Xian Emperor, too powerful. Even that Tai-in Heavenly Emperor was out of the question. And at this moment, Yi Xian also coldly opened his mouth. What can you do this time? Upon hearing this, that Tai-in Heavenly Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly before he spoke. It seems that this emperor must also show his true skill to this move. If you don't win, you have nothing to say. With that said, this Tai-in Heavenly Emperor's body was completely burned up. And after that, his appearance body was rapidly recovering. It was no longer the face of the skeleton. It was an extremely handsome and beautiful man. Jade tree, domineering, crowning the world, unrivaled. And above that heaven, there was an endless breath and energy infused into his body. A breath that seemed to transcend the heavenly Tao. Or perhaps it was a completely new heavenly Tao. It was an existence that all the great emperors had never felt before. When that Tai-in Heavenly Emperor opened up this path, even Yi Xian detected fluctuations within his body. And it seemed as if his realm, as a result, was about to be upgraded. This Tai-in Heavenly Emperor had truly traveled far enough. He had discovered a new journey. But unfortunately, his body couldn't withstand this kind of Tao. It wasn't quite a new opening. It could only go halfway. Xian Emperor. With the power I have now, this emperor will behead you with all his might. This Taiyan Heavenly Emperor had returned to the same majestic sideways aura that he had back then. There is no invincibility with me. The current Taiyan Heavenly Emperor was worthy of all his opponents. And stood in strict weight. You're strong too. But not my opponent. Yi Xian's face was solemn. Such an opponent had always been an existence that he craved for. The extreme sparring, the extreme grinding all required an opponent that went all out. Slaying this Taiyan Heavenly Emperor was the key point in opening up that new path. Both of the two great emperors had cranked up their battle power to the extreme. And then they directly charged down. This battle shook the heavens and shattered the rings of the heavens. And it was even said that even the Tao was affected. The two killed one forbidden area after another. The Fountainhead Mountain exploded. And those three old venerable masters who had defected to Yi Xian had no choice but to urgently hide, not daring to speak out in their misery. And then, the two of them directly killed the Immortal Mountain. And the Immortal Mountain was completely crumbled under the aftermath of their engagement. In the Immortal Mountain, there were still 4 ancient exalted at the moment. And none of them dared to come out and say anything. Instead, they were scared and dodging urgently. Because the battle power of these two, at this moment, surpassed them by too much. Get out of here. Don't be here. A forbidden area supreme being said in horror. Sure enough, they had just shifted in front of them. And Yi Xian and this Taiyan Heavenly Emperor had killed here. Eventually, the duo killed their way to the interior of Yama floating earth. This forbidden area, too arcane, strong, and quite prominent. But at this moment, this Yama floating earth actually also chose to be silent and hide. After all, such two crazy people. Now no one dare to easily provoke. This great battle will surely shake the ancient and modern world. A newly risen Xian Emperor, and a human emperor whose name had moved through the ages, had engaged in a battle to such an extent that it shook the world. With a loud boom, finally, 2 figures were seen staggering apart. There was emperor blood floating down along the way. And the endless stars shattered, unable to withstand the pressure of that emperor blood. There were also emperor bodies scattered all over the place, which seemed to have unstable Tao rules, and then began to crumble away. Under that kind of Tao, even Forbidden Zone Supreme beings seemed to feel that their battle power was going to be enhanced. It was more like there was a brand new path that had appeared. A new path of cultivation. Yet, they don't dare. Anyone could sense that if they took the opportunity to absorb such energy now, they would definitely make progress. But those 2 existences in the starry sky were watching this. It was they who had shattered the heavens and pierced through the 10,000 paths. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such power of the Tao leaking down. Meanwhile, that Taiyan Heavenly Emperor laughed out maniacally as he coldly looked at Yi Xian on the opposite side. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Walking for 10,000 years. But in the end the great dream is empty. Can't kill you. Can't get in that way. Said this Taiyan Heavenly Emperor directly as a large mouth coughing up blood. All of a sudden the surrounding body of the law, not subject to any of his control. No rules poured out. The Taiyan Heavenly Emperor is going to transform into the Tao. In this scene, the supreme beings of the forbidden area could all see that the Taiyan Heavenly Emperor, after all, had lost. Defeated at the hands of that Xian Emperor. I can't imagine that even this one is defeated. From this moment onward, no one in all the worlds and heavens will be able to be in the way of him? Yen Luo floating earth, a cold voice came out. Even if it is extremely unconvincing. But also had to bow down in front of reality. The current Yi Xian was giving them too much pressure. That which is above all paths. As you see it. It's that new road. Which this emperor wishes you to go down. But this emperor resents why you would go down it. Chapter 40, the road paved with imperial bones and spilled with imperial blood. This emperor wants to go on too. Tai-Yin Heavenly Emperor's words were filled with resignation. He was confident that none of the emperors since the beginning of the ages were in his eyes. He has traveled that road. He has found a new journey. And he is truly the only one for all time. By what right does one walk on? Not oneself. This emperor has never decapitated himself. Much less killed innocents indiscriminately. This emperor is the best spokesperson for this heaven and earth. Why not me? You chopped up all the paths of the heavens and slaughtered the living beings of all realms. Yet, the more Tai-Yin Heavenly Emperor spoke, the more excited he became. But in the end, the content behind the words, he was not saying. It was only after a long time that he spoke. It's your turn. The 10,000 clans and the heavens. Oh, you a return. That thing? To reach you is enough to show that the chance of the 10,000 paths has chosen you. You're strong enough. This emperor, I admire you. This was the eyesight of a supreme emperor. And this was why an emperor had made it this far. His words, his mutterings, also touched Yi Xian greatly. Yes. The great emperor for all time. To walk. Not guarding. Never. But that belongs to their own peak road. 10,000 paths of heavens pride 10,000 paths of inscription. Thousands of lohas and thousands of faces of many phases. The jeweled tower is empty of size. The red dust does not cross the merciless. Fellow Daoist. Good riddance. With that said, Yi Xian waved his big hand. And that Tai-Yin Heavenly Emperor's body in light shadow was dissipating rapidly. And then, it was completely absorbed into his origin bronze coffin. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your enlightenment. In the void came the voice of the Tai-Yin Heavenly Emperor, the king of success. But he, more than a hint of an answer, along with the complete dissipation of the Tai-Yin Heavenly Emperor, the origin bronze coffin, at this moment, was also completely great. It was by no means a simple imperial artifact. It was a higher level of existence. Yi Xian understood that whether it was the Emperor Road or the Emperor Weapon, there was never an end to the realm. There is. Just keep moving forward. This path, paved with imperial bones, drinking imperial blood, and treading all the paths of the heavens before one can seek it. Yi Xian's voice echoed aloud in the 10,000 realms and heavens. And all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings, all of them heard it. And they understood something. And they, again, did not understand anything. And after that, Yi Xian didn't go anywhere. He directly just sat down again as he was recuperating his injuries. In this great battle, he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. But no major injuries. This great battle was, more than anything else, a harvest. An epiphany. The anomalous Heavenly Father and the Dharma Father went forth with their own paths. And both proved to be a bit worse. This Tai-Yin Celestial Emperor had found the correct Tao, but had not truly undertaken it. Since the beginning of the ages, it was unknown how many outstanding heavenly prides had pursued these without ever stopping. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart, on the other hand, became even more determined. There is no end to the road. There is no end to the road. There is only right and wrong. And there is no such thing as an end. Thinking of this, Yi Xian entered into a deep epiphany. And now, he had long since disregarded the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone. Dare to be honorable in this place of enlightenment. What the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor had done had given him some insight. And Yi Xian changed his mind. During the months of his enlightenment, the Forbidden Zone supreme beings had been watching. And perhaps at this time, the identity of a spectator was the most suitable for them. Eventually, after 3 months of enlightenment, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Not only did his eyes contain essence, but also, his qi and blood were even more vigorous. And he seemed to be much younger again. The current battle power was even more unfathomable, making it more and more elusive. The current Xian Emperor is already impenetrable. A forbidden area supreme being said if he had a deep meaning. In fact, from the battle power of that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor duo, they were the ones who discovered it. One thing that also had to be recognized was that there were indeed weak and strong great emperor ancient emperors. Relying on, not simply realm, talent, and comprehension. There was something more important. It is the heart of the word and one's own strength in battle. The current Xian Emperor surpassed them. Not to mention the 10 supreme beings joining forces. They were afraid that even if all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings joined forces, they wouldn't be able to get any good results. Thus, 3 months down the line, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Area just watched Yi Xian rest and recuperate without anyone daring to take a step forward to sneak attack. And such a shocking power was what Yi Xian had killed step by step. And right at this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand. And in an instant, the supreme being sensed that there was a majestic blood qi filling the entire starry sky. That's a huge amount of essence blood. And an even bigger amount of longevity. It was only at this moment that the supreme beings were discovering an important problem. And that was that the essence of the living beings from all the heavens and all the worlds that Yi Xian had collected, he hadn't refined it for himself at all. He kept it all. This shocked the other supreme beings even more. Such a big card. The previous situation was so critical. Yi Xian was not even refining such essence as nourishment for his own longevity. He's been keeping it. This for the Xian Emperor. Not only is he calculating, not only is he brave and invincible. This is quite confident and bold. He dared to be so arrogant. What kind of invincible being should this be? In addition to the essence of the living beings of those 10,000 realms and heavens, what Yi Xian had conjured up was also a large amount of emperor blood essence from those great emperors. Ancient emperors, supreme emperors, and alternative proofs that he had absorbed. In other words, if you say that you can extend your life by 10,000 years after absorbing this huge amount of qi and blood essence, there are people who can believe it. It's too majestic. Too tantalizing. This is simply the new alternative immortality drug. This Xian Emperor. What is he up to again? If he absorbed this massive amount of qi and blood essence, then he would extend his life by at least another 10,000 years. It's really enviable. After seeing such a scene, all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings were quite salivating. Yet, they all dared not make a move. Each of them understood that with this massive amount of qi and blood essence, sneaking in a mouthful or two, they were afraid that they would all have to prolong their imperial path lifespan by 100 years. Not to mention such a huge amount. But they don't dare. That origin bronze coffin was placed right there. And Yi Xian was sitting there. So who dared to make a move? He's going to make pills? Seeing that Yi Xian had never stopped pouring, apart from that huge amount of tantalizing qi, blood, and essence, there was also a considerable amount of elixirs and medicines. And its origin copper coffin is equivalent to an alchemy cauldron. This Xian Emperor really has a way. Not only are you proficient in weaponry, but now you're making pills? There are not many great emperors of the past and present who have such all-round talents. He's really going to refine the Dan. Is he going to refine all of this massive amount of chi and blood essence into a Dan? A Supreme Exalt guessed and said that he was right. Yi Xian was just going to refine pills at this moment. He, on the other hand, had his own plans. If we strike while this is happening and we escape in time, where can we go? A supreme being opened his mouth and inquired in this manner. And at his side, a divine sense seemed to be rather incomprehensible to such a statement. If you want a sneak attack, then you'll kill me in one blow. What's wrong with that? You want to do it and then run away? Without realizing it, people realized that this Xian emperor already had a considerable impression in their hearts. Can't run away. This 10,000 realms and heavens, it seems, has truly become his forbidden zone. In the future, with this Xian emperor, it would be better to keep well water away from river water. He doesn't care what he wants. Just fulfill him. An old venerable also said rather helplessly. The mighty pressure of the great emperor of the current generation. The only one who had reached such a level throughout the ages was Yi Xian. Chapter 41. This can't be that stupid fool who succeeded in refining it. Right? And what Yi Xian was trying to do. Perhaps all the great emperors throughout the ages had wanted to do it. But only Yi Xian had, at the moment, made it this far. The elixir he was going to refine was not even recorded in the ancient elixir formulas. He was going to refine an elixir that was similar to an immortality pill. He knew that it was impossible to refine an immortality pill. However, what he was going to try was to refine an elixir that could prolong the life of even a great emperor, ancient emperor. And moreover, an elixir that prolonged the life of an emperor at his peak. These things Yi Xian could have used on his own. Those forbidden area supreme beings were still underestimated. After harvesting the living essence of an epoch, coupled with the essence of so many great emperors and ancient emperors, not to mention prolonging one's life by 10,000 years. Even surpassing 10,000 years was quite possible. If used on his own body, Yi Xian had confidence that he would have at least 30,000 years of longevity in this first life. However, Yi Xian didn't want to do so. The living beings of these 3,000 Tao states disgusted him. And such a Tao was also for him to disdain. It doesn't matter if you want the sperm blood of a bunch of snobs. More importantly, he had the confidence that without using this thing, he could still continue the emperor's life at his peak and continue himself at his peak. He'll go on for 1, 2, 3 lifetimes. Therefore, he had another plan for the elixir he was going to refine now. In this way, time passed little by little. And the majestic energy of Yi Xian's alchemy was getting bigger and bigger. In fact, to be honest, at this time, even if there was a forbidden area supreme being sneaking in for a couple of bites, even if Yi Xian knew about it, he had no time to care about it because this was the crucial moment for alchemy. However, it froze as none of the supreme beings made a move. Perhaps, besides being afraid of Yi Xian, they all wanted to see what this Xian emperor, in the end, could refine. Such an alchemy time was much longer than even hammering an imperial weapon. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. A half year had passed. Yi Xian's alchemy was still going on. And there wasn't the slightest sign that it was going to stop. On top of that, all the supreme beings also discovered that the majestic resources and massive amount of essence were actually gradually decreasing. This Xian emperor, he really dares to try. But it's also really a waste. Who can successfully practice refining pills on such a large scale? Obviously. After half a year had passed, these supreme beings, did not look favorably on Yi Xian's alchemy this time. Too much energy had been lost for nothing. Let's see how he ends up. In this way, another few months passed, and the majestic energy was even more scarce. The Forbidden Zone Supreme shook his head helplessly and smiled. If it was said that Emperor Xian was proficient in the way of refining weapons, and his battle power was unmatched in the world, they admitted it. But if we say that Emperor Xian can make pills? But it's not fucking garbage. This guy can be a ball besides being a waste? That massive amount of chi and blood essence. All fucking wasted. Practice a hammer. A year and a half had passed. Yi Xian was still sitting there refining pills. And at this moment, the outer part of the bronze coffin, a little bit of chi and blood essence was non-existent. Those few rare and uncommon spirit medicines had all dissipated into the void as well. Only Yi Xian was still refining there in a decent manner. And there were originally some forbidden area supreme beings that were perhaps bored? Or perhaps you really want to see what kind of elixir was successfully concocted? After all, in this year and a half, from the initial crowds of supreme beings watching, there were supreme beings proficient in alchemy who came out to give pointers and suggestions. That's simply shocking enough. When would there be such a harmonious scene between a forbidden area supreme being and the great emperor of the day? And come out to instruct? But by now, simply no one comes out to see it. Grandma, this kid, pure waste. He'll make a shitload of Dan. A young supreme looked at Yi Xian gesticulating into the void like a fiend, and was also quite puzzled as he opened his mouth to ask an old emperor beside him and said, "Does he have something to hide?" Upon hearing that old emperor was also quite speechless. He's got a shitload to hide? So many supreme beings have been surrounding and instructing for a year and a half, and they haven't practiced anything on their own. Isn't this for that pretense of finding a way to make a fool of himself? With that said, this old emperor yawned and returned directly to his restricted area. An existence hidden in the heavens. What he was most proficient in was the Dan Dao. And it was he who was known in the world as the Dan Emperor. This one was a different kind of person in the Forbidden Zone Supreme. Even if it was a self-cutting blade, that was still drunk on alchemy. And he was rather different in that he never struck out on his own when the darkness was in turmoil. It is to rely on the other supreme beings to help them refine more advanced pills to extend their lifespan in exchange for corresponding rewards. No! Seeing Yi Xian alchemize Dan. At first he remained vigilant. Then he was so anxious that he simply came down to personally guide and give advice. And by now, he had completely given up. Seeing that a generation of Dan emperors were like this, that young supreme, too, walked away. Up to this point, for nearly 2 years, there was no longer a supreme being interested in Yi Xian's surroundings. After all, with the amount of divine origin consumed in these 2 years, it would be better to just fall asleep. 2 years? 2 years? Yi Xian didn't even refine a single hairline. Another half-year passed. And one day, a supreme being woke up from the divine origin because of a nightmare. And the first thing he said was, "The Xian Di is still refining?" With a divine source responding to him. That means obviously, give back that refinement. Refine a hairline. Unconsciously, time passes like a white horse. 10, 30, 60 years pass in a flash. Yi Xian was still refining pills under the starry sky. And his body was even covered in nets and dust. But the origin bronze coffin was now covered in dust. Who knows? He's giving this refining a ball. There are supreme beings who wake up and ask each other the first thing. The Xian Di is still refining? After receiving an affirmative answer, everyone agreed that the Xian Emperor, too, was a mansion pie. In this way, another few decades passed. And at this moment, Just as all the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were slumbering, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the universe. That violent fluctuation was even greater than the pressure of the Forbidden Zone battle. It shook the heavens. And even all the sleeping Supreme Beings were awakened. What's going on? What's happening? The Supreme Beings woke up and questioned each other suspiciously. It's that Xian Emperor. His bronze coffin seems to have exploded. Some ancient emperors said helplessly. And when Emperor Dan saw this scene, his face was also filled with black lines. This goods 100 years. It's a good thing the furnace blew up before the dam was made. However, the next second, they realized that something was wrong. Because, in this universe, there was actually an endless fragrance of Dan filling the air. And that kind of Dan fragrance, even if they smelled it, they were all mesmerized by it. Even just by smelling it, they could detect their chi and blood fluctuating. This is what exists. To be able to make the self-appointed ones, they were all so shocked. The loud rumbling continued for nearly 20 times before it finally quieted down. And in this universe, that mellow Dan aroma became more and more apparent, permeating everywhere. It can't be that stupid fool who finally succeeded in refining it, Emperor Dan said in shock. And then, after opening his heaven's eye to look over, he discovered a shocking scene. Chapter 42, Recruiting a Forbidden Area Supreme Being to be a fighter for himself? A crazy man who looks like a raggedy, unkempt maniac is flying to that full void chasing after the hybrid's elixir. Emperor Dan's eyes were venomous. And when he took a look at the elixir, his harums flowed out. To be able to have such spiritual awareness, disturbing the rules of heaven and earth, and also allowing a great emperor of the current generation to spend their efforts to chase the elixir. It's got to be an elixir of what grade? That madman. Isn't he the Xian Emperor? A Forbidden Area Supreme Being shouted in surprise. It's only been 100 years since I've seen him. This guy? Why does he look like this? Is he chasing potions? At this time, some Supreme Beings were even more puzzled by the current behavior of this Xian Emperor. Shouldn't he be crazy? However, the Dan Emperor's words, yet another all of them, all of a sudden, unsealed their divine sources and ran out in unison. Supreme Pill. He really refined it. What? Supreme Dan. All the Supreme Beings all looked at Yi Xian's place, where there were a full 20 crystal clear, rounded pills. That turned out to be the legendary Supreme Dan. Supreme Dan. A name passed down from the ancient times. Legend has it that once upon a time, in that place, there were supreme pills and even higher level pills. As the name implied, any alchemist, other than a peak 9th grade elixir, would not be able to make a truly useful elixir for a great emperor at all. An elixir that corresponded to the great emperor realm was an emperor realm elixir. Even this Dan Emperor was unable to refine it. At best, it was only a half emperor realm elixir. Not only does it come from a lack of strength, but it also suffers from a lack of good materials. Emperor realm elixir. That was a legendary existence with the battle power and realm of a great emperor, and could even transform itself into a human form and become a new great emperor. Even though this is only a legend, it is enough to show its magic, rarity and horror. Not to mention, this was a supreme pill that ranked among the top of all emperor realm pills. Back then, the Taishang Taoist priest was proficient in alchemy, and had described the Supreme Dan in the inner layers of his work scripture, the Taishang Tao Te Ching. However, even the Supreme Daolord's evaluation of it was only Dao can be Dao. Very Dao. In other words, even the Supreme Daolord had never really seen the Supreme Dan. Legend has it that this elixir is capable of prolonging the life of a peak emperor for 1,000 years. This was an existence that was enough to make all the other great ancient emperors red in the eyes. Who would have thought that something so legendary would actually be drummed up by this Xian emperor? That's shocking. All the supreme beings unconsciously swallowed their saliva. 20 supreme Dan. That added up to 20,000 years of peak emperor lives. Holy shit. It seems that the benefits of alchemy are really not small. This Xian emperor really refreshed everyone's eyes. This emperor's name of Emperor Dan is nothing. I'm not worthy of it. Grandma. With immediate effect. This emperor will not be known as Emperor Dan. Dan Huang is also considered a person of nature. 100 years. He himself did not see the slightest problem. Yi Xian not only persisted, but also with his own method of refining a truly superior Supreme Dan. He's the real dandy. This is the true imperial alchemist. And this time, 100 years of alchemy. Not only did he succeed in refining the Supreme Dan, but for Yi Xian himself, the enhancement, it was also quite great. His Yuanshan soul, which had been greatly refined, consciousness a mere idea, not only perceived the heavens and the worlds, but even his consciousness was able to trace the origin and travel up the long river of time. More importantly, he felt that his original battle power, too, had been greatly enhanced. The accumulation of 100 years this time had caused his realm and strength to be completely solidified. And he felt that he already had the qualifications to thoroughly inquire about that realm. This 100 years of alchemy. Alchemy was the purpose. And this precipitation after a great battle was even more of a purpose. The continuous battles with multiple supreme ancient emperors. The various Tao. The multiple senses. Were all incomparable supreme treasures for a great emperor. At this moment, Yi Xian, at his 600 years of age, felt that he had reached his current most peak state. Thus, Yi Xian was also about to officially start the next part of his journey. The only thing that Yi Xian saw was holding those 20 rounded Supreme Dan. And then he turned around, looking out of the heavens. Just like that. Coldly gazing at the hidden forbidden areas around him. What's he up to? Could it be that it's to use this Supreme Dan as a basis for another war against the forbidden region? One must know that the heavenly ruins, this forbidden area, had supreme beings who had sneak attacked Emperor Xian back then. But Emperor Xian had yet to find them to settle the score. After this 100 years of settling down, is he finally going to do it again? It had to be said that at this moment, all the Forbidden Zone supreme beings were quite nervous. Especially the remaining supreme beings of the heavenly market. And Yi Xian's next words were completely another heavenly market's existence. Shocked to the extreme. This emperor's newly refined supreme pill can extend peak emperor life for 800 to 1,000 years. If there are any forbidden areas or supreme beings that have defected to this emperor, then this emperor will not begrudge them a reward. One for each person. In addition, whoever destroys the remaining supreme beings in the heavenly ruins for me, this emperor will directly reward them with supreme pills. In that case, all the other supreme beings were simply astonished. The shock comes from so many sources. Since the beginning of time, the Supreme Dan had never manifested. And such an existence was enough to attract any supreme ancient emperor to go crazy over it. Peak emperor's life could extend at least 800 years upwards. What a concept! There is so much they can do with nearly 1,000 years. Moreover, on top of that, this Xian emperor did something that nothing since the beginning of the ages had dared to do? Was he actually going to take the Forbidden Zone Supreme under his wing? We were all great emperor ancient emperors. And who could shorten their identity and defect to another great emperor ancient emperor? What's more, isn't that just making us the punching bag? When would the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone become someone else's little brother? Even with the absolute strength of the suppression, the Forbidden Zone supremacy is not convinced. But this time, this Xian Emperor's approach. Obviously. To collect little brother? He really dared to think. What's more, this guy wanted to lend a hand. And when he didn't want to make a move himself, he was looking for people to sell their lives for him to pacify the Heavenly Ruins prohibited area? In the Heavenly Ruins, there are at least 3 or 4 hidden supreme beings. And they just let the Xian Emperor sell them out at a marked price? Under the heavens, since the beginning of time, this Xian Emperor was the only one who dared to do so. But that was the Supreme Dan. Who wouldn't salivate over a Supreme Dan that was at least 800 years above the peak Emperor's life? If you wrestle the Heavenly Ruin Supreme, the essence blood will all go to you and the others. And this Emperor only needs his body. Yi Xian's words were spoken once again. This was undoubtedly another incentive and a pie in the sky. The essence blood of the supreme beings of the heavenly market. That was also a holy relic that prolonged longevity. Doesn't this mean that the previous practice of attacking the supreme beings to prolong their lifespan has become publicized and legalized under Yi Xian's impetus? In this way, this temptation. That's not just a star. Right at this moment, there was a supreme being who explored and opened his mouth to ask. Xian Emperor? These words, can they be taken seriously? As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under a heavy reward. And under a heavy reward, there will also be a great emperor, ancient emperor, who will be moved by it. This emperor's promise is worth 1,000 words. So you can rest assured. Immediately afterward, in the distance, a magnificent figure directly manifested itself and came to Yi Xian's side. This person's blood was extraordinary. And his aura was majestic and domineering. This was a former imperial Dao existence. The valiant man had quite the demeanor even in front of Yi Xian. For extreme fierce grave. Golden Rock Emperor. Meet the Xian Emperor. The for extreme ferocious grave. Or the desolate valley ferocious grave. Where there were many supreme beings hibernating in the same origins as the Yama floating earth and the Luo Tian Corp Sea. And this one that appeared at this time was actually an ancient emperor of the Epiphany era. Wrapped in golden light. A golden-winged rock eagle that had attained the Tao. At this moment, coming in front of Yi Xian, he was actually so polite. Doyle. In response, Yi Xian was also quite polite. And then, he opened his mouth to ask, will you trust this emperor? Hearing Yi Xian's words, that Golden Rock Emperor also laughed out loud and said, this emperor has cut himself for the sake of immortality. Your battle power. Needless to say, willing to have this method. And definitely not a lie. Maybe you'll go farther. 100 years ago this emperor had this idea. Follow you. No shame. This Golden Rock Emperor was also unrestrained and open. Not twisting and turning. And directly stated his true thoughts. You'll see. That way ahead. Yi Xian's answer to this Golden Rock Emperor was also exceptionally firm. Simply because this 100 years of accumulation and precipitation had already allowed him to thoroughly find that path. By the way, fellow Daoist, you won't give me this Supreme Dan for nothing. Right? The Golden Rock Emperor still voiced the concerns in his heart. After all, if he didn't do anything after getting the elixir, it wouldn't be a good sign. In response, Yi Xian also laughed out loud and said, that's natural. These 800 years and nearly 1,000 years of longevity will test too many emperors. There is a prohibition of mine inside. As long as you, the Golden Rock Emperor, don't turn against me, then the prohibition will be ineffective for all eternity. If you are dissolute, you should know by now that you can't escape. Yi Xian's words were also very direct. But at the same time, They were also quite domineering. And such words couldn't help but deepen the thoughts in his heart when some supreme beings heard them. That is, this Xian emperor in front of them now was truly no longer in the same class as them. It seemed that with a single movement of his mind, he was able to take care of an ancient emperor supreme. What's more, this 1,800 years of peak emperor life wasn't even on his mind anymore. This Xian emperor's path truly looked further ahead. And for Yi Xian, since this is the case, this kind of pills I'm not giving you guys for nothing. Why give you guys for nothing, ah? Old man worked hard for 100 years to refine it. Here, you have to do as you're told. If you don't, I'll forbid you. Do it or don't. It's all on a voluntary basis. The main thing that is important to the child and the house is a sincere heart. The Golden Rock Emperor also froze for a moment when he heard this. Because, as long as he accepted this Supreme Dan, it would mean that, from this instant, he would no longer be a peerless emperor who was proud of the 10,000 realms. There will always be a great figure above him that will remain insurmountable. To go from a generation of lofty emperors to becoming a follower of others was quite a test for the heart of a great imperial ancient emperor. But the great emperor, the ancient emperor, will also sit down and wither away. And he cut himself to the bone for the sake of immortality. If following this Xian emperor around could really prolong one's lifespan as a junior brother, then what was the harm? Pride? Can you eat pride? Can you be proud and not kill yourself? Isn't that bullshit? Therefore, the only thing that could be seen was that this Golden Rock Emperor, facing Yi Xian, rather solemnly clasped his fists and opened his mouth. Emperor Xian, I, Golden Rock Emperor, am willing to follow around. Go together and witness the path you walk. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian also smiled with considerable satisfaction. And then without skimping, directly a Supreme Dan with a round body was floated into that Golden Rock Emperor's hand. At this moment, that rich Dan fragrance, that absolute medicinal effect, even the Golden Rock Emperor couldn't help but swallow a large mouthful of saliva. This was definitely a supreme elixir. Definitely able to prolong the life of a peak emperor for nearly 1,000 years. Emperor Xian definitely didn't lie to them. The Golden Rock Emperor carefully put away this Supreme Dan. To be honest, he really didn't want to take it just like that. Because he felt that his chi and blood could still hold out for a long time of years. Such a good thing to save for the right opportunity. Thank you, Emperor Xian. This Golden Rock Emperor was also excitedly grateful to Yi Xian. Seeing the hands dancing from a great emperor, ancient emperor, and seeing such a move, some supreme beings were truly moved. Because that Supreme Dan, it was definitely real. 20 in total. First come, first served. And right at this moment, Yi Xian's voice once again resounded through the void universe, shocking one forbidden area supreme being after another. Yeah, the Supreme Dan is counted. And whoever gets it, it's theirs. In the next second, the three old venerable masters from the Fountainhead Mountain directly came to Yi Xian's side. Their demeanor was quite respectful. Xian Emperor, the three of us, we would like to follow Emperor Xian. I hope you don't mind. This time, the three old supreme beings of the Fountainhead Mountain, all of them manifested. And they had indeed aged beyond recognition. Flying Feather Supreme, Flame Ancient Emperor, and Earth Spirit Emperor. Indeed, they were three supreme ancient emperors from a long time ago. At least before the era of the emperors. The older they got, the less confident they became. Long gone were the blood and ambition of those days. And the three of them were well aware of their situation. It wouldn't take more than a few hundred years for the other forbidden area supreme beings to completely exterminate and refine them. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have expressed their intention to defect to Yi Xian 100 years ago. The purpose of this is to normalize the path for a peaceful old age. According to Yi Xian's eyesight, this Fei Yu Supreme, the Flame Ancient Emperor and the Earth Spirit Emperor, it would only be 500 or 700 years before these three old supreme beings would have transformed their paths into the heavens and the earth. And they had indeed been dormant for far too long. Now that their essence blood was missing, the only thing they could do was that supreme being's body. Moreover, most of the good things in this fountainhead, 100 years ago, these three old supreme beings had already offered them to Yi Xian. Therefore, for these three existences, Yi Xian is also not only counted to catch up with the Supreme Dan's support. The three of them, at least, can also restore a considerable qi and blood strength. As your first power, that would be great too. The three dignitaries, please rise. We are all Taoists together. Why be so polite? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly helped these three old reverends up. This scene shocked everyone once again. Once upon a time, the Forbidden Zone Supreme stirred up the world's wind and clouds, and all the races trembled. Once upon a time, the darkness was in turmoil, exterminating all the 100 races of the living, and the dojo was speechless. That was a dormant existence of the Forbidden Zone. That was the head of 100 clans that shared the same respect. Even the great emperors of the current generation would be forced to be exhausted. However, in this era, there were even venerable masters of the Forbidden Zone who were so humble as to bow down to the banner of the great emperor of the world. The times have changed. But again, the times have not changed. It is the hearts that have changed. What has changed? Is only this Xian Emperor? Because he is too powerful. He was recruiting the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone to be fighters for himself. Chapter 43, if there are any unattributed Forbidden Area supreme beings, directly hunt them down. After that, Yi Xian was directly handing over those three supreme elixirs to Supreme Fei Yu, the Flame Ancient Emperor and the Earth Spirit Emperor, in front of the astonished gazes of the crowd. He really is a man of his word. There were Forbidden Area supreme beings rubbing their hands together in envy. Normally, these high and mighty supreme beings, how had they ever had such a scene? That's a Real Supreme Dan. And at this moment, these three old emperors, who were also in tears of gratitude, immediately made the heavenly Tao oath, promising that heaven and earth would be absolutely loyal to Yi Xian. This scene, the whole of that Golden Rock Emperor is also stunned. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this? This just came to such a roll? Oath of heaven. Who wouldn't? I'll send it too. The heavenly Tao oath. This was an oath that no one had dared to touch since the beginning of time. For that is to pledge one's true blood and inscribe it in the great Tao of heaven and earth. In other words, if you don't keep your oath, the heavenly Tao will destroy you. What's more, if there is a great emperor of the day alive, the heavenly Tao is the great emperor of the day, and that means, just take the oath of the heavenly Tao that belongs to you. Then, you will be completely in the hands of the great emperor of the day, which belongs to, and gives Yi Xian an absolute scattering mace. However, at this moment, the atmosphere has been baked here. Do not send a. Also really cannot stand. Therefore, these four ancient emperor venerable directly is the heavenly Tao oath. Even Yi Xian was stunned. However, it's quite nice to have an extra layer of insurance. And right after this scene, there were three more figures that came directly to Yi Xian's side. Are they the three supreme beings of the heavenly market? They're sitting on their hands. A Forbidden Area supreme being also analyzed and said, Bullshit. Who can still sit still? If this was soliciting for a while, the heavenly market would simply remove itself. Those three. So that's them. A forbidden area supreme being recognized the three supreme beings from this heavenly market. Supreme Emperor Tianshu. Supreme Emperor Tianxian. Supreme Emperor Tianxing. To think that the supreme beings within this heavenly ruins all came from the same sect? Back then, in the Beidou ancient star region, it was said that there was an Arctic divine sect, a clan of 100,000 years, with three supreme powerhouses appearing. That Arctic divine sect was strong for a while. And later, it seemed that it had found the immortal road. And the Arctic divine sect gathered the power of the entire sect and focused a little on attacking the immortal road. But in the end, the Arctic divine sect, which was strong for a while, went up in smoke. And no one knew what they had encountered. Even with the existence of the supreme being of the day, the Arctic divine sect was dealt a devastating blow. Unexpectedly, within the heavenly ruins, the remaining three supreme beings, surprisingly, were all from the Arctic divine sect? This Arctic divine sect takes the ancient rhyme of the starry sky as its own reference model object, evolving the mysteries of the heavenly stars and exploring the theory of all things. And the circumference of the heavenly stars in buckets is their gong method ancient array. They have been spoken of in extraordinary terms throughout the ages. At this moment, however, this heavenly pivot supreme being, heavenly Xian supreme being and heavenly star supreme being, but they directly cupped their fists at Yi Xian and opened their mouths. Xian Emperor, if the three of us sincerely defect to you, can we put aside our previous grudges? In that case, everyone else was astonished. These three people from the heavenly market had extraordinary chi and blood, extraordinary battle strength, and bizarre feats. They had a big secret about that path in their bodies. Otherwise, the Arctic divine sect that flourished for a while wouldn't have been able to completely go up in smoke in that battle. And as their words proved that the heavenly market had made a move against Yi Xian, they were afraid of being liquidated. So they completely lowered their stance. Because they knew very well that no one could save them in such a situation except to save themselves. Back then, the three of us did take part in striking out at you for your emperor's blood and for immortality. At this time, if Emperor Xian refuses to give up, we have no choice but to fight. The end is not a rival, but it is also considered to pay for the grudge of that year. This heavenly pivot supreme is also quite solemn opening. Obviously, no matter what time it is, the supreme has the domineering and backbone belonging to the supreme. They knew very well that the current them, all three of them, were no match for Yi Xian. But if you really want to fight, but also not afraid of the slightest, standing and dying is also a good destination. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian stared closely at the three of them for a long time, and then said with a bright smile, "If you are sincere in your devotion, there are some things that this emperor would like to ask you." Supreme Emperor Tianxian was a female emperor. And when she heard Yi Xian's words, she seemed to understand what was going on. Great Emperor need not speak much. What you want to know, we know in our hearts. With such a conversation, everyone understood that Yi Xian had put down his killing intent, and that he didn't want to get rid of the heavenly market. Some Forbidden Zone supreme beings said without understanding. Why? It's such a good opportunity. Isn't it womanly not to just wear down the heavenly ruins? However, it was only after a long time that an old emperor slowly opened his mouth and explained. He is already invincible in his heart. And in this realm, there is no opponent he can look up to. The old emperor's words had a shock, but also a despondency, but also a kind of sadness. Originally we were all side by side. The same realm. Who compared to who? Will not be worse. However, by now, even though everyone was an ancient emperor, there was no longer a place for them in the eyes of that Xian emperor. In other words, the current them were no longer qualified to be this Xian emperor's opponents. He could have blazed a trail on his own, but he didn't know, again, why he made the choice he did. Perhaps, like that Xian emperor himself said, it was to integrate more battle power. The three heavenly pivot supreme beings were careful and had apprehensions. But when they saw the three supreme Dan in front of them, they couldn't help but solemnly cup their fists towards Yi Xian. Xian Emperor's great righteousness. We, the rest of us, pay our respects. Perhaps they really weren't in the same realm anymore. And just then, a coughing sound appeared in the void, as if to relieve some sort of embarrassment and to alert people to the place. Anyway, a voice came through as well. That, fellow Daoist, would you see if you need a handyman when you're refining pills? The Supreme Being sniffed and looked over, only to see that Emperor Dan with a coy face, looking at everything here with embarrassment. Because he also wanted to join here. Hearing this, Yi Xian also laughed out loud and said, "The name of the Dan Emperor is the best in the ancient world. With you joining us, the Supreme Dan is not just a dream. This emperor holds the method of alchemy. As long as we kill more supreme ancient emperors, this Supreme Dan, it will be a constant flow." After Yi Xian released these words, everyone was stunned. But then they perked up. Yeah, the Xian Emperor would be able to make pills. And what they lacked were materials. However, I have never heard of this Supreme Dan also has any antibody effect. That is, to eat one has the effect of one. In other words, as long as they could kill supreme ancient emperors in a steady stream, there would be supreme pills appearing. Theoretically, yes. But how are they going to go about it? The 3,000 Dao states must come under the consolidation of this emperor. This place will be turned into a forbidden area for this emperor. If there are any unattributed forbidden area supreme beings, we will directly hunt them down. Chapter 44. Listen to me and all will be well. Yi Xian's words were quite overbearing, which proved that he wouldn't give any of the forbidden zones an excuse to continue existing. Because there could only be one forbidden area here. And that was his Yi Xian's forbidden area. Listen to me. Let's go on the road together. If you don't listen to me, then I'll send you on your way. The current Yi Xian had such confidence and battle power. And what he said about hunting supreme beings was originally what the Forbidden Zone supreme beings craved for. It was endless chi and blood essence beckoning them. It was a Supreme Dan that was beckoning them. At this moment, the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings that hadn't appeared yet were also quite speechless. Marred. Yi Xian. You're so fucking deceitful. Why should all the good stuff be yours? Why should the heavens listen to you? Who the hell are you? In an instant, Yi Xian's words caused an uproar in several Forbidden Zones. There were Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings who wanted to defect to Yi Xian. But there were also Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings who were completely enraged, wanting to unite and completely kill Yi Xian. Xian Emperor, don't think you're really invincible. If we join forces, we will definitely make it hard for you too. There was an extremely dissatisfied Yama floating Earth's existence shouting out words of warning and threatening Yi Xian. However, in the face of such a warning, Emperor Dan also directly opened his mouth and said in return, "Then come out and fight. Being a shrinking turtle is nothing." Hearing Emperor Dan's words, the Supreme Ancient Emperor of the Yama floating Earth cursed furiously. "I poo. You're also worthy of being called a Dan Emperor. groveling and working as a punching bag for others. I shucks. The face of the strongest members of the Imperial Tao have all been disgraced by you lot. Such words were not only cursing Emperor Dan, but also these 8 supreme ancient emperors who were standing around Yi Xian at the moment. As such, these people were so angry that they couldn't wait to rush straight into Yama floating earth right now and have a big battle. However, the Dan Emperor was not the least bit impressed by this. And he opened his mouth with a cold smile. Don't do that shit. See what this is? Emperor Dan lifted up the Supreme Dan, carefully sniffing its scent. That expression. How can one be disgusted? Just such a scene came to make those Forbidden Area Supreme Beings furious, making them envious. This thing is called the Supreme Dan. It smells so good. 1,000 years of peak Emperor life. TSK. You don't have it. Hey. This Emperor does. Tell me. Angry? You. Emperor Dan. Come. A battle. This father will decapitate you. Seeing Emperor Dan's bitchy and swishy appearance, that Yama floating Earth's supreme being was simply furious. Even Yi Xian and the others that were stunned. Such a bitchy swishy guy, that how did he become a great emperor, ancient emperor? Come on. Fight, and let's fight. Just as this supreme being of the Yama floating Earth wanted to fight. On that side of the 4 extreme ferocious grave, there were unexpectedly 3 more supreme ancient emperors whose figures manifested and appeared by Yi Xian's side. Fellow Daoist, we are also willing to follow you in battle. Ancient Emperor Qinglong, White Dragon Supreme, Emperor Panlong. It was unthinkable that the ones hibernating here were 3 supreme ancient emperors of the dragon race bloodline. The dragon race, the spiritual leader of the beast race, with a divine and unpredictable pressure. After becoming a Taoist, his battle power was quite extraordinary. Each of these 3 existences had an aura like a rainbow, extraordinary battle strength, and stood there like an abyss in iron tower. It gives a sense of how extraordinary they are. The Supreme Ancient Emperor had not only battle power, but also an eye that ordinary people could hardly have. They believed and could see that the path this Xian Emperor was going to take was very unusual. By following his path, they would go farther, and perhaps really be able to penetrate that so-called immortal path. Now, in just such a short while, the supreme ancient emperors that had converged around Yi Xian already numbered as many as 11. Flying Feather Supreme, Flame Ancient Emperor, Earth Spirit Emperor, and Golden Rock Emperor. Heavenly Pivot Supreme, Heavenly Xian Supreme, Heavenly Star Supreme, and Emperor Dan, Ancient Emperor Qinglong, Supreme White Dragon, and Great Emperor Panlong. With these 11 gathered together, the current Yi Xian had the absolute strength to sweep through any forbidden area. Actually, Yi Xian understood that these great emperor ancient emperors wanted them to really submit to themselves. What is needed is time. And more than that, strength. But all in all, these people, for now, are still in control. And in Yi Xian's hand, there were still 9 Supreme Dan, which he was refining for the purpose of integrating this 10,000 realms forbidden zone for his own use. For now, having your own forces is necessary. He wants to dream big for all eternity. He wants to reflect the heavens. And he wants to reflect a perfect world as well. Hence, Yi Xian directly raised the 9 Supreme Dan while opening his mouth and said aloud, "There are still 9 Supreme Pills. It's not too late to defect to this Emperor." The temptation of this Supreme Dan was just too great. There didn't seem to be anyone who could resist this seductive power. And some Supreme Beings hidden in the Forbidden Zone thought left and right. But they also finally decided to appear and defect to this Xian Emperor. Because Yi Xian said that if he doesn't defect to me, After he finishes recruiting his troops, he will immediately pacify these forbidden areas. It doesn't matter if you're the supreme being of that forbidden zone. And these supreme beings under him would immediately refine all of these forbidden zone supreme beings into their own chi, blood, and essence without the slightest bit of retention. Instead of having a big war at that time, it would be better to directly take the initiative to defect now. The bigger the power, the thicker the tree, the better it would be to ride on it. Thus, almost in just a few blinks of an eye, 9 imposing figures directly manifested around Yixian. They come from all the forbidden zones and each one of them does not come empty-handed. Take your best treasures and come to the table. Among them, there were those whose battle power and blood were as strong as rainbows. And there were also those who were like the 3 old venerable masters of the Fountain of Youth at the time. But all in all, even the 11 supreme ancient emperors behind Yixian were shocked beyond words. There were 9 supreme ancient emperors that appeared in a flash. And they were there for the supreme Dan. But didn't this also show the new prestige of this Xian emperor? Supreme Emperor of the 9 Pantheon. Stone Emperor. Ancient Emperor of the 10,000 Spirits. Supreme Emperor of the Vast Sea. Ancient Emperor of the Zhentian Heaven. Emperor of the Swallowing Sun. Emperor of the Ink. Emperor of the Battle. And Emperor of the Heavenly Eagles. These 9 supreme ancient emperors were all age-old existences that had been hidden for an unknown period of time. And perhaps in the eyes of the great emperor ancient emperors of the past, these people must have started dark upheavals. But these, however, were not what Yi Xian cared about. What he wanted was the further expansion of his own power. What he wanted was for the 3,000 Tao states to be completely united. In a flash, 20 supreme ancient emperors had gathered under Yi Xian's banner. And at this moment, that Emperor Dan was also quite energized before opening his mouth to inquire. Emperor Xian, if you set up a new court, there shall be a renewal. How about a brand new name? Would you like that? Hearing this, Yi Xian looked into the distance. The 10,000 ages that he wanted to mirror were before and not before. Therefore, he continued to speak. Xian Ting, a supreme being, also spoke up and continued. Why doesn't Emperor Xian establish the heavenly court? Call it the Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, Yi Xian also laughed out loud and said, the Tao is the law of heaven. The law of heaven is the law of earth. And the law of earth is the law of man. The 3 talents are born together. The cycle of cause and effect. And the heavens have a heavenly way that is mysterious. I am the Xian Emperor. And I cannot peer into the heavens. Chapter 45, Opening New Paths. After hearing this from Yi Xian, those supreme ancient emperors, too, were not in a position to say anything good. In that case, then we, the people of this Xian court, this huge Tao state, after this, is also the forbidden area of Xianting. Saying this, Yi Xian coldly looked into the distance before turning back and smiling. Everyone, since you have sincerely defected to this emperor, then why not have a meet and greet gift? Saying that, he slowly made a seal with both hands. And the coordinates of a party appeared completely in front of everyone. And there was the immortal mountain. There were still Forbidden Zone supreme beings hiding. And the supreme beings at the moment understood what Yi Xian meant. Instantly, the immortal mountain, a forbidden area, should no longer exist. Remember, the Emperor blood essence is yours. And the Emperor body, this Emperor's. With that, Yi Xian whisked his sleeves away into the starry sky. He had things he wanted to do. As for this forbidden area of the 10,000 ways, I'll leave it to these people. Don't worry, Xian Emperor. This time, Immortal Mountain won't bother you again. With that said, the 20 supreme ancient emperors marched out together and sailed to the immortal mountain prohibited area in unison. That kind of powerful pressure even for a fellow supreme being. They all felt trembling in fear from the depths of their souls. And such a scene had never occurred even in the epic. When had 20 supreme ancient emperors come out together and sailed to a place? And what forbidden area? Etc. could withstand such an attack? At this moment, some supreme beings who had not defected to Yi Xian were so scared that they dared not utter a single breath, repenting that their intestines were even green. When I defected before, I could get the Supreme Dan. And now maybe I'm going to be that Supreme Dan myself. Xian Emperor? Wait. We are willing to follow Emperor Xian's left and right. Saddle up and do what we want. Suddenly, there was a supreme fluctuation within the immortal mountain, sending out such words. And the only one who could make the forbidden area supreme be completely soft and so timid was Emperor Xian. What did you do early? Which no. Yi Xian just a faint sentences to declare the end of this immortal mountain. Yes. The sky market all dare to come out. Why do not you come out? Where have you been? Now you want to defect to me? What? Am I a food market where you can come and go as you please? At this time, the 3 supreme beings of that day's market are also a burst of sighs. If not for their foresight, I'm afraid that the scene of the immortal mountain is now the scene of their day's market. Yi Xian! How dare you really want to kill us all? That immortal mountain's supreme being roared angrily, venting his dissatisfaction. By what right? This 10,000 paths of the heavens will listen to you. You're nothing. By what right do you dare to break the rules of the forbidden zone that have been in place since the beginning of time? In response to this supreme being's roaring fury, Yi Xian simply ignored him. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that this emperor can behead you at will and you can't behead this emperor. Why should I follow the rules of the so-called forbidden zone? This tells you that the rules of this emperor are the rules. Fellow forbidden area Taoists. He, Yi Xian, now dares to strike against my immortal mountain. Next. It's you guys. As you can see. Now defect. He no longer wants you. There is no other way but for us to join forces and fight with it. This immortal mountain supreme being transmitted his voice to the other forbidden area supreme beings. And he believed that the current scene was enough to arouse the empathy of these forbidden area supreme beings. After all, the reasoning of lips dying and teeth being cold should be understood by these supreme beings. However, who would have thought that Yi Xian's words would come back at this moment? None of the immortal mountain's supreme beings. This emperor will be accepted. The rest of the supreme beings that want to come. This emperor is always welcome. Oh yeah. When this emperor completely destroys the immortal mountain, he will have 3 Bodhi pills again. Don't be afraid that the later ones won't get their rewards. With this emperor here, you can rest assured. Hearing Yi Xian say such words, that immortal mountain's supreme being was completely enraged. Xian Emperor. You fucking scumbag. Xian Emperor? What kind of great emperor are you? You're shameless. What are you waiting for? Shut them up. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting in the void, not knowing where he had taken out a handful of melons for. Eating and spitting out the melon rinds while looking at the immortal mountain forbidden area in the distance. As for Emperor Dan and the others, after receiving Yi Xian's command, that was also without hesitation. As the 20 supreme beings struck out together, directly stepping on the entire forbidden area, within the immortal mountain, the 3 figures completely ascended at the limit, bringing out their strongest battle power. However, under the strong siege of 20 supreme beings, what kind of waves could they, the 3 supreme beings, turn over? Even if some of the forbidden area supreme beings wanted to support them, They were unable to do so. Because Xianting's 20 supreme ancient emperors would never give them this chance. There was no suspense in the ending of this battle. And it didn't take long at all for the bodies of the 3 supreme beings to be placed in front of Yi Xian. This was the Xian Emperor's terror. He himself didn't need to do anything at all. And a forbidden area that had been passed down for an unknown number of epochs just completely dissipated. Those were 3 true supreme ancient emperors that were just thrown in front of Yi Xian. Fellow Taoists have worked hard. So let's refine the pills first. After a period of time, this emperor take you to a new adventure. At those words, Emperor Dan and the others looked at each other before clasping their fists and saying, "Many thanks to Emperor Xian." After they obtained the Supreme Dan, everyone was impatient to find out what it was all about. And now that Yi Xian had given them time, they were naturally happy to study it. As for Yi Xian, he also wanted to use this opportunity to truly take himself to the next level. Through the treasures brought by these supreme beings as well as those obtained from the immortal mountain, and the bodies of the 3 ancient exalted, Yi Xian directly sacrificed his own origin bronze coffin. This Tao imperial artifact was meant to continuously refine the ancient emperor to enhance its strength. As for Emperor Dan and the others, they would do their job. And even though Yi Xian said that the qi and blood of those 3 immortal mountain supremacies belonged to them, Emperor Dan and the others didn't move anything. Instead, it was handed over to Yi Xian to handle. Since this was the case, Yi Xian also once again brought in the hammering of the imperial artifacts at the same time, and began to hammer a new Supreme Dan. However, these 3 ancient Emperor Supreme Beings, at best, were only able to refine 2 Supreme Dawn, because their qi and blood are more depleted and not so sufficient anymore. But having 2 Supreme Pills was much better than none, because there were Forbidden Area Supreme Beings that were still watching. At this moment in the 3000 Tao states, the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings, everyone was in danger. They wanted to unite to fight against Yi Xian, but honestly, couldn't take that courage. 20 Supreme Ancient Emperors. Such pressure was truly too much. But for Yi Xian, he now, however, had no time to care about them. He wanted to go even further to blaze that path. The paths of the loathsome Heavenly Father, the Dharma Father, and the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor had given him a great deal of touch. And he was going to formally attempt a path that belonged to himself for once. Under the starry sky, 10,000 laws intertwined. Yi Xian adjusted his state to the extreme. Even with a Forbidden Area Supreme Being watching him, he didn't know what exactly he was going to do. Chapter 46 The Peak of the 12 Heavens is my goal. At this moment, Yi Xian, however, had opened up to a deep enlightenment. 100 years of precipitation. The contemplation of the path of that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor had allowed him to finally understand the mystery of the origin of this world. The path of a great emperor is only a starting point and never the end. Emperors had strengths and weaknesses. Emperors had highs and lows. And supreme beings had even more advantages and disadvantages. And this was by no means only derived from natural talent, external objects, and said combat power. In fact, it is more of an absolute manifestation of the realm. Previously, it was just a guess. But now, Yi Xian was even more certain. The Emperor realm was the starting point of a new realm. Why do some great emperors live to nearly 20,000 years in one life? And others only 10,000 years or so? Why were there great emperors who could power through 2 supreme ancient emperors? The reason? All of it. This was because, regardless of whether it was a great emperor, an ancient emperor, or a supreme, heavenly, or Taoist exalt, in actuality, they were all under a rule without a substantial breakthrough. This rule, which is the ultimate way, can also be called the human way. When cultivated to the extreme, it was the great emperor realm, the pinnacle of the extreme Tao, the pinnacle of the human path. But since it's the pinnacle, there's always a new extreme. This extreme was how far each person could actually go. And thus, the realm of the great emperors emerged as a true distinction. It was the emperor realm, divided into 9 grades. But this was only a certain realm. And above that, there were even more profound divisions. That is for the division of heaven. The so-called division of the heavenly Tao referred to the Immaculate Imperial Seal. And according to reason, a great emperor could only carry the Immaculate Imperial Seal once in a lifetime. One reason was because strength could only be so strong. And the other reason was because there was only one seal of the Tao in this heaven and earth. You want to carry it many times. But the reality of the conditions is not allowed. The reality, however, is that this is not the case. Because, outside of this first layer of heavenly Tao of the 10,000 paths of the heavens, there were other heavenly Tao. This also means that the 10,000 realms of living beings are by no means the only realms that exist in the 3,000 Taoist states. But there are other realms as well. Otherwise, under the change of epochs and dark turmoil, how many living beings could reproduce and regenerate so quickly? And according to Yi Xian's discoveries, including the canonical accounts of the previous sages, such a great Tao world should have 12 heavens. This meant that this realm where Yi Xian and the others lived had 12 layers of heavenly Tao. One overlapping the other. One surrounding the other. The current emperors since the beginning of time were actually carrying nothing more than the heavenly Tao of this first heaven. And the source of their strength was only the heavenly Tao of this first heaven. And beyond that, there was the second, third, and even higher levels of the heavenly Tao. Only that, after spending their entire lives, not only were they unable to break it, but more importantly, they had not discovered that path. The limitations of their vision prevent them from moving to a newer path in their lifetime. But then again, the difficulty of wanting to break the limitations of the first heavenly Tao and break through the second heavenly Tao to certify the Tao, that was also imaginable. Yi Xian himself wasn't even sure now if that second heavenly Tao was directly attached to the first heavenly Tao, or if there was a higher realm that existed above the 3,000 Tao states. This, indeed, is unknown. But all in all, for Yi Xian, such a path was considered clear. Because for existences like them, they weren't afraid of cultivation. What they were afraid of was just that the path was impassable. After learning such news, for all the existences in the emperor realm, the touch was great. Whether that was a higher realm, or whatever, he was going to check it out. And that Taiyin heavenly emperor was a proof of that. It was not true that the emperor realm was divided into 1 to 9 grades. And some of the supreme beings, ancient emperors, and great emperors throughout the ages had, at best, only gone as far as 2 or 3 grades of the emperor realm in this lifetime. And the reason why some great completion physique great completions could call out to great emperors was also because, with their battle power, they had just reached this realm. For example, that corpse emperor? Despite being quite astonishingly talented, his cultivation was only around the 3rd grade emperor realm. The Thunder Emperor was very strong and could reach the level of the 5th or 6th grade emperor realm. Then some of the rest of the abandoned heavenly elders, Dodo underworld spirit bodies, and so on, were just hovering around the 3rd and 4th grade truncations. The Dharma Sovereign's first incarnation could reach the 7th or 8th level of the emperor realm. And the anomalous heavenly sovereign seemed to be able to reach the 7th or 8th level of the emperor realm as well. Therefore, their battle power was unrivaled. And Yi Xian, at that time, had to deal with it cautiously. As for the 7 emperors of the ancient world, the 9 heavenly sovereigns, and the 10 great Tao sovereigns, the best of them had definitely reached that 8th or 9th great emperor realm, or even the pinnacle of the 9th great emperor realm. For them, the only thing that is missing is the knowledge of the road. The road ahead is lost. Anyhow you cover the generations of splendor, a world of pride, to the end, but also can only become a shovelful of yellow earth, the mound of dry bones. That Taiyin heavenly emperor, however, was different. He attempted to impact the 2nd heavenly Tao, and, in his senses, called this the bearing of heavenly destiny. However, he failed and was sanctioned by that 2nd heavenly Tao, and his injuries were severe. But despite this, it also prolonged his lifespan, indefinitely increasing his matchless battle power. So it seems that to truly reach that legendary longevity, that legendary immortality, there is indeed a long way to go. In the past, when there was no direction, I don't know how many great emperors and ancient emperors felt extreme, filled with confusion within, because becoming immortal and living forever, in their hearts, is just an obsession that can't see the edge. Who can tell where the ferry is and how to go on? Why would the 20 supreme ancient emperors defect to Yi Xian this time? Other than the effects of that supreme Dan, it's because they see a point that, even in its remoteness, is quite specific. Being able to visualize the path they're walking down and accomplishing the direction they're moving in. The road has an end, but the way is limitless. The road has an end, but the way has no end. As the saying goes, the path. When you are enlightened, you will walk smoothly. And when you walk smoothly, you will become the path. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was not delaying. Directly is sitting down, quietly to feel the heaven and earth avenue. The way of heaven is vast, and the Gaijin generation pursues it. The Dharma is endless, and heaven and earth know it. Only after truly penetrating the 2nd heavenly Tao could Yi Xian truly enhance his battle power and extend his lifespan. Just like this, time passed little by little, and Yi Xian suddenly realized that on the periphery of his immaculate emperor seal, it seemed, there was a layer of vague barriers. That barrier, it was not difficult to step in, but it was like a foot stepping in and then empty, as if stepping in the void, without any point of gravity. This place was so vast and unmarked that even the divine thoughts of a great emperor could not perceive it clearly. It was like a land of isolation, not knowing where it ended, much less where to go. However, Yi Xian clearly realized that this place was different from the location of the 1st heavenly Tao. It's like a region of overlanding, and when you walk through it, you're on the other side. The place was unusually arcane, but anyone could find that other place to go. Yi Xian knew that he, himself, had come to the right place. Chapter 47. Could it be that the foreign domain is coming? With a thought, Yi Xian's Yuanshan appeared. His speed was very fast. In the first day of the Tao, not to say instantaneous transfer was almost the same. But here, it was still not enough. The vastness of the space even made people breathless. Can't tell if it's an oppression or a freedom. Finally, along with Yi Xian's advancement, he seemed to sense an energy that was pure to the core. And it seemed that his immaculate emperor seal was getting more and more solid here. And even, it was trying to lean towards there. Yi Xian understood that if he wasn't from the same source, he would never have this kind of sensation. There was the true boundary of the 1st heavenly Tao. He picked up speed and charged straight through. At the same time, his scarcity emperor seal grew brighter and brighter, which proved that his guess was not wrong. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in the sky and in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian understood that as long as he pierced through this place, he would be able to completely step into the second heavenly Tao. And then, Yi Xian mobilized his attack and instantly blasted out that domineering and unparalleled punch. Even an ordinary emperor realm would be completely crushed. However, immediately afterward, the barrier was so bright that it directly bounced back Yi Xian's attack. Sure enough, it's here. Yi Xian was very excited. His own path, finally, had found a clearer and more certain direction. However, it was also quite difficult to break this barrier, requiring endless greatness. It was hard to defeat Yi Xian as he mobilized his most powerful strike and directly blasted out. He was confident that his battle power had long since surpassed the peak of the 9th rank of the first heaven. And the only difference was that his realm hadn't really reached the point of the second heaven. This barrier, it can't stop this emperor. Along with Yi Xian's roar, with a rumble, the entire Tao barrier, like shards of glass, appeared with a bang, scattering all over the universe. When the stripped fragments were scattered, the heavens of the worlds instantly sensed that a new kind of energy seemed to be rapidly permeating this heaven and earth. Or perhaps, that the great Tao, which was originally binding for all walks of life, seemed to have loosened up a bit. This was something that those supreme beings felt most clearly. What's the situation? There's a new kind of Tao power covering it? They said doubtfully. The heavenly star supreme being and the others were refining the supreme Dan. And at this moment, they were also aware that the medicinal effects of that supreme Dan and their own bloodlines, it seemed, were somehow nourished. The supreme beings who were still in the forbidden zone were also puzzled as they opened their heavenly eyes and looked into the distant void. However, they only had a vague sense of what it was. Specifically, they were unable to discover what it was at all. And at this moment, Yi Xian's figure completely stepped into a side of the world. Here, the energy is refined. The great Tao is reincarnated. The 6 paths come and go alternately. And the 10,000 worlds are reborn in a loop. Endless waves surged. Flames flowed in the sky. Ice and snow flew and floated. And mountains and rivers forested and swirled, full of vitality and littered with rules. It seems that here, you can get the most pure experience, the most extreme heavenly way, the most central area. That was a party of yin and yang world was evolving at a rapid speed, immediately turning into a flow of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. And then, there was the evolution of the 4 elephant divine beasts, the transformation of the 5 elements steps, the heavenly diffusion of the 6 dings and 6 armors, the 10,000 elements of the 7 gates of the locked suns, the 8 gates of the 8 trigrams, and the new life of the 9 palaces and 9 elephants. This is heck of a new kind of world. It is the place where the great Tao was conceived. And it is the beginning of the renewal of all the paths. Found it. This is the power of the second coming. Here is the true second heaven. Yi Xian directly took a big step forward. But just after turning his thoughts, his figure was quickly retreating. Because there was an attack that was not weaker than his own in the slightest that directly appeared and swept over. Sculpture. Yi Xian directly destroyed that attack before he could make out a blurry figure in the distance. That first figure that led the way was no one else but the Taiyin Heavenly Emperor. It's you! After that condensed Taiyin Heavenly Emperor heard Yi Xian's words, he also seemed to be somewhat puzzled as he opened his mouth to ask. Later, you recognize this emperor? Hearing these words from this Taiyin Heavenly Emperor, Yi Xian looked behind that Taiyin Heavenly Emperor again, seemingly separated by a distance as if it was a long river of space and time. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years. Or even how many epochs away? There are more than 10. Or even more figures. He seemed to understand something. This is not even the true second heaven. Here, it could only be described as a ladder before ascending. And sure enough, as he raised his head and looked toward the heights, it seemed there was an endless ladder of heaven spreading up. At this moment, on top of that heavenly ladder, an unrivaled figure with an unrivaled cover generation and magnificent style appeared on a different ladder. They looked out of the world and crossed the 8 wastelands. Each one of them was supremely powerful, invincible in the current world and in the epoch. It was just that the long river of space and time was too far away to see their looks clearly. Just have to break in. In contrast, this Taiyin heavenly emperor was located at the bottom position of this heavenly ladder. Yi Xian really understood. Since the era of the 10,000 ways, the long river of history was indistinct. And it was unknown how many ancient celestial prides had been here, leaving footprints that were neither shallow nor deep. All this is proof enough that they came. And this, in turn, was enough to show that the number of ancient celestial pride great emperors who had discovered the secrets of the 12 heavens of the emperor's path must not be few. Where that heavenly ladder in front of them was located was the height they had once reached. And if one wanted to discover more, or even, say, truly reach the heights of the second heaven, one must also inscribe one's spiritual body and cross all these ladder platforms. Come to the top of that real heavenly ladder. Kill. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated in the slightest. Spreading his figure, displaying his godless might, his world-defying divine power, and directly killing that Taiyin heavenly emperor. The Tao spirit bodies inscribed here were all in their best state of strongest combat power when they had arrived here in the first place, and had only defeated them at that time. It was only then that he could prove that he had gone the strongest since the beginning of time, pushing everything in the current world across the board and being invincible in the ancient future. Within the vastness of this heavenly void, a rather strong pressure emanated out from time to time, as if all the heavens and universes had been killed through. A single breath could even shatter the heavens and earth and cut down the stars. This shocking scene resonated even in the 10,000 realms and heavens and the 3,000 Tao states. That seemed to be the current heavenly Tao being challenged. It was as if it was repelling something, and as if it was fusing something. 3,000 Tao states all over the Tao rules flow rapidly. Do not know how many stars landslide. Rivers reappear. There are even mountain fires eruption. The sky descends auspicious haze. All the supreme beings were staring blankly at this, because they simply had no idea what was happening here. Right at this moment, from that endless void, suddenly a space that was unknown how many miles across tore open all at once. With such a vision, even the forbidden area supreme beings could not help but be appalled. Because I'm afraid that the great emperors and ancient emperors might not even be able to achieve such a level. Emperor Dan even leapt up and gazed vigilantly in that direction. What's going on? Could it be that the foreign lands are coming to attack? To make the Dan Emperor so astonished was enough to see how much pressure the word he had proposed, namely foreign domain, was exerting on them. Chapter 48 This is, surprisingly, the supreme driver of the otherworldly realm. Sensing such a terrifying fluctuation, the heavenly pivot supreme being and the others also rose up into the void, vigilantly gazing at the endless void that was torn apart. The eyes were full of gravity. That terrifying spatial crack was like an abyss of 10,000 feet, growing larger and larger. And the entire spell formation of the primordial imperial pass was still unable to stop that spatial crack from further expanding despite its golden light. Obviously, on the opposite side, there was a rather terrifying existence that was tearing through this space. Really? Is it exotic? Otherworldly? That's a pretty heavy oppression. When these two words were mentioned, even the great emperor, ancient emperor, was quite powerless. That realm. It was too powerful. So powerful that one could feel suffocated. And right at this moment, the countless spell formations of the primordial imperial pass began to rumble and the golden light flourished. A rune filled with an ancient atmosphere began to rapidly manifest in the air. Even its surrounding Yama floating earth is also at this moment suddenly disappeared, hidden within the void. This shows just how terrifying what is about to appear is. In the end, so terrifying. That dark rift in the void grew more and more massive, as if it was going to completely tear apart these 3,000 Tao states. Just as the crowd's jaws dropped, a large black handprint instantly appeared and directly grabbed towards the primordial emperor pass. The energy carried by that terrifyingly large black handprint. Even from a distance, Emperor Dan and the heavenly pivot supreme being were both shocked as they retreated back and forth, coughing up blood in large mouthfuls. When they looked forward again, they could only see the countless golden-colored spell formations of the Imperial Pass, which had been directly grasped all together by that big black hand. A runic spell formation began to fluctuate rapidly, flickering with golden light and emitting an ancient aura as it entangled with the large black hand. It was at this time that Emperor Dan and the heavenly pivot supreme being were shocked to realize that wherever that dark hand passed, not an inch of grass could be found. And even the Tao essence had disappeared without a trace. They didn't have the slightest doubt that even if they themselves were to be touched by that big black hand, they would instantly crumble and die. Otherworldly. Supreme. The heavenly pivot supreme being also said with a single word. Supreme. This was the peak battle power of the foreign domain. A legendary existence that surpassed the originators of the major groupings. Even the patriarchs might not be able to see them ordinarily, needing to bow and curtsy to their existence. They originated in darkness, incarnated in the unknown, and went far deeper than the forbidden zone. Rumor has it that this kind of existence has broken through all the laws of the world, and space and time cannot engrave the slightest trace of the Tao on their bodies, reaching a kind of immortality, incarnating a kind of legend. It was already the realm of longevity, the supreme way, as stated in this session. Therefore, they are called supreme. Quickly go and wake up all of you. Run to the primordial emperor pass. Never let them come over. With a clench of his teeth, Emperor Dan spread his figure and took the lead in running to the primordial emperor pass. And without hesitation, the heavenly pivot supreme being began to awaken all the cultivating Taoists in Xianting. Everyone was refining the supreme Dan. It was a critical moment. And at this time, it was just a matter of being able to call in a few people. The supreme of the other world must not be allowed to tear through the spell formation of the Imperial Pass and rush over. In that case, on their side, they would never have any possibility of resisting the primordial Imperial Pass. Since the 10,000 ancient epochs was the demarcation line between the otherworldly regions and the 3,000 Tao states. And in all the generations, not only did it have the strongest runic formations that the great emperors of the current generation had concocted to enhance it. Moreover, there were also higher-level spell formations and runes guarding them. And this was the case with the supreme golden spell formation that resisted that foreign domain today. Otherwise, even the Tao spell formations of successive great emperors would never be able to withstand such an attack from an exotic supreme. In addition, there was the restriction of the Tao of heaven and earth between the foreign domains and the 3,000 Tao states, coupled with the blockade of the primordial emperor pass, which made it impossible for those supreme or even higher-level existences to pass through. Otherwise, it's a different story. My clan has descended. How can the heavens of the Tao state be so silent at this time? The large black hand emitted a terrifying fluctuation of divine sense, transmitting its words to the heavens. Because according to his memory, whenever the foreign domain launched an attack, These 3,000 Tao states were in chaos. And the primordial imperial pass was even more crowded and clamored long ago. However, nowadays, this huge 3,000 Tao state was as silent as a dead zone. Without all living things? That Supreme seemed to have sensed something. And was quite puzzled in his language. How could not a single living being exist in all the worlds and heavens? If there were no more of these beings, then this place, it would be a dead zone. But suddenly, this Supreme sensed something else. Nothing is something and contains a long life. No wonder the FA ancestor has decreed the destruction of this realm. This Supreme seemed to be muttering to himself. But the effort of his hand was getting heavier and heavier. Emperor Dan had arrived at the primordial imperial pass. And he poured out his strength, pouring his cultivation within the spell formation. However, that kind of strong fluctuation and impact made him quite overwhelmed as well. Fellow Daoist, we are coming. Right at this moment. The Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being, Heavenly Shin Supreme Being and Heavenly Star Supreme Being as well as the 6 Supreme Ancient Emperors. The Green Dragon Ancient Emperor. The White Dragon Supreme Being and the Great Emperor of the Discordant Dragon. Arrived here quickly. They had sufficient chi and blood. And their battle strength was at its peak. So their refining speed was faster. Like Supreme Feather and Flame Ancient Emperor. They had to refine for a period of time due to their own chi and blood decay. Even if they had the Supreme Dan. Not all of Xinting's people were out. Because they also had to guard against the Forbidden Area Supreme Beings that were hiding. However, everyone was aware that once the foreign domain was allowed to kill in the Forbidden Area, there was nowhere to hide. And now they were in a relationship of one honor and one loss. How could the other world attack us at this time? The ancient Emperor Qinglong's face was quite grave as he gathered the power of their 7 Supreme Ancient Emperor Great Emperors to stabilize this primordial Emperor Pass's spell formation. But every attack from that Supreme Black Hand would cause their souls to tremble. God knows. Emperor Pan long opened his mouth to respond against the immense pressure. And right at that moment, the 10,000 Tao laws on this side of the primordial Emperor Pass began to roar endlessly. Suddenly, it was transformed into a path of golden battle intent. And swept directly toward that foreign domain's Supreme Black Hand with unparalleled severity. Rumble. The originally unrivaled Supreme Black Handprint of the foreign realm had been struck hard by this strike. And then it just started to fall apart fast. Damn it! Dare to block the seat. At this moment, the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being was also astonished and said, "Is this the will of this realm? Or is it the greatness of the remains of the soul of some ancient being? Because this golden battle intent was actually able to shatter that big black handprint. Knowing that the 3,000 Tao states, in those ancient times, also existed legendary beings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the foreign realm so powerful. But instead, for so many epochs, it had remained only at the level of stupidity. Tattered intent. Corrupted will. Let's see how long it can shelter you." That otherworldly supreme angry voice came over. And then there were countless fierce attacks that ruthlessly smashed on top of the primordial imperial pass. That terrifying fluctuation directly emanated out. As if even the entire 3,000 Tao state was following the violent trembling. This strike was so terrifying. Was this the strength of the exotic realm supreme? Across the primordial emperor pass. Across the endless void. Just a black handprint had such a terrifying pressure. Is it really like what that great man from the foreign domain said? That the 3,000 Tao states are nothing more than captive lands bred by the foreign domain? Chapter 49, Killing All the Forbidden Zones? No one in the world dares to claim respect. In the face of such a terrifying fluctuation, the Dan Emperor and the other 7 Supreme Ancient Emperors also directly poured out their strength. But just as they were about to stabilize the formation, a sudden blow struck. Once again all their defenses foregone. Moreover, such an attack instantly caused that Emperor Dan and the other 7 people to fly backwards, falling heavily on top of that endless array of spells. With the protection of the spell formation, they had still suffered such heavy injuries. If there was no spell formation of this primordial emperor pass, it could be imagined that these 7 supreme ancient emperors would, for fear, instantly go up in smoke. Such a scene was, in fact, too great a touch for Emperor Dan and the other 7. In the eyes of the world, supreme ancient emperors, great emperors competed, proudly standing in the world and covering generations. They are then already the ultimate of the path, the absolute height of the way. However, only they themselves understood that when they really came into contact with that level, they, surprisingly, also appeared to be that small. With this will, even the Supreme can't get through. The heavenly pivot Supreme being said as he coughed out blood. This, that is the chance that belongs to them? But there is no telling how long this will can still resist. Even if this seat can't pass this term, there's no need for it to exist. This Supreme also said with a cold chorus. It was obvious that ever since he manifested, he was quite high and mighty, and did not place the 3,000 Tao states in his eyes at all. The strength of the otherworldly domain, as a whole, was much stronger than the 3,000 Tao states. Yet no one knew why the otherworldly domain didn't just attack in a big way and exterminate the 3,000 Tao states. According to reason, the origin world will of the foreign domain is also more powerful than the world will of the 3,000 road state. But why is the origin will of the 3,000 road state able to a certain extent, block the supreme existence of the foreign domain? According to the ancient history of the 3,000 Daos state, the one time that the foreign domains had gone to war with the 3,000 Daos state on a large scale was during the reign of the 10 great Daos exalts. Subsequently, it also existed at the time of the 7 emperors of the ancient world. But it was on a much smaller scale. As for other levels of friction, they seemed to occur at intervals. The era of the 10 great Taoist exalts was more prominent because people did not understand why these 10 great Taoist exalts were under the same time and space. According to common sense, with the appearance of a Tao Lord, then, if other Tao Lords wanted to witness the Tao, they would have to wait until after this Tao Lord had transformed the Tao. However, with the description of ancient history, it seemed that the 10 great Tao masters were really under the same sky, which was too unbelievable. Maybe no one will ever know what that was for. But in ancient history, there is a clear and unmistakable record of that great battle. The foreign domains came in force and likewise had a supreme driving force. And after the battle between Taishan Daozuan and Primordial Daozuan and Tongtian Daozuan, their whereabouts were completely unknown. The Tao rules were scattered. The spell formations were lost. And even the Tao essence blood was thrown into the void. And no one knew what the real end was. Fushi Daozuan evolved the 8 trigrams of heaven and killed his way into the foreign realm, with no return so far. The endless Tao Father bathed in the blood of the exotic ancestors and blocked off the space of the primordial imperial city by exploding himself, ultimately stabilizing the battle. That battle was also the curtain call battle for the 10 great Tao masters. And since then, the 10 great Tao masters, who had existed for an unknown amount of time, had completely disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that when Yi Xian chipped away at the forbidden area 100 years ago, he discovered that Tao Father Mactian, I'm afraid that the 10 great Tao Fathers would have been nothing more than a mere legend by the time of the 7 emperors of the ancient world. Similarly, a shocking battle broke out between the otherworldly domain and the 3,000 Tao states. That battle was a shocking battle that belonged to that 3,000 Tao states' unparalleled genius. A peerless existence that covered generations. killing no one in the Forbidden Zone. No one in the world dares to claim respect. One hand evolved 3,000 realms. And his spiritual sense swept through all the heavens. Emperor Say. This was the first great emperor of the 7 emperors of the ancient era. And no one knew why. With his emperor name, he was the world emperor. Even less did anyone know where this world emperor came from. And his rise to power was, initially, simply unquestioned. There has never been a record of this number. However, within just 100 years, a problem was identified. That is, almost all of the 9 heavens paragon emperors and alternative witnesses who originally had the ability to carry the heavenly Tao had fallen one after another. People were not even aware of the fluctuations of the great battle. It was only later when people explored the ancient battlefield that they found the remains and relics of what had been an amazing battle. No one had ever known how those heavenly prides of the Gai generation were completely defeated and obliterated when they were about to adjust their best state to witness the Tao. Later on, the heavenly Tao descended. And there were Forbidden Zone supreme beings who took advantage of the opportunity to come and unleash dark turmoil. However, what shocked the other 10,000 races was that before the dark turmoil had even begun, the bodies of 2 Forbidden Zone ancient emperors had drifted down from 10,000 miles of emptiness. This is so shocking. That was an ancient emperor supreme of the Forbidden Zone. And looking at the traces of the battle, it had just been obliterated not long ago. What's going on here? It was the same as those existences that were about to be certified in the past 100 years. All of them were killed silently. But how could this be? Can? Where? And who, in this world, could cover up endless heavenly chances, hide the fluctuations of the void, and go to fight with an ancient emperor supreme without being discovered? In addition, what kind of person, who hadn't seen a great accomplishment physique in this world for thousands of years, dared to call out the Forbidden Area Supreme? No! Dared to kill the Forbidden Area Supreme Ancient Emperor? It was all too fantastic in those days. And it would have been expected that the Forbidden Zone would have been furious about it and unleashed further dark turmoil. But something even more shocking appeared. That is the forbidden areas of the heavens. All of them no longer speak out. Even as never know. Even more forbidden areas dare to come out to claim. This is from which forbidden areas of the 2 ancient emperors. Since then it has been out of sight and never dared to appear for 10 or 20,000 years. It was only because, under that starry sky, in the void, by the endless stars, and beside the great Tao of the heavens, a man of the Gai generation was looking out of the 8 wastelands, powerfully certifying the heavens, and reigning over the 10,000 paths. On that occasion, the 10,000 worlds bowed down. The 100 races trembled. The 8 wastelands knelt in worship. And the 6 kingdoms glorified. It was that world emperor who appeared. No one had ever known his origin. But having just witnessed the Tao, he had forced the Forbidden Zone supreme beings to bow down and retreat. And people had guessed that the 2 Forbidden Zone ancient emperors had died at the hands of this world emperor. However, what shocked them even more was that when killing those 2 forbidden ancient emperors, this world emperor, it seemed, hadn't carried the great Tao of this heaven and earth. This was the terror and demeanor of this world emperor. During the reign of the world emperor, not a single major event had occurred in the 3000 Tao state. And not a single instance of a Forbidden Zone existence had been recorded. The only other time, and why it was recorded that the exotic realm and the 3000 Tao states had engaged in another war following the 10 great Tao honors. That happened during the reign of Emperor Say. At that time, the scene seemed to be the same as this time. But the people of the 3000 Road states seemed not to have perceived much of an impact at all. The primordial imperial city also only shook a few times before it lost its luster. And on the opposite side, it subsided. Just as the people were celebrating. They also just realized that there was a problem. That is, the shitty had disappeared. The world emperor reigned for nearly 20,000 years, coming mysteriously and disappearing just as mysteriously. Everyone thought that even the Forbidden Zone supreme beings had to shun the world for the world emperor. Who else could slay the world emperor under this universal sky? He is the direction of the 3,000 path state. The faith of the 3,000 path state. The world would never believe that there was anyone in this world who would be a match for the world emperor. Chapter 50, either dissipated or dusted off. Simply because the man was too experienced. The 7 emperors of the ages. Each great and legendary. Yen Di was a heavenly indulgent and divine warrior. Controlling all the fires in the world and burning everything. Killing 4 Forbidden Zone supreme beings in his lifetime. The Ice Emperor was proud and extraordinary. Holding the Xian Ice Wanxiang. Sealing the world in ice. And powerfully suppressing the 4 Forbidden Zone ancient emperors. The Thunder Emperor was a valiant and powerful man. And with his absolute thunder punishment, he controlled all the races. And the 5 Forbidden Zone supreme beings bowed down and accepted their necks, shaking the world. But it seemed that only the world emperor, with his battle record, was not that outstanding. And it was no one's fault. Simply because he was too strong. No one had ever watched the Sure Emperor strike. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Area never dared to appear either. Which indeed highlighted the overwhelming terror of this world emperor from the side. Thus, after the disappearance of that marvelous shitty, people linked their speculations about the shitty to the foreign domain. Yes. It seems it's only the exotic that can be so. The race on that side was too bizarre, overpowered, and proud of the heavenly realm. And the endless fluctuations of the primordial imperial city from before indicated that the foreign domain was coming. And the disappearance of the world emperor was naturally linked to the foreign domain by people. Some people said that the world emperor was just outside the primordial imperial city, where he sat down after killing the otherworldly patriarch. There were also those who said that the world emperor, like the Fushi Dao father back then, had killed his way into a foreign realm, never to return. Others said that perhaps the world emperor had long since sat down and the mystery that belonged to him was known only to him. In short, there is a wide range of opinions. But now, in the 600th year of Emperor Xian's reign, the foreign realm, again, has attacked in a big way. Emperor Xian is not in this heaven and earth. He should be cultivating. No matter what, we must delay until he arrives. Emperor Dan clenched his teeth and also said helplessly, even though he was a great emperor, ancient emperor, to be honest, in the face of the supreme pressure, he still wasn't enough to look at. He was far too far off. It's the only thing to do. We'll activate the Dharma formation patterns of the Imperial Pass and try to block that space. Ancient Emperor Qinglong also spoke. As long as the space was blocked off, the foreign realm wouldn't be able to pass through. Yes. In an instant, the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon, the supreme White Dragon and the great emperor of the Pan Dragon manifested their bodies. The 3 giant dragons surrounded by supreme fluctuations that pressed down on the heavens and the earth, manifesting on top of the primal imperial city. The 3 heavenly pivot supreme beings, on the other hand, had utilized the Arctic Palace's best technique from back then, the perpetual star dipper formation. When the 3 supreme beings jointly activated it, its might, since it was incomparable. In addition, the only thing that could be seen was the Dan Emperor waving his hand, as if within the void. A huge Dan furnace instantly appeared, wrapping around that exotic supreme's broken handprint. Obviously, he was going to refine it completely. How about supreme? We are kings and honored. And we also have our own pride. Kill! Accompanied by Emperor Dan's loud shout. The 7 supreme ancient emperors directly sacrificed their strongest strikes. And rushed towards that void rift and blasted it without reservation. In the face of such a terrifying fluctuation, the tattered black handprint was also stunned. But immediately a divine sense once again transmitted over and said, "This seed is lacking a mount. And you 3 little worms are not considered to be of the true dragon lineage though. And yet it's not bad." Saying that black handprint was actually going to converge and take shape once again before directly probing over and grabbing at the ancient emperor of the green dragon, the supreme white dragon and the great emperor of the pan dragon. Unbridled. The 3 green dragon ancient emperors were furious. Since the day they became emperors. When had they been humiliated like this? This guy from the otherworldly realm had even treated the 3 of them as mounts? In an instant, the 7 people's violent attacks touched with that big black handprint and rumbled. Violent explosions came from the area. And those terrifying fluctuations could even shake the 3,000 Tao states. And along with such a horrifying fluctuation, the large black handprint that was tending to crack was also finally collapsing and shattering with a loud bang. Oh! Griffin struggling. That's not bad. Just how many more times can you resist? That otherworldly supreme seemed to be surprised that Dan Huang and the other 7 were able to withstand their own strikes with the help of the world will. But at this juncture, Dan Huang and the others had also discovered it. Although this supreme of the otherworldly realm was very strong and arrogant, he was unable to converge a second powerful attack in a short period of time under the current spell formation of the primordial imperial pass. And this was their chance to repair the spell formation and fill the spatial cracks. The sealing spell formation of the primordial imperial pass is getting weaker and weaker. If this continues, sooner or later, the otherworldly region will completely fight over it one day. The heavenly pivot supreme being also frowned as he stated the truth of the matter. That throughout the generations, only great emperor level figures had enchanted the spell formations of the primordial emperor pass. Facing the patriarch of the otherworldly realm, such a spell formation might still be useful. However, once there was really a supreme descent from a foreign domain, in the long run, this spell formation would inevitably be forced. Therefore, in fact, the foreign domain is a giant tripod that presses down on the 3,000 Taoist states. A cage that imprisons all the living beings in the 3,000 Taoist states from generation to generation. If we don't find the path to that realm, in the end, we will only end up in a gloomy state. The heavenly pivot supreme being's words were sentimental. And at this realm, they were even filled with helplessness. Yes. If they could really find that path, why would they still have unresolvable helplessness when they reached the supreme realm? Don't be discouraged. It's not that the talent of the foreign beings is superior to ours. It's this world. Something's wrong. Right at this moment. At the back, there were 3 more figures that quickly darted over. The Heavenly Eagle Emperor, the Golden Rock Emperor, and the Jintian Ancient Exalt flew over. And it was clear that they had successfully refined the Supreme Dan. Not only was his own lifespan prolonged, but his chi and blood were like rainbows. And his battle prowess had returned a great deal. In particular, Jintian Ancient Exalt came from a very mysterious and long time ago. And legend had it that, like that heaven-abandoning elder and the others, he started from the era after the 10 great Taoist exalts. And now, it was he who opened his mouth to comfort all the supreme ancient emperors. Doyle. The crowd greeted one by one. But it was clear that there was some incomprehension regarding Jintian Ancient Exalt's words. What do you mean? This side of the world has problems. Fellow Daoist. What did you mean by what you just said? At those words, Jintian Ancient Exalt looked at the distant void. Where? Above the heavens, was also the direction where Emperor Xian was. As you may have expected. My father, who began at the end of the swift ages. There was no longer a so-called immortal path in those times. It's either dissipated, dusted off, or it's been artificially destroyed. What? At those words, everyone was shocked. From that time to the present, there was no longer the so-called immortal path. Then, for so many epochs, for so many eras, for what purpose did they, the junior supreme ancient emperors who had to cut their own daggers, do it? Because every one of them believed in that legend that the path to immortality would appear. And that by stepping onto that path, they would be able to gain longevity and achieve ageless greatness. However, now Jintian Ancient Exalt's words were cutting off all of them. Where is the road to immortality? But it is just a dream of yellow sorghum. Nank's nonsense. Then why have you kept it until now? Supreme Emperor Tianxian also asked in confusion. Because it's not willing. With only these 5 short words, the Jintian Ancient Exalt, however, spoke of the helplessness of all the great ancient emperors who had cut themselves in half. Who were the supreme ones on the path of man? It is the dazzling light in the eyes of the world. But only they themselves understand the kind of loneliness and sadness when the front road is gone. After cutting himself, he can only continue to survive. In an alien way. Back then, my clan raised the entire clan to attack the Sea of Reincarnation. Legend has it that on that ancient star of reincarnation, there is the path to immortality. The heavenly pivot supreme being spoke of the secrets of the Arctic divine sect back then. The legacy of the 3 supreme beings of a single sect. The true immortals in the eyes of the world. But who would have thought that it was such an extremely brilliant power that was close to total annihilation on the lone star of reincarnation? Because they fell into a trap or, at the wrong time, found the right place. After that battle, the lone star of reincarnation completely collapsed, while the heavenly pivot supreme being survived, continuing the lineage and inheritance of the divine sect's laws. What really happened back then? Chapter 51, The Gate to the Afterlife. Maybe it's a scam. What really happened back then? Can't even you guys do anything about it? Emperor Skyhawk was also eager to get an answer. The Arctic God Sect. Successive great emperors also have an understanding of the 3 supreme beings, but also has a countless accumulation of inheritance. Such an existence, in the 10,000 worlds and heavens, is already a giant in the ancient times. However, surprisingly, even they were defeated so miserably. So, what exists in that place? Exactly? A path to other worlds indeed. It's littered with Tao rules. Has a 5-colored haze. And we even saw the gate of the past life. The heavenly pivot supreme being described it calmly. But a scene like that staggered all the supreme beings present. The door to the next life, according to legend, is the gate to the path of immortality. Through there, after receiving the baptism of immortal reign, they, then, could metamorphose and truly live forever. Since the beginning of the ages, even ordinary people, not to mention supreme ancient emperors, could tell a few words about its efficacy and function. The world, not to mention the number of ancient land ruins, is said to have a great deal to do with that path. There was even a clan of celestial beings who claimed to be the favorites of the heavens and had a deep connection with that world and that path. But the so-called door to the afterlife is, perhaps, a fraud through and through. Fake. It's all fake. There's no way to get through that door. What there is just an endless killing formation. Decimated everything and absorbed all the essence. Even the supreme beings are struggling to escape to survive only. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard the words of the heavenly pivot supreme being, the Arctic divine sect, exploring the ultimate mysteries of the peripatetic star dipper to the extreme. Otherwise, it was impossible to surmise that inside that reincarnation lone star, there was a reincarnation sea passage for the legendary immortal road. But that path, it now seems, either does not appear or has considerable danger. Indeed, it's a lie. After all, so long years, even the great ancient emperors have been sitting in the long river of emptiness for generations. The so-called legend. And how much is true? How much is false? Everyone has selfishness. Otherwise, I would not have cut myself and come to the forbidden zone. The Jintian ancient exalt looked ahead. His words were plain, not avoiding anything in the slightest. Because when it comes to their realm, the only thing that can be done is to go back to the basics and be hypocritical. I've been involved in 3 dark upheavals to stay alive. There are not a few beings who have killed. He speaks of his past, not knowing if it is a break with the past or a form of self-redemption. But for every forbidden area supreme being here, who hadn't come this way? Are they considered good people in the mundane sense? And should their worth and future be worthy of those who exist to rate them? Perhaps. This was something that even some supreme beings were unable to truly understand. But I have no regrets. There is no imperial path that is not filled with blood. We were born to walk this way. So much for those so-called immortals. Jintian ancient exalt's words shook everyone present. Indeed, they had all incarnated in the forbidden zone. A dark existence in the eyes of the 10,000 races. A spokesperson for the unknown. That's because they thoroughly threaten the lives and survival of those people. It's good now. Xian Di, having severed all worldly karma, bears the punishment of all red dust sins. The golden rock emperor's eyes, if they had a refined light, spoke his thoughts. So, in the end, we're defecting to the Xian emperor. But, still, we're also doing it for ourselves. Since the manifestation doesn't work, the Xian emperor's law is the most accurate one. Jintian ancient Zun said unapologetically. And upon hearing this, Emperor Dan smiled and said, "Carry through this wave of attacks and be talking about those vain words. Coming." Sure enough, right at this moment, the spatial crack that was just about to be mended reappeared. And an incomparably powerful divine thought descended once again. It's the same being from earlier. As Supreme Emperor Tianxian sensed the source of that power, the crowd began to resist once more with the help of the formation. Just at this moment, in the distant void, suddenly dark clouds seems to have a wave overturning. Heaven and earth trembled. Countless mountains destroyed. Continuous void shattered. An aura different from the 3,000 Tao states quickly appeared. And then, it completely descended beyond the primal emperor pass. As far as the eye could see, it was dense and black. All beings, strong beings, only they belonged to a foreign land. There were more than a dozen strong figures draped in the dark Tao, sitting on top of that void, coldly watching the movements of the primordial imperial pass. In the surroundings of these 10 or so figures, all laws were inviolable. The Tao was hanging down. There was the sound of ancient chanting wandering around. And there was also the sound of a great bell echoing back and forth. There were even the existence of ancient ferocious beasts that prostrated themselves at their feet, showing their submissive qualities. On that note, kill your way through the imperial pass and slaughter this term. A voice was coldly transmitted. And immediately afterward, the endless otherworldly beings directly rushed towards the primal emperor pass. Behind them, more than a dozen terrifying figures, with endless dark fluctuations emanating from their bodies, converged into a huge palm that descended from the sky and directly slapped at the spell formation of the Primal Emperor Pass. Give this ancestor the town. Facing that one large handprint that was slapped from the void, Jintian Ancient Exalt let out a cold shout. The Supreme can't come through. Just by your patriarchs. You want to break my Imperial Pass formation? Fellow Taoists, help me. Obviously, the Supreme on the opposite side was unable to even do law projection due to the restrictions of the Primordial Emperor Pass, and had no choice but to descend to the Patriarch of the Otherworld to further attack this side of the Primal Emperor Pass. Moreover, these patriarchs, there were more than 10 of them at once. Jintian Ancient Father was proficient in formations, and Dan Huang and the others directly poured their own power into the ancient formation eyes that Jintian Ancient Father had awakened. With a loud boom, a huge killing formation rose up across the sky, converging into a 10,000 feet long sword blade that directly pierced through the void handprint that the otherworldly beginning ancestor had manifested. Break me. 10 ancient emperors? This realm? When can exalted emperors coexist? Some otherworldly patriarchs were quite puzzled when they saw this scene, and it was impossible to say whether the Tao of the 3,000 Tao states was evolving or metamorphosing. However, on the whole, they still knew that emperors differed from one another and honored ones differed from one generation to the next. But how is it that now 10 such beings have appeared at once? Their laws are deficient, and although they are strong in the Imperial Tao, they are not at their peak. An ancient ancestor's eyesight was unique, and he soon discovered the clues. Indeed, even though Emperor Dan and the others had refined the Supreme Dan and continued their peak imperial lives, they would never dare to easily lift the restriction of their own self-cutting slashes. That kind of limit sublimation was still the means that existences like them ultimately used to save their lives. Now they were extremely close to the peak, but in the end they couldn't stand up to their truest selves. In that case, it will be refined and used as sustenance for my clan. Those 10 or so otherworldly patriarchs were imposing and aggressive, not putting Emperor Dan and the others in their eyes at all between their words. Unbridled. Come over for a battle. This emperor beheads you. The Heavenly Eagle Emperor was exceptionally domineering. As a generation of supreme emperors, how could he be humiliated by this? Eagle Emperor, you and I will kill out and behead him. The Golden Rock Emperor was surrounded by golden breath, obviously adjusting his state to go out and kill. Two fellow Taoists wait. At the critical moment, Emperor Dan stopped the two of them. Now that the enemy is unknown, we must not rush into battle. Use the spell formation to consume with them and wait for the Xian Emperor to arrive. Unconsciously, none of them seemed to have realized that Yi Xian's presence had gradually become their backbone. Now that the enemy is unknown, it is indeed too reckless to strike out in such a big way. Good. Wait for Xian Di to return. An existence that had already become an Imperial Tao powerhouse was by no means randomly impulsive. And the Golden Rock Emperor and the Heavenly Eagle Emperor quickly calmed down. The 10 supreme ancient emperors joined forces together, controlling the spell formation of the Imperial Pass and sweeping across the living beings of the foreign realm. Can you only play smart? To go about being your emperors and kings with this so-called phalanx is truly laughable. The Patriarch of the otherworldly realm sneered coldly. But the attacks on his hands did not sharply decrease in the slightest. The spell formations of the primordial Imperial Pass, above the level of a great emperor, were meant to restrict supreme existences. The Great Emperor level, on the other hand, was meant to deal with the patriarchs of the otherworldly realm. There had been an exotic domain patriarch who had killed his way into the primordial Imperial Pass and was eventually driven back. Which was why, for the exotic domain, it was necessary to descend in existence at the patriarch level to attack the 3,000 Tao states. Such childish agitation is useless to us. See you on the matter. Chapter 52, Sweet Reign of the Great Tao. Supreme Reign? With that said, Emperor Dan continued to pour in his spiritual energy, controlling the spell formation to fight against the foreign realm. And even if more than a dozen patriarchs descended, there was nothing they could do. However, Supreme Emperor Tianxian was able to perceive that a strange smile surged out on the face of that otherworldly patriarch. And it was only for a moment that it was difficult to judge. Poor 3,000 Taoist states. Pathetic low-grade living beings. In the sound of this lamentation, thus, fall silent. One of the patriarchs of the otherworldly region opened his mouth and chanted, with a kind of incantation from the ancient past that seemed to cut through the void for ages, carrying a terrifying pressure that surpassed the supreme, rapidly converging on top of the dharma bodies of those 10 or so patriarchs. That kind of heaven-destroying fluctuation. Even if it was a great emperor, ancient emperor, I'm afraid that they could only retreat 3 times. This strike is not to be underestimated. Fellow Taoists, we, with all our might, resist. Sure enough, in the next second, that otherworldly ancestor's attack tilted over completely, seemingly carrying countless stars along with it as it slammed into all the spell formations of the primordial imperial pass. The entire heaven and earth were all dark, and only that primordial emperor's pass emitted a solitary golden light phalanx in the endless darkness, appearing, as it did, to be so dazzling, converge the power of the spell formation and break their attack. The heavenly pivot supreme being and the others also had no reservations and directly mobilized their strongest strikes. But right at this moment, Supreme Tianxian seemed to have finally realized what had come over her, because she had discovered that those forces were, in fact, echoing the spell formation below, especially one of the major spell formations that had a circle of Tao flowing through it. The 8 formation diagram of the innate. At the moment it was crystalline and glowing, constantly flickering. Not good. Fellow Taoists, stop. We've been tricked. What's going on? Accompanied by the shout of Supreme Emperor Tianxian. The others were also taken aback. However, the defense of their strongest strikes still converged with the attack of the foreign domain. Completely. At this moment, the voice of that otherworldly patriarch's maniacal laughter was also completely spread throughout the entire 3,000 Tao states. This time, let's see. Who else will be able to save the griffins like you? Open for this ancestor. In the next second, the supreme beings were surprised to find that the supreme spell formation of the Fushi Tao Father had shattered apart in a matter of moments while converging the energies of their own crowd's attacks. Surprisingly, it emanated directly from the 8 formation diagrams of the innate heaven and completely crushed the great emperor level formation defense on the outside of the primordial emperor pass. Rumbling and trembling came out, and the originally dazzling golden light rapidly dimmed, and a gap began to manifest outside the primordial emperor pass. As for the originator of that foreign realm, he sneered and led the many foreign realm beings to completely kill over. How could it be? We broke the primordial emperor pass's great emperor formation by ourselves? The golden rock emperor was instantly baffled. What the hell was going on here? No. Not really. They're the ones who control the secrets of Fushi Dao Father's formation patterns. Utilizing our Tao rules, we borrowed the power and used it as a breakthrough to fight our way in. When the crowd heard Supreme Emperor Tianxuan's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. The secrets of the formation pattern of Taoist Fushi. In that case, didn't it mean that that Taoist who had achieved great feats of creation has also been? Quick! Block the spell. The gap is only temporary. Come a few fellow Taoists. Let's go meet that foreign originator that rushed in. The rest of the Taoists immediately blocked the gap in the spell formation. The ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon also said calmly. And after that, the Golden Rock Emperor, the Heavenly Eagle Emperor, and the Dan Emperor directly got up and exited outside the primordial Imperial Pass. It was because there were 4 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm who had already led people and killed their way in. It's been years since I've tasted the blood of an Imperial Dao being in this realm. A patriarch of the other realm licked his tongue and said with a cold smile, "Fart. The essence blood of a foreign originator is also just right to nourish this emperor's essence. Kill." The 4 ancient Emperor Qinglong directly killed them. But at that moment, the entire sky above the primordial Imperial Pass shook violently. That kind of vibration was clearly felt by all. What is the situation? Make my heart palpitate? The ancestor of the otherworldly realm was also quite puzzled. And right at that moment, there seemed to be a huge gaping hole in that originally dark sky that directly opened up. What's the situation? Another supreme from a foreign realm trying to tear through the void? The ancient emperor of the Green Dragon and the others also stopped. They could not venture in directly. If it was really the supreme of the otherworldly realm striking out, they would have no choice but to avoid the front for the time being. But a moment later, everyone noticed that something wasn't right. After this kind of spatial crack appeared, there wasn't any great pressure, nor was there any huge attack. But, flat out, what the hell is going on here? Just at this moment, the crowd suddenly perceived. It seems that between this heaven and earth began to successively have an extremely pure energy appeared to diffuse. That kind of energy would be of great benefit even if they, the great emperor ancient emperors, smelled it, absorbed it, and refined it. This pure energy was increasing. And almost in the blink of an eye, it was spread throughout the entire surrounding heaven and earth of the primordial Imperial Pass. What's going on here? My essence seems to have been nourished. The Heavenly Eagle Emperor was unsure and looked at the crowd with a face full of shock. Me too. Have the same feeling. Emperor Dan felt the same incredulity. This kind of energy, it seemed to not belong to this heaven and earth. More profound. More refined. You guys listen? Is it like pouring rain? The ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon raised his head to look at the great rift in the void in the distance. And indeed, there was a tremendous sound that appeared there. Rather than the sound of a downpour, it would be more accurate to describe it as the sound of a river bursting its banks in a torrent. Retreat. Although, it was felt that the energy of this heaven and earth essence was the same as the one in that void rift. And it was even said that the energy in the void rift was even more pure. However, Emperor Dan always sensed a rather terrifying aura. Thus, the 4 Green Dragon ancient emperors immediately retreated away. In the next second, on that sky, it was indeed pouring rain. A torrential downpour. Like water coming from the sky. Rivers churned and waves tumbled. Winds gusted and sand flew. It was as if a huge hole had appeared in the heavens, allowing these waters of the heavenly river to pour down. That endless downpour took on a metaphysical color. Sparkling. And even more filled with endless vitality and energy. That majestic rhythmic aura was laced with an endless Tao pressure. And even Emperor Dan did not doubt for a second that his cultivation, if he were to be underneath this heavenly rain waterfall at this moment, would definitely be able to go to the next level. Such energy was the ultimate temptation for each of them. And along with such heavy rain pouring down, what was visible to the naked eye of the crowd was that on the ground, countless spiritual roots revived. And the great rivers were filled with rich spiritual chi. The originally small sapling, after coming into contact with a few drops of rainwater, immediately grew into a huge tree. There were even countless plants evolving in the heavy rain, as if they had the intention to pray for the rain to pour down and shower the land with more energy. In an instant, The primordial imperial pass and even the 3,000 Tao states were filled with endless vitality. Even the hidden forbidden area supreme beings couldn't help but be staggered. This heavy rain. Even the supreme beings are afraid that they are all quite salivating. It can simply be called Supreme Rain. Chapter 53. This realm. To be metamorphosed. Thinking of this, some forbidden area supreme beings could no longer endure the temptation and directly broke the seal, arriving outside the primordial imperial pass in the blink of an eye. That's the kind of energy that whoever is here must not miss. There is cheap not to take advantage of that is pure resentment breed. This supreme being came from chaotic demon island. And when he came to the interior of this supreme rain, then he began to absorb the endless essence energy carried within that heavy rain without a care in the world. In his surroundings, an overwhelming spirit medicine began to grow. That kind of pure breath energy, even for a supreme being, was something he had never seen before in his life. It was too amazing. In just a blink of an eye, endless pounds of majestic spiritual energy rapidly converged into his body. And his blood chi, which was originally about to fail, seemed to be endlessly nourished in an instant. Not only was he recovering rapidly, even his torso was slowly being repaired. Sensing this scene, this supreme laughed out loud. This supreme rain can nourish this seat's Tao injuries. He made me feel a constant stream of life. No less than a great dark upheaval. This was indeed a massive dark upheaval. And the blood chi he could get was at most 300 to 500 years. Holding out for just 500 to 700 years. However, this moment's supreme rain was making him incomparably excited. Feeling that he had already gained at least 300 to 500 years of longevity. How could he not be impressed? Just over 10 minutes after the supreme being had arrived within the supreme rain, finally, two more forbidden area supreme beings couldn't stand the temptation and directly manifested their own dharma phases here. The same was true of the hidden supreme of chaotic demon island. They didn't want to defect to Yi Xian and were afraid of being liquidated by Yi Xian. So they had been secretly hibernating. And now, since he saw that this supreme rain had endless benefits, naturally, I couldn't care less. As soon as their phantoms appeared, they realized that this supreme rain was really not fake. And the nourishment that it brought to their bodies in Yuanshan made them feel relaxed and happy. Ha 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 ha. This father's Yuanshan is even more powerful. It's like I'm seeing a new life. After absorbing this supreme rain, my father will not be bound by that Xian emperor. The three supreme beings of the chaotic demon island were ecstatic. And they were desperately grabbing for this supreme rain, fearing that they would miss a single moment. On the other hand, after that otherworldly patriarch saw the scene, he also believed it and directly flung the group of existences under him into that supreme rain. This supreme rain, despite the fact that the Tao was pervasive and had been proven to be truly extraordinary by the forbidden area supreme, they still didn't dare to take the risk so easily. What if this is a conspiracy by the 3,000 road state? However, right after those foreign beings were thrown over there by them, those foreign domain patriarchs, however, suddenly realized that the ministry that was originally equivalent to the peak of the 3,000 Tao state great saints had broken through to a level equivalent to that of a quasi-emperor in a short instant. Such a scene simply came faster than that so-called holy medicine. Ha! Is it really the sweet rain of the Great Way? The patriarchs of the otherworldly realm had their own name for this, which they called the sweet rain of the Great Tao. An infinite gift from heaven and earth. I don't know how often it comes up at intervals. Even this kind of sweet rain of the Great Tao was of great benefit to supreme kinds of existences. This was because this great Tao Gonlin could not only enhance cultivation, but also prolong longevity. And more importantly, the interior of this great Tao Gonlin was inscribed with the laws of the Great Tao. With careful sensing, perhaps, one will break that barrier to the next level. No wonder Your Excellency passed down the order to attack this realm. But there are actually great Tao sweet rains. This realm? It's going to metamorphose. The otherworldly patriarchs murmured. For to them, supreme, even longer and more powerful existences would never sense the existence of this realm for no reason. It must be because they got a glimpse of the future and predicted something. When I came here, I saw the sweet reign of the great Tao that had evolved in this realm. And I thought that there was nothing wrong with it. In that case, such a creation is available to everyone. What are you waiting for? And then, these four transgressive otherworldly patriarchs had no qualms about directly rushing within that supreme reign. And when the beings of the foreign domain saw this scene, they also followed and rushed in. And some of the foreign domain beings cheered happily. It was only more than 10 minutes. And he was able to reach the realm of a half-ancestor. This was the supreme honor that belonged to their clan. And only if they produced a beginning ancestor-level being. In that case, in the foreign domain, they would be considered a royal clan. Otherwise, it's just cannon fodder for every big battle. Who wouldn't want to become a patriarch on this? Become a half-ancestor. And be okay with it. Half-ancestor realm. I feel like I'm only one step away from the beginning ancestor. Ha ha ha. This seat has also become the half-ancestor realm. The beings of the foreign realm went crazy. They shouted and could almost be said to be cheering. At this moment, they forgot that on the opposite side, the 10 supreme beings of the 3000 Tao state were still there watching intently. As for the otherworldly patriarchs and other beings that were still outside the spell formation, some were still cautious, while others were salivating. Ordinary people wanted to become patriarchs. But the patriarchs, wanted to become supreme even more. This kind of heavenly chance, anyone do not want to miss. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still some gaps in the spell formation of the Primal Emperor Pass, this was a good opportunity for them. Kill it. That great Dao Gonlin will exist for a little while longer. It must not be wasted. The otherworldly patriarchs were happy. This time they hadn't come in vain and had encountered the sweet reign of the great Tao. And under such a call, a large number of beings from the foreign realm directly rushed over once again. And those 6 patriarchs took out their own skills. One after another. They mobilized their strongest strikes and directly bombarded the gaping hole in the crippled formation. It swarmed towards the area where that supreme reign was located. The Dan Emperor who saw the scene also had a shocked expression on his face. Is this really the so-called supreme reign? In the face of Emperor Dan's question, none of the supreme beings dared to answer easily because they hadn't seen it either. Don't even know how to define and explain this stuff. Their breath is indeed soaring rapidly. Even beyond us. The Panlong Emperor, who had come slightly at great speed, also shuddered and said. But the envy in his words was as obvious as ever. Indeed. Who wouldn't be moved by such a heaven and earth vision? That was a supreme reign that was able to restore even the supreme beings who were able to slash themselves on the other side. Shall we go and get a piece of the action too? The White Dragon Supreme was also very moved. He couldn't help it either. That kind of temptation was too great. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time for that forbidden area supreme being and the beginning beings of the otherworldly realm? The discordant Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Supreme were singing in unison. And if they didn't go any further, the supreme reign would be almost absorbed. They really don't want to miss this great opportunity. It's a waste. Slow down. Emperor Dan, however, reached out and stopped them directly. He stared closely at that supreme reign, always feeling that something was wrong. Fellow Daoist. Why? Chapter 54. It is better not to act rashly. Fellow Daoist. Why? The White Dragon Supreme asked in a rather puzzled manner. And at the same time, he was also a bit dissatisfied because of these supreme ancient emperors that had defected to Xianting during this period of time. It seemed that the Emperor of Dan had become quite the presence that upheld Yi Xian's authority. Besides, it's been so long and those people are simply unharmed. So what's there to worry about? Think about it carefully. If it doesn't come sooner or later, but appears at the time of the descent of the foreign realm, isn't that a coincidence? If it is the reign of the Tao of the great world, why is it concentrated only on the side of the primordial imperial pass? Fellow Daoist, it's better not to act rashly. Emperor Dan's words caused the heavenly pivot supreme being and the Jintian ancient being to deeply agree. Although they had never seen the so-called supreme reign, this supreme reign had come at too strange a time. Fellow Taoists, such opportunities are itching in our hearts. But you and I have reached this realm. There are some things that we should see clearly. The heavenly pivot supreme being also opened his mouth to persuade. It wasn't that they were short-sighted. Even if this supreme reign was really a supreme treasure of Wuji, then they would still admit it. Hurry up and take this opportunity to repair the only remaining gap in the spell formation. It's most important. Then fight with all your might to kill these transgressive otherworldly patriarchs and beings. Ancient Emperor Qinglong also voiced his opinion that it was better to be cautious. Hearing them say so, the White Dragon Supreme and the Coiled Dragon Great Emperor, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to dismiss the idea. Just at this moment, there are 3 more Forbidden Area Supreme Beings stepping into the air from afar. Standing on the void looking at the sky like a sea of Supreme Beings reign. The Ancient Emperor of the Flowing Clouds, the Withered Exalt, and the Supreme Emperor of the 9 Underworlds. What? The 3 of them? They can't sit still either? The Jintian Ancient Exalt was of a higher generation. And some of the existences he also recognized. Lu Yun Ancient Emperor, a heavenly pride of the Lu Yun heavenly realm, a powerful man of the Gai generation. It was rumored that his essence was a drifting world cloud, belonging to a branch of the world's will to exist. Thus, after he's certified as an emperor, he was called the Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor. These 3 are all from the heavenly cave, and their perception of the will of the world exceeds that of an ordinary supreme being. I can't imagine that Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor has even appeared here. Could it be that this is really that true supreme reign? It had to be said that after the appearance of this Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor, even the Dan Emperor was a bit confused. And now it seemed that the legend that the Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor's body was a world cloud should not be wrong. And right at this moment, the 3 supreme beings of that Lu Yun Ancient Emperor also did not hesitate and directly rushed within that supreme reign. This scene, watching the White Dragon Supreme and the Coiled Dragon Great Emperor were also itching in their hearts. And it was obvious that they also wanted to rush over. After all, the allure of that was too full. At this moment, within that supreme reign light curtain, a great battle had also erupted between the 6 supreme beings of the Forbidden Area and the exotic originator that had rushed over. They fought directly for the broadest and mellowest region of this supreme reign. It was obvious that they were not afraid of offending any power for such a chance. Otherworldly existence is no exception. A mere false emperor who cuts himself with a sword dares to go against us. It's like a firefly competing with the white moon. Rampant. That ancestor of the otherworldly domain was quite disdainful. And with a wave of his hand, countless pressures directly rushed straight towards the Lu Yun Ancient Emperor and the others. This realm does not belong to you. Back off for this emperor. The Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor and the others were also quite dissatisfied. As a great emperor, ancient emperor themselves, to be looked down upon in such a manner, even if they were the patriarchs of the otherworldly regions, that wasn't spoiling them. That's unexpected. They fought first? When Jintian Ancient Exalt saw this scene, he was also rather taken aback. But upon careful consideration, it wasn't hard to realize that it was only a matter of time before they rushed together and fought. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to thoroughly repair the spell formation. Emperor Dan wouldn't be grateful to those few Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. The longer they could hold them off, the better. But right at this moment, a rather terrifying aura abruptly appeared from that sky above, and then quickly spread down, accompanied by that endless rain of supreme beings. It was as if that pressure had directly imprisoned everything, and all existences were unable to move the slightest bit. Especially the 6 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings who were inside the Supreme Rain with those 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly regions and the living beings of the endless otherworldly regions. They clearly sensed that their bodies trembled, as if they were under some kind of pressure. Strangely enough, that kind of pressure wasn't strong, but it was real. And it seemed so out of place with this boundless Supreme Rain. What's going on? The 3 supreme beings from Chaotic Demon Island had been standing together, advancing and retreating together. And at this moment, they also detected a hint of change. It's just a vibration of the Tao. Quickly absorb and refine. We, too, should retreat. Another Chaotic Demon Island's supreme being also spoke with a grave expression on his face. They didn't want to limit their ascension on this and fight against the exotic domain patriarch. The amount of supreme rain they had absorbed up to this point was more than enough. It will help them hibernate for at least 1,000 years without worry. Moreover, some of the Tao injuries in the body were also mended and completed. This kind of benefit, one should know how to take it as it comes. In the same way as this Chaotic Demon Island's supreme being's thoughts, that Lu Yun Ancient Emperor and the others didn't want to directly fight with the foreign domain's originator. Their purpose? Or the supreme reign? Absorb and refine it quickly, and to try to stay out of their well. However, right at this moment, they were surprised to find that within their own bodies, the energy of the supreme rain that had originally been absorbed and refined seemed to be rapidly converging into one light golden point of light after another, uncontrolled by themselves, appearing in their own surroundings and bodies. What the hell? The 3 Lu Yun ancient emperors were quite puzzled and confused. This light golden point of light was not simply the majestic energy of the supreme rain, but it also had the presence of their own blood chi and essence. In contrast to them, in the other direction, the 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly domain similarly had such a phenomenon within their bodies. And they were, at first, quite puzzled. However, after a long time, an otherworldly patriarch was suddenly roaring loudly. Not good. Retreat quickly. Don't be absorbing it. After hearing the voice of this otherworldly patriarch, the rest of the patriarchs, including the 3 supreme beings from the Chaotic Demon Island as well as the 3 supreme beings from the Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor, all quickly backed away. Even if there were existences that didn't notice anything at all right now, that otherworldly ancestor would never act like this for no reason. There must be something wrong. Thus, those 6 otherworldly patriarchs also did not hesitate at all and directly retreated. And the Lu Yun Ancient Emperor and the others also retreated without any hesitation. However, in comparison, those beings from the foreign realm were unable to leave, having already broken through to the realm of the half-ancestor. As long as they were absorbing and refining for a few moments, perhaps, they would be able to truly become a true patriarch. With one otherworldly being doing so, there were a group or even more otherworldly beings who did the same as them. Insatiable greed was the nature of all existences. And they, all of them, chose to stay in this roiling reign of supreme beings. On the other hand, in the other direction, the 6 Forbidden Area Supreme Beings and the 6 Exotic Domain Patriarchs were staring at their own eyes in shock at this moment. Because they suddenly realized that their bodies, unexpectedly, couldn't move. What? What's going on here? Chapter 55, Heaven and Earth as a Furnace. 10,000 Ways as Fire. Refining the Supreme Beginning. After a moment of perception, these 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm were the first to notice the problem. Their torsos actually paused there after a moment of hesitation? How is that possible? Moreover, even if they wanted to mobilize heaven and earth aura to nourish themselves at this time, or if they wanted to mobilize their cultivation to launch an attack, they were unable to do so. What's going on here? Why can't we move? Not to mention the patriarchs of the otherworldly regions were the supreme beings of the forbidden regions. At this moment, all of them were astonished. And it was obvious to them that there was a problem. That is, their own essence blood seemed to be being absorbed by that pale golden point of light. And they were within this roiling supreme rain as if they were within a giant furnace. That so-called supreme rain was more like an introduction to the spirit medicine that was specially prepared before refining them. And at the thought of this, even the patriarchs of the otherworldly realm were sweating, feeling genuine fear. At this moment, they no longer had that initial openness and calmness. Such a sense of crisis. They had only ever felt it in the supreme might. No way. How can this kind of Tao power trap us? Not only were these 6 otherworldly patriarchs feeling shocked, the 6 Forbidden Zone supreme beings such as the Luyun Ancient Emperor were also uncertain and filled with shock. They were originally imperial figures who had carried the heavenly Tao. And even though they had long ago eliminated the seal of the Immaculate Emperor, how could such a phenomenon exist with the fusion of the heavenly Tao? Fight it out. The Luyun Ancient Emperor also hissed. And now, it came to a critical juncture. The remaining few supreme beings also mobilized their domains and prepared to deliver their strongest strikes. But right at this moment, all of a sudden, in the surroundings of this roiling supreme rain, it seemed as if the great avenues of emptiness flashed, and a rune flew up, connecting to form a huge spell formation. That one rune was filled with the aura of Tao, connected with boundless greatness, rapidly flickering and connecting, making the pattern of that spell formation more and more obvious. At the same time, such a spell formation pattern was also rapidly manifesting a domineering aura that suppressed heaven and earth. An aura that even a supreme ancient emperor could not possibly take on head-on. Moreover, from a distance, the shape of that spell formation really looked like a huge furnace. And those 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly regions, as well as the 6 forbidden area supreme beings, as well as the endless otherworldly regions living beings, were like materials for alchemy, accompanied by an endless rain of Dan. It completely fell and dissipated. Oh my God! This is to use the heavens and earth as the furnace, the Tao as the medicine guide, and the supreme beings and patriarchs as the equipment for a true alchemy. Emperor Dan was the first to discover this problem because this was the direction he was good at. However, he also absolutely did not dare to go so far, for the simple reason of not having that battle power. This kind of largesse, this kind of boldness. It's Emperor Xian. Emperor Dan was quite excited, even acting like an avid fan of Yi Xian. Hearing his words, Supreme White Dragon and Great Emperor Pan Long couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was only at this moment that they realized that all of this was actually the means of that Xian Emperor. The endless power of the Tao carried by that heavenly supreme reign was real. However, that endless Tao power was under the control of this Xian Emperor. And the more it absorbed, the more it would be controlled by that Xian Emperor. No! The alchemy actually chose 6 exotic domain patriarchs and 6 forbidden area supreme beings as materials. This kind of vigor and strength, really do not know, since the ancient times, who can still have. It really is the Xian Emperor's tactics. Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others were also quite shaken. This Xian Emperor, The path he had taken was too far. Will they be able to keep up in this life? And what kind of path would that be? With heaven and earth as furnaces and the 10,000 paths as fire. Refining the beginning supreme being. How could this kind of strength be more terrifying than anything else? In fact, Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others understood very well that it was impossible for the Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor not to make a move when the foreign domain came to violate the law. And the reason why he didn't show up right away. With his nature, he must be waiting for the best time. That was why Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others dared to let go and fight to the death with the foreign domain. No. They waited for Xian Di. And at this moment, within that endless supreme reign, the Luyun Ancient Emperor and the others only felt as if their bodies were being disintegrated little by little and were not under any control of his. And then broke into song. Xian Di. You're so vicious. For the sake of your own Tao. How dare you sacrifice us as Dan? At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they understood that all of this was yet another calculation by this Xian Emperor. Where is there any supreme reign? It's all a conspiracy by this Xian Emperor. However, this ancient emperor of the flowing clouds was also quite astonished, as he had been quite proud of his perception of the will of the world for all eternity. How could one possibly sense it wrongly? That was indeed the authentic great Tao Gonlin. But why would this great Tao Gonlin willingly accept this Xian Di's control? Thinking of this Luyun ancient emperor was shocked. He didn't dare to think any further. This Xian emperor had already controlled the perfect Tao of this heaven and earth. What kind of terrifying realm has he, in fact, reached? Great Emperor, we are confused. The chaotic demon island is willing to submit to the Great Emperor and willingly serve as a dog and horse. Please forgive us. Great Emperor. The three supreme beings from chaotic demon island were horrified to the extreme at the moment. And in order to save their lives, they directly knelt down to Yi Xian to show their sincerity. Yi Xian still hadn't appeared. However, above the endless void there was a voice that coldly transmitted down. This emperor has said that you have missed your best chance. Also, the initiative to defect to this emperor is not in your hands. Remember, it is this emperor who is giving you the opportunity. As soon as the words fell, the three supreme beings from that chaotic demon island completely dissipated in the astonished eyes of the Luyun ancient emperor and the others. Those were three supreme beings. And even more so, three supreme beings who had absorbed the essence of the supreme reign. And even said that they couldn't move. And said that they could not be refined. Even if the Xian emperor was superbly strong, he couldn't make it so easy. Could he? Refining three supreme beings was like chopping up a melon? This was too shocking. Seeing this, the White Dragon Supreme and the Coiled Dragon Emperor could not help but gulp. And with palpitations in their hearts, they looked to the Dan Emperor on the side, clasping their fists and arching their hands, and said, "Fellow Daoist, if you hadn't stopped it just now, I'm only afraid that the two of us, too, have become the Xian Emperor's Dan." Upon hearing this, Emperor Dan smiled and said, "One of our own. You're welcome. It's just that Emperor Xian's alchemy techniques are really closer to the next level. I love him." A touch of fervor surged in Emperor Dan's eyes. As a generation of Emperor Dao powerhouses, especially in existence that certified the Dao by alchemy. This was since the beginning of time. The first being who had so bowled him over. Hearing Emperor Dan's words, the ancient Emperor Qinglong also had a blank stare. How did this kind of goods become a great emperor ancient emperor? At this time, that Luyun ancient emperor and others are also horrified to the extreme. Three supreme beings. A flick of the finger is up in smoke? Even if he was a fellow great emperor ancient emperor. The Yi Xian of that year definitely did not have such means. It's only been 100 years. How could his battle power be so terrifying? Chapter 56, In front of this emperor? You are also worthy of blowing yourself up? At this moment, feeling the threat, the flowing cloud ancient emperor's eyes were filled with scarlet. How could he not expect that he had been dormant for 100 years? Thinking that he had waited for the opportunity, only to have this result. This Xian emperor. He is really calculating. Thus, the flowing cloud ancient emperor looked into the distance and also roared angrily. Fellow Taoists of the foreign realm, if we don't join forces and fight, we, all of us, won't be able to get out. Obviously. At this moment, they were all like birds and beasts trapped in a cage, at Yi Xian's mercy. And there was no other way at all except to join forces to break out. The 6 patriarchs of that foreign realm had some sort of law linkage. They didn't belong to this realm. And the energies they cultivated and the systems they followed were different. Thus, under the control of this roiling prohibition, a faint shimmering light actually surfaced around them, standing out quite prominently in that pale golden spot of light. Regarding the olive branch thrown by the Lu Yun ancient emperor, the 6 otherworldly ancestors trapped within the restriction acted very unconcerned. Because they were confident and had a secret method of their own. Seeing that the 6 of them were trapped at the same time, the remaining 4 patriarchs in the distance were also forming the same spell seals, and were actually also linked to the 6 patriarchs trapped within the restriction. It was as if it was going to rip through the void and drag them completely out of the restraints. It was amazing. Seeing this scene, the Jintian ancient exalt also spoke. Stop them. Cooperate with Emperor Xian. Don't let any of them escape. Upon hearing this, the heavenly pivot supreme being, the heavenly Xian supreme being, and the heavenly star supreme being directly stepped in with the Jintian ancient being to interfere with those 4 seal-forming otherworldly patriarchs. While Emperor Dan was swathing the formation with Emperor Skyhawk and Emperor Golden Rock, the 3 of them, Ancient Emperor Qinglong, Supreme White Dragon and Great Emperor Panlong, surrounded the formation, ready to intercept any existence that appeared there. Seeing that no one responded to them, the 3 supreme emperors of that Lu Yun ancient emperor were also helpless to the extreme. At this final moment, who would have thought that they would face such a death? Xian Emperor, you're bullying people too much. Even if the 3 of me fight to blow myself up, I'm going to make you suffer a great deal of damage to your vitality. The Lu Yun ancient emperor understood very well that the 3 of them were unable to break free from this terrifying prohibition of Yi Xian's, even though they were unable to mobilize their cultivation. However, they could ignite their spiritual energy and self-detonate all of this self-slashing battle power. Obviously, they were going to use self-detonation to completely finish themselves off and cause Yi Xian to be greatly injured. But right at this moment, an extremely teasing voice also came out from the heavens. Flowing Cloud Ancient Emperor, you're really confident. In front of this emperor, you don't even have the qualifications to blow yourself up. Turn into an elixir on this and serve this emperor. Immediately afterward, Emperor Dan and the others were astonished to find that the 3 Lu Yun ancient emperors were clearly trying to ignite their spiritual energy. Yet, they slowly disappeared. In the end, just like the 3 supreme beings of the chaotic demon island, in the blink of an eye, they dissipated and disappeared. At the same time, there were 6 pills that were quite mellow, appearing within that big formation. Naturally, they were supreme pills. Along with the appearance of these 6 refined supreme elixirs, a bronze coffin appeared in the grand formation, absorbing and refining the bodies of those 6 supreme ancient emperors. Completely. It was clearly the bronze coffin of that origin of Emperor Xian. The Dan Emperor who saw the scene was completely convinced. He changed his previous obscenity and said even more obscenely than before. To use a great emperor's essence blood to refine pills and a great emperor's body to refine weapons. Throughout the ages, there is only one Xian emperor. Xian Di. I love you. Listening to Emperor Dan's extremely diabolical words, the several supreme beings on the side were not only shocked at Yi Xian's means, but they were even more clear about a problem. Emperor Celestial Eagle was unwilling to concede defeat. Nor was he willing to admit that he was weaker than anyone else. But at this moment, he still solemnly opened his mouth and said, "This emperor feels that Emperor Xian has fallen far behind us. Perhaps this for ages. In front of Emperor Xian, all the emperors and supreme beings will be that dim." The Golden Rock Emperor had been unruly all his life and had unrivaled battle prowess. But at this time, he had to agree with the Heavenly Eagle Emperor's words. Xian Emperor, the man of the great Tao, was indeed true. And at that moment, that great formation became more and more compact. And the spell formation between the 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm and those 4 patriarchs in the outside world was completely broken. Their bodies and dharma phases were being worn down little by little. And at this moment, this exotic domain's patriarch was also threatening. No matter what kind of emperor you are, if you dare to be an enemy of my realm, I'll tell you to fall instantly. This foreign domain originator is powerful and unparalleled. Before breaking the formation, and the heavenly pivot supreme being hard to shake a few moves. And even the heavenly pivot supreme being such as the person whose work is to participate in the creation of the world. In front of him, they all retreated back and forth. And it was obvious that this otherworldly patriarch was one of the patriarchs leading the team for this time. If you let us leave the spell, we can spare your life. This otherworldly patriarch continued to open his mouth and drank, while his voice was directly transmitted to the heavens. Because they knew that Yi Xian was there. Unbridled. All kneel down for this emperor. Suddenly, Yi Xian's coldly drinking voice directly came down. And it carried a rather unparalleled pressure aura. That kind of aura. Even if it wasn't directed at Emperor Dan and the others, it was the other they backed up repeatedly. And their hearts were even more inexplicably shocked. What a strong pressure. The Jintian ancient exalt hurriedly backed away, his heart palpitating as he looked at the interior of that spell formation. At this moment, the 6 patriarchs of the otherworldly regions actually knelt down directly under the endless pressure, respectfully greeting the 10,000 worlds monarch that had descended from the heavens. Even though they were very unconvinced and insisted on raising their heads and chests, the powerful pressure was directly thrown by one of them to give them a few loud slaps in the face. That crisp voice spread throughout the heavens. Emperor Dan and the others were also stunned. And then said in astonishment, "My God! Using the rules of the great Tao to slap the mouth. This is something that only Emperor Xian could do. Right? But I have to say, that's a real mouthful. Well done." And at this moment, the kneeling 6 otherworldly patriarchs were suffocating their anger to the extreme. How noble and honored are they? Aside from the old ancestors of their clan as well as supreme existences, how had they ever knelt down? And now not only are you being intimidated into kneeling and bowing, but you're also being slapped multiple times? This was a great humiliation for them and an absolute provocation to the foreign domain. Who are you? Dare to treat us like this? I am an immortal family. If His Excellency descends, I'll make sure your bones are left intact. Right after this patriarch's words had just fallen, the sound of another extremely crisp mouth came over. Noisy. Letting you kneel in worship is already giving you great face. You 4. Kneel down for this emperor as well. Right at this moment, cold shouts once again traveled down from the heavens. Not simply in response to these 6 otherworldly patriarchs who had arrived within the Primal Emperor Pass, There was even an invisible pressure that spread directly across the primordial imperial pass, instantly appearing above the heads of the 4 otherworldly ancestors on that side. Noisy. On your knees. Chapter 57, Unbridled. Kneel down for this emperor. Unbridled. All kneel down for this emperor. In an instant, the world's mighty pressure made the bones of these 4 exotic ancestors splinter and crackle. They coughed out blood. Their bodies gradually bent. And in the end, they flopped and knelt down heavily. There seemed to be another consciousness holding them down, forcing them to kowtow uncontrollably to the top of that void. Unbridled. This patriarch of the otherworldly realm had a great origin. And in his ancestry, there was a truly supreme existence. That supreme who had struck out earlier seemed to be an old ancestor of their clan. Moreover, this patriarch was powerful and seemed to be a shade more powerful than the remaining 9 patriarchs present. At this moment, he was also extremely dissatisfied and resisted that pressure. However, his skull to his foot bones were cracking inch by inch. The more fiercely he resisted, the more his patriarchal body shattered. And finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood before kowtowing to the ground. My clan will not spare you. When we return, there will be a supreme descent that will completely grind down your realm. This patriarch roared. He was already about to cross the second patriarchal tribulation, and his battle power was unrivaled. On normal days, he had a considerable status among the 10,000 races of the otherworldly realm. Even if he was the same patriarch, that was the supreme honor. But this time, who would have thought that a great emperor of the 3,000 Tao state would make them so humble? You and the others. What do you think my 3,000 Tao state is? Is this not a place where you can come and go as you please? Accompanying the fall of this voice, a metaphysical colored clothed figure, with its feet on a bronze coffin, slowly descended down from the crack in the void above that heavenly sky. The moment this Xian-clothes figure appeared, the 10,000 paths, completely silent, merged into one with it. The Great Way bowed down, and all the tribes bowed together. Heaven and earth are identified, and the primordial path is unraveled. At this moment, this man in Xian clothes was the Tao. This heaven and earth. These 3,000 Tao states and 10,000 worlds and heavens. It is a feeling he brings to all of existence. And this was precisely the benefit that Yi Xian brought about after completely breaking through the barrier of the second heavenly Tao. All the way up the heavenly ladder. He killed countless figures. Yi Xian knew more. But this also proved that he had completely broken the original bonds of the first day Tao. Truly and truly, he had become an unrivaled great emperor of the second sky. If he were to encounter that Tai-Yin heavenly emperor now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go even one round under Yi Xian's hand. This was the battle power of a second heavenly emperor. A great dream for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. This Dharma metaphysics allowed Yi Xian to stabilize his first life and extend it infinitely. Perhaps, ultimately, he doesn't have to metamorphose for 100 lifetimes. The one world is invincible. That is, the one world is invincible. A lifetime of horizontal pushing is a lifetime of inappropriateness. He doesn't need the accumulation of the red dust of the second and third or even 10,000 lifetimes, but only needs to go to the extremes of the path in this one life. He, that is the real Jedi. It's Xian Di. The Golden Rock Emperor truly saw the Yi Xian at this moment, sparing himself as an ancient emperor. At this moment, it was clear to him that he could no longer see through Yi Xian. This Xian Emperor stood in front of him as if he was an endless starry sky and a vast ocean. Let a person cannot understand. In front of him, as if he is a drop in the ocean, is as small as dust. The same emperor, but different paths. Once he ascended to heaven, he became a true dragon. Xian Emperor. it can truly be called an emperor of the ages. Jintian Ancient Father couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. And under his leadership, the 10 supreme ancient emperors of Xianting at the scene actually all arched their hands in obeisance. We, the others, pay our respects to the great emperor. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian also nodded his head in greeting, and then with a single step of his feet into the void, he appeared above those 6 patriarchs. This kind of terrifying pressure had long since suppressed those 6 exotic domain patriarchs at a loss for words. What are you doing? That otherworldly patriarch looked at Yi Xian in shock, getting closer and closer to himself. And despite Yi Xian's calm countenance, that terrifying aura was causing him to tremble with fear. There's a change in this realm. Things have come to a head. We can only invite out the adults. That 4 patriarchs on the outside of the primordial emperor pass were also exchanging divine thoughts. And it was obvious that they still had a backhand. It was the Supreme who had just torn through the void. However, the crowd also understood that the rules of the world of the 3000 Tao states restricted that Supreme from striking out. Therefore, they had left such a backhand that it was enough to sweep through the 3000 Tao states that did not have that realm. Thus, only inside and outside of this grand formation, the blood of an exotic ancestor was rapidly converging. And immediately afterward, a spell formation was formed, which appeared to be a rune. It flickered with a dark light and disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, Emperor Dan also secretly said that it was not good. Who would have thought that all of them were subdued by Yi Xian's pressure? And that these patriarchs of the other realm would still be able to achieve bloodline connectivity with each other? This exotic law is truly bizarre. Great Emperor, do it quickly and suppress this phone. Late is late. Jintian Ancient Exalt looked towards Yi Xian and also hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. But it was precisely at this moment that a violent fluctuation once again came from the distant void. Those fluctuations were exactly the same as when that supreme illusionary black hand tore apart the primal emperor pass before. This kind of pressure was in no way weaker than the oppression that Yi Xian was bringing at this moment. Obviously, it was the essence blood of these otherworldly patriarchs that awakened that supreme. Once again, to strike. How dare you? Dare to suppress my clan's living beings. There would be no need for these 3000 Tao states to exist. Immediately afterward, along with this voice came a suffocating sense of oppression. A shocking thunderbolt suddenly exploded. And in the distant sky, the spectral light flourished. This time it wasn't that supreme evolutionary giant hand that came to attack. Instead it was a scroll-like existence that swept in at a rapid pace. That emitted an ethereal light. Even if it was Emperor Dan and the others, it also had to retreat back and forth. At this time, this seat uses a single decree of the law to subdue such ants as you. Accompanied by a single incantation from that supreme across the endless void. This scroll that came flying in immediately spread out right in front of Yi Xian. In the process of its spreading, a black pattern of light filled and spread across. And the handwriting on that legal decree was revealed one by one. On closer inspection, it was 7 spell-like symbolic words. This kind of symbols and words, even if the great emperor ancient emperor to watch a glance, is the heart and soul shock. Seems to be a careless. The sea of consciousness is under its control. That horrible pressure. But also with this decree as the core. A circle of emanation. The surrounding mountains and rivers all collapsed in an instant. The rivers and oceans overturned. Waves in the sky. Even the endless spell formations of the primal emperor pass, at this moment, were emitting a low chirping sound, obviously due to the oppression of this legal decree. This was enough to see how powerful the Dharma decree of that Supreme One was. A legal decree still has such infinite power. If this supreme body descends here, how should the existence of the 3000 Tao states face the enemy? It's actually the Lord's 7 killing curse. Must be suppressing this Fong. Chapter 58, A broken decree is just a decree. I'll chop you up if you come. Seeing the arrival of this Dharma decree, there were exotic domain patriarchs who were exceptionally energized. And since the Supreme had made his move, no one would be able to suppress them in the 3,000 Tao states. What's more, it was a supreme legal decree sealed by the 7 slaughter mantra. It was rumored that this 7 killings incantation had a great origin in the foreign realm. An ancient incantation that had been cast by a certain great man and had decapitated a supreme giant of a certain realm. Which was extraordinary. In the case of this 7 killings mantra, moving a single word would be enough to wear out the 10,000 worlds and heavens. Not to mention, this legal decree carried a complete mantra of 7 words. All the other worldly beings saw their savior at this moment and no longer had the slightest bit of trepidation. Even if they were still in Yi Xian's confinement and unable to move the slightest bit. It was also fearless. And this was from a supreme bottom. Because they knew that this realm had long since crossed the peak of the human path. No matter if it's a great emperor or an ancestor, they can never be defeated. Looking at the decree that emitted a dark glow, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as well. For the first time in over 6,000 years of witnessing, he had come into such positive contact with that realm. Indeed, it is similar to the legend. Having broken through the source of reincarnation and realized the essence of longevity, every drop of blood in the body underwent a metamorphosis towards the extreme, crossing the peak of humanity and standing in a brand new realm. It's immortal. That was the immortal that had been passed down from generation to generation in the 3,000 Taoist states and had only existed before the endless era. This word means to be born long in the word. It means to be invincible. It was even the realm that generations of great emperors and ancient emperors from the 3,000 Tao states and the 10,000 realms and heavens had been pursuing for their entire lives. It's just a shame that the path is wrong and broken. But this time, finally seeing that legendary realm, feeling the pressure of that legal decree, Yi Xian coldly laughed out before taking a step forward and said, "There is the reality of longevity. But there is no battle power to match it. If you incarnate here, this emperor, you can still behead you." With that, Yi Xian stomped his foot fiercely on that otherworldly supreme Dharma decree. Rampant. But a mole cricket in the human path realm also presumes to overrate a tree. That Dharma decree buzzed and trembled. And the endless pressure emanated extremely, striking horizontally at Yi Xian. This emperor's battle against the immortal fellows relies on battle power and backbone. Immortals may live forever, but emperors may stay bright. With that said, Yi Xian dispelled the pressure of that legal decree and stomped down hard. Having pierced through the second heaven, he understood this even better. That legendary immortal, indeed, has longevity and greatness? But in the past, why is it that if you fight your way into that so-called immortal path, you will grow into an immortal? The opportunity to become immortal is different. And the realm of immortality is different. This led to the fact that it was true that immortals could live forever. But there were immortals whose battle prowess still had not transcended the realm of humanism. In that case, after breaking his immortal path and chopping off his immortal essence, an immortal, too, is just an ordinary humane being. Seeing how domineering Yi Xian was, Emperor Dan and the others were also shocked and stared blankly. And it had to be said that, being the same emperor, he was confronted with the supreme decree of the foreign domain. They lacked this hegemony of Emperor Xian's. They lacked this hegemonic battle intent of the Xian emperor. Out of your depth, that Dharma decree coldly shouted. And after that, an incantation rune instantly manifested, directly blocking Yi Xian. Moreover, that rune carried a killing chance and pressure that was enough to completely erase an exotic domain patriarch. Give this seat suppression. The rune emitted a ghostly light and rushed towards Yi Xian. But right at this moment, A golden light filled Yi Xian's surroundings. As if there were endless Tao rules dropping down. It actually directly stepped on that first spell mark. It's just a broken decree. If you come, this emperor will still chop you up. Seeing this scene, that otherworldly patriarch could not believe it. How could an existence in the human path realm have 1 foot on the power of the 7 slaying spells incantation seal? That was a truly supreme decree of divine power. The great emperor is mighty. It makes my blood boil and my skills itch to watch. Emperor Dan also shouted with heartfelt praise. The prohibition traps the patriarch. And 1 foot steps on a true immortal. No matter what exotic supreme you are. In front of Emperor Xian, all of you will be suppressed to nothing. This scene was destined to leave a brilliant and colorful mark on the long history of the 10,000 realms and heavens. While trapping the 10 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm, they made them bow and bend down, their bones shattering. On the one hand, his feet stepped on the supreme Dharma decree formation patterns of the exotic regions, so that the curse seal didn't dare to make a move and stayed obediently. Since the beginning of time, only the Xian Emperor could do so. If you're good, you're on. What do you give this Baba? The heavenly pivot supreme being looked at this damage out of the Dan Emperor and also responded without a trace of anger. Fellow Daoist, how precious is this view of a great battle to you and me? The great Emperor is opening up the path for us, and letting you and I purify our hearts and senses. Emperor Dan spoke in a generous and decent manner. And then he was once again looking at the great battle for the ages. Griffin, suppress you. A roar came from within that legal decree, showing that exotic supreme was furious to the extreme at this point. Immediately after that, there were 2 more spell seal glyphs that directly floated out. And that kind of pressure united with the spell seal glyph that was stepped on by Yi Xian. It seems to be able to block the heavens and dominate the world. Even if all the supreme ancient emperors present joined hands together, they were afraid that they would not be a single enemy. This was the true strength of a supreme being. It was too terrifying. Great Emperor, be careful. Juntian Ancient exult and the others warned from afar. Because with the pressure of such a great battle, even if they were to get close, they would be seriously injured if they were not careful. As this emperor said, it's just a piece of broken paper. Yi Xian mobilized his battle power and once again suppressed down on those other 2 spell seal inscriptions. This time, even if he had already become a great emperor of the second sky, quite a bit of pressure was felt as well. The source of this pressure was not a lack of battle power, but a significant gap in realm. Yet, he was still able to resist. This caused Yi Xian to be very energized that he was right in not taking the path of immortality and using the path of the heavenly Tao to certify the path of the red dust. The human way had absolute supremacy. But the absolute supremacy of the human way was not necessarily just Xian. The absolute supremacy of the human way was difficult to reach even for an ordinary Xian. That's the way it is in heaven and earth. In all things, with people as the center. Suppress this emperor. Just like that. Along with Yi Xian's strong strike, the patriarchs of that foreign realm were shocked to find that the 3 spell seal characters were actually trampled under Yi Xian's feet as well. Even though the spell seal characters in that spell were buzzing and emitting an infinite amount of pressure, they were still unable to break free from Yi Xian's bonds. At this moment, that Dharma decree finally realized something, and then opened his mouth in confusion. I can't believe you took a different path. But in the end it didn't work. You are the 3rd person to break through to the 3rd spell seal. The first 2 died horribly. This Dharma decree represented that supreme. And what he said was obviously quite relevant to the 3,000 Tao states. Perhaps the great battle back then was also a strike by this otherworldly supreme. At those words, Yi Xian also stared coldly at the decree. Don't worry. This seat will let you know. Chapter 59, The Grudge from Back Then. It's time to end it. Hold your horses, my lord. And I'll show you this. That otherworldly supreme Dharma decree seemed to understand the state of mind of all the people of the 3000 Paths state very well. And thus, what he did was intentionally meant to disturb the hearts of all the people of the 3000 Paths state. If this seat takes out this one, how should you feel? Along with the manifestation of that exotic supreme Dharma decree, a dark light appeared once more. And that fourth incantation seal character was called out. And after that fourth spell mark suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. For this time, what appeared in manifested, however, was not a character. Instead, it's a head. It was the real head, albeit covered in blood, with eyes pierced through, with chains passing through the head, glittering with black runes. But it was still evident that it was a man of great valor, an existence that was invincible in the Gai generation, domineering, looking out of the corner of the eye, and unrivaled. Moreover, this skeleton skull even had an aura that matched the aura of the 3000 Taoist states. And matched it. This proved one thing. This skeleton skull originated from the 3000 Tao state. The incompatibility between the foreign domains and the 3000 Tao states' Tao rules was never going to happen. And it was too shocking that the skull and bones of this fourth spell seal could match the will of the 3000 Tao states. Right at this moment, an old venerable who was watching from the forbidden area widened his own eyes, shocked and unable to return to his senses for a long time. A few moments later, Emperor Dan and the others realized that in a forbidden area, there was an aura of extreme sublimity that was rapidly appearing. Immediately afterward, a magnificent figure appeared on the periphery of that legal decree. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a purple golden crown on his head, purple divine armor, and a purple golden lance. Quite formidable and overbearing. However, Emperor Dan and the others could sense that this middle-aged man was forcibly raising his chi, blood, and essence after limit ascension. He must have been dormant for a long time, causing his chi and blood to decay to the extreme. And he couldn't even compare to the three soaring feather supreme emperors, flame ancient emperors, and earth spirit emperors anymore. To put it in layman's terms, this middle-aged man was bound to dissipate polewardly into the heavens and earth a few moments later. Who is this? Even if Shintian Ancient Exalt and the others were old. However, when they saw this purple and gold man, they couldn't name him. This purple and gold man came from the divine pool, which was a fallen forbidden area that didn't even become a forbidden area anymore. There wasn't the slightest trace of Tao Chi there. And since the beginning of time, few hibernating supreme beings had gone there. And other supreme beings might know that one or two supreme beings were hibernating there. But never have I seen that divine pool out supreme beings participate in the dark turmoil. They seem to truly be uncontested with the world and die of old age there. Unexpectedly, this time, from the divine pool, such a violet gold man with high battle intent had appeared. When the purple gold man raised his chi, blood, and battle power to its peak state, he fiercely clenched his hand towards the divine pool. With a loud boom, the forbidden area of the divine pool exploded. And that huge explosion shook even all the forbidden areas and exotic beings in the primordial imperial pass. It was because after that endless divine pool exploded, it unexpectedly converged quickly. And afterward, it became a broken lampshade. The lampshade was a light green color, and even had a copper rust, looking ancient and unappealing. But the aura and pressure were not weaker than the General Emperor artifacts. Even more so. It was going to be even more powerful than that average imperial artifact. I know who he is. The ancient emperor of 10,000 spirits and the sun-swallowing emperor, who had successfully refined the supreme Dan, also arrived here quickly. This purple and gold man, the ancient emperor of the 10,000 spirits, had been seen in the ancient records, and only existed in the ancient records. The age? Too long ago. Purple Gold Saint Emperor. He's the Violet Gold Saint Emperor. For this existence, even if the ancient emperor of the 10,000 spirits had spoken its name, very few people knew about it. And there was no way to know its true origin. He's not a human. Legend has it. He's a true amethyst immortal gold. Hearing the words of the ancient emperor of 10,000 spirits, the great sun-swallowing emperor on the side was also shocked. Immortal gold? It's that legendary immortal domain's greatest treasure. At the words of the sun-swallowing emperor, the ancient emperor of the 10,000 spirits also nodded. Immortal. In this world, no matter what it is, as long as it is related to this word, that's quite a mysterious and magnificent presence. Immortal gold. The entire 3,000 Tao states are not able to find a few pieces. The legend is that it is the supreme treasure of the immortal domain. It can refine a real immortal weapon. Moreover, it has the spiritual consciousness of an immortal. Even with the secret of becoming immortal. And this amethyst immortal gold also had a relationship with a great person from the 10,000 realms and heavens. That was one of the 10 great Tao masters. The endless Tao master. The endless Tao father. Just as mysterious as that world emperor. Before he achieved Tao father, he pushed all the way across the world without an opponent. There is even a great chance, and it is said that the endless Taoist priest has stepped on the true path to immortality. Brought back a piece of amethyst immortal gold. Later on, for some unknown reason, the amethyst immortal gold left the endless Tao father, and surprisingly took on human form and testified to the world. It was the Violet Gold Saint Emperor. But after this Violet Gold Saint Emperor was certified, there was no clan or any account of it. It seems to have disappeared after the testimony. Who would have thought that this being, who was hidden in the divine pool, had manifested in the present day? And just as this Violet Gold Saint Emperor manifested, that otherworldly supreme Dharma decree was puzzled. A hint of the immortal Tao laws? This realm? How can there still be such fluctuations? About to disappear. Are you? That otherworldly supreme Dharma decree coldly looked at the distant Violet Gold Sacred Emperor. And a mighty pressure directly rushed over. According to common sense, ordinary great emperor ancient emperors facing the pressure of the supreme law decree would only be able to temporarily avoid the front line. However, this Violet Gold Saint Emperor, surprisingly, was holding a violet gold divine lance. Hardly shaking that pressure, he pierced it with a single shot. It's you! No wonder that otherworldly supreme had some shock. But then, sneered out. Back then, he fought to die from serious injuries and let you escape. And now, you've brought yourself to the door. The words of this otherworldly supreme spoke of the great secret of that year. And who exactly was that he spoke of? Why did this Violet Gold Saint Emperor completely manifest after seeing this skull? I hibernated for 10,000 years and built up my strength just to avenge him. Even if your original body comes here, I can still chop off half of your cultivation. As this Violet Gold Saint Emperor spoke, a purple blazing flame burned around his body. And then, step by step, he approached that otherworldly supreme Dharma decree, facing the Violet Gold Sacred Emperor, who was a near immortal, or even an immortal of sorts. The trembling emanating from that otherworldly and supreme Dharma decree grew more and more powerful. It's just a fusion of immortal blood. You're not a true immortal yet. Back then, this seed killed you too and sealed the supreme fruit position. Today, you are still not enough to look at. what this otherworldly supreme Dharma decree had said was all about that year. And by now, the crowd, it seemed, was able to guess to whom that skeleton skull belonged. It was the most astonishingly talented one among the 10 great Tao Masters. The Endless Tao Master. Chapter 60, Endless Tao Father. Violet Gold Sacred Emperor. The world only knew that when the endless Taoist priest fought against the foreign realm back then. He burned himself and killed his way into the foreign realm. And his whereabouts were unknown afterward. But what people knew was that the Endless Tao Father, more than likely, had fallen. No matter how amazing he is, once he enters a foreign land, how many people can get away? But now it seemed that Endless Tao Father had fallen at the hands of this otherworldly supreme. Moreover, the words spoken by that otherworldly supreme just now were not true immortals? What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that the Endless Taoist Emperor has become an immortal? Or is this Violet Gold Holy Emperor close to immortality? Emperor Dan and all the other supreme ancient emperors were quite shocked. And for the first time, they heard with such certainty that the word immortal had appeared here in the 3000 Tao state. Moreover, it was also quite related to the Endless Tao Father and this Violet Gold Saint Emperor in front of him. And at that moment, that Violet Gold Saint Emperor also spoke coldly. Back then, we came to this 3000 states together. Support me all the way, in life and in death. But I didn't want to end up in the final battle and fall in the hands of the scum of my own side and this guy you. No end is gone. And I'm hibernating with a broken heart. If I can't find that scumbag, I'll silence you first. The Violet Gold Saint Emperor finally revealed the great secret of that year. The true reason for the fall of the Endless Tao Father. Yi Xian had seen many powerful existences with seal-engraved figures as early as the second heaven. He was also basically well aware of how many emperors and ancient emperors there were in these 3000 Tao states and 10,000 realms and heavens that had made it to that point. By the same token, if a future great emperor, ancient emperor, was able to break through the boundaries of the second heaven, he would also see the true shadow of the Dharma body that he had inscribed. It turned out that this Endless Tao Father and this piece of amethyst immortal gold did not belong to this realm. And they came from that legendary place. It was no wonder that the origin of the Endless Tao Father was unknown and with extraordinary battle prowess, pushing it all the way down horizontally. And in addition, this Violet Gold Saint Emperor also explained the situation back then. Amethyst immortal gold, which was not a true immortal, had the power of a true immortal's Tao. And the Endless Tao Father, it seemed, also had it. They touched that level. The so-called touch may not be one's own realm, but some kind of karmic root and foot of one's own, capable of setting off that legendary immortal power. By this point, Yi Xian truly understood. Why did the foreign domain come in force back then? The 10 great Tao Zuns were able to resist the attack of the foreign domain. According to common sense, the 10 great Tao Zuns, no matter how the strength of the 10 great Tao Zuns is heaven-defying, amazing talent, facing a foreign domain with a supreme driving force, all of them would be a bit short and stretched in power. However, they did fight back that foreign domain's attack by falling down with serious injuries. Taishan Dao Father's Taiji Yin Yang diagram. Fushi Dao Father's innate 8 trigrams. Primordial Tao Father and Tong Tian Dao Father's refining heavenly ancient formation and first killing formation. Such existences, it turned out, all had their mysterious origins. The same as this Endless Tao Father. The age of the 10 great Tao Masters, perhaps, might still be very close to that path. These Taoists who have traveled far may have really found something. In a battle back then, I joined forces with Endless and killed 6 exotic domain patriarchs. You, a half-step supreme, have no choice but to flee. 6 otherworldly patriarchs, within a single battle, were decimated by the Endless Tao Father and this Violet Gold Sacred Emperor. And it had to be said that the duo were indeed exceedingly strong. What's more, at that time, this otherworldly supreme in front of him was not yet a true supreme. Rather, they were half-step supreme. And surprisingly, they also retreated and fled under the joint efforts of the Endless Taofather and the Violet Gold Sacred Emperor. The combination of the Endless Taofather and this Violet Gold Saint Emperor had truly been terrifying to this extent. If it wasn't for that person's sneak attack from behind, you, back then, would already be the soul under the law of the two of us. Your soul would have been dispersed. The hatred of the Violet Gold Saint Emperor was quite overwhelming. And for every step he took forward without saying a word, there were Violet Golden Tao rules burning, counteracting the pressure of energy emanating from the supreme Dharma decree of that foreign realm. It turned out that back then, the Endless Taofather was dying of serious injuries after being sneak attacked. And the Violet Gold Sacred Emperor wasn't a true immortal after all. And they were able to suppress that half-step supreme, which was already doing the best they could. Therefore, when the Endless Tao was dying from his injuries, they were no longer able to fight. In the end, the Endless Taofather burned himself and killed his way into the foreign realm, chasing down this foreign realm supreme, and together with the Fushi Taofather, blocked the spell formation of the primordial imperial city. The severely injured Violet Gold Saint Emperor was also able to withdraw and hibernate until now. It was easy to understand why the Violet Gold Saint Emperor, who had been dormant for so long, would burn himself and reappear when he saw this decree. Oh, you're a big talker. This seat has already achieved supreme Tao fruition. What can you do now? Behold, this endless head is sacrificed by this seat into a killing spell. That year's Endless, too, ended up dying under this spell. It's just a pity that you don't live up to your prime. Otherwise, I would have refined you to strengthen this seat's 7 killing curse. Hearing the words of this exotic supreme, Emperor Dan and the others were all quite furious. Although they were incarnated in the Forbidden Zone, they had considerable respect for those singable great emperors and ancient emperors. The 10 great Tao venerables were the figures that all the ancient exalted ancient emperors respected. But now, the head of that endless Tao venerable had been sacrificed by this guy to become a killing spell magic weapon. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Oh yes. In that case, let me show you. This seat's 5th spell. Along with the contemptuous voice of that spell, the 5th spell seal character, 2, appeared. It turned out to be a blood-black eye. Not because the eye itself was black. Because the eye was still open. But there was dried black blood all around it. Fushi Taofather, the Violet Gold Saint Emperor, was from that era. So naturally he recognized the origin of the black pupil of the eye at a glance. It was the Dharma eye belonging to Fushi Taofather. Seeing this scene, the heavenly pivot supreme being and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. But at the same time, the hatred within their hearts deepened. Fushi Taofather, surprisingly, also fell in the hands of this person. They had actually met together, when it was really a narrow road. Fushi Taofather, that man's greatness to the 10,000 races had been passed down from generation to generation. An innate being who, in the era when the great Taofathers were dominant, led the world alone, and there was no one to compete with. A hand of the innate 8 trigrams, mighty in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one dares to respond to its sharpness. Such a covered character, whose Dharma I was even refined by this foreign supreme, is really deceiving people too much. What? Is it angry? The anger of an ant is but a laughingstock in the eyes of the strong. Such behavior on your part will only make this seat sigh. That supreme Dharma decree remained endlessly mocking, as he didn't even put Yi Xian as well as the Violet Gold Saint Emperor and the others in his eyes, based on the fact that he was already a true supreme realm. Senpai, I'll chop him. At this moment, facing the violet gold Saint Emperor, Yi Xian also clasped his fists rather solemnly and said, "You are very strong. The one who reaches the top is the master. I can't afford the word senior." The violet gold Saint Emperor seemed unwilling to talk too much about anything with Yi Xian. And Yi Xian understood that it was because he had buried the entire heavens. In their view, this was an act against the 10,000 races, against the will of heaven, and was no different from the darkness of the forbidden zone. I have kept this remnant of my body until now to seek him. The grudge of that year should be ended by now. This decree is given to you. And my target. Its true nature. Chapter 61. He has his ways and I have my ways. So why should they be different? I'll leave the decree to you. My target. His true self. With that said, this violet gold Saint Emperor's figure began to gradually dim, including the one broken lampshade that manifested itself as well, following that endless Deofather's skull. This purple flame, it seemed to burn in, as if on some sort of connection, directly seeking out the owner of this legal decree. That purple flame didn't hesitate for a second, appearing, as it did, to be so determined. It's for the promise of an old friend, going forward to settle a grudge from back in the day. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian sighed and shook his head, knowing that the violet gold Saint Emperor was looking for death. The violet gold sacred emperor had the immortal Tao laws flowing through him and sublimated himself to the limit. But he had long since ceased to be the flawless amethyst immortal gold from back then. The current him was, at best, at the cultivation level of a peak first sky 9th grade great emperor. But he was going here in order to fulfill his obsession. He has his way. I have my way. And why should it be different? Thinking of this, Yi Xian waved his big sleeve. And then the endless peak of his aura began to formally cover these heavens. Such a scene. Not to mention the Dan Emperor and the others. Even the supreme of that foreign realm was astonished. He surprisingly still retains his strength. Juntian Ancient Exalt was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have revealed his truest battle power. If there's any way to describe it, Juntian Ancient Exalt only felt that the entire heaven and earth was Yi Xian. Every field that they were active in was Yi Xian. All the energy they mobilized also came from Yi Xian. The Xian Emperor's method is truly mysterious. We deeply respect it. Juntian Ancient Exalt and the others once again sighed from the bottom of their hearts, because they felt even more that the current Yi Xian was really not on the same level as them anymore. And at this moment, Yi Xian was overbearing and looking out of the corner of his eye. So what could he do even if the otherworldly supreme descended? Only saw that he shook and bowed to the distant sky. And then also spoke aloud. Daozhou sages, worthy of admiration. At this time, this emperor uses the myriad laws of the Tao state to suppress the supreme Dharma decree. Avenge Senior Wu Terminus and send off Senior Zi Jin. Kill. Saying that, Yi Xian directly mobilized his greatness to suppress towards that otherworldly supreme Dharma decree. The rumbling imperial might swept through the heavens. 10,000 worlds are subjugated. And foreign lands are cowed. Humph. This seat perceives the heavens and sees you killing all over the world and burying the entire world. A person like you is worthy of being crowned here to avenge Wu Fei? That's ridiculous. And even more so. Obviously, this supreme of the otherworldly realm was disdainful of Yi Xian. In his opinion, Yi Xian had killed all the celestial beings in the heavens. How was what he had done any different from the darkness? Such an existence was contrary to the person of the endless Taofather and would not be recognized. This emperor buries the ugliness of the heavens, and shall reflect the glory of the ages. At this time, you will be suppressed. Saying that, Yi Xian mobilized his emperor's might and directly surrounded the Dharma decree completely. And the blazing flames appeared. Actually really wanting to refine that exotic supreme Dharma decree. The heavenly prohibitions. Refine them for me. Accompanied by Yi Xian's strike. That otherworldly supreme suddenly sensed that his connection with the Dharma decree was becoming thinner and thinner. How is this possible? A humanoid's mole cricket. How dare he isolate this seat's mana intent? And right at this moment, in that distant sky, beyond the primordial imperial pass, an endless void crack had endless purple flames burning in the sky. Looking carefully, it wasn't hard to realize that the purple flame was actually mending the shattered void cracks little by little. And even said that it was reinforcing the power of that original void spell seal. It's the violet gold sacred emperor striking. Emperor Dan and the others also saw this scene. And then, after the heavenly pivot supreme being and the others looked at each other, they all nodded their heads and said, "We'll make a move together to help fellow Taoist and blockade the heavens." Immediately afterward, the arriving supreme ancient emperors of Xinting poured out their best efforts, striking out together to assist the violet golden flames in mending the seals together and blocking off the heavens. In this way, at the very least, now that the path of the foreign realm has been cut off, that foreign realm supreme, despite being powerful, cannot easily descend to the 10,000 realms and the heavens under the complete condition of the spell formation. And at that moment, that purple flame seemed to hesitate when it saw the strikes of the supreme ancient emperors. The purple flame was the last energy of the purple gold saint emperor. He knew very well that whether it was the Dan emperor or the heavenly pivot supreme, they were both the forbidden supreme beings that symbolized darkness in the eyes of the world. They were the culprits who unleashed the dark unrest, the tumors and darkness of the 10,000 realms and heavens. However, who would have thought that the ones who unreservedly assisted him at this moment would also be these tumors of the 10,000 realms? The darkness of the heavens. In the world, who can know the true meaning all at once? The great emperor, the ancient emperor, was no different. Thank you, fellow Taoists. In the void, the voice of that violet gold saint emperor reappeared. And immediately after that, that purple flame went off at ease, carrying a touch of determination and ruthlessness. He rushed in the direction of the foreign domain and never returned. The otherworldly region was far away from here, separated by endless emptiness and spell formations. And in the case of terrifying fluctuations, it was rarely able to be perceived. Even if it was a great emperor, ancient emperor, it couldn't be done. Thus, how was the path of the violet gold saint emperor? Whether he had found that exotic supreme or not, people, it was unknown. But all in all, one thing that was clear was that this violet gold sacred emperor, who had waited for 10,000 years, could finally smile and go in search of that old friend of his. And it was also at this moment that Yi Xian completely sealed that so-called 7 slaughter curse, accompanied by his cold voice. That exotic supreme legal decree was completely worn out and exploded into a piece of nothingness. That destructive blast, with Yi Xian as the centerpiece. A circle of terror emanated out, almost even collapsing the several layers of spell formations of the primal emperor pass. A single law decree of an exotic supreme had such a terrifying pressure. So if it really was an exotic supreme descending here, its strength, there would be no need to say more. Just like that, when the terrifying fluctuations slowly dissipated, Yi Xian stood independently on top of the heavenly restraints, looking at a pitch-black skull with one black eye in front of him. Also stood there for a long time. Who would have thought that a generation of endless Taofather, a generation of Fushi Taofather, would end up like this? Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked downwards at the foreign domain patriarchs and beings whose faces were ashen, and coldly opened his mouth. To honor the 2 sages by offering you as a sacrifice. Refine. At this moment, the 10 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm and the endless living beings had long since been terrified to the extreme. And even that Supreme Lord was unable to pass through. A true body Dharma decree was all but smoldering under the powerful attack of this immediate emperor. And their end, too, could be imagined. Xiandi, I, exotic region, will regard you as an enemy and hunt you down for 100 lifetimes. But I will also make your corpse and bones disappear. And you will be annihilated in ashes. Those 10 patriarchs of the other realm cursed Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't even pay attention to them as he clenched his palms fiercely. And the grand formation was activated. And then, those 10 patriarchs of the otherworldly realm as well as the otherworldly realm's army were all turned into raining blood in essence in the sky, which quickly converged to become elixirs. Raising his hands and throwing his feet, the 10 exotic ancestors and the army were all reduced to pieces and converged into elixirs. Such means were simply breathtaking. Chapter 62 New version of Supreme Dan and Beginner's Dan. It had to be said that such a scene had indeed shocked everyone. One must know that it was the originator of the foreign domain. But even under Emperor Xian's means, he was defenseless. This kind of existence was simply a celestial being in the mouths of the people. And along with the complete dissipation of these otherworldly patriarchs and beings, the skull and one eye that were originally dull and lifeless seemed to emanate some sort of fluctuation. 10,000 eras had passed. And these two respectable Tao reverends had finally and definitively been relieved. It's just that they were too badly injured. And the era in which they fell was too long ago. So much so that there wasn't even any divine sense left. And he could only rely on a little bit of instinct to greet Yi Xian. Yi Xian had considerable respect for these two existences. And then, he solemnly cupped his fists and saluted. Just like that. That endless Deofather's skull and bones and one of Fushi Deofather's eyes turned into a rain of light just like that. Dissipating little by little into this heaven and earth. It's kind of like going back to your roots. After a long time, Yi Xian stood there with his fists clasped, bidding farewell to these two. No! There was also the violet gold sacred emperor who had killed his way into the foreign realm alone. And then, he looked towards the layers of energy fluctuations around him. Immediately after that, he clenched his fist, mobilized this majestic energy, and refined it. In the next second, at Yi Xian's side, 10 pills that were round in body and emitted a ghostly light appeared. This was also a supreme elixir. Only that the source of the originator's mana and Tao in the foreign domain was different from the origin of the 3000 Da state. And thus, the elixir that was refined was different from the supreme elixir of the 3000 Da state. The patriarchs of the foreign domains that Yi Xian had exterminated this time were different from the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone. They were truly the equivalent of the 3000 Dao state's great emperor ancient emperor realm. Even more so, he had never cut himself to the bone to drop his own cultivation level. Thus, the efficacy of the Supreme Dan obtained from refining them was far greater than the Supreme Dan that Yi Xian had previously refined. According to Yi Xian's estimation, I'm afraid that this kind of elixir would extend the peak emperor's life for at least around 1500 years. Even due to the existence of a certain immortal substance in the otherworld, it was both capable of achieving supreme fruition and also capable of being absorbed in the process of the otherworldly patriarch's cultivation. So, it seems that the ancient accounts do make sense. The true lifespan of an originator fruit of a foreign domain was often much longer than that of a great emperor ancient emperor of the 3000 Dao states. Even a long period of 10,000 years or even more was a big possibility. Which was why Yi Xian estimated that this kind of elixir obtained from the refining of these 10 peak patriarchs would be able to continue the peak emperor life for at least 1500 years or even more. It seems that this Dan, then, should not be called the Supreme Dan. Let's call it the Beginner's Dan. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the eyes of Emperor Dan looked at Yi Xian with more fear in addition to admiration. In fact, regardless of whether it was the Supreme Dan or the said Patriarchal Dan. The only materials that one would want to refine would be true great emperors, supreme emperors, and also ancient emperors. Of course, the rarer material was still that exotic originator. Since the beginning of time, it was a great emperor, ancient emperor, who would understand that the benefits of that legendary Supreme Dan were not the same as directly absorbing and refining a great emperor, ancient emperor. After it is refined into an elixir, its efficacy tends to be even more prominent. However, with just a little bit of refining materials, there were no few people who could refine such a pill, who dared to say that they could hunt and kill all the way to great emperors, supreme emperors, and ancient emperors. Isn't that a dream? Now, this Xian emperor had turned his mind to the body of the exotic domain patriarchs. What more? I'm afraid that the supreme pill refined by Emperor Xian, along with this beginner's pill, would be equivalent to an immortality pill. Supreme Star of Heaven said without emotion. An immortality pill could allow a great emperor, ancient emperor, to live out one more life. But it was only for more than 10,000 years. And there were few that were even close to 20,000 years. However, the 10-odd pills of this Supreme Dan, the 10-odd pills of this beginner's Dan, when stacked up, weren't they also more than 10,000 years of longevity? Isn't this the complete equivalent of an immortality potion? Immortality pills were rare. And since the beginning of time, supreme pills were equally rare. Immortality pills were difficult to find, and supreme pills were equally difficult to successfully refine. Emperor Dan was so cultivated that he could not yet do so by proving the heavens with the Tao of Dan. It seemed that, if understood from this perspective, this Supreme Dan and Patriarchal Dan were feared to be truly equivalent to the immortality pill. Not necessarily. The immortality pill is big on root and fruit origins. Great emperors and ancient emperors are often found. But the pill of immortality, not so often. The Dan Emperor also spoke out based on his own knowledge that he was good at alchemy, despite not being able to refine the Supreme Dan, Patriarchal Dan. However, some pills that had a complementary nature to the great emperor, ancient emperor, were still difficult for him. He also had a great chance of his own, although he had never encountered a true immortality pill. However, he had searched for a remnant of a true immortality pill, and after studying it, he was surprised to find that the root of the creation of the immortality pill, perhaps, did not belong to the 3000 Tao state. It has a very deep and big origin. Fellow Daoist, do you mean to say that it's still the immortality pill that's superior? The ancient emperor of 10,000 spirits also opened his mouth and said in an inquiring manner. At those words, Emperor Dan also nodded. How much the immortality pill extends the life of a great emperor does not depend on the immortality pill, but on the origin of this great emperor. In other words, it depends on how long this great emperor himself can live. Hearing Emperor Dan say so, everyone was shocked. Doesn't that mean that as long as you can live, the immortality pill can prolong your life for you? That is to say, this enviable immortality medicine, the essence is a substance of longevity. Just because the body that carries the refining cannot afford to play out the true efficacy of this immortality medicine, thereby wasting the undead medicine for nothing. In that case, this immortality pill, which is hard to find for ages, is still superior. After the heavenly pivot supreme being heard the words, he also said with quite a lot of emotion, immortality pill. Even they have never found a strain. Even the understanding is only derived from the ancient books. I really want to see what a real immortality pill looks like. This medicine, legend has it, has a great effect on the legendary immortals. These 3000 Tao states. It seems that it is truly impossible to find an immortality pill. Emperor Skyhawk had heard of the whereabouts of an immortal pill. but ultimately did not search for it. And it seemed that the immortal pill was extremely psychic, so that even the imperial Tao existence could not easily govern it. This is no wonder, because according to the records, since the beginning of time, only heard of the immortality drug itself to find the master. Have not heard of which great emperor ancient emperor himself subdued the immortality drug. Therefore, the Supreme Dan and the Beginner's Dan are pills that are visualized by the Supreme Beginner. And the illusory origin of the immortality pill is more than its origin. Emperor Dan's words touched everyone a lot and understood more. But then, they couldn't help but feel even more emotionally that the current Xian Emperor was able to refine an existence comparable to the immortality pill of the humanity realm. What an ability this should be! Xian Emperor? Truly refreshing the perceptions of all of us Taoists. Above Emperor Zun. Sure enough, there are more wonderful methods. After Jintian Ancient Exalt carefully watched that origin bronze coffin absorb the Dharma bodies of the 10 exotic ancestors, he also said with a sense of shock. Chapter 63, Head of the Vanguard Emperor Weapons. Not simply Jintian Ancient Exalt. Every Supreme Ancient Emperor present was incomparably shocked. Not to mention the Supreme Dan and the Origin Dan. Let's just say that this origin bronze coffin was completely refined from the body essence and blood of dozens of great Empress Ancient Emperor Supreme Beings. Now, with the addition of 10 more peak otherworldly patriarchs origin Dharma bodies, this origin bronze coffin, I'm afraid, can already be called the top of the 10,000 ancient imperial artifacts. It was even said that it had already transcended the realm of imperial artifacts. All of the Supreme Beings had no doubt that this origin bronze coffin had a divine idea of its own, and could easily suppress a great emperor ancient emperor. It was clear to everyone that since the beginning of time, there had been very few true extreme Tao emperor armaments. With the ranking of the 10 greatest extreme Tao emperor armaments of the ancient world. Now after the appearance of the Xian Emperor's origin bronze coffin, it was feared that the ranking of the 10 greatest extreme imperial armaments of the 10,000 ancient worlds would have to be rewritten. And at this moment, the seal of the primordial imperial pass in the distant sky had been completely blocked. This otherworldly attack was also considered a complete relief. The violet gold sacred emperor has his own choice. The 10,000 realms in the heavens have their own trade-offs. And the crowd looked at Emperor Xian in the center of the spell formation, waiting for him to make up his mind. Because they all understood that the otherworldly domain would definitely make another comeback after this fiasco. What will they do then? So it is important to plan ahead to really save for a rainy day. But at that moment, the endless blood chi essence floated directly in front of them. It was the blood essence of that group of beings from the otherworldly region. The amount was majestic and refined. And it had the effect of extending their lifespan by at least a few hundred years. Because this group of otherworldly beings were not bad in cultivation and carried the immortal substance of another realm, which was useful to the forbidden Supreme Ancient Emperor of the 3,000 Tao states. Seeing the Dan Emperor and Heavenly Pivot Supreme and the others who were looking at each other in disbelief, Yi Xian also spoke up in a rather puzzled manner. What's the point of not absorbing for that to see? This is the blood essence of a foreign land. Taste it and see how effective it is. Watching Yi Xian do so, Emperor Dan and the others were both shocked and had some small expectations. Thus, Emperor Dan also spoke. Great Emperor, this can be inhaled and refined for us? Hearing this, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, these are of no use to me. And what's more, all of you have a great deal to gain from this confrontation. This emperor isn't so greedy that he won't be rewarded for his accomplishments. Hearing Yi Xian say so, these supreme ancient emperors also laughed out loud. Who would have thought that just following Yi Xian for 100 years would have so many benefits for their own longevity? Thank you, Xian Emperor, for the creation. The 12 supreme ancient emperors who had come out to participate in the battle this time were all absorbing the majestic essence of the exotic living beings. while the other 8 Supreme Emperors had yet to fully refine and complete the Supreme Dan. So, unseen, not in the war. Such a reward, then, is not to be had by them since. And thus a crisis of a great alien attack was neutralized. Emperor Xian. That otherworldly region has suffered a great defeat this time. So I think it will never let up. I think it's better that we should prepare early. I don't know what you think. Jintian Ancient Exalt also opened his mouth and said. His words were very polite and filled with respect for Yi Xian. And regarding such a situation, Yi Xian naturally knew it well. Therefore, he also nodded and then spoke. I trouble you all to protect the path for the Taoists who have refined the Supreme Dan. After everyone is out of the gate, we will rendezvous at the Fountain of Agelessness. The crowd also nodded their heads as they knew that Yi Xian must have his own arrangements. Don't worry, Xian Emperor. We'll rendezvous at Fountain Mountain. Jintian Ancient Exalted Emperor Dan and the others also followed Yi Xian's instructions and went to the places where the Supreme Beings were in seclusion to guard them. Refining a supreme elixir that could extend one's life by at least 800 to 1. 000 years was not difficult for some supreme ancient emperors whose qi and blood were about to go to exhaustion. And it would take a certain amount of time to refine it. The guarding of them was also necessary. In case there was a sneak attack by a forbidden area supreme being, then these supreme beings of the Xian court would be affected accordingly. After all these supreme beings of the Xian court had gone forward to protect the Tao, Yi Xian also looked towards the starry sky. After breaking through to the second heavenly hall, he became clear about more of this world's secrets. It was also finally understood why the origin of everything had to be in these 3,000 Tao states and 10,000 realms and heavens. At present, the first priority is to thoroughly integrate all the forces of the 3,000 Tao states, so that the future of the struggle, only with the appropriate foothold of the fundamental. And the main source of those forces is the Forbidden Zone, along with the successive destruction of the heavenly ruins, the Divine Tomb, the Fountain of Agelessness, the Immortal Mountain, the Luo Tian Corpse Sea, the 4 extremely fierce graves, the Chaotic Demon Island, the Divine Pool, and other forbidden zones, as well as after they submitted to Yi Xian. There were only 3 forbidden zones left in the 3,000 Tao state. Yama's floating earth, the heavens above, and the burial plateau. These 3 forbidden zones, since the beginning of time, the reigning great emperor ancient emperors, were rarely touched, and they seldom took the initiative to come out and provoke the great emperors of the current generation. It is almost also considered to be well water. And these 3 forbidden zones are considered to be the best of the forbidden zones. And the great emperor ancient emperors who have been dormant and decapitated themselves for generations. Anyone who could come to these 3 forbidden zones was a powerful character. But any more powerful characters? There are only 2 options for them. Either submit or destroy. What's more, they had what Yi Xian wanted in their hands. Thus, with a thought, his figure appeared in an ancient battlefield. An ancient starfield with broken stars and dim light. It fell to the edge of the cosmic wasteland, which was lifeless and dry of aura, like a desert in the void. Few beings would approach this place, located at the edge of the universe. A dead air filled the air. But perhaps only beings at the level of great emperors would realize that the moment they stepped foot here. There seemed to be a kind of phallic fluctuation that was transmitted. Following the ripples of that spell's fluctuations, a kind of barrier of void fluctuations would slowly appear. Looking closely, there were the laws of the great Tao inscribed there, intertwined with 3,000 runes, evolving a sea of stars in the circumference of the sky. Through this sea of stars composed of law runes, there seemed to be a huge hanging island floating above that void, accepting the pilgrimage of all races. And here, it was one of the 3 remaining forbidden zones of the 10,000 realms and the heavens. The upper heaven. when Yi Xian's figure appeared outside the hanging island. A sighing voice came out and said, "You came after all." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said very plainly, "Bring out the stuff. You know where this emperor is coming from." After Yi Xian's words fell, the pale voice within the heavens was slow to respond. And seeing this scene, Yi Xian raised his foot to walk in. Right at this moment, that old voice also came out once again, looking nervous. "How about giving it to you? What happens if I don't give it to you? Give it to this emperor? You have a part in this path to immortality. If you don't give it to this emperor, then I'll take it myself. The power to weigh it is in your hands." Speaking of which, in fact, Yi Xian was waiting for an answer from this divine being. Chapter 64, Pill Emperor. Actually a female emperor. In fact, by this moment, Yi Xian had already been considered quite polite. And the supreme beings that had been dormant since the beginning of the ages had pretty much come out. He also had a good idea of who was left in which forbidden zone and who still had roughly what kind of combat power. This presence of the divine has a role to play for him. If it could be subdued, it would be better than suppressing it. Your Xian Emperor's mighty domination of the world. Such a statement, at this moment, is considered to be giving me a chance? The pale voice was still tentative. For he was not at ease. And he was not willing to part with it. To be able to survive so far. Relying on, is this thing in the hand? After handing it over, he also handed over his own dormant origin. Count. This emperor won't take your things for nothing. A supreme Dan. Just to see if you dare to take it. Saying that, Yi Xian was also smiling as he waited there. And now in his hand, he had the 2 supreme elixirs that he had obtained from refining the 3 supreme beings of the immortal mountain. There were also the 10 beginners' pills obtained from refining the exotic beginners, which were good props for him to recruit his fighters. And he had to make good use of them. After a long time, an old voice within the heavens once again came out. "To Supreme Dan, in giving you a picture." Hearing this voice, Yi Xian also laughed out directly before opening his mouth. "Are you bargaining with this emperor? Xian Emperor? I know very well that by taking your pills, I will be subject to you. Instead of being constrained, what's the harm in letting myself live 1,000 years longer? What's more, you should understand that what I have in my hands is worth that amount." This old honored one was quite honest in what he said. "You're a guy who counts on the sobriety of the human world." Saying that, Yi Xian directly stepped within that upper heaven with a single step. A scene that caused this old Zun to be quite nervous. He hurriedly exuded his supreme pressure before coldly drinking. "Xian Emperor? Do you really want to force us into a battle?" Which came to pass. In the face of this old Zun's warning, Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to it. Because he had already been completely captivated by the rich medicinal aroma from the heavens. From a distance, looking around the heavens, there was no life. No aura. But who would have thought that this interior of the heavens was something else? A paradise beyond the world. Spiritual medicines and roots were everywhere, permeating the aura of life. Even a quasi-emperor could reach the peak of the quasi-emperor realm within a few decades of enlightenment here. The mellow medicinal fragrance and power of this place was simply the best place to go for the great emperor. Ancient emperors hibernating here. The smell of it is so refreshing. Pill Emperor. Truly living up to his name. This garden is full of medicinal scents. Both from the aura of life you've drained from your surroundings. It also has the blood and flesh fertilizer of the rest of the supreme beings in the heavens. Right? Yi Xian told the origin of this Lord of the Pale as well as the origin of this Lord of the Pale Pill Garden in a single sentence. And it couldn't help but make that other old Zun be astonished. Only after a long time did this old reverend slowly speak. So you really did find out a long time ago. And at this moment, this old Zun's voice, no longer old, sounded, however, young and full of vitality. It is true that I did not know before. But now, I am certain. Yi Xian turned back to one of the most inconspicuous corners of that heavenly sky, where there was a light green colored plant that was shimmering and glowing. This elixir was different, with no luster or vitality around it, not to mention the slightest hint of medicinal fragrance. But perhaps only Yi Xian knew that. It was such an inconspicuous elixir. And he was one of those 7 emperors of the ancient era. The Pill Emperor's body of origin. The Great Emperor's Dharma body. After that, Yi Xian directly reached out and picked it over. And the elixir instantly was a purple light, which caused a burst of protective ripples. This woman in a black dress, with half a veil, eyebrows like the moon, hair fluttering lightly, like that 9 heavenly fairies to the world, but also like the dumping of the world's absolute red dust. Slender waist, delicate posture, more than a fairy, not to provoke the mortal world, truly is incomparable, unheard of on earth, simply beautiful to the extreme. But who would have thought that such a woman is one of the 7 emperors of eternity? The famous medicine emperor. Xian Di. You two are really rude to do this to a girl. That medicine emperor's eyes contained light. And when he smiled, he was even more charming. Stop it. You've got a whole bunch of children and grandchildren. What's the point of pretending to be young for this? Yi Xian for this medicine emperor that is not the slightest bit of politeness. The answer is also very direct. The other medicine emperor between the eyebrows is not happy color. However, its turn of mind was to guffaw and continue to pout. Emperor Xian, don't make fun of people. I'm a weak woman, surviving in a chaotic world. Where is it so easy? Hearing this Pill Emperor's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but want to dislike her. Weak girl? You have sucked in your successive husbands to promote the further evolution of your cultivation and kung fu. All the existences of the children and grandchildren have also become your sustenance. The world honors you as the Pill Emperor. But in reality, you are a witch. And you are a weak woman? Obviously. Yi Xian had investigated the origins of this Pill Emperor quite clearly. Pill Emperor. The body is a plant innate 7 illusion saliva. 1,000 years to condense the spirit. 1,000 years to transform into a god. And 1,000 years to become an adult. And then 1,000 years to prove the way to the heavens. The spirit grows to be emperor. Because of its own innate spirit plant. Longevity. And its own spiritual power to nourish all the way. There are injuries self-healing. Without the use of external objects. The existence of heaven and earth and the presence of the spirit of the medicine in front of it will change the bloodline against the sky growth. This Pill Emperor was still one of all the great emperors as a special one because, with her essence, she could constantly evolve. Evolution to the ultimate point. Perhaps can be transformed into that legendary immortal root? That year after its emperor, the body is completely become the 7 illusory saliva. It was thought that after so many years had passed, her original body should already be infinitely close to the innate 9 illusory saliva. What was even more impressive was that this Pill Emperor had found a shortcut to evolution that was tried and true. That was to engage in a flesh and blood mingling with an existence at the level of a great emperor, before thoroughly assimilating and sucking it up. That way, its cultivation and essence would both evolve considerably. As far as information can be found, this medicine emperor has had several husbands. De Chang Sacred Body, Underworld K Supreme Being, Taishu Ancient Emperor, Daoi Great Emperor, and so on. This Pill Emperor had a unique feature is that if she removed the heavenly Tao, She didn't need to cut herself at all, because her body was an innate spirit plant, a unique attribute. However, within a few thousand years, she retained the strength of a great emperor, but was unable to carry the heavenly Tao. After this medicine emperor had thoroughly absorbed and refined each of her husbands by herself, all of her offspring would grow branches and leaves of the 7 illusory saliva in their blood and flesh. And then, these offspring of hers were completely devoured by it. As a result, none of the Pill Emperor's descendants had survived despite being numerous. Relying on such a method, this medicine emperor has been maverick to live until now. Perhaps some people would be puzzled as to how the Pill Emperor, one of the 7 emperors of the ancient world, could be in existence that acted in such a manner. In fact, in all the eras in which the Pill Emperor had witnessed his path, it was the era in which the 10,000 spirits of the 10,000 worlds and heavens grew the best and appeared the most. Chapter 65, This Emperor's Harem. You are not qualified enough. Cultivators spend their lives cultivating against the heavens and seizing the creation of heaven and earth. And without the aid of elixirs, they may not be able to go on for so long. The Pill Emperor's era was characterized by the rise and fall of the spiritual medicines of heaven and earth, all thanks to her method of cultivating them. This was quite important for the progress of the 10,000 realms and heavens. What's more, the first manifestation of the Pill Emperor was also not this woman in front of him at all, but a rather heroic and extraordinary man. Extraordinary battle power. Invincible in all heavens. Once fought with the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings, killing 3 Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings. Famous in the world. However, who would know that this amazingly talented Pill Emperor, her original body, was a woman? As for those husbands she had later on, they also didn't even know that they, themselves, were the medicine emperor of that year. In this heaven, there must be at least 7 supreme beings. And now you are left on your own. Those supreme beings, they've also become your Pill Emperor's sustenance. Haven't they? Yi Xian said without a good breath. This Pill Emperor is really a ruthless person. The rest of the 6 supreme beings of the heavens are also really powerful, have become a great emperor, ancient emperor, but still cannot forbid the temptation of the female color. Yuck! Otherwise, how could this medicinal garden of hers have such thick spiritual energy? Hearing Yi Xian's words, that Pill Emperor, instead of getting angry, said with a charming smile, Your Majesty, you are alone now. Why don't you let me serve you? You live well? The demands of this emperor are high. With that said, Yi Xian directly rushed over, wrapping his arms around that medicine emperor's slender waist and viciously pinched it, flooring it down extremely close to him. Even said, both of them had to be face to face, and the sharpness and heat of that breathing was able to be sensed. Your Majesty, what's your hurry? Try it. Won't you know? Egu. Your Majesty, please be gentle. It hurts me. This Pill Emperor. Even her voice seemed to be pasty. So it was no wonder that so many supreme ancient emperors would go around her, feeling that this emperor is different from other great emperor ancient emperors. Do you want to absorb it and try it out? Yi Xian wrapped his arm around Pill Emperor's waist, and his palms also traced over her body, especially when he reached that concave and convex place. He also gently patted and pinched it twice. This Pill Emperor pouted again, and then opened her mouth daintily. Your Majesty, you are also very bad. I am willing to exchange my heart for your heart. Which unexpectedly, after hearing this Pill Emperor's words, Yi Xian also laughed out loud and then opened his mouth. It's never just speed for sound. Where's heart for heart? With that, Yi Xian directly pointed a few acupoints behind that Pill Emperor. And then directly after that, He threw that pill emperor out with a hand. Yi Xian. You. Obviously. At this moment, the pill emperor had also finally discovered something. That is, on her main body, there were several acupoints that were already under Yi Xian's spiritual power and were controlled. Now she, too, was unable to move the slightest bit. You what? A cultivation of the peak of the 9th rank of the first sky. Probing the path of the future. Is this garden full of fragrance? Is it not? Prepared for this emperor? Devour this emperor and you will go further. Pill emperor? You're really hitting the nail on the head with this math. Hearing Yi Xian's words, this pill emperor's eyes, all of a sudden, became chilly. But then it was back to calm. His eyes giving glances. His eyes containing love. Worthy of being the Xian emperor. You saw this. Obviously. This pill emperor recognized what Yi Xian had said. She really had already reached the absolute peak of the first heavenly emperor realm. But it was also just as Yi Xian said. She didn't know what to do and where to go on the road ahead. If it was like that Tai in heavenly emperor, perhaps this pill emperor still really had some achievements. Her kind of path, taken to the extreme, is unlikely to evolve again. It was because her Tao couples, all of whom were only existences of the first heavenly realm of the human Tao, or even at best 3rd or 4th grade great emperor ancient emperors, couldn't even withstand her realm. And how could it promote her ontological evolution and cultivation growth? Therefore, she directed her gaze towards Yi Xian. Hand over that thing. Or else. This emperor refines your essence. Yi Xian sealed all of this pill emperor's veins and was also not at all polite. Which was quite a shock to that other pill emperor. How dare a hallowed Xian emperor assassinate a weak woman like me? Don't say that it's useless. Your kind of thing. In this emperor's case, it's useless. Handing over stuff or not? Saying that, Yi Xian was directly about to make his move and directly refine this pill emperor. Seeing this scene, that pill emperor also laughed out rather bitterly. Xian emperor? Xian emperor? You're still really an elm. Do you really not know how to be compassionate at all? A word to the wise? Obviously the pill emperor was also quite speechless. How could this Xian emperor be so insensitive? It would be a heavenly good thing if she could become a Taoist couple with him. Don't dream. You're not qualified enough for this emperor's harem. Don't dilly-dally. Just hand it over. Xian emperor. You're bullying people too much. Who would have thought that after hearing Yi Xian say so? This pill emperor seemed to be quite disgusted and emotional. It was because he felt that Yi Xian could look down on himself. However, he could not belittle her. It was her gongfu. Her path. You're not qualified to make conditions with this emperor. There's no question of bullying you. Yi Xian, this kind of words, simply another of that medicine emperor, completely speechless, said that he is not qualified. This is not quite a bully? You call that not bullying you? What I got is also just the old plant of the divine numinous flower. Unable to accomplish your purpose. What's more, this kind of divine plant, which is comparable to the immortality pill, is located within my own essence. To get it, there's only one way to do it. Finally, Yi Xian heard the flower he had been poking around for so long. The divine thought flower. This kind of legendary flower that can transform the immortal into a realm of illusion actually really exists in this world. Thus, Yi Xian also asked rather anxiously, what's it going to take? Seeing Yi Xian so moved, even that pill emperor was in a state of perplexity and shock because never before had he seen this Xian emperor, who was so dominant in the heavens and earth, have such a nonchalant scene. Simply because That hold on his heart was too important. Become a Dao couple with this emperor and mingle blood and flesh. You're reckless. Hearing the Pill Emperor's words, Yi Xian was quite furious. And in an instant, he manifested the finger of the Emperor's destruction, directly pressing it against that Pill Emperor's face. Infinite killing intent was revealed at this moment. Even if that Pill Emperor was for the peak of a first Sky 9th grade Great Emperor, this was her home ground. However, at this moment, only Emperor Xian was the true master of this world. A single thought could completely collapse it. You don't have to be so excited. Within my own body, you should be able to see whether or not there is that divine thought flower. It's pointless to lie to you. At this moment, the Pill Emperor too was very calm, because she was betting that Yi Xian wouldn't really make a move to kill her. And the fusion of the divine idea flower with herself was her own talisman to save her life. Even refining one's own essence would not be able to refine that divine thought flower. And there was no shortcut other than the method she had described. Chapter 66, Descent. Burial of Immortals Plateau. After hearing the words of this Pill Emperor, Yi Xian stared tightly at that Pill Emperor. That kind of terrifying pressure. Even this Pill Emperor didn't dare to have the slightest bit of direct gaze. The eyes could only keep dodging. Simply because the eyes of this great emperor of the current generation seemed to have thousands of worlds and endless killing machines. It was just too terrifying. After a long time, Yi Xian retracted Emperor Destroyer's finger, and then coldly opened his mouth. This emperor won't kill you first. I'll get the divine thought flower after all. Saying that, Yi Xian's palm directly clenched towards the distant void. And a remnant map was quickly floating over. This ancient and simple to the extreme remnants of the map, carrying an endless ancient atmosphere. That is a kind of barbarism. A kind of ancient feeling. Careful exploration can be seen. The age is very long. Moreover, on top of this ancient diagram, there was actually a trace of blood. And even though it had dried up long ago, it retained a considerable amount of Tao. Even though it's just a drop of blood. However, it was as if it was able to cut through the void, collapse the heavens, and suppress all paths. Even the present-day Yi Xian was quite moved after feeling this aura. Because the drop of blood from this remnant diagram did not belong to this realm. Did not belong to their realm. It was an ancient presence. In the high upper realms. Scrutinizing all beings. Immortal. Yi Xian solemnly uttered the word. That drop of blood carried a might that, perhaps, only belonged to this kind of being. Beyond the realm of humanity. This map was obtained by chance back in my day. I don't know if it's a map. Or some kind of artifact. But perhaps there is quite a connection with that legendary being. Hearing the Pill Emperor's words, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to her, but instead looked at the remnant diagram carefully, trying to decipher its contents. There were Dao Dharma formations here. And even those runic veins in the drawings had amazingly great secrets that could not be easily scrutinized. And then, without turning his head back, Yi Xian stepped out of this upper heaven with a single step. You stay here honestly. This emperor will come back to find you again. This was more like an edict that even this Pill Emperor could not violate in the slightest. Looking at Yi Xian's faraway figure, the Pill Emperor's eyes were complicated. Such a man had indeed surpassed the great emperors and ancient emperors of the past. By himself, it was difficult to leave the slightest trace in his imperial path. It's able to be known now. Heroic and brilliant. But brutal and rude. The Pill Emperor's final comment to Yi Xian was such that she looked towards the burial immortal plateau and another void. Yama's floating earth and the burial plateau of the immortals. Of the only two remaining no-go zones, which one would he go to? No matter how they hid. Even he himself was able to find their location. Let alone this Xian emperor who was extraordinary in martial arts and outstanding in the world. As expected. In the next second, Yi Xian's figure appeared around the heavenly jade ancient star. The stars were all over the place. Spiritual energy gathered. Countless star streams of light formed a primordial spell formation. And in the interior of this heavenly extreme ancient star, it was even more vast. This star was strewn with starlight all around. With an internal elevation plateau, an immortal aura, a twilight sky, and a purple aura. Rather like a human world wonderland. There are cranes flying high and singing in unison. There are celestial horses whistling in the wind. Hundreds of beasts are laughing and proud. The aquatic race is churning. Unlike any side of the ancient star world. Everything here looks so peaceful. But once you actually set foot in this astral realm, the next second, it will be creepy and soul-chilling. This was because the peaceful immortal realm that was still visible before had been transformed into an eerie, dark and creepy ancient battlefield. There are wandering souls floating aimlessly. The original plateau mountains and rivers. But also everywhere cracked. As if there is a great pressure to suppress this place. It was as if on the highest mountain peak in the distance, there was this big broken bell. And a hidden figure was sitting there. Covered in blood. Black blood. This being had only one eye. And the other, it seemed, was on the broken bell. Scrutinizing the 10,000 living beings and the circumference of the heavens and the universe for him. And at that moment, next to that big clock, the figure sitting on a plate slowly opened that one eye. And when this fiery red eye manifested, his body was even more illusory. It seemed. And this being, with just this one eye, was like a living thing. These fiery red eyes instantly consulted the heavens. And then faintly spoke. The Xian Emperor is here. The burial immortal plateau has missed the welcome. No offense. After this voice appeared, beside this big bell, 4 figures, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, directly manifested. On the left was a pale, stooped old woman with tightly closed eyes and a wrinkled face. She was leaning on a walking stick and was dressed in a black robe embroidered with white spell patterns. On the right was a young woman with 9 tails. But her face was so chaotic that it was impossible to see what she looked like. Only that she was wearing a pale pink dress with a delicate figure. In front of him was a one-armed middle-aged man with a broken sword behind his back. Sitting there on a plate, looking down on the living world. Behind him seemed to be a middle-aged Taoist priest, dressed as a Taoist master, with a rather bloated figure and a lavender gourd hanging from his waist. Obviously, these 4 existences were all supreme beings. All were ancient emperors. Moreover, it was quite powerful. And if measured against the realms Yi Xian knew now, the weakest one would be equivalent to a first heavenly emperor above the 3rd grade. And these 5, naturally, were all the dormant supreme beings of the buried immortal plateau. In the next second, Yi Xian's figure directly appeared above the void opposite these 5 supreme beings, coldly gazing at the place. That kind of pressure. Even these 5 supreme beings were not weak. But it was also impossible to face. Because the broken big bell at the top of the plateau was also buzzing at the moment. And it was obvious that it was under some kind of oppression. This emperor, to watch that path. Yi Xian directly stated his intention to watch the path suppressed by the burial immortal plateau. The immortal burial plateau. Legend has it that a long time ago, a true immortal fell here. And this was the ancient battlefield of the war. And there is also a legend that says that this was once a big channel linking the region where the immortal is located. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to find out what was going on to verify the doubt he had obtained. The time has come for us to stop you. But it's treacherous there. And even today's you will most likely fall there. One of the eyes next to the crumbling bell opened its mouth to warn. And it counted as a warning. For he seemed to know better where that path had come from. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian didn't care at all. And with a sway of his figure, he came to the side of the broken bell. And the four supreme ancient emperors surrounding this one-eyed being were all shocked at this moment. Because they didn't even notice when Yi Xian moved. It was the one-eyed being, rather calmly, who slowly opened his mouth to the crowd. There's no need to be nervous. The current Xian emperor? It's as easy as a slap in the face to kill us. Are you really a being from that realm? Yi Xian opened his mouth to ask a question. This one-eyed being had a great origin. It was extraordinary. Its roots and feet were not even the same as the existences in this realm. Chapter 67, The Deserted Road to Immortality. Are you really a being from that realm? Obviously. Yi Xian seemed to be interested in this question as well. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed being seemed to fall into a long-ago memory before replying. No. But I'm not part of this realm now. Either. Hearing this reply, Yi Xian tapped the broken bronze bell and looked at the other eye on the large bell. But you had followed that man. Didn't you? This one-eyed being seemed to be quite taken aback when he heard this. And then, as if he was relieved, he looked towards Yi Xian and slowly said, I had thought that you hadn't even noticed him. Now it seems that this way. You go. I'll guard the path here for you for 1,000 years. And if His Majesty can't come out, I'm afraid I'll have to sit down completely. These words from this one-eyed being caused the four ancient emperor supreme beings around him to be quite shaken. As this being was of noble origin and had extraordinary origins, having truly followed that kind of existence. But now it was addressing Yi Xian as Your Majesty. This was clearly a form of submission. And even more so, a form of allegiance. What's more, he was actually willing to guard the road for Yi Xian. With this remnant bell fused with you, this emperor observes that you, at least, still have 2,000 years of life left. The great emperor is joking. The current me is muddled. My essence is fragmented. And too many memories are missing. Useless man now. After hearing this one-eyed being say so, Yi Xian walked over and looked towards the back of that big bell. An endless plateau. And then, 2 Supreme Dan and 4 Beginners Dan were thrown out. I give you 2 Beginners pills to restore your blood and longevity. The remaining 4 pills, you distribute them as you see fit. The road. No need for you to guard it. Just wait for this emperor to return. At this moment, seeing 6 pills of such efficacy, even this one-eyed being was quite shaken. They had done nothing to obtain such an elixir. And Yi Xian's intention to recruit them was already obvious. Because all 5 of these people are useful. They come from extraordinary places. And they all seem to have come from there. Or rather, have quite a relationship with that person. We, the rest of us, pay our respects to the great emperor. Great emperor? This trip. Be careful. I don't know. When can I return? This one-eyed being made the worst possible plans. Because that path, it was just too treacherous. And even this Xian emperor in front of him was afraid that he wouldn't be able to retreat in one piece. It will not take this emperor 1,000 years, soon. He will return. This greatest secret of the burial immortal plateau was now seen as the time to find out. After that, Yi Xian was urging his great magical power and blasted into the sky above that plateau. And immediately, a rather extraordinary magical formation power appeared. As soon as this formation appeared, the entire burial immortal plateau was completely lit up. And a terrifying and extreme fluctuation instantly spread out. The one-eyed being was greatly afraid of this and retreated rapidly. And the broken bell flickered at once, protecting the one-eyed being and the four supreme ancient emperors. But despite this, they were still shocked out for an unknown distance, coughing up blood in large mouths. Their bones shattered, and their torsos turned into specks of light. This was enough to see what kind of power that plateau spell formation really had. Just one fluctuation alone caused all of their torsos to shatter and have to be reorganized. Moreover, such injuries were too severe. And with their current longevity and strength, reorganization would take quite some time, and it was too dangerous. Take the pill and refine it on your own. Yi Xian also opened his mouth and prompted. It was a good thing that Yi Xian had given them the elixir. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to survive such serious injuries. And Yi Xian, facing the opposite rune formation, once again mobilized his attack and hardened it. Drive me. This spell formation was too bizarre and hourly powerful. Even if it was a great emperor of the current era who had certified to the peak stage, he would definitely not be able to open this spell formation unless more than one person joined forces. The path must not be opened. But the current Yi Xian had long since become incomparable. Even if this place had a prohibition belonging to an immortal, he would still completely break it. As expected, along with the swirling and fluctuating circles of the rune law formation, Yi Xian's silhouette, too, dissipated all of a sudden in the perimeter of that plateau ancient formation. That Xian emperor, he actually fought his way in alone. It doesn't look like it's at full strength yet. That one-armed broken sword supreme also opened his mouth in surprise. This was not the right place, much less a reasonable opportunity, to forcefully break through the spell seals here. Even if it was a supreme emperor, one slip-up would result in his body being destroyed by the backlash. Yet, this Xian emperor, he just fought his way in. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed being said without sighing, the true changes in this realm will, perhaps, begin with this Xian emperor. To the side, that supreme being of the nine-tailed Skyfox clan looked at the scene before him and looked towards the one-eyed being before continuing to open his mouth to ask, "My lord, do you really want to follow this Xian emperor?" Such a question was common to the four supreme ancient emperors beside this one-eyed being. And since the beginning of time, more than one great emperor had wanted to descend to the burial immortal plateau. However, all of them were strongly blocked by this one-eyed being in front of me. Back then, one of the 9 great heavenly fathers, the fountainhead heavenly father, and one of the 7 emperors of the ancient era, the Yan emperor, had all tried to probe this place. But none of them had really broken through here. But now, it was more like respectfully welcoming this Xian emperor. This attitude was simply a too big transformation. He buried the living beings of the heavens. No different from that man scheming. Doing whatever it takes for ourselves is not worth trusting our future with. The old woman on the side also slowly voiced her opinion. In their opinion, Yi Xian at this moment was quite strong and did not allow the slightest bit of questioning. This kind of existence that sacrifices all spirits is not allowed by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing their words, this one-eyed being also finally spoke. He is the Word. The great emperors and ancient emperors of this world. Even if some of them didn't know where the end of the human path was and how to get there, they understood one point. That is, the supreme beings, ancient emperors, and great emperors that carry the heavenly Tao actually have that relationship with the heavenly Tao that is very subtle. There were great emperors who coexisted in harmony with the heavenly Tao. And there were great emperors who actually looked up to the power of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any supreme ancient emperors that would still be afraid of the power of the heavenly Tao oath. But really, there should be a relationship on top of that. That is located above the heavenly path. In terms of witnessing the heavens, there is no difference between light and darkness. Or else the heavenly Tao goes to know how to make trade-offs more than we do. All power comes from the Tao. And all laws are attributed to the Tao. The Tao and the Tao. The Tao and him. It's just him who can go out on his own. Upon hearing the words of the one-eyed being, the four supreme beings behind him had understood this Lord's choice. This Lord had been on guard. And to keep them. But now, at last, had made his choice. Chapter 68. In such a big void. Dig. 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 Alright. Let's just refine the pills and wait for Emperor Xian to return. My lord. Do you trust that Xian Emperor so much? As extraordinary as he is. There, after all, fell the existence of that realm. That old woman still seemed a bit worried. But then, this one-eyed being said nothing. Nothing more. At this moment, Yi Xian, on the other hand, was on an extremely dark, ancient road without a single ray of light. If it weren't for the rumbling of his own Emperor Tao laws, he wouldn't have been able to see that this here was an ancient road at all. This road was ancient and vicissitudes, full of mud, with no flow of Tao in the surrounding area, much less the surroundings of spiritual energy. It was like that ordinary mountain village path without any waves. There was not even the slightest connection with that legendary greatness of ascending to immortality. Yi Xian slowly landed and guessed the muddy dirt road towards the front. But something that amazed him appeared. Every step forward, it seemed, crossed a dimension and traveled through time and space. That's what it feels like to walk on a long river of time, following ancient history, all the way down. Slowly, if there is light appeared, it seems, stepped on a side of the vast world. In this world, it was similar to the 3,000 Tao states and the 10,000 worlds in heavens. Birds cry, clear springs flow, gullies and valleys, and mossy cliffs in the northwest. When you look at it from a distance, the mountains are undulating and the ancestral veins come from the 10 continents. At the end of the distant sky, there is a true dragon manifestation. There is a divine phoenix flying. Xian ape. White deer can be seen everywhere. The golden lion. Jade elephant manifestation of hiding. All of them are ancient relics. The bloodline of the ancient times. It was as if that clarity and turbidity had appeared since the beginning of the Hongmeng. But the peculiar thing was that here, there was still no Tao. Everything. It's all so false. Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Above the ground, the mountains towered above. The smoke and haze scattered colors. And above the sky, it was the sun and moon shaking. The 3 suns are intertwined. And the immortal stones and trees are really the place of chaos and the remote sky. This, perhaps, had been a projection of that realm. But immediately afterward, suddenly the 10,000 paths of lightlessness changed into a ghostly light that appeared at first. And no Tao rules suddenly turned into a phalanx of flow. A murderous aura spread out. And an imperial might filled the air. The aura was monstrous and shocked the world. There were immortals fighting in great battles, shattering the heavens and burying the flooded stars. There was a world there that seemed to be evolving, with endless existences thrown into it, creating endless ripples. Right at this moment, a cold voice directly transmitted over, shaking the heavens. This place. You shouldn't have come. In a flash, a rather strong attacking pike instantly pounced on Yi Xian. That kind of pressure, even if it was a supreme being, it would instantly turn into flying dust and dissipate into the heavens and earth. All the heavens. There is no place where this emperor cannot go. Kill. Yi Xian spread his figure. His emperor's might was vast. His feet stepped on the void, directly tearing through the heavens and killing within a dim void. No one even knows there exactly what it is. A chaotic battle with darkness giants, light and darkness intersecting, the figures of supreme beings manifesting, and even 10,000 immortals approaching the dust. A great battle evolving within this side of the landscape world. But perhaps here, after all, it's just a sham. And so, time, little by little, passed. 10,000 worlds and heavens. Outside the fountain, with 20 supreme ancient emperors with chi and blood like rainbows standing in a forest. Who else could such a scene be other than the supreme emperors of Xianting? At this time, the 20 supreme emperors were quite powerful, although everyone was restraining their own breath. But the 20 supreme ancient emperors, that kind of pressure, or another of this heaven and earth, once again trembled. Nowadays, in the 3,000 Tao states, other than the Yama floating earth where Yi Xian had not yet descended, where else could it be possible to face off against the existence of the Xian court? This world, it already belonged to Xianting. The Xian Emperor has informed us that we will wait for his rendezvous at the Fountain of Ages. We, then, will sit in the void and wait. Emperor Dan slowly opened his mouth and said, among these 20 supreme beings, Emperor Dan's words carried a lot of weight because of his status as a Dan Dao supreme being second only to Emperor Xian. And at that moment, Supreme Lord Hohai also spoke. If not for the pills given by Emperor Xian, would we be like this? Since Emperor Xian has not yet descended, we might as well do some performance to repay Emperor Xian. The Hohai Supreme was very confident at this time, with his blood chi like a rainbow, and his limits were close to his peak moments back then. Oh? What do you mean by that, fellow Daoist? The flame ancient emperor was full of redness at the moment, and that aging scene from before had been delayed quite a bit. Exploit the heavens, search for divine treasures, and accumulate them for the Xian court. Supreme Emperor Hao Hai spoke his thoughts. The major forbidden zones now had Yi Xian's Dao footprints, and they knew that Yi Xian had gone to the upper heaven and the burial immortal plateau. The Yama floating earth was too deeply hidden, and it would take some time to find it. So it would be better to take this opportunity to open up the void and dig for treasure. This was one of the things that the existences of the 3,000 Dao states were most willing to do. Because the emptiness of the 10,000 realms and heavens came from an extraordinary source, an accumulation of many epochs. There was quite a good deal of good stuff. And now they happened to have nothing to do, so they might as well, on that account, start digging. This suggestion was approved by everyone. Who was idle anyway? Then, from the land around this primordial imperial pass, dig in. The heavenly might of 20 supreme beings, opening up the void. That didn't know how many heavens and earths would have to be reimagined, with one side of the void pierced through. Who would have thought? These 20 supreme ancient emperors had even done the favorite thing of the young cultivators. Finally, after digging for half a day and reaping the rewards, Supreme Beast of the 9 Sephiroths opened his mouth in surprise. Look! You guys! What's this? A broken sword appeared in front of the Supreme Beast of the 9 Sephiroths. The broken sword was full of bronze lines, and there was black blood that remained, not drying up. This made people quite shocked. By now, it was unknown how many years had passed since the broken sword. But the black blood, however, had never dried up. The blood of an otherworldly patriarch, or even a peak patriarch, is sealed on this broken sword. With the fluctuations of the Emperor Dao runes, it should be the Emperor artifact of a great emperor in which era war. The Jintian ancient exalt was responsible for checking the origins of these things and judged the item, which belonged to a broken emperor weapon that had beheaded in existence at the level of an exotic domain patriarch. Keep digging. Let's see what else is there. These 20 supreme ancient emperors were just digging and digging and digging in such a large plutonium. I smell the aura of the Tao. There must be an innate elixir. Emperor Dan had a lewd face as he sniffed around with his nose. As the supreme of the Dan Tao, he was too familiar with the scent of spirit medicines. Only looking at his expression, the White Dragon Supreme could no longer hold back his question. Fellow Daoist, your original body, is it really a human? Hearing the White Dragon Supreme's words, that Dan Emperor also immediately turned back to Wow and said, "What do you mean? You white loach. You're the fucking white loach." "That's what I meant." "What does that mean?" Emperor Dan added rhetorically. "You two are no fun." The ancient emperor of the green dragon on the side also said in an unkind manner, "This supreme being can't be idle. Once he is idle, he will be exactly the same as the small cultivators of the heavens. Hurry up and dig. Don't dawdle." Chapter 69, The Return of the 10,000 Spirits. Just as this side is digging overtime, on the other hand, the Earth Spirit Emperor had also found something good. Even though it was only a palm-sized piece of earth, a small piece of black earth had attracted the attention of all the great emperor ancient emperors. This is the earth of hell's origin? Supreme Feiyu exclaimed in shock. Hell. This was a taboo name. The same as the heavenly court. The existence of great karma. Non-great fortune of great strength. Never can and dare not seek the existence of two kinds of karma. The saying that heaven, people believe, is the battleground for the flying immortals, and hell, the home of all spirits, has been around since ancient times. Therefore, the forbidden land and how powerful. But also just dare to call Yama floating earth only. But never dare to call themselves by the hell. History. There is also the existence of that is. The title of the emperor. The establishment of the court of heaven. But there has never been a good death person. The late years are not known. There is a free knot of karma to find the door. Even if it is the emperor realm cultivation, are unable to dissolve that so-called unknown. As a result, over time, hell, perhaps, has become a kind of legend. No one knows whether there is really such an existence. The corpse emperor of that year, the hidden Yama floating earth, were all said to have dealt with the hell. Or rather, had pursued the traces of the hell. But that's all. Since the world of the heavens, there is no one has seen the hell. But for the portrayal of the hell. But never missing. For example, in front of him, this piece of Earth's origin ancient soil, the 10,000 ways and 10,000 things. As long as it had a relationship with the word origin, then it proved that its origin was absolutely extraordinary. This was the case with the origin bronze coffin. And the same was true with this existence called the origin ancient soil. There were legends that the 3,000 Tao states, foreign domains, and even other existences in the 10,000 realms and the heavens had all arisen from a single piece of the complete world, only to be eventually divided into multiple pieces. Some people even say that hell is the starting point of reincarnation, is the home of all the spirits, is the ultimate origin of all things. Therefore, its initial appearance of the piece of the origin of the earth contains infinite Tao greatness, an even more great source of karma, as well as quite a big secret written down on that. Even the great emperors, it seemed, were unclear what the true purpose of this earthly origin ancient soil was. But no one dared to disregard this object. Is this really The ancient soil that originated the hell? The Golden Rock Emperor was surprised. And he wasn't sure if it was. But that medium-term breath. And a special symbol in that mere palm-sized lump of black soil. It made them think of the special symbols belonging to the hell recorded in the ancient books. The Stone Emperor scrutinized the ancient soil carefully before speaking. Legend has it that back then there was an amazing battle that pierced through the 10,000 realms and shattered the heavens and the paths of the heavens. All the spirits were sacrificed in the engagement. And their essence was immortalized. And they chose a spiritual soil to return their souls and be reborn. Creating the hell. And that spiritual soil is the greatest treasure of the earth. Known as the ancient soil of origins for having brewed all the spirits of the earth. Can be born dead. Flesh and bones. The supreme ancient emperor is no exception. And even can explore the immortal way. The Stone Emperor is the innate Taoist birth spirit stone to get the way. In the ground in thousands of years of hard cultivation. To understand some of the origin. This piece of soil in front of me should be that legendary hell spiritual soil. That is the origin of the ancient soil. It is said that the other world, too, was originally created from a piece of earth. A mutated piece of earth that nourishes all spirits and reopens all paths. Emperor Mo spoke what he had read in the ancient books. And these 20 great ancient emperors. You spoke and I spoke. Basically, outlining the basic situation of the Hellmouth. It was finally determined that this indeed belonged to the legendary Hell. But it might not be the true origin ancient earth. Containing the aura of the Tao. But they couldn't tell. When Yi Xian returned, he would give it to Yi Xian to explore a bit. And perhaps there would be more gains. The fact that hell exists proves that the legend can get some confirmation. Does that Hades then exist? Suddenly, the sun-swallowing emperor mentioned an existence that caused everyone to look at him. And that was the underworld king. People are peculiar. And have been for generations. The heavenly remarks covered generation. But after all witnessed the Tao and called the emperor. All of them used supreme, heavenly, Tao, ancient emperor, holy emperor, and great emperor as their own Tao number signs. The king realm, as unusual as it was, there were few supreme beings with this title. And that Hades king, who established the hell, is yet another one of the legendary overwhelming giants. Great and terrifying. An unimaginable existence. At that realm, even if there are immortals, they should be considered giants. There should really be signs of them. For the Jintian ancient exalt, his history was very long and he knew more than many great ancient emperors. So everyone was more than convinced by his words. And just then, Emperor Dan finally dug it out. But it was a huge disappointment to him. Because it was just a tree vine that had dried up to the extreme. Although there was still the aroma of aura. It could not be considered a spiritual medicine at all and was useless. This caused Supreme How High and the others to laugh. Especially Supreme White Dragon said. Thought you were as good as your instapowers? So much for looking like that. Fuck you. Saying that, Emperor Dan was about to pick up the withered tree vine and throw it at Supreme White Dragon. But suddenly he froze there as well. Because, to his surprise, he realized that he couldn't even hold this tiny withered wood vine. In order not to be embarrassed, Emperor Dan smiled and pretended to move his arm before mobilizing some of his cultivation force and grabbing at the withered tree vine once again. However, this time, the withered tree vine still had not moved the slightest bit. On the contrary, Emperor Dan was tired and sweating profusely. As if all the cultivation he had just utilized had been absorbed by this withered wood vine. No! Emperor Dan! Are you okay? You don't think you can't hold it? Do you? Look at you sweating. Why are you so weak? Why don't you refine a few power pills for yourself and make up for it? Emperor Sun swallowing also snickered. But Emperor Dan ignored them at this time. Instead, he mobilized his cultivation even more, wanting to uproot that withered wood vine. Only, he was surprised to find that not only was his cultivation diminishing, it seemed as if he himself was going to be completely assimilated and refined by that withered wood vine. At this time, Supreme Feather and Flame Ancient Emperor were the first to realize that the situation was wrong and hurried over, wanting to interrupt Emperor Dan's spell casting at once. Fellow Daoist, stop. However, when the duo had just arrived in that vicinity, the chi and blood around them was actually disappearing rapidly as well. By this time, everyone sensed something was wrong. It wasn't that Emperor Dan couldn't hold that withered wood vine. These three Supreme Ancient Emperors, they were all actually absorbed by a single tree branch? Quick! Strike together. There's something odd about this deadwood vine. After the Jintian Ancient Sovereign opened his mouth, some Supreme Beings also came out together and wasted all their efforts to retrieve the three Supreme Beings. The Feiyu Supreme Being, the Flame Ancient Emperor and the Dan Emperor. At this moment, when he went to look at Emperor Dan again, his face was pale, as if he had been drained of his essence. And he had even, almost, truly fallen down to the Emperor realm. As for Feiyu Supreme and Flame Ancient Emperor, their chi and blood consumption was quite severe. The two old men were panting heavily. And even, they couldn't stand up. Chapter 70, Temple of the Guiding God? Deserted Immortal Temple? In addition to these several Supreme Beings, and these Supreme Beings who just struck out, also more or less, have been subjected to sucking. If not together, one by one, I'm afraid that it will also become a gourd to save the grandfather. Damn it! What kind of weird stuff is this? It was so hard to refine the Supreme Dan given by the Xian Emperor. So I'm hanging on to let this weird thing suck it all up. At such an old age. Supreme Feiyu, who had always held his own identity, could not help but curse out. As for the Dan Emperor at this moment, his eyes directly went black. And he and the Flame Ancient Emperor directly fainted. Hey! Fellow Daoist! The rest of the Supreme Beings had healed and recovered for the two of them. But, right at this moment, they suddenly realized that the withered wood vines that were still located in that void had disappeared at this moment. What the hell? The Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being was also completely confused. What exactly was the origin of this deadwood vine? Not only was he able to absorb the cultivation and blood chi of a great Emperor Ancient Emperor, he was even able to simply disappear in front of so many of them. Hateful. When have we Supreme Ancient Emperors, other than in front of Emperor Xian, ever suffered this kind of nuisance? Find it all for me. Find that twig and refine it. The Heavenly Star Supreme Being also said angrily. But the other Supreme Beings heard him say this. And somehow, it was always a bit awkward. But in the moment, it was still necessary to grab that withered wood vine. This thing, it must be of great origin. Go! Grab it and refine it. Aside from a few people who stayed behind to heal the injuries of the Dan Emperor trio, most of the rest of the Supreme Beings went out, spreading their divine thoughts to search for traces of that withered wood vine. But surprisingly, after searching for a long time, they could no longer find any trace of that withered wood vine. Not in this void, hiding their roots and fruits. What the hell is this? The Earth Spirit Emperor had shock. This kind of existence, it seemed, was out of a certain category. If you're not in this void, then you're hiding from the void. Open up for this Emperor. Saying that, the Stone Emperor was mighty and domineering. and ruthlessly smashed his fist into the circumvallation of the void. And in an instant a vast heaven and earth instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And along with the moment this heaven and earth appeared, they saw a withered old wooden vine that was escaping there. Where to go? The Stone Emperor took the lead and directly chased after him, in order to prevent the Stone Emperor from making a mistake. Xintian Ancient Exalt and the other 10 Ancient Exalted also chased after him. Fellow Taoists, you stay here and stabilize this world. The Xintian Ancient Exalt also spoke. Because even though the great Emperor Ancient Emperor was able to open up new worlds, it would take time to stabilize such a great world that had just appeared. In reality, the Tao was still unstable. And once so many Supreme Ancient Emperors appeared and after a fierce battle erupted, that kind of imperial might would be enough to destroy this newly emerged great world. On this side, after seeing that there were 10 supreme beings chasing after them there, the crowd was also relatively relieved. After all, in this heaven and earth, other than the Xian Emperor, who else would be able to fight against the 10 supreme ancient emperors? And right at this moment, Xintian Ancient Exalt, Stone Emperor, and the other 10 supreme beings also arrived in this newly opened great world. And the withered wood vine in front of him, after seeing these 10 supreme beings appear, surprisingly didn't run away. Moreover, it still turned around with that big swing, coldly looking at the Stone Emperor and other existences. My father didn't see it wrong. Did he? Stone Emperor Rao was an ancient emperor of the generation. But at this moment, he was a bit confused. He rubbed his eyes and carefully looked again. Indeed, he hadn't been mistaken. This withered wood vine had a consciousness, and was currently looking at Shi Huang and the others rather smugly. And at this moment, they understood. This withered wood vine appeared on purpose. Or it could be said that it had deliberately led them here. It seems he is indeed extraordinary. The Stone Emperor opened his mouth and said. But, within his words, the reminder for the rest of the 9 supreme beings was also obvious. Nowadays, in these 10,000 realms and heavens, there wouldn't be any overly ungrateful existences that would mess with Xianting, or even so blatantly scheme against Xianting. And this deadwood vine was either really an awesome existence dug up by chance, or it was some kind of deeply hidden existence. It's not true that this object is extraordinary, but it's a bit whimsical to want to escape in front of us. With a wave of the great sun swallowing Emperor's hand, a battle flag appeared in the periphery of this withered wood vine. And then, a spell formation was completely formed. It blocked all the bearings of that withered wood vine and imprisoned it there. Sun-swallowing battle flag. Fellow Taoist, it is rumored that this item was refined from the true essence of the sun that you obtained combined with the body of a certain supreme being? Seeing the sun-swallowing battle flag appear, the rest of the supreme beings were shocked as well. This was a true extreme Tao imperial armament that belonged to the sun-swallowing emperor and was not in that top 10 imperial armaments ranking. However, it was also of great origin. And it was said that this sun-swallowing battle flag with the formation of the sun-swallowing grand formation was quite powerful. It was the sun-swallowing emperor's masterstroke. It is indeed the true essence of the sun. But its essence is not the supreme being. Rather, it's a great accomplished war body from that year. When this emperor entered the forbidden zone back then, this sun-swallowing battle flag hadn't yet been refined. That great completion battle body wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill this emperor, but didn't want to be killed by this emperor instead. And with his body refined into the sun-swallowing battle flag, the crowd sniffed. This sun-swallowing battle flag, unexpectedly, still had such an origin. In this way, it was also able to see that this sun-swallowing emperor was also a ruthless person. And at this moment, seeing the sun-swallowing great emperor strike, The remaining 9 supreme beings were by no means dragging their feet as they cautiously guarded against all movements around them. They knew very well that the path of a great emperor was not the end of the road. And since they had seen Yi Xian's battle, they had also understood that there was someone outside of the human race. And there was a heaven outside of the sky. These 3,000 Tao states and the 10,000 realms in heaven still had many more origins. And they could not afford to be arrogant. If you only have the Tao of manifestation, then obediently bind your hands. The Stone Emperor coldly looked at the withered wood vines that were trapped inside the sun-swallowing formation and opened his mouth. His mighty and extraordinary aura was also revealed at this moment. However, just at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly appeared in the entire interface. And the several supreme beings who were originally controlling this interface from the periphery also steeply felt a considerable amount of pressure. That kind of pressure another they are a little caught off guard. Directly is coughed out blood. And then a Tao is not stable. Straight backward and go. How? Ancient Emperor Qinglong was filled with astonishment. For the 4 of them, the supreme ancient emperors, to stabilize an interfacial void, it wasn't a sure thing? However, this sudden pressure, even the other they were all shaken? Hateful. Sneak attack. The White Dragon Supreme said angrily. And then directly manifested his figure. A white dragon, thousands of feet long, roared within the heavens and earth, stretching across this void. The ancient emperor of the green dragon and the great emperor of the coiled dragon also did not hesitate. And after the 2 of them looked at each other, they also each manifested their own bodies. A green dragon and a brown divine dragon also appeared behind that white dragon. And the 3 great dragon jinn straightaway blocked the gradually closing void. Along with the 3 great dragon exalted strong strikes, the space that was gradually about to close was slowly stabilized. Fellow Daoist, the situation has changed. Retreat quickly. The ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon's dragon authority emanated. And his voice wrapped around and transmitted to Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others within the void. Obviously, Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others had also noticed the change. This deadwood vine. It's quite something. However, right after the violent fluctuations appeared in their place, they violently saw 10,000 feet of golden light that manifested. Moreover, after that 10,000 feet of golden light, there was even a majestic hall that slowly emerged, reflecting the heavens and appearing so invincible and extraordinary. That? A temple? No. Should it be a temple? Chapter 71 Xian's Servant Venerable. The Jintian Ancient Exalt was shocked as he looked at the gigantic hall of supremacy that had manifested in front of him. And he also sensed that the situation was not good. After this withered wood vine descended in this huge temple-like hall, its aura got a very obvious boost. And it was even said that this withered wood vine wasn't even concealing its aura anymore. That kind of aura was hidden. And even though it was hard to capture, it was indisputable that this withered wood vine had reached the realm of a great emperor. No worse than them. As great emperor ancient emperors, they would not presume to think that they were invincible. However, the aura of the great emperor supreme ancient emperor gave them the aura of going forward. I am invincible. Since you lured us here, I'll behead you. The Stone Emperor was quite domineering. And with a wave of his big hand, a purple light that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths quickly flashed. And then, a purple iron divine soldier directly appeared in while his hand. Once that purple iron divine soldier appeared, it echoed with the sun-swallowing emperor's sun-swallowing battle flag sun-swallowing battle formation. And its aura was so powerful that it covered heaven and earth. Shocking stone halberd. The Stone Emperor's companion. After it was born from the spirit stone, it had this heaven-shaking stone halberd accompanied out, following the Stone Emperor to kill all the worlds, breaking through endless strong enemies. The actions of the Stone Emperor and the Sun-Swallowing Emperor were naturally a shock to all the other Xianting Supreme Beings. The Outer Green Dragon Ancient Emperor, White Dragon Supreme and Green Dragon Great Emperor were holding on. So what they had to do at this moment was to decapitate the existence in front of them that dared to provoke them from speed. Fellow Taoists, fight quickly! With a wave of Jintian Ancient Exalt's hand, endless spiritual energy began to rapidly converge. And then, the 10 Supreme Exalts coordinated with each other, swept back and forth, and directly killed that withered wood vine. This emperor beheads you. Sun-swallowing battle flag. Cut down everything. This emperor is the world. Shocking heavenly stone halberd, piercing through the darkness. The Stone Emperor and the Sun-Swallowing Emperor were the first to strike. And the two of them did not hold back when they struck, mobilizing their extremely strong strikes. That withered wood vine at this moment also did not dare to be arrogant again. His figure quickly backed up. A few flashes then retreated to the surroundings of that temple-like hall. And right at this moment, from within that temple hall, there was a rather terrifying and majestic aura that directly appeared. And after that, this withered wood vine emitted a 10,000 feet of green aura. And in the next second, all sorts of vines tumbled and appeared everywhere in the endless void. It was as if the river was turning over, breaking through the earth, cutting through the void, fixing time, carrying an endless devouring power. And then it was absorbing all the vitality and spiritual energy in the surrounding area. In the next second, the attacks of the Sun-Swallowing Emperor and the Stone Emperor were blasted together with the thousands of withered wood vines. And violent energy fluctuations instantly raged. That endless pressure also saw just how terrifying the battle power of both sides was at this moment. When the energy slowly dissipated, the crowd was also shocked to discover that the Stone Emperor and the Sun-Swallowing Emperor did not look very good. Because the two of them had joined forces in their attack. Surprisingly, it was blocked by this withered wood vine. Again, the duo's battle power rose. Their aura was extraordinary. And they straightly killed that withered wood vine again. And the rest of the ancient Zuns also struck out together. This time, even if this withered wood vine was no longer extraordinary, the only thing they could do was to retreat and dodge. Where to go? With a wave of Jintian Ancient Exalt's big hand, the space behind that withered wood vine was instantly blocked. And at that moment, seeing this opportunity, Emperor Mo directly struck out. Only to be seen at Emperor Mo's side, a scroll of paintings quickly appeared, all of which were ink drawings of various patterns and veins. The entire space seemed to have become an ink painting, with drops and drops of ink dripping down. And then, accompanied by a broken cry from Emperor Mo, "Ink the heavens! Evolve all the spirits!" That long scroll even directly absorbed that withered wood vine. That withered wood vine want to dodge. No way to heaven. No door to the ground. A drop of ink directly dripped down to the body of that withered wood vine. And then it rapidly evolved, completely wrapping up this withered wood vine. Seal. Along with the completion of Emperor Mo's magic seal, the long landscape painting instantly rolled up. And that withered wood vine was directly sealed by Emperor Mo's ink painting, along with the 10 great Emperor Ancient Emperor's strong strikes. This withered wood vine could not be blocked even if it was no longer powerful. But it was at this moment that Jintian Ancient Exalt steeply discovered something. However, just as it was about to dodge, a vicious thundercloud transformed into an arrow of thundercloud instantly flew in the void. Its speed was so fast that even though Jintian Ancient Exalt dodged extremely, he was still pierced through his chest all of a sudden. And along with that, after the arrow of lightning pierced through Jintian Ancient Exalt's chest, this arrow of thunder unexpectedly connected with the existence in the distant void. And then like a thread, it was yanked upwards. And the Jintian Ancient Exalt was actually directly sliced through by the thread of thunder. Endless supreme essence blood spilled into the void. And the body of the Jintian Ancient Exalt shattered and exploded into nothingness. Doyle. The Stone Emperor and the Sun-Swallowing Emperor were shocked and hurriedly evolved their cultivation to surround the space where the Jintian Ancient Exalt's body had shattered. Who would have thought that? Under a spaced-out strike. Not only was it struck so swiftly, but also so thunderous and powerful that it covered the world. It had actually shattered the Emperor's body of Jintian Ancient Exalt, who was exceptionally powerful in battle even amongst the Xianting Supreme Beings. This time, the opponents they faced were, indeed, very powerful. The Jintian Ancient Exalt, under the cover of the 9 Supreme Beings, also quickly regrouped his body. But at the same time, the Jintian Ancient Exalt was also severely injured. Almost arguably incapable of fighting again. This scene, the other everyone was like an enemy. Astonished. It seemed that the only one who could do so, who had almost finished off the Jintian Ancient Exalt with a single strike, was Emperor Xian. However, now that Emperor Xian was not present, the one who had struck, who exactly was it? Sneaky, secret sneak attack. Show yourself to this emperor. The Sun-Swallowing Emperor was furious and mobilized his Origin Emperor weapon, directly following the direction of that thunder on, killing it in a hurry. Fellow Daoist, I'll go with you. The Stone Emperor was still in the lead, holding his halberd. And at the same time, he was uneasy about the Sun-Swallowing Emperor alone. And right at this moment, that temple-like hall was also completely manifested. And after that, for ancient and vicissitudes of large characters were also revealed from above that hall door plaque. The Hall of Reception. The Heavenly Eagle Emperor looked at these 4 words and seemed to recall something, but was filled with shock and was quite incredulous. Legendary passageway to guide all worlds to immortality. A temple of true immortals. Seeing how shocked Emperor Skyhawk was, Emperor Mo and Supreme Emperor Hohai were also shocked. If that was the case, this Hall of Reception had appeared again. Now, then, they can be happy not because until there really are fairies in this world. But what they are facing. Really? Oh, I can't imagine that you and other frogs in the bottom of the well even know the origin of the Hall of Reception? Right at this moment, a rather teasing voice also came out. And in the direction that the Sun-Swallowing Emperor and the Stone Emperor were advancing, there was suddenly a young man with silver robes and armor, holding a silver-white lance. Endless thunder-ons were wrapped around their bodies, blocking their way, facing the full force of the Sun-Swallowing Emperor and the Stone Emperor. The silver-robed man just calmly waved his lightning lance, and directly blocked the attack of the 2 of them completely. A true flawless great emperor? Chapter 72. His strength is actually no less than a Xian emperor. This is actually a true great emperor. Emperor Mo was also quite shocked because this silver-robed man, with his qi and blood like a rainbow, the same as Emperor Xian, and with the heavenly Tao around him, was ultimately not one of their self-slicing existences. Because, as long as they didn't limit their ascension at this moment, they would definitely not be counted as true great emperor ancient emperors. What are you? The Stone Emperor coldly shouted, holding the heaven-shaking stone halberd in his hand, his eyes glaring. Even if he was blocked from attacking, he had no intention of retreating. His battle intent was quite high, because he was also an invincible emperor of his generation, and would never retreat from the battlefield. Mere mortals are not worthy to know the name of this seat. All you need to know is that this seat is an immortal servant venerable. Hearing the words of this silver-robed man, the Heavenly Eagle Emperor was even more shocked. This fellow, even claiming to be a true immortal servant supreme. However, On second thought, Emperor Skyhawk then spoke again. What? Do you think? Venerable servant of the immortals. This generation. If you say you've seen a true immortal, will we, among others, still believe it? Hearing Emperor Skyhawk's words, that so-called true immortal servant Venerable also laughed coldly. The saddest thing about you and others is this. Witnessing to the ages. A generation of invincibility. Bitterly pursuing this world's nebulous existence. Throughout the ages. As I look at you all, I can't help but sigh for you. Obviously. This servant Venerable understood what Emperor Skyhawk meant. But he didn't answer positively. And his words, if anything, negated Emperor Skyhawk's connotation. The path of the ages is evergreen. And the imperial way is also everlasting. There is no end. But there is an end. And the immortal is in love for it. The heavenly eagle emperor faintly opened his mouth and said. In his voice, there was also the helplessness that belonged to a generation of emperors. Indeed. As great ancient emperors? When it came to their realm, the obsession that still existed within was also known as Xian. But now it seemed that regardless of whether that path was there or not, it was still too far away from the current them. Well, without further ado, submit to me and your lives may be spared. The words of this servant Venerable are very plain. But there is a kind of quite unquestionable, threatening semantics is very obvious. Sniffing, recovered Jintian Ancient Zun smiled and said, don't you know that we, among others, are subordinate to Xian Ting? I don't believe you don't know. Upon hearing the word Xian Ting, that servant Venerable's expression seemed to fluctuate slightly. But it was then concealed. How? That servant Venerable continued to ask questions. The Xian Emperor isn't here. So that's why you dare to make a move to threaten us. You don't know what will happen to you if Emperor Xian arrives? Jintian Ancient Exalt was quite convinced of Emperor Xian. And at that moment, his analysis was also what that servant Exalt had in mind. Otherwise, if he really had absolute certainty, he wouldn't have utilized this deadwood vine to attract them here. Xian Emperor is just a Xian Emperor. He's amazing. But that's all. 3 breaths. If you don't submit to this seat, you, etc., will be turned into this 10,000 flying ashes. Saying that, this servant exalted one's aura began to gradually soar up. That threatening intent quite obvious. And as its aura continued to rise, the heavenly eagle emperor and the others also looked at each other rather facetiously and said, no less than Xian Emperor. This is another Xian D of that level? However, in response, the Stone Emperor spoke coldly. We, even though we are not the Xian Emperor's rivals, we are the Emperor. But we are no less than anyone else. Don't be crazy. Wait for this Emperor to fight with you. Saying that, Shi Huang's aura surged around his body. And his heroic, domineering, and invincible aura of the Guy generation was also emanating from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And its own essence blood was also rising rapidly at this moment. As if it was going to reach a critical point. Extreme sublimation? The sun-swallowing emperor could see what this stone emperor was doing and immediately extended his hand to stop him. Fellow Daoist. Wait. This person is extraordinary. Do not limit your sublimation until you have no choice. Obviously. They were all clear that if they didn't limit their ascension and truly return to the great emperor realm, this servant exalted before them was something they couldn't easily deal with. Therefore, the only way to fight is to ascend to the limit. However, against such an opponent, the result of limit sublimation would most likely be eternal silence after the battle. There's no harm in waiting for this emperor to strike first, Fellow Taoists, let's see. Saying that, the Stone Emperor took the lead by holding the heaven-shaking stone halberd, raising his hands and feet to dominate heaven and earth. And each attack was enough to shock the heavens and earth, tearing the void. Even if that servant exalted was extraordinary, the Stone Emperor in front of him, that was a generation of Gaisher emperors. You are not as good as Emperor Shen. In an instant, Shi Huang had exchanged several thousand moves with this servant venerable. And then he commented on this servant venerable in the same way. The aura is poor. The blood is lacking. The power of the Tao is unstable. There is a realm, but the battle power is low. The Stone Emperor was worthy of being a generation of emperors. And once they exchanged blows, they perceived some problems with the servant exalted in front of them. It was only at this moment that this servant venerable came to a realization. It turned out that the Stone Emperor's outburst was, to a greater extent, to learn about his own corresponding fighter's skill and information. Fronting for that Shen Emperor? It's just that. He went where he shouldn't have. Thump stomp. Accompanied by the intense counterblast, the Shi Huang's figure was also rapidly retreating. The Emperor's blood dripping down on top of the void, like the sound of a little ripple rippling in the silent void. And looking closely, the Stone Emperor's hands that held the heaven-shaking stone halberd, it was actually shedding imperial blood as well. But despite this, the Stone Emperor was still battle-hardened. Right at this moment, behind that servant venerable, a cold aura suddenly manifested. Such might. Even if the opponent was this servant venerable, he did not dare to be careless. It was the Golden Rock Emperor's heavenly rock-feathered wings that was suddenly unleashed and attacked that servant venerable. And just as that servant exalt dodged, a dazzling blazing sun also quickly appeared, directly controlling the void around that servant exalt. Immediately afterward, several supreme ancient emperors from Shenting all made their moves. And together they surrounded and killed this unbeatable servant exalted. We are not 100 years ago. And now, despite the fact that he has cut himself, he has plenty of chi and blood and a long life. What can you do in a battle with you? The sun-swallowing emperor was overbearing, and his vast imperial might filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he battled with this servant venerable. For a while, the battlefield had reached a white-hot stage. All the supreme beings were evolving their own secret techniques with the intention of sniping this servant exalted one. But to their amazement, this servant exalted one was having a hard time coping with the situation. However, it had not been at a disadvantage, and even said that the strength of his attacks were equal to those of these 10 ancient exalted. And just as such an engagement continued, Emperor Mo's figure suddenly, quickly retreated back because, on his body, there was actually a tree vine that directly appeared and entangled him. How is this possible? Or was it the deadwood vine? But this deadwood vine, hadn't it been completely sealed? Fellow Taoist, be careful. The Golden Rock Emperor immediately rushed over, intending to take care of these withered wood vines for Emperor Mo. But it was at this moment that he sensed an extremely morose danger. Doyle. Chapter 73, Watch this Emperor behead you. Come and fight. Fellow Taoist, be careful. At this moment, the Jintian ancient exalt hastily reminded. And the Golden Rock Emperor also sensed the danger and evolved with his most skillful technique. Since you want to sneak up on this emperor, then try this emperor's method. Steeply, a huge golden rock phantom appeared in the void of this heaven and earth. That aura was in no way weaker than the sun-swallowing emperor and the stone emperor, because the Golden Rock clan, by nature, was a fighting clan. But at this moment, that the Golden Rock phantom had just appeared, the crowd heard the sound of a golden rock hissing. And then, the crowd of honored people looked over in surprise. It was actually discovered that the Golden Rock Emperor's Golden Rock Dharma phase had exploded with a bang. And after that, the Golden Rock Emperor's imperial body, too, had completely disintegrated. The entire void was covered in Golden Rock Emperor blood. Right after the Golden Rock Emperor blew up, before the crowd could react, a lightning bolt quickly appeared. And Emperor Mo's body, too, completely exploded into nothingness. And then, the Heavenly Star Supreme, the Sun-swallowing Emperor, and other supreme beings, one after another, all exploded into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The entire void was filled with crumbling Emperor's blood. And seeing this scene, the withered wood vine directly quickly absorbed the Emperor's blood that was scattered everywhere. 7 supreme beings in a row. All of their bodies scattered. That is to say, 7 supreme beings were shattered by this immortal servant venerable. With a single move, is to break the Emperor's body. Only the Jintian Ancient Exalt, the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Exalt, and the Stone Emperor still stood under the starry sky. Only, at this moment, the Jintian Ancient Exalt was extremely weak, as he had just reorganized his body not long ago, while the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Exalt and the Stone Emperor were covered in blood. Even though the Emperor's body didn't crumble, it was nearly shattered, which was enough to see just how terrifying this Servant Exalt's strength was. Oh, I can't imagine that the two of you are strong enough to block a strike from this seat? Seeing that the Stone Emperor and the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Emperor were still standing in the void, that Servant Exalt was naturally surprised, according to his perception. With his strength, he could deal with these Supreme Ancient Emperors. That's still more than enough. At this moment, the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being, Jintian Ancient Exalt, and Stone Emperor stood side by side, shielding the 7 Taoists behind them, covering them as they reorganized their bodies. However, facing a two-sided siege from the withered wood vine and this servant venerable, the 3 of them, at the moment, were facing considerable pressure. And just as the 3 of them were thinking of countermeasures, the Green Dragon Ancient Emperor and the White Dragon Supreme Being as well as the Panglong Emperor in the periphery were also struck by a sudden blow in the blink of an eye. The 3 pale dragons were sent flying out countless stars at once, shattering the endless stars. And just in the instant that the 3 pale dragons were sent flying, the void was actually going to close again. At this moment, Emperor Dan, Supreme Fei Yu, and the Flame Ancient Emperor were seriously injured. And the Earth Spirit Emperor, Supreme Tianxian, Supreme 9 Spectres, and the Battle Emperor were escorting them to heal their injuries. However, the Ancient Emperor of the Green Dragon, the Supreme White Dragon, and the Great Emperor of the Panglong also suffered serious injuries suddenly. And this scene shocked everyone. Could it be that there were others? Who took a shot at them? In one strike, he sent 3 dragon emperors flying out into the endless starry sky? Who would have thought that after such a short while, Xianting's 20 supreme ancient emperors would be in a crisis? And right at this moment, at the periphery of that void crack, there were 6 figures with incomparably climbing auras that directly manifested. Each one of them was not the least bit weaker than Xianting's supreme beings, even in terms of longevity and blood qi. And moreover, these 6 supreme beings were surrounded by an aura of decay. With the addition of this corrupted black substance, it made these supreme beings vaguely, in terms of battle power, seem to have received a considerable boost. It was these 6 supreme beings who had just struck out to sneak attack the 3 dragon emperors of the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon, while the 3 dragon emperors of the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon were stabilizing the void seal. A sneak attack was made, and those 3 dragon emperors were severely injured. Elder Divine Void, 9-headed Lion Emperor, Bastard Blade Supreme, Fearless Emperor, The Earth Spirit Emperor had been around for a long time and recognized the origins of these supreme beings. Besides them, there were two other supreme beings. One in white robes, and one in black armor. However, it was impossible to see their faces at all. Just perceiving out. This white and black two supreme beings had that kind of corrupted aura. Dark matter. More than those supreme beings before. Yama floating earth. You guys finally showed up. Supreme Feiyu said weakly. He knew that divine void elder hibernated in Yama floating earth. Then, since this divine void elder had appeared, it was proof that these 6 supreme beings came from the Yama floating earth that had been hidden for 100 years. Taking advantage of Emperor Xian's absence, they, too, had launched an attack on Xianting, Elder Divine Void, rumored to have been certified in the ancient era, was one of the more peculiar of the successive supreme emperors. And it was rumored that when he was certified as a supreme emperor, he was already more than 7,000 years old, at the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperors. But it was also a walk in the park. And it was rumored that he had found a relic of the immortal war, known as the Divine Ruins. Within this divine ruin, a divine pill or an inheritance was discovered. And after refining and taking it, the path was proven to be supreme. The name is Elder Shinshu, 9-headed lion emperor, born in the golden 9-headed lion clan. Because of the killing too cruel, in the Tao of Heaven is not allowed. Rumor has it that the emperor of the first peak period encountered the heavenly punishment, so disappeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I can't imagine that he has also come to Yama floating earth. As for the bastard Blade Supreme, it also had a great origin. And it was said that his master was one of the 10 great Tao masters, the Jintian Tao master, who had practiced a kind of fierce and rigid Tao method that dominated the world. With the body into the blade. To take the blade meaning, with the blood refining blade soul. Achievement for the heaven and earth only my generation of domineering Blade Supreme. The fearless emperor came from the era of the emperors. And this person was known for his belligerence, with countless battles in his bellow, as if he was born for battle. It is rumored that he once went deep into the edge of a foreign land, seeking only a battle without fear, and was known as the fearless great emperor. I can't imagine that these few are hidden in Yama floating earth. However, that so-called immortal servant venerable was by no means an existence of Yama floating earth. So there was clearly only one explanation. And that was, Yama floating earth had joined forces with this existence of the Hall of Reception. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could deal with Emperor Xian and Xianting, and the 2 supreme beings, one black and one white, thought, would be the black and white messengers of Yama floating earth, also called the messengers of hell. So, that Yama emperor, why didn't he ever show up? At this moment, the situation was already obvious. With the Xian emperor out of the picture, the only way to go was to fight to the end. At this moment, 4 people: Supreme Emperor Zhou Yue, War Emperor, Earth Spirit Emperor, and Supreme Emperor Tianxian, also stepped forward. And Emperor Dan, along with Supreme Emperor Feiyu and Flame Ancient Emperor, despite their injuries. Yet, it was enough to defend itself. As for the 3 Ancient Emperor Qinglong, despite being heavily injured, they were still able to fight. In that case, let's fight to the end. What's the harm in that? The War Emperor was the first to have a vast aura, taking a step out of the void and standing out, with that exuberant battle intent that could break the 9 heavens and strike the heavens above. The next can enter the 5 seas and penetrate the underworld. A generation of existences with high wariness. Existences that wanted to transform the battle immortal with wariness. At this moment, finally stood out. Fellow Taoists, although this emperor is not as good as the Xian emperors, his battle prowess is unparalleled. But this emperor certifies the heavens with his battle prowess. Only a bloody battle can awaken this emperor. It is said that fearless emperor has been a good fighter all his life. And without boasting, within 3,000 moves, this emperor will behead him. Come and fight. Chapter 74, Try moving? Come and fight. Watch this emperor decapitate you. The war emperor's words caused that fearless emperor to be greatly annoyed. As a great emperor of his own generation, how had he ever allowed anyone to be beheaded by name? What's more, with the sound of his own attack, his battle power was unrivaled. What fear of a battle? That Xian emperor is not here. And you and the others are still like this? This emperor is also curious. Is it not good to be a free and easygoing great emperor, ancient emperor? Having to go after people? The face of the great emperor, ancient emperor has been disgraced by you all. Or is this supposed to be a matter of you guys having a heart of gold and using each other? Fearless emperor said with a cold smile. Yama floating earth has been plotting for more than 100 years. They have a big plan. Who would have thought that this for the Xian emperor? Not according to common sense. Sacrificed an epic of beings. Since that was the case, then wasn't all the qi and blood in the Xian emperor's hands as well as the qi? Blood. An essence of the 20 supreme beings of this Xian court, the qi. Blood. An essence of all the living beings of that epoch? Just take them out. Then, what's the difference? So, while Yi Xian had gone there, Yan Luo floating earth, finally, was going to make a move. Hearing this fearless emperor's words, the war emperor also laughed out coldly. What happens to us is none of your business. Come here. This emperor will chop you up. At those words, that fearless emperor also laughed out loud. Joke. War emperor? How about you compare yourself to the war emperor? One of the 7 emperors of the ancient era? Fearless emperor's mocking intent was obvious. That war emperor claimed to be the number 1 in terms of battle power throughout the ages. Even if it was the Thunder Emperor and the World Emperor. Perhaps the world didn't realize that their battle power was no different from that of the War Emperor. As for this War Emperor, if we were to talk about the era, it was even a bit earlier than the War Emperor. But the descendants had selectively ignored his splendor and radiance. The War Emperor was once very bitter and angry. He wanted to seek out the War Emperor for a battle. But he didn't dare after all. An ancient emperor who had cut himself off, it seemed, had lost the dominance of his peak period. Since the 10,000 ancient epochs, he had only known to hide in the divine source, to seal himself and hide, waiting for the emergence of the illusory path to immortality. But this time, Yi Xian's strong killing of the supreme beings of the heavens and burying the living beings of all realms allowed him to see the future path of the great emperor. Back then, that generation of ancient emperors whose battle intent was so high that heaven and earth did not fear them had returned. The red dust of this heaven and earth always makes people stay. This red dust of heaven and earth is always inspiring too. Come and fight. With that, the war emperor's battle spirit was high as he instantly killed that fearless emperor. The divine void elder of the Yama floating earth was still about to make a move when the only thing he saw was the earth spirit emperor instantly appearing in front of him. And then said coldly, "The Xian emperor has a renewed favor on the old man. Since you want to fight against my Xian Ting, come." Looking at this imposing old emperor, that divine void old man also laughed out loud and said, "How much battle power do you still have in this pale body of yours? So eager to seek death? Then this seat will fulfill you." And at that moment, the 9 Sephiroth Supreme Being directly pointed at that overbearing Supreme Being and said, "I've heard that you're just a precious sword. Let this honored one take a look at it." Your sword. Is it fast or not? Supreme Emperor Tianxian. On the other hand, without saying a word, directly struck out and locked onto that 9-headed lion emperor. And as for the black and white emissary, the ancient emperor of the green dragon, and the other 3 dragon emperors, they also directly rushed over. If you want a great battle, I, Xian Ting, will not fear any enemy. If you come here this time, I will destroy you all here. Thus, outside of this void, the great battle, too, had completely erupted. And within the void, the Stone Emperor, the Jintian Ancient Exalt, and the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Exalt were also engaged in a true life and death struggle around that servant Exalt. The Stone Emperor continuously coughed up blood, his body constantly shattering and reorganizing. As the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being evolved the most powerful killing intent of the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation, Jintian Ancient Exalt cast his most powerful sealing technique. The 3 Jin joined forces. Yet they were still at a disadvantage. But that hit doesn't cross their will. The Jintian Ancient Exalt shattered his general body. And his essence and blood didn't even seem to be sufficient anymore. But he was still covered in blood as he killed the servant Exalt. Why do you need to be such a great emperor of the first heaven? That servant venerable also suddenly uttered such words. The ancient sovereign of Jintian smiled at his words and didn't reply with a single word as he directly evolved his strongest sealing technique, suppressing heaven and earth. And in the next second, that withered wood vine wrapped itself straight around Jintian Ancient Exalt. And immediately after that, the figure of that servant Exalt instantly appeared by Jintian Ancient Exalt's side. He raised his finger, entwined with endless lightning awnings, before pointing at Jintian Ancient Exalt's head and said, Xian Emperor, just a speck of dust in the sky of the ages. The world that my lord has comprehended is not to be seen by mortals like you for all eternity. You are very good when going a long way. Only, it is this seat that sends you. Silence. And at this moment, the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being and the Stone Emperor both felt the terrifying dreadfulness of this servant Exalted One strike. And any of them now who took this move hard would definitely not be able to catch it. Doyle. The Stone Emperor and the Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being recklessly rushed over. But the sky-littering withered wood vines actually reappeared, entangling and blocking their way. And at this moment, seeing such a scene, that servant venerable said with a cold smile, See, this is the sorrow of the mole crickets. Even if you are the so-called emperor's honored ones, what can you do? Saying that, his finger, he was going to point at Jintian Ancient Exalt. But right at this moment, a faint and rather disdainful voice appeared behind him and said, Try moving it? Upon hearing this, that servant Exalt was shocked and was also about to back away at once. But, right at this moment, his entire body instantly exploded. And then, a figure in Xian clothes, mighty and domineering and outstanding, stood directly in front of him, coldly gazing at the so-called hall of reception. Not even putting this so-called immortal servant venerable in his eyes. And the person who appeared was no other than Yi Xian. He saved Jintian Ancient Exalt. And then, with a wave of his large hand, vast Tao energy was directly transmitted within this void. The injured Supreme Ancient Emperors noticed that their chi and blood and injuries were rapidly recovering in a matter of moments. Accompanying them were several beginner's pills along with a large number of other healing elixirs. Obviously, it was prepared to be used to heal the injuries of these 10 Supreme Ancient Emperors. Hard work, fellow Taoist. Yi Xian looked at the Stone Emperor, Heavenly Pivot Supreme Being and Jintian Ancient Being who were covered in wounds. And the endless blood chi and spiritual energy was poured into their bodies, rapidly recovering their healing wounds. Ahem. If you don't show up again, I'm afraid that the 3 of us 2. Will be on the verge of transforming the Tao. At this time, the Stone Emperor didn't have the same kind of squirming that he had before. And without any hesitation, he received the vast blood qi transmitted by Yi Xian and quickly healed his wounds. And with Yi Xian's appearance, this time, while the Supreme Being of Xin Ting quickly healed his wounds, even if he had suffered some injuries, inside, he was completely at peace. We thank His Majesty the Xian Emperor. Chapter 75 The Jedi passes through the sky, and the path does not return. At this moment, that servant Exalt also quickly reorganized his body, and then coldly gazed at Yi Xian, his face full of incredulity. You! Didn't you go there? How can you still come out? Obviously, this so-called servant venerable knew Yi Xian's whereabouts and what kind of a place Yi Xian was going to go. That place? Even that lord was so secretive that his heart trembled. This so-called Xian Emperor. Not only did he go there, but also, he came out so struttingly? How can this not be shocking? There? Can't this emperor go there? Besides, if this emperor doesn't go there, will you, all of you, show up obediently? Upon hearing this, that servant venerable was shocked. And then he opened his mouth word by word. Good Xian Emperor Yi Xian. At this moment, you're still counting. Only this time, who will be the prey and who will be the hunter? Can you say? This servant venerable spoke coldly. And in his words, even if Yi Xian had already appeared, it seemed like he didn't care. This comes from his strength on the one hand, and his dependence on the other. You think that, for several eons, you guys didn't stand a chance. Now that this emperor has ascended to the heavenly Tao, you guys, do you still have a chance? Yi Xian was tit for tat. And for that servant venerable, he also didn't put his eyes on him at all. There was indeed quite a challenge in that path. But Yi Xian had gained a lot. And the path to the future was much clearer and more defined. If he wanted to start the Great War in the future, the 3000 Tao state, the land of origin, he had to completely purge it. Humph. It's only a second sky great emperor. If that's your reliance, then I'm still really overestimating you. This servant venerable converged his endless thunder mantle and strolled through the void, walking idly and calmly. Hearing his words, Yi Xian smiled and said, You should know that this piece of Tao belongs to this emperor. You, a self-decapitated dual heavenly false emperor left behind in the upper realm, still dare to question this emperor? At this moment, after hearing what Yi Xian had said, that servant venerable was obviously taken aback. Because he had never thought that Yi Xian, at all, would know so much. You actually know about the upper realm. It seems that you have indeed gained insight into the great secret. The attitude of the servant venerable was transformed. Simply because Yi Xian's words had clearly and unmistakably named their origins and problems. And he was well aware of it. No way. How do you know about the upper world? Regarding the words of the servant venerable, Yi Xian simply didn't bother to pay attention to them. And then opened his mouth. Call your master out, and see if he is still in this realm. If you are, I'll send you on your way together. If not, I'll drop you off first. You! Rampant! That servant venerable was at the moment as if he had been seen through all his secrets, with nothing to hide. Who would have thought that this Xian emperor would be clear about the existence behind him? Isn't there another person? Call him out. Before this emperor? You're hiding. Useless. In addition, Emperor Yan Luo, No! Heaven-splitting Tao Lord! You don't need to hide either. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Xian's words, the attendant venerable was even more surprised. This wanted to do a backhand to a card. Who would have thought that directly was Yi Xian found out? In that case, that so-called hiding would be meaningless. Oh. In that case, the two of you, show yourself as well. This servant venerable said coldly. And along with the fall of his words, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold crown was the first to appear at his side. In the center of this man's black and gold robe, there was a large word underworld written. And around him, he did not carry any aura at all. However, no one would dare to underestimate this existence with the word Hades written on it. Because he was the emperor of Yama Floating Earth. That famous Yama emperor. On the other hand, there was a crane-haired old man with a crane-like appearance, standing there like a piece of paper. If not perceived carefully, wouldn't even notice its presence. And any of these two newly appeared existences were not weaker than this servant exalt in front of him. That Yama emperor coldly looked at Yi Xian before opening his mouth. Your steps. Walking too fast. Taking too big a step. Cut off our path and crowd our way. Hearing this Yan Luo emperor say so, Yi Xian faintly smiled before raising his head to look at the high heaven. It's said that you, Jintian Daofather, are from that realm as well. In the past, this emperor thought that you were from over there at the end of the road. But now it seems that all three of you, all of you, are from the upper realm. At this moment, that Yama emperor wearing the robed garb of the underworld emperor once again heard Yi Xian call his Dao name as Zhan Tian Daozun. And he couldn't help but shake his head and said, truly nothing can be hidden from you. The Xian emperor. Not bad. Back then, I killed Emperor Yama and entered the Yama Floating Earth. And so it took its place and achieved the prestige of this vast floating land. Obviously, the Yama emperor in front of him was not the original emperor of the Yama Floating Earth, but that one of the 10 great Dao masters, Jintian Dao Master. Instead, so, that battle with the foreign realm, you didn't participate at all. And at the very least, disappeared 3,000 years in advance. Even the Supreme Tao Lord was hidden from you. After hearing Yi Xian's words, it was as if that Zhang Tian Daofather had recalled that era as well. The 10 great Taoist honors are held side by side. And the path is exhausted for the king and known Taishang and the others. This honored one also has the utmost respect. It's just that this honored one fell into this realm in a rift when he was young. And after all, he still has to go back. This Zhan Tian Daofather's words didn't seem like he was trying to hide anything either. Because he came from the upper realm, he naturally understood the path to the upper realm. And it was only after he had certified as a Dao Lord in the lower realm that he wanted to open up that path and return there again even more. Jedi Tong Tian. Your path. Broken. So he practiced the art of chopping the Tao. The Taoist name of chopping the sky. Hoping to powerfully open the passage with the help of external forces. Actually, several of you, including the one behind you, there has been a connection for a long time. The fall of Taoist endlessness and Taoist Fuxi is unrelated to you. Guys. When these words came out, that Jintian Daofather didn't object. They had tried many paths. For example, borrowing the path of a foreign domain. Or perhaps, taking the laws of a foreign domain to cultivate. In that case, whether it would open up the real path was what they were looking forward to. Thus, the beginning of the war with the foreign realm during the 10 Great Taoist exalted period. That tragic Great War was, in fact, caused by the plotting of the person in front of him. Both to take the opportunity to get rid of his rival, and for the sake of the desired trial. But obviously, at the end of the day, they still didn't make it. The law of the foreign land doesn't work. So what if it is? After that great battle, the Jedi passed through the sky, and no one could break that path. Just a little more so than the nebulous path to immortality? That young servant venerable also spoke. So, when you watched this emperor strike through the heavenly Tao, you thought that the opportunity, once again, had come. Seeing Yi Xian's words, which were also so honest, that Zhan Tian Daozun was laughing out loud. Chapter 76 Your path, which this emperor goes on, will be higher than yours. Ha 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 ha. Good. Because you did it. And we, on the other hand, couldn't. Daofather Zhan Tian spoke its true thoughts. Because they did not belong to this realm. Being able to carry the heavenly Tao in one life was already the greatest blessing. And they would never be able to explore that second heavenly Tao. Even if they were able to explore, they were limited by the limitations of this realm plane and could not break through at all. Because this was a law that belonged to heaven and earth. And there was nothing they could do about it. After refining this emperor's emperor body and seizing my emperor seal, you will succeed. Yi Xian also explained and spoke. And laughed out loud himself. By the way, back in the day, some of your group, someone so, another you quite envious. Right? Otherwise, how could it have joined forces with the other world? Hearing Yi Xian continue to tell the secret stories from back then, Daofather Zhan Tian also said with a sudden realization. It seems that you really do know everything already. My father's battle prowess is unrivaled. Enough to cut through the heavens, but lacking the Tao to make up for it. He's never been able to truly reach that step. At those words, Yi Xian extended his own hand and fiercely clasped it. And the Zhan Tian Daofather and that servant venerable also instantly perceived the confinement brought about by this heaven and earth. Under this confinement, even they could not move the slightest bit. Just a gentle gesture was all it took to invoke such heavenly power. It was too terrifying. Envious? This is the power of the Tao of the origin realm. Even your proud upper realm can't compare. Back then, the 10 great Tao masters were held side by side. And I think it was for this reason. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that servant venerable also steeply understood Yi Xian's true thoughts. He had broken the second heavenly Tao. So he was the absolute controller here. As long as he was willing, he was able to open the first heavenly Tao at any time, allowing all of the forbidden area supreme beings who had cut themselves with a single blade to all recertify as new great emperor ancient emperors. Moreover, once he really harnessed the second heavenly Tao, or even broke through to a higher level, under the control of a heavenly Tao lord aka a dimensional lord like him, there would be a steady stream of people becoming new great emperors and two heavens great emperors. The idea? It's horrible. The theory works. It's just that no one has actually done it yet. No one has actually succeeded yet. You think you'll make it? That servant venerable also said in a rather alarmed manner. At this moment, he sensed the Tao suppression of this true lord of the second heavenly plane. He was also in existence of the second sky. And along with that old man, they were both immortals servant exalted. However, after descending to the realm back then, they brought with them the power of the great Tao of the second heaven. But it did not belong to this realm. It was restricted by the Tao rules of this realm, and was unable to break through again. In other words, their Tao, which does not belong to this realm, and their force, which does not originate from this realm. And with the passage of time, even if they had a long lifespan, they had to cut themselves and become great emperors of the first heaven to live again. In turn, the first heaven's great emperor realm had to literally cut itself to become a rank like the Forbidden Area Supreme. Thus, purely in terms of battle power, even if they were able to briefly ascend to the limit and recover to the battle power of a true second heavenly emperor, yet it would not be a match for this true heaven's way possessor. Thus, feeling the pressure of the infinite heavenly Tao, they knew that they, themselves, had missed the mark. How dare you control the great Tao so perfectly and suppress us? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian smiled. And then his palms loosened. And the three of them instantly realized that the kind of pressure that was pressing down on them had completely dissipated. A true lord of the way can go far. Your path, which this emperor goes on, will be higher than yours. What do you mean? Zhantian Daozun said with a rather puzzled voice. This emperor will not utilize any of his Tao power, and will simply use his battle power to decimate you and the others. Smash your so-called pride from the upper world. Saying that, the aura around Yi Xian's body directly rose to the peak. And sensing this scene, that servant venerable was also quite furious. Rampant! How dare you belittle this seat like that? That's right. Just despise you existences. Come and fight. Yi Xian's tit-for-tat words completely infuriated this so-called servant exalted. And they directly cranked up their battle power to its peak state. That was already the pinnacle of a first heavenly emperor, infinitely stepping into a true second heavenly emperor. And although Zhantian Daozun wasn't a great emperor of the second sky, this person's battle power was outstanding and had long since alternatively reached the realm of a great emperor of the second sky. Oh? None of them ever limit sublimation? Don't blame this emperor for not reminding you that within 10 moves, if you don't limit your sublimation, you won't have this chance again. Unbridled. Hearing Yi Xian's words, these three people couldn't stand it any longer and directly charged over. Seeing the three of them like this, Yi Xian's palm, in the direction of that advancement, fiercely clenched. Void. Confinement. The silhouettes of those three people were directly fixed there. How is this possible? In the next second, Yi Xian's figure abruptly appeared in front of them. And with a wave of his large hand, he instantly smashed the three of them completely out. That kind of horrible intense fluctuation. Actually, another originally was closed to the void. Completely smashed fiercely open. This piece of emptiness that the Hall of Reception belonged to once again appeared in the world where the 3000 Tao states were originally located. The original spatial rift that the three dragon emperors of the ancient emperor of the Blue Dragon had tried their best to stabilize was actually smashed out by Yi Xian with a single strike. And this scene undoubtedly shook everyone. After they saw how raw Yi Xian was, they all couldn't help but gulp as well. All of Xian Ting's supreme beings, except for those who were fighting with Yama Floating Earth, also retreated and began to heal their wounds. Emperor Dan weakly looked in the direction where Yi Xian was before opening his mouth. Why do I feel that the Xian Emperor has become quite powerful again? The Flame Ancient Emperor nodded and said, You're not feeling wrong. Indeed. And at this moment, looking at the three Zhantian Taoists who had been smashed away by himself, Yi Xian said teasingly, One move. And it's not limit sublimation? That heaven-slaying Taoist trio coughed up blood. Who would have thought that they had already infinitely upgraded themselves to the battle power of a second heavenly emperor? However, in front of this Yi Xian, it was still so unbearable. Was this the true battle power of a contemporary second heavenly emperor? Xian Emperor, you are indeed astonishingly talented. Perhaps you really have caught up with everyone in that ancient past. However, this time, the three of us are joining forces. Even if you are a heavenly emperor of the second heaven, you will never be able to escape. With that said, this Shintian Daofather and the two servant venerables directly just opened their limit ascension without hesitation. It was because they knew very well that they couldn't subdue Yi Xian without pulling out their final stance. And it would only be a waste of time for nothing. Chapter 77, A Remnant Immortal is just a remnant immortal. And along with the trio's rapid limit ascension, Yi Xian opened his mouth. Everyone, carefully observe and feel the power of heaven and earth communicated by this extreme sublimation and fighting style. Definitely useful for the road ahead. It was only at this moment that Emperor Dan and the others realized why Emperor Xian didn't use the power of the Great Tao for a quick battle and still allowed these three people to ascend to the limit so comfortably. One was to sharpen one's battle intent. And the other was to allow all the supreme beings of Xian court to observe such an existence up close. Since the beginning of time, those who had such an opportunity were few and far between. Just like that, in about 3 to 5 minutes or so, 3 extremely oppressive auras appeared in the entire void. That kind of aura was as if it had covered the original laws of the Great Tao and reinforced a new power of the Tao on top of it. Breath pressure that filled the heavens. Even the great emperors and ancient emperors had to be shocked by it. Is this what Emperor Xian said? The battle power of the second heaven. The Jintian ancient exalt was also filled with shock. Such a path was too much of a touch for them. The Jedi led to the heavens. But there was still a path suitable for those of them in the lower realms, certifying as a great emperor, ancient emperor. The path of supremacy was never the end, but a true starting point. At this moment, that heaven-splitting Taoist trio also looked at Yi Xian coldly before opening their mouths. Xian Emperor? Nowadays, do you still have the same kind of confidence that you had just now? Oh, this real battle power of yours is still not great either. No wonder it can only be here in the lower realms, acting as a bully. When it really comes to the upper world, it's just a level of cannon fodder. In that case, this emperor understands why an emperor of the second sky, who is nothing more than a crippled immortal, would have to go and work as a servant for him. At this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's words, those two servant exalted were shocked. Who would have thought that their proudest reliance would be known by this Yi Xian? Actually, that withered wood vine is a piece of his essence? With the hall of reception in place, you, too, will be able to obtain a sliver of his power. Is that your greatest strength? Yi Xian looked towards the hall of reception. And from that path, the burial immortal plateau, he discovered an important secret. In this world, there must be fairies. Besides, there aren't many fairies left these days. Whether it was the upper realm or that realm, both had experienced great battles. And the Tao was incomplete, requiring the power of the origin world to evolve. And the evolving power of that origin is, perhaps, in these 3,000 Tao states. Back then, he joined you guys and sneaked up on the endless Tao Father, causing him to eventually fall. And he's been hibernating for so many eons, not daring to show himself because he's too badly injured. What the emperor said. Right? Hearing Yi Xian's words, that Jintian Tao Father trio was shocked to the extreme. Even if there really was a remnant immortal, as long as it was linked to that word, it would be an inexplicable divine power. Immortal. Out of reach. A great emperor of the 12 heavens. So what? An immortal is an immortal, and a crippled immortal is ultimately the origin of the immortal Tao. Unexpectedly, this Yi Xian not only knew so much, but also did not place that person, in the slightest, in his eyes. Yi Xian, you cultivate rampant. To deal with you, the three of us are enough. Kill. With that said, this Jintian Tao Father trio mobilized their peak battle power and directly surrounded Yi Xian. It's comparable to the third grade second heavenly emperor realm. This emperor will show you who is the real mole. Shun. In a flash, only Yixian stretched out a finger in the direction of those three people, gently pointing. Those three people actually once again fixed in place in the void. Can't move the slightest bit. And in the next second, Yixian's figure descended directly above their heads. Feet stepping on the void. Suppressing the world. Feeling Yixian's terrifying to the extreme inquisitive aura. This Shintian Daofather was shocked to the extreme before he exclaimed in shock. A peak 9th grade 2nd Heavenly Emperor. You. How is it possible for you to progress so quickly? It's impossible. That servant venerable was also taken aback at this moment. A peak 9th grade 2nd Heavenly Emperor realm. Even in the upper realms. That was an absolute expert. The upper realm could carry the heavenly Tao. But several heavens of the Emperor realm, despite being there, were in the minority. Especially after that great battle back then. The high-level Emperor realms, almost all of them, had fallen. Of course, they had stayed in the lower realms for too long. How the upper world is now, they, too, do not know. What do you want? The pale servant venerable said in shock. An emperor's body of the 2nd Heavenly Emperor realm. This emperor has never touched it before. Your divine sense and Tao rules are still of great use to this emperor. Obviously. The entire bodies of these 3 2nd Heavenly Emperor realms were all treasures. Their techniques, Tao rules, senses, blood qi, collections, and emperor bodies. None of them were supreme treasures. After refining them, that kind of achievement would far exceed that of an unusual supreme ancient emperor. After sensing Yi Xian's true killing chance, that Jintian Daofather also exclaimed, Master, save us. And this sentence of address also completely exposed the true origin of this heaven-slaying Daofather. No wonder he knew quite a lot and cultivated the heaven-slaying secret method. No wonder he was able to stand out in the era of the 10 great ancient exalted ones. With astonishing talents such as the Supreme Tao Lord and the Endless Tao Lord not being able to do anything to him. An existence that could allow 2 true emperor realms that carried the 2nd Heavenly Tao to be treated as equals. Other than the person behind this Heavenly Tao Zenith who could be like this. Who else could be like this? He can't come. Right at this moment, a one-eyed being suddenly appeared within this void. And with an ancient Tao bell with one eye, he ruthlessly smashed into that so-called hall of reception. It's you! I can't believe you're still alive. Daofather Jintian was shocked. How could he not expect that this being still exists? Back then, he was clearly hit by the transformation exaltation technique. So how could he still be alive? Zhan Tian Daozuan was shocked. Seeing this person, he understood that his master, perhaps he really couldn't descend. This one-eyed being knew too much and, back then, was terrifying. I used the 2nd Heaven's great Tao and half of the Emperor's body as the refining source, returning the favor of this Taoist bell containing you. This Tao Zhou. You shouldn't be here. Your way. Not here. Scatter. Saying that, the Tao bell with one eye blossomed with golden light. And the endless pressure radiated out completely, directly smashing into that hall of reception. The aura of that hall of reception was completely wrapped up. And right at this moment, that withered wood vine actually reappeared, directly blocking that one-eyed Tao bell. The withered wood vine at this time also emitted a ghostly light. And a rather terrifying aura directly emanated out, pressing towards the one-eyed being. It looked quite angry. How dare you really betray me? That withered wood vine let out a cold drink. Anger. Overflowing. It was obvious that this one-eyed being, too, did have a great deal of origin. Back then, You adopted me, taught me techniques, and counted me as a master. This love, on the occasion of the great wars of the generations, I've paid you back. This one-eyed being also didn't say anything more in that back then. He was indeed that person's disciple as well. Delighted great disciple. He did not belong to the beings of the upper realms. Nor did he belong to that legendary realm. However, at the time of birth, it was illuminated by a ray of Hongmeng immortal light, causing it to directly shed its mortal body and take on half the qualities of an immortal body. Chapter 78. The road to the upper world is long. That was an immortal body. A rare sight in the ages. Even in the upper realm, one could not encounter one for almost as many epochs. However, it was a pity that he was born in this lower realm where none of the Tao of laws were complete. And thus, the immortal body was unable to realize its true accomplishments. However, for that person, it was a full replacement body. As a result, this one-eyed being became that person's first disciple. And in fact, from the very beginning, that person was devoted to him. Many feats and techniques that transcended the realm of humanism were also imparted to him. This caused him to quickly certify as a great emperor. And in the realm of humanity, he achieved the ultimate transcendence. And because of his own close to flawless immortal body, his cultivation rose directly, far surpassing that of an unusual great emperor, ancient emperor. However, he did not appear in the human world, but only practiced hard in the deep mountains and wilderness, in the forbidden area and forbidden land, because he wanted to help his master to really get out of the trap. Only later, along with the immortal body, account shall not be flawless and perfect, or even close to a great accomplishment. He was also really sure of the way his master had gotten out of the trap. All this time, it turned out, he was just a substitute. A substitute to become the master's substitute after reaching the realm of perfection and flawlessness. The immortal body, not belonging to him per se, but merely a substitute, recalling his master's kindness in taking care of and teaching him. For a moment, it was difficult for him to part with it. And in the end, he chose to chop off his immortal body and chop off his Tao. In this way, he returned the favor of the master's upbringing and teaching. And due to its origin as an immortal body, even if it was chopped off, it was birthed into a rare extreme Tao imperial armament, even said to be able to be called an immortal artifact. This was because the origin thing for refining this Tao bell, aside from some heavenly materials, was not similar to Yi Xian's copper coffin, which was refined with the emperor body of a great emperor, ancient emperor. Instead, he decapitated his immortal body. That was an existence that was truly close to immortals with each other. As long as it is associated with this word, it transcends the realm of humanity. So, this Tao bell with one eye is, in a way, himself. Thus, an artifact that existed so much and smashed into that hall of reception would have this kind of power. I knew you wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, I'll blow up this bell myself. Send you origin. And get out of here. After hearing the words of this one-eyed being, that withered wood vine seemed to be afraid as well. He was very clear about his situation. If this Tao bell really exploded itself, then the hall of reception where this projection had descended would surely blow up completely as well. And, to its origin, it would also be a huge impact. Are you crazy? To betray the master for this man. Half of the immortal body directly exploded. Do you know what that is? Don't you ever think about your future path? Immortal body must have supreme achievements. That withered wood vine also roared anxiously. The more anxious he was, the more it showed how worried he was. And at the same time, it also showed how precious that Tao bell which was practiced with half of the immortal body. Was. My mind is made up. Master. This is the last time my disciple will address you as such. If I don't die, I will come to you. This one-eyed being said decisively. And then, his hands quickly formed a seal. And then, the huge Tao bell, blinking one eye, rapidly expanded. Endless Tao rules appeared. And there were many differences from the humanity emperor's aura. It can only be more transcendent. More transcendent feeling. This is enough to see that this bell does have the aura of the immortal domain. Which means that it would be a pity if this bell were to explode just like that. However, along with the completion of the hand seals of the one-eyed being, that Tao bell directly received the withered wood vines. And then smashed into that hall of reception. Completely exploding. The huge explosion fluctuated. And even the entire void was blown up and destabilized. And even the foundation of the 3000 Tao state was shaken. Above that vastness of the heavens, there seemed to be a circle of ripples rapidly appearing. And then endless energy fluctuations instantly emanated. A huge void crack also appeared directly. After that kind of void crack appeared, an extremely pure energy with endless pressure directly appeared. And then immediately blasted towards that hall of reception. Immediately afterward, a large pale golden handprint directly descended from the sky and grabbed at the Tao bell of that one-eyed being. With such a might, everyone did not have the slightest doubt that even a peak great emperor would completely fall under this hand. So, who would the being be that could have such an intimidating presence be? It could only be the true master of this hall of reception. That one-eyed being and the master of the heaven-slaying Tao Lord. Master! Help me! Jintian Daozuan felt this breath. Instantly had a bottom line belonging to himself. Because he knew very well that his own master, even if he had been in a deep state of spiritual nourishment. However, it was also far from being comparable to an ordinary second sky emperor. Blasphemer! Damn you! A terrifying sound fluctuation even came from that big golden handprint. And it seemed that just by hearing that sound, one could feel a kind of fear and trembling from the soul. This kind of might was exactly the same as the supreme Dharma decree from before the foreign domain. This once again caused Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others to be astonished. For the rest of their lives, for so many epochs, they had, indeed, felt it so closely. In this aspect of one's world, there was, really, a legendary, immortal realm level. This big golden handprint was too powerful. Even if that Tao bell was going to explode itself, it was under the shroud of this big golden handprint. The clock was about to explode into pieces. But it slowly healed again. Master! Suppress them! King's Landing in the 3000 Tao states. The Jintian Daozun shouted. And the two servants Zunis narrowed their eyes slightly under such an aura. When they followed this person back then, this person hadn't been seriously injured yet. And with that kind of might, even among all the existences that had visited the upper realm, he was still a leader. Ever since this person was inexplicably injured, there was an epoch in which tens of thousands of years passed with barely any breath of life, needing endless chi and blood essences to contain and replenish. At that time, the two of them, the servant exalted, had wanted to attack and kill this so-called immortal. But unfortunately, all their movements were so ridiculous in front of this severely injured person. So they followed him until now. Even more so for the sake of the endless blood chi and that so-called origin, came to this lower world. Now, it seemed that this person's strength, which had recovered a lot, was, at the very least, effortless to deal with this Xian emperor in front of him. And right at this moment, looking at the large hand that was about to suppress the Tao bell, Yi Xian also stomped the ground with a rather domineering foot. The endless void exploded. and a great emperor rune appeared instantly. And then, it enveloped all three of that heaven-slamming Tao Father. Immortal? A lingering remnant of an immortal. Your chi and blood is still less than 2 or 3/10 of this emperor's. If you have the guts, this emperor will descend and this emperor will behead you. Refine. Saying that, Yi Xian directly waved his big hand. And the endless runes instantly devoured the three people of that Zhan Tian Tao Father quickly. Majestic chi and blood. Tao rules. Runes. Veins. And emperor bodies began to emanate within Yi Xian's Dharma formation. And then, a steady stream of them were swallowed up by the origin bronze coffin. Chapter 79, The Remnant Immortal. Even ran away? To know this kind of existence is supreme treasure. That was quite useful even for the current Yi Xian. Master, help me. My lord, help. The three Zhan Tian Daozuan's entire body was about to be disarmed. And they were not able to help but be horrified to the extreme. However, they were surprised that the large handprint above the void did not care about them in the slightest. Instead, he straightly grabbed the Tao bell that was about to explode and poured out everything he had to take this Tao bell into his own possession. Master, you. Seeing this scene, that heaven-splitting Taoist was greatly disappointed. How was this possible? He himself was going to be completely refined. And he had schemed for more than one epoch for his master. To renew and delay the master's life with his own gifted Tao lineage. And to make up for the master's recovery with his own gains. However, now, in the face of his own perilous situation, the master teacher was even concerned about that clock in the first place? He knew very well that it was for that half of the immortal body. He had long since obtained the other half of his immortal body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dare to descend from there. So struttingly, into these 3,000 Tao states, it would be of great use in his recovery. Therefore, his aim was this yet another half of his immortal body. As long as he refined this half of his immortal body, his injuries, at least, could be restored to 70%. At that time, even if he reached the upper realm, who, again, could help him? So how could he miss this opportunity? Chopper, Master has taught you the arts. This time, you will stop him for Master. With that said, the large golden handprint instantly grabbed the Tao bell. And then, with a fierce grip, directly engulfed the Tao bell. And that withered wood vine also instantly grew on top of that big golden handprint. And the hall of reception, after all, also slowly dissipated. What? He just retreated? When Emperor Dan and the others saw this scene, they were also shocked. What was the situation? This remnant immortal. He doesn't even make a move? Straight away, you get the Taoist bell and start retreating quickly? Seeing Emperor Yi Xian standing there, he actually didn't even dare to appear and have a real battle with Emperor Yi Xian? So, could this be taken to mean that he, the current him, was afraid of fighting an existence as vast in chi and blood as the Xian Emperor? Xian Di. Just how far have you grown? Surprisingly, the Remnant Immortal has scared the Remnant Immortal into leaving behind 3 followers with the status of second Heavenly Emperor. And this father does not dare to descend. Or even to fight with you. Yi Xian. This seat. There are more important matters. The next time we meet, your emperor body and essence blood will become the sustenance of this emperor. And right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared next to the large golden handprint of that void crack. And then, with a vicious finger, he directly pointed down. Now that I'm here, I have to leave something behind. Emperor destroy. A heavenly guideline instantly appeared. and then transformed into a metaphysical black sword chi that directly chopped at the pale golden large handprint. Chop for this emperor. The terrifying pressure was not even the slightest bit weaker than the light golden handprint. Could it be that the Xian Emperor's battle power was already able to go against the grain of the felling immortals? Even if it was a crippled immortal, it was still an immortal. Yi Xian. You are reckless. The pale golden large handprint said in a cold voice. And then, endless golden light emanated out, directly blocking Yi Xian's Xian black large handprint. Chop. Rumble. A violent explosion appeared. And that kind of energy shockwave directly caused everyone to all fall back out several stars. Spara thought. They were all in for quite a shock. From this, it was possible to see just how terrifying the impact of this strike was. Immediately afterward, they saw that a large, pale golden hand seemed to have broken its connection from the deepest part of that void and, afterward, crashed down. Instead, it was the withered wood vine, wrapped around the Dao Bell, that took advantage of this opportunity and directly disappeared into the void. And then came the extremely angry voice of that remnant immortal. Yi Xian. Unbridled. Dare to behead this seat's spirit body. When this seat descends, you'll be waiting to be drawn and quartered. Seeing this scene, Emperor Dan and the others were even more shocked because, after all, Yi Xian had really chopped off that immortal spirit body. Looking at the light golden falling large handprint, everyone, all of them, sucked in a breath of cool air. Against the odds of war against the immortals. Does this really exist? This for Xian Emperor. The speed of growth was so fast that it simply caused everyone to look at him sideways. Following him would, perhaps, really go to a considerable height. And right at this moment, that endless void crack also closed. It seems that remnant immortal completely retreated. Right now, he was unable to reach this realm due to some reason of restriction. But it was also at this moment, outside that void, there was suddenly a violent fluctuation. And that fluctuation, through the void, was all about endless energy. That vast, majestic, and terrifying aura was enough to surpass the combined efforts of all the supreme ancient emperors present. Looking closely, the other side of that endless void looked like a transparent mirror image. The thunder and lightning were unusually terrifying. And it was also at this moment that that one-eyed being, too, completely exploded. The original just remaining one eye was also as immediately congested and converging. And it exploded straight away. And along with such an explosion, the aura of that one-eyed being immediately shriveled and lost all vitality. The woman from the nine-tailed Skyfox clan behind her was also rushing to protect this one-eyed being. And the remaining 3 venerable masters who followed this one-eyed being all rushed over as well. Grandpa! My lord! Obviously, this one-eyed being thoroughly reserved his hand. Although he was not an immortal body anymore, he contained a part of his own origin immortal crystal within his own eye. Become one with the eyes that were refined on that clock. The supreme link that belonged to the origin of the immortal body. In other words, he was waiting for this moment. He had known for a long time that that remnant immortal would definitely refine his immortal body. Therefore, he refined this law early on, using the origin immortal crystal in his own eyes to completely detonate his immortal body. The self-detonation of an immortal body Dao. Not to mention a crippled immortal. Even a true immortal would be quite affected. He's been wanting to get it over with for a long time. Only, after doing so, what was left of his life essence would also completely blow up. Beyond that void, there seemed to exist an endless roaring sound. It was that remnant immortal hissing. He must have been seriously injured again. But yet, he was even more afraid to descend here. And at this moment, Yi Xian also hurriedly slightly came over, using the endless essence blood of that heavenly Tao Father Zhentian and the others to replenish this one-eyed being. For this one-eyed being. And why are you doing this? Yi Xian opened his mouth and asked. Great Emperor, thanks to you sending me pills to awaken my immortal origin, I have completely sacrificed with 1,000 years of longevity and blown up the origin immortal body. He, if he doesn't die, will be seriously injured. It turned out that although this one-eyed being had been keeping this move, due to the slow loss of his qi and blood, his essence and blood were no longer able to perform this move with an accurate grasp. If it wasn't for the beginner's Dan given by Yi Xian. Thus, the other has sufficient longevity and essence blood. Then, this move, I'm afraid, can't be performed so smoothly. Chapter 80 Different Paths. 1. Origin. Great Emperor, I can see that your Emperor's coffin is at the point of metamorphosis. It cannot be used hastily. If it absorbs the spiritual essence of that one hand, vital to the metamorphosis of the imperial coffin. This one-eyed being knew a lot. Even surpassing Zhang Tian Daozuan, after all. He himself had been an immortal body and had been illuminated by immortal light. It could be seen that Yi Xian's origin bronze coffin was refined despite having the bodies of dozens of great ancient emperors, as well as accumulated generations of emperor soldiers and great emperor laws. But ultimately, without that level of law, metamorphosing, it was too slow. One of Yi Xian's important purposes for going to the immortal burial plateau this time and finding that path was to utilize the remaining immortal origin qi inside, to promote the true metamorphosis of this emperor's coffin. Therefore, this one-eyed being was using this hand to both end his grudge against his master and return Yi Xian's favor of 2 beginner's pills. Ahem. My life, which began in the smallest of ways, is better than the heavens. In the early years, with the immortal body origin, I was able to straddle the 10,000 realms. But in the end, it was just a dust-up. What the Great One has gone will go far. This massive consciousness has the origin of everything I know. You the Great. It must be useful. I hope that after I'm gone, the Great Emperor will bring these children back there. Obviously, this one-eyed being existed with an element of entrusting an orphan. In front of him, even these few pale and unrecognizable venerable beings all call it a child. Grandpa. My lord. The 9-tailed skyfox as well as the venerable broken sword and the others all cried out because this one-eyed being was too badly injured. Even the current Yi Xian had no other choice. I have a method. Senior. What is your name? At those words, the one-eyed being coughed, seemingly recalling a memory from long ago. Chang Shang. Lu Changsheng. Saying that, this Lu Changsheng was completely transformed into a rain of light. And there came this old man's amiable smile. Rarely this piece of light rain, even can another ancient emperor, feel their own transformation. There are thousands of laws can sense out. Obviously, this old man, this Lu Changsheng who possessed an immortal body, had stepped out on a different path. He wasn't a great emperor of the second sky, just a peak great emperor. But his reign of fragmented light actually had the laws of that realm in it. His body, even after chopping off his immortal body, was undergoing a qualitative change in the slow accumulation. This kind of path, which originated from the burial immortal plateau where he existed. This kind of path, which touched Yi Xian, was also quite great. Therefore, this Lu Changsheng, indeed, had stepped out on a different path. And he was, well, Extraordinary. This emperor will completely dream big for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. All the members of my Xianting ministry, when this is over, will be the people they think of, and the realm they think of. Set up temples and sacrifices in all walks of life, and wait for this emperor to reflect the heavens. Lu Changsheng and that deserted immortal path had touched Yi Xian greatly. So there were some things that it was time to put on the agenda. And at this moment, that Jintian Daozuan 3 people is also completely absorbed and refined. At this moment, the Emperor Pass actually really have a change. It was a relatively obscure fluctuation that even an ordinary great emperor, ancient emperor, might not be able to discover without careful perception, because at the same time as the fluctuation of the imperial Tao laws, surprisingly, he was swallowed up by this obscure fluctuation. In these 10,000 paths of the heavens, what is it that can completely counteract the great emperor's laws? Of course, this metamorphosis was not yet complete, and would require Yi Xian to thoroughly refine the senses, as well as the spirit body of that remnant immortal, perhaps, before it could be truly completed. And that completion, too, will take some time. The 9-tailed sky fox and the other 4 supreme beings were considered to have joined the Xian court in this regard. And their purpose was, quite simply, to set up a temple for Lu Changsheng and establish a dojo, according to Yi Xian, utilizing their laws. They intertwined a lot of scenes that had a lot to say about Lu Changsheng here, helping to mirror the real Lu Changsheng. And this war of intrigue against Xianting ended with the 6 supreme beings of the Yama floating earth. Yi Xian simply didn't bother to take care of them. The supreme beings of Xianting, if they couldn't even fight such a sniping battle, then they wouldn't be able to deal with the situation in the future. This time, he had searched for quite a few good things, enough to refine a variety of extreme Tao imperial artifacts. Thus, he also looked at Emperor Dan before opening his mouth. After those 6 supreme beings of the Yama floating earth are killed, you will personally refine the pills. Remember the floating earth origin in Yama's floating earth? Fetch it for this emperor. After cleaning up the situation here, give your emperor weapon materials. To this emperor, give this emperor 100 years' time. And in 100 years' time, this emperor will preach here. With that, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. And with the bronze coffin, he directly left this place. And the place he went to was none other than the immortal burial plateau. Because here, there was indeed a trace of the immortal Tao's laws remaining. If the refining metamorphosis were to take place there, perhaps it would be twice as effective with half the effort. The current Yi Xian, after the hammering of that deserted immortal path, had not only discovered the great mystery, but more importantly, after fighting with some remnants, his cultivation, too, had officially reached the peak of the 9th rank of the 2nd Heavenly Emperor. After this retreat, he would officially begin a new expedition to certify the 3 heavens, 4 heavens, or even higher. Just like this, Yi Xian arrived at the burial immortal plateau. As for the outside world, the 6 supreme emperors of the Yama floating earth, even though they were also extraordinary, the supreme ancient emperors of the Xianting all had their own aura. One-on-one against the enemy. Even though some people were seriously injured. In the end, they all killed the 6 supreme beings of that Yama floating earth. Besides, it had been too many years since they had engaged in a real life and death struggle. A fierce battle of such intensity, even if the limit eventually sublimated, promoted a ray of life within them. Not similar to the refining of pills. As if it was a new birth within the bloodline with great benefits. In particular, seeing a true remnant immortal touched them greatly. Just like that, when the battle in Xianting was over, Emperor Dan also summoned the 24 Xian Ting supreme beings and began to lay out Yi Xian's tasks. Fellow Taoists, this great battle, coupled with the previous great battle in the foreign realm, has touched us quite a bit. Emperor Xian has officially opened the metamorphosis retreat. It may take 100 years or more for him to come out again. We will then be in this stage. And we will feel it on our own. Waiting for His Majesty the Xian Emperor's sermon preaching. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded. And then, the Xintian ancient exalt also spoke. The Xian Emperor's words of reflecting the heavens. We, with the supreme law, will begin to hammer away within this 100 years. And afterward, reflect a world which belongs to our mind. For such a law, the crowd felt incredible because, even though they had already reached the realm of the great Emperor Supreme, they were simply unable to do such a thing. But what they didn't know, and yet knew, was that this, perhaps, was the Xian Emperor's strongest law. A great dream for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. Just like that, the supreme beings of the Xian court were also personally visiting all the great Tao states, especially their birthplaces, and the places where they had conquered back then. Even as great emperors and ancient emperors. In their hearts, when they opened up after many years of dust, they still had a trace of expectation for that past memory. The great dream of the ages. Is it a dream or a reincarnation? Reflecting the heavens? Is it the reappearance of living beings or the birth of a new life? In fact, none of it is known. And all they have to do is work hard to prepare for all the elements. Chapter 81, A True Metamorphosis. Fellow Taoists, it seems that the Supreme Dan is extremely important to us at the moment. With 100 years of precipitation, I wouldn't dare to have the certainty of truly refining it successfully. I also ask you two fellow Taoists to protect me and refine a true Supreme Dan. Emperor Dan had been entrusted by Yi Xian, and was also planning to thoroughly sacrifice the 6 supreme beings of that Yama floating earth, which was also an important test for his own ability to truly bring his Dan Dao domain to the Emperor level. And then, Supreme Star of Heaven and Supreme Star of Heaven and Xian were also prepared to guard the Dan Emperor, using the peripheral star formation to guard the starry sky where the alchemy was taking place, with considerable benefits in place. With that, all the supreme beings of Xian Ting, too, began their respective preparations. At the same time, in the 3000 Taoist prefecture, on the immortal burial plateau, an abandoned roadside seemed to be surrounded by immortal light and mist, and an emperor's aura rippled out. Yi Xian closed his eyes tightly and sat here. In front of him was the bronze and basalt black copper coffin, appearing all calm and standing opposite to Yi Xian in space. However, if one looked carefully, it seemed that one would find that the circumference of this copper coffin was absorbing a channel of essence, and its color and breath were slowly changing. At this moment, in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it seemed as if there were thousands of Tao rules flowing, and there seemed to be beings that did not belong to this realm that were fighting. A living spirit evolves the world in the palm of his hand, and a living spirit transforms the world in his sleeve. 3,000 suns, moons, mountains and rivers, and immortal light all over the 9 states. The mist is heavy and fairy-like. A line of Tao. A piece of auspicious clouds appeared. Flowers were born all over the place. And the lotus in the void appeared. It was a kind of enlightenment. And even more so, a kind of exploration of the Tao. Yi Xian's surrounding body, also at this moment, slowly began to undergo a metamorphosis. A little bit of time passed. Yi Xian opened his eyes. His hair was even covered in dust. Who would have thought that this simple closing of the eyes would be a period of 200 years? However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, He got up and walked to the front of that bronze coffin. And then he was staring at it carefully as a great avenue spread out. A scripture revolved and a law intertwined. It was such a stare that 100 years could not help but fly by. Finally, at this moment, no matter if it was Yi Xian or that bronze coffin, it seemed that both were ordinary beyond ordinary. It belongs to the kind that cannot be found in the mundane, and is considered to be a real return to the basics. Return to the self in heaven and earth. Find the self. And then in the transcendental self. The supreme self. It counts as a new kind of Tao and a new kind of metamorphosis. And then, with a wave of Yi Xian's hand, corresponding heavenly treasures appeared around him, along with the imperial artifacts and materials collected by the great emperors of the Xian court. Obviously, he was going to start truly sacrificing weapons. And with his current strength and refining prowess, he was able to truly sacrifice a true extreme Tao Emperor's warrior. Moreover, it wasn't just an extreme Tao imperial armament of the first heavenly Tao, but an extreme Tao imperial armament with the second heavenly Tao or even up to the second heavenly Tao. However, this also had a rather difficult situation. So Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. When the sacrifice truly began, around Yi Xian's body, majestic spiritual energy began to converge. And an artifact spirit instantly converged out. There were tripods, bells, flags, immortal swords, and formations. And along with a wave of Yi Xian's large hand, 3 rather extraordinary auras directly manifested within this sacrificed artifact spirit. A yin and a yang flowed at a rapid pace. The refining heaven ancient formation intertwined horizontally and horizontally. And the first killing formation was filled with a murderous aura. Obviously, Yi Xian was going to thoroughly fuse the secret treasure secret techniques of the Supreme Tao Father, Primordial Tao Father, and Tongtian Tao Father within this newly to be refined 5 Tao extreme Tao Emperor soldier. The strength of these 3 ancient exalted ones was quite extraordinary. And even when Yi Xian arrived at his current position, he still held these 3 in high esteem and was quite admiring. He became more and more convinced that the 3 Daozuan supreme imperial soldiers were by no means purely derived from this void, but had great origins with great chances. However, along with the subsequent enemies encountered would be of a higher and higher realm. The mere yin-yang diagram. Heaven refining ancient formation and the first killing formation might not be able to do enough. Therefore, Yi Xian intended to mobilize his most extreme heavenly Tao power to bring all of the imperial artifacts together. Completely. It had to be said that this was quite a bold idea. Because since the beginning of the ages, no one had ever been able to take different imperial artifacts and completely fuse them together. And at this moment, Yi Xian officially started refining. Any great emperor's extreme Tao imperial soldier would have its own consciousness. And trying to refine and fuse it would be the equivalent of grinding down a supreme extreme Tao imperial soldier. Of grinding down an original divine consciousness belonging to a great emperor's boarding. This possessed considerable difficulty for any peak great emperor. However, for the current Yi Xian, it was not difficult to do. He first expressed his respect to some of the worthy emperor's soldier divine thoughts before mobilizing his rumbling emperor might and completely melting these extreme Tao emperor soldiers. An extremely terrifying aura spread throughout the starry sky. And the entire burial immortal plateau was filled with endless terrifying fluctuations. And in this process, a small piece of the Yama floating earth's origin floating earth was searched for by Emperor Dan and the others. With the power of divine thoughts, it was transmitted to Yi Xian. The origin of this Yama floating earth is very mysterious. Concerning the mysterious hell, the focus is with this so-called origin floating earth. Those supreme beings that hibernated with this place relied on this origin floating earth to parasitize them. And the effectiveness of the origin floating earth was much more powerful than divine origin and the like. It was even said that as long as one invested one's divine thoughts in this origin floating earth, one's lifespan would be prolonged to some extent. or even that one's strength, for that matter, grows. The extraordinary nature of this origin floating soil could be seen from this. And in addition, this origin floating soil, according to rumors, had a considerable connection with the origin of this world. Even with the origins of the otherworldly realm. It is of the same origin. Back then, the Yama Emperor of Yama floating earth was said to have originated from the real hell. And Yi Xian thought that the Yama Emperor, after examining it, should really come from the hell. But this hell, no longer belonging to the ancient hell. He knew a lot of things. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought out Yama floating earth. With a piece of origin floating soil, it is to create the Yama floating soil that can almost be called the first forbidden area. This Yama Emperor is indeed extraordinary. It was only later that heaven-splitting Tao Lord was assisted by those two servant venerables to kill that Yen Luo Emperor. And from that, the strength of that Yen Luo Emperor was able to be known. It was just that. In Zhan Tian Daozuan's divine thoughts, he knew very little about the Hellmouth and Emperor Yen Luo. Even Yi Xian's search of divine sense only revealed that one of his purposes in beheading the Yen Luo Emperor and entering the Yen Luo floating earth was to hide himself. The other purpose was this piece of origin floating earth, which was given to that remnant immortal to restore his own strength. However, for some unknown reason, that remnant immortal surprisingly did not have this piece of origin floating earth under his command, which was not accounted for in the divine thoughts of both the heaven-splitting Taoist venerable and that servant venerable. Therefore, Yi Xian still had a lot of situations to figure out. Just like this. Along with Yi Xian's refining, time passed quickly. In a flash, 100 years passed in an instant. And within the external void, Emperor Dan violently opened his eyes, while Supreme Emperor Tianxian and Supreme Emperor Tianqing on the side also opened their eyes. Chapter 82 Xin Ting's True Strength. A golden light accompanied by endless majestic energy rapidly converged. And then, within this void, 6 round-bodied pills were also manifested. Those rune veins, those fluctuations in breath. It was a true Supreme Dan. The Dan Emperor, with the assistance of the two Supreme Beings, had finally refined a true Supreme Dan. Although in some ways, the medicinal effect of the Supreme Dan was a bit weaker than the Supreme Dan that Yi Xian had refined. However, the successful refining of these 6 pills was also enough to prove that Emperor Dan's true Dan Dao cultivation had thoroughly reached the Great Emperor realm. Or even the peak of this realm. This time's pill refinement was quite an achievement for Emperor Dan and Supreme Emperor Tianxian and Supreme Emperor Tianqing. In a flash, several hundred years had passed. And for Emperor Dan and the other supreme beings of the Xian court, during these 400 years, they had continuously improved their strength. And then, in accordance with Yi Xian's sublicense, in the 10,000 worlds and heavens, set up a temple reflection, their own for the people and events of that year. All of them with the Emperor's Tao law to review. In the long river of history, leaving traces belonging to them. And right at this moment, they also sensed the endless fluctuations coming from the place where that immortal burial plateau was located. When they thought of that time more than 500 years ago, when Yi Xian refined Emperor artifacts and Emperor Dawn, these people were still holding a wait-and-see attitude. But this time, not a single one of them was unconvinced. Xian Di will definitely be able to refine it successfully. As for the strength of the 24 Xian Ting Supreme Beings, not only were they more refined than before, but it was even said that several of them existed during these 400 years, despite not being able to certify the Tao again. However, its battle power, was able to approach the battle power of the peak of the 8th grade of the first heavenly hall after the limit sublimation. That Battle Emperor, Stone Emperor, Golden Rock Emperor, Xintian Ancient Exalt, and heavenly pivot supreme exalt had even reached the peak of the 9th grade. At this moment, even if they weren't limit ascension, they were still quite confident. And it was a confidence of unrivaled battle power. Taking that heaven beheading Dao Zun in Servant Zun, the War Emperor, heaven suppressing Ancient Zun, Stone Emperor and the others were confident that if they encountered them now, they could be beheaded if they fought to the death. This kind of progress was mainly derived from the Tao of sense that Yi Xian had left them. They thoroughly understood that the 1 heavens to the 9 heavens, to the 12 heavens, was the power of the Tao of this great world. The 3,000 Tao states, the 10,000 realms and the heavens were, in Yi Xian's opinion, the origin worlds of this great world. However, after the Great War that had occurred an unknown number of epochs ago, all the worlds, almost all of them, had been pierced. Therefore, after the Jedi heaven and earth passage, this realm divided into countless heavens and earths. The way, too, is not quite the same. Above them, there was the upper world. But the path was impassable. And it required an existence with heavenly cultivation to perhaps reach the teleportation between the 2 worlds with the help of a spell formation. Few people could penetrate the passage between these 2 realms simply by using their own power. And in that upper realm, the cultivation laws and paths with supreme existences were the path that Yi Xian would take. Perhaps this path, as of now, is the only one that people from the 3,000 paths state can attempt to walk. Because the existence of this origin world was able to use the origin heavenly Tao to derive a new great Tao. In other words, they were able to carry the heavenly Tao once again because their own Tao, derived from the Tao of the origin world. Of course, this path still needed Yi Xian to keep trying. Why is that foreign realm, for example, so powerful? Because that side of the world, which was barely crumbling, had a supreme being who controlled the great Tao rule, guarding that side of the world. Perhaps the upper realms of this realm had powers that could counter that foreign realm. And where the 3,000 paths state is currently located is, in fact, relatively easy to describe. This world was at the most basic position of the 10,000 paths, and around it was a chaotic great world that carried the power of countless Tao rules, reformed after it had collapsed due to the Great War. And above its surroundings wrapped an upper realm capable of connecting to that fabled world of the immortals. On the other side of the upper realm was the vast and endless other realm. And the other realm was at war with this side of the 3,000 Tao states because of the war with them a long time ago. However, in the way of the laws of the realm and the warring battle lines, the current exotic realm and the primordial imperial pass of the 3,000 Tao states were only partially in contact with part of the junction line. Why is the supreme of the other world not able to visit this side of the world in person? One reason came from the rejection of the Tao. And the other reason was simple to understand. Because the direction of the primordial imperial pass was nothing more than the most marginal and borderline region of the foreign domain. Moreover, within this, not only was the chaotic realm of the 10,000 paths blocked, but there were also some areas of the upper realm. As long as this reason was understood, then Yi Xian dared to know that within a few hundred years and nearly 1,000 years, the foreign domain would not have any big movements. And this time period is the opportunity that belongs to them. Therefore, the 24 supreme beings of the Xin Ting, over the past few hundred years, had also often sat and realized the Tao, exchanging their feelings and laws with each other. They are all quite rewarding. All of them. Just like that. A flash. Another 500 years passed. 500 years from the last Great War. Just such a snap of the fingers. Finally, in the direction of the immortal burial plateau, the Emperor Tao Dragon Might roared out. Immediately afterward, the Supreme Beings realized that in the direction of the immortal burial plateau, 5 imperial weapons carrying the ultimate destructive aura had quickly flown here. It was a huge cauldron with a dark green body, with the flow of Xianhuang Mother Qi, as if it was able to contain heaven and earth. And its might was shocking to the extreme. There were 36 otherworldly immortal swords that appeared, and each one of them was no less than or even surpassed the 7 slaying swords of that day's heavenly bastard. A supreme exalt exclaimed in shock. Is this that legendary immortal execution sword formation? Another mastery belonging to the Tong Tian Dao Father? However, they could clearly find that the power of these 36 absolute immortal swords was afraid to surpass too many of those ancient and modern holy name to the extreme immortal execution sword formations. On top of that, there was a fiery red flag inscribed with yin and yang runes that flew here. Not only was there a flow of yin and yang qi on it, there was also an endless pressure of flames that seemed to evolve the origin and burn out the heavens. And then, a Dao bell engraved with endless runes reappeared, buzzing and flashing with golden light as it flew in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, there was an overwhelming formation diagram that seemed to contain endless killing auras and vertical great battles, interlacing and manifesting within the circumvallation of the void. Even a supreme being wouldn't dare to step in easily, because they didn't doubt for a second that such a worldly formation could easily wipe them out completely. Oh my god. This is actually 5 pieces of Supreme Emperor soldiers. Can't even call it rare, the Stone Emperor said with such emotion. And then, looking towards his own original imperial artifact, the heaven-shaking stone halberd, he himself said with a self-deprecating smile, I'm like a child's burning stick. To be able to make the Stone Emperor, who had always prided himself on being invincible, sigh so much, then it wasn't hard to make clear just how invincible the artifact that Yi Xian had refined this time was. Fellow Daoist, the shocking stone halberd has your own intentions, so why be presumptuous? At this moment, Yi Xian's voice also came out. And then, after a few steps across the void, after 500 years, he once again appeared in front of the Xian court's supreme beings carrying 5 Supreme Emperor soldiers. Chapter 83, The Great Dream of the 10,000 Years. Reflecting the heavens. We pay our respects to the Great Emperor. Seeing Yi Xian stepping into the air, all the supreme beings also clasped their fists and saluted with considerable respect, which stemmed from the recognition of Emperor Xian's strength, and from the thick sense of belonging to the Xian court. This was because they knew that as early as 500 years ago, this Xian Emperor's strength had already reached the peak realm of the second heavenly Tao. With 500 years of precipitation and accumulation, his cultivation could only be taken to the next level. Fellow Taoists, these past 500 years have been even more graceful. Yi Xian's words were not polite because he could see the refinement of these people. Sure enough, if the direction was clear, then any existence would have its own motivation to move forward. Your Majesty, these 5 imperial artifacts, can you introduce them to us? Emperor Dan also came forward and scrutinized carefully. He always felt that any one of these 5 imperial artifacts could easily suppress him. Even the current Stone Emperor wasn't enough to look at. Hearing this, Yi Xian also spoke. The imperial artifact is for enhancing my Xian Ting's strength, and it can be a battle with a great emperor of the second heavenly Tao. This sentence the other everyone was amazed. The second heavenly path of the great emperor can be a battle of the emperor artifacts, or even higher. Then, want to suppress them? These are now not strictly the first heavenly emperor. Wouldn't it be rather easy? Xian Ding, refined with innate essence, along with extreme emperor gold and the like, with a sense of the laws of the endless Tao Father and the violet gold Saint Emperor. In the abandoned path to immortality, I found a piece of fallen immortal light and integrated it. Listening to Yi Xian's introduction, all the supreme beings couldn't help but stare in disbelief. innate essence. That was the energy that existed at the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. It is unthinkable that in all the worlds and heavens since 10,000 lifetimes, one could still find such a pure energy? Immortal killing sword formation. With a sense of the immortal execution sword formation of Taoist Lord Ton Tian. It was refined with the true Emperor's Tao Gold in conjunction with the first killing formation. If there are 36 supreme beings in charge at the same time, they can obliterate the great emperors of the three heavens. Holy crap! This is too much of a shock. What kind of concept was it to obliterate a triple sky great emperor? Emperor Dan also joked at this time. Your Majesty, according to you, we will hold these 36 immortal swords and form the immortal killing sword formation. And exterminate you too? When these words came out, all the supreme beings were taken aback, looking at Emperor Dan with a meaning in their eyes. You're a fucking idiot. Aren't you? Emperor Dan also seemed to feel that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said awkwardly, Hey! Just kidding. And along with Yi Xian's introduction, the crowd also separately knew that the third one was for the refining immortal flag, fusing the endless flame power of the refining sky ancient formation. The fourth had been refined from Lu Chongqing's Dao Bell, which was the soul suppressor bell, focusing on attacks on the Yuanshan soul, and should never be underestimated even by an emperor realm existence. The last one was a formation that could be applied to match the immortal slaying sword formation. The heavenly Tao diagram. This place fused all the forbidden killing formations from ancient times that Yi Xian had referenced, and then blended 100 schools of thought to form a school of its own, using the Tao of heaven and earth as the force of evolution. Add the laws and become a map of the heavenly Tao. It could almost be said that with such a 5 Tao imperial artifact, even if one truly reached the upper realm, Xian Ting had considerable power to fight. It was because these 5 Tao imperial artifacts were sacrificed by Yi Xian by taking materials from the entire 3,000 Tao states and absorbing all the Gaijin Dharma formations and Tao rules since the beginning of the 10,000 years before they were sacrificed. Whether it was the Tao, the material, or the overall spiritual awareness, it was far from being comparable to a single material. Thus, the manifestation of these 5 imperial artifacts marked a great increase in Xian Ting's overall strength. The 24 Xian Ting supreme beings were in charge of each of these great killing weapons, and with their own laws. Not to say that they were fighting against the great emperor, ancient emperors of the second sky. Then, they were almost there. Great Emperor, you once said, reflecting the heavens, I wonder, are we still doing the right thing? Jintian Ancient Exalt also opened his mouth to inquire. And in his eyes, he was actually filled with a look of anticipation. He had also been invincible in an era, striking the 9 heavens above and the yellow springs below. The 10,000 races shared a common respect, and the Tao states bowed down, leaving their footprints in the river of years. A generation of invincible ancient exalted, branded in the memories of the heavens. That was the supreme splendor that belonged to him. But there is no end to the road, yet there is no way out. And there is no end to life, yet there is no way out. His own family and friends, in the long river of the ages, one after another, sat down in the void, failing to leave a single trace. And he could not reproduce that year even as a worldly venerable. Invincible in the world, yet endlessly lonely. In order to trace the memories of that year, he even traveled to the major ethnic groups to see the descendants of his former friends back then and trace the memories of that year. But the descendants are not the old people after all. Sentimental about the emperor's road Yen Liang since the ancient times. He, too, has come to the emperor's road to the late years. Immortality. Where exactly? The road. How exactly? He didn't know and he didn't understand. But there was one goal that could be determined. And that was to survive. Thus, he, who had cut himself, went against his original intention of becoming an emperor and becoming an honored one. But by now, Yi Xian's path and Tao, once again, allowed him to see the brightness and hope of the future. It wasn't simply him. The Stone Emperor and the others remained the same. They had all guarded the 10,000 clans and had been honored in 10,000 generations. And it had been thought that the imperial way existed and seemed to cut through the laws and emotions of the earthly world. But now it seemed that the memories that had slumbered in the long river of history were also awakening. And they too longed to see that picture of their own one-world dominance. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian smiled before his divine thoughts moved and he waved his big hand. Fellow Taoists, you may think of the picture you want to restore in your sea of consciousness. Hearing Yi Xian say so, all of them didn't dare to hesitate and immediately did as they were told. And sure enough, they felt a miraculous power of the Tao that permeated the heavens. And then, when they slowly opened their eyes, they were surprised to find a rather unbelievable scene. That is, the temples that were established all over the place, including the old buildings from before. Surprisingly, a fluctuation of divine thoughts and divine sense appeared. That divine thought, divine sense, they could clearly feel it, was the divine sense that the old man of that year had. Only, the current existence was only a divine idea. And its autonomous consciousness was still incomplete. Not even a true spirit body. Much less an entity. But it certainly gave them great faith. Who would have thought that there would be such a law since the beginning of time? Even an ordinary true immortal wouldn't dare to say that crossing the long river of time to mirror the ancient and modern future. There is a great cause and effect there. But Yi Xian, this invincible Xian emperor of the world, was actually able to do such a thing. Seeing the multiple places slowly manifesting their spiritual awareness, these supreme ancient emperors couldn't stand it any longer and immediately returned to their ancestral lands back then, using their own divine sense to probe, search, and communicate. It was only at this moment that they revealed how lonely they had been since the beginning of the ages. They are so eager to reunite and meet with their old friends and family. In response, Yi Xian also smiled faintly. The supreme ancient emperors were like that. And how could he, as an emperor, not be like that? A great dream for all ages. Reflecting the heavens. This technique was truly mystical and required constant comprehension. Chapter 84, Where the Immortals Are. The Way of the Tao. His figure changed, and he arrived at a vast ancestral land. The place where the Xianting was initially established back then, which was spread out and peaceful, although it did not have much spiritual awareness manifesting. However, Yi Xian understood that as long as his cultivation progressed more and more, even if the karma was great, all the Xianting ministries would descend. But, for the moment, the endless divine sense has not yet appeared, because the age of the dissipation of your Xianting's ministry is the closest. Karma, that is the biggest, so manifestation, perhaps, will be slow. But all in all, as long as it seems that the path of the great dream of the ancient worlds, reflecting the heavens, is correct at the moment, it will also be able to make clear how to go on with the future path. Just like that, when each supreme ancient emperor returned to Yi Xian's side, it seemed that their entire essence was different. Because, once again, they had found the mentality they had back then when they first proved themselves as emperors and kings, dreaming great dreams for the ages and reflecting the heavens. As long as their strength progressed more and more, then, those dreams of that year, one by one, have the possibility of realization. Xian Emperor's wonderful method. Xian Emperor's great virtue. We worship and thank you. Even if it was the Stone Emperor who was always not good at talking. This time, All of them could not help but be moved to pay their respects. This kind of wonderful method, since the beginning of the ages, it is really too much through and through. Yi Xian waved his hand because he was clear that even if he really went to the end of the road, he didn't want to guess back again when he looked back. His side was empty. Higher ground, perhaps, is what it feels like. Folks, we're on our way. And we're still going. Hearing Yi Xian say this, the Supreme Beings also understood that the Tao fruits that Emperor Xian was talking about next were the most refined senses in the heavens and earth, and were of great use to them. These past few hundred years have been quite rewarding. Share it with your fellow Taoists. Please speak. Xian Emperor, we are all ears. Emperor Dan and the others were incomparably excited. This was an extension for the Emperor's path. In fact, Emperor and King, honor and Tao, are indeed for the ultimate realm of cultivation. Only that the Tao in which it is located is different. And the level of achievement, too, is not the same. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the crowd felt something. Along with Yi Xian's explanation, they determined that, in this heaven and earth, the human way and the immortal way, humanism and immortality are two generalized generalizations. As long as the existence of the humane field, that must be the road will have a poor time. There will always be a day. If you can't really ascend to the immortal field and complete the metamorphosis, in the end, it will only be dust to dust, earth to earth, a shovelful of yellow earth, a scroll of history, covering the endless sorrowful songs of the heyday. Great Emperor, it's not true that there are fairies. Now, are there any more? The Jintian ancient exalt opened his mouth and said inquiringly. That realm used to look indistinct. But now, finally, it had a brow. Yes. Not in this realm, perhaps. At present, no one knows, except the beings of the foreign realm, in which realm the immortal really lies. According to the information Yi Xian had explored, immortals did exist. And in the ancient times, the total number of immortals must have amounted to more than 100 at least. The same is true for exotic territories, which must have at least that amount and only that much more. However, the root fruit chi-luck required by the immortal Tao realm was simply too much. The Tao power of the great world alone simply could not supply so much needed storage. So, that amazing battle broke out. Countless immortals fell. The great Tao was broken. The rules were incomplete. And since then, there were immortals that appeared in the difficult also. It wasn't simply that the path was cut off. It was that the kind of factors and karma to become immortal didn't exist in this great world. There must be immortals at the moment. Worlds belonging to immortals. But they were also hibernating, waiting for the chaotic origin of this great world to reopen. Create a whole new world of greatness. Great Emperor, if that's the case, then, can we still become immortals? Supreme Feiyu was quite despondent and sentimental. An ancient emperor of his age. Even if there really was an immortal, would he be able to reach that realm? Hearing this, Yi Xian also voiced his opinion, which was also his perception after returning from the immortal road. It's hard to become an immortal. Such words, almost counting the injury is a hammer. The other all of the ancient Zun ancient emperor's heart cannot help but be shocked. Xian, the fruit cannot be easily reached. But, great emperor, rumor has it that before the Taiku, a quasi-emperor would be able to ascend to immortality by feathering his feathers. Is this, in fact, true? To become an immortal, does it depend on talent and battle power? Or is it the realm? This enlightenment was crucial for everyone. And it was also a telling of Yi Xian's own Dao fruits. As far as it goes. By the way, it's the avenue chance. Yi Xian stated his point of view. In their era, there was no lack of people of the Gai generation. If they were placed back then, these people, all of them, had the possibility of becoming immortal in the eyes of the world. But now, it's different. Becoming an immortal back then was not in the true sense of metamorphosing into an immortal body and achieving the fruit of a true immortal. Instead, they traveled to that world. Yi Xian continued to explain. According to his understanding, that year, not to mention the prospective emperor, can become immortal. And even saints, it seems to be able to be immortalized. However, they do not really become immortal, but only come to the world where there are really immortals living. Because of the mellow longevity substance that existed there, it made all the living beings in that world universally long-lived. Even with the cultivation of a great saint, even all of them had to live a very long time, longer than the current great emperor. Not from its own cultivation, but from the substance of that great world. Immortals could indeed live forever. But if they were separated from the origin of the world, with that existence substance of longevity, even ordinary immortals would have times when they faced the end of the road. Therefore, the true ascension to immortality may be to change from the essence of the body, to give birth to the substance that truly belongs to the body's longevity, so that it can be unceasing and produce vitality. Therefore, after Yi Xian's explanation, the crowd, too, came to understand. So, it seems the ancients didn't lie to us. Fighting into that path did touch the world where Xian exists. But not true immortality, but the substance of that world that keeps us alive longer. Jintian, Ancient Exalt, and the others also came to a sudden realization. Who would have thought that the true hidden meaning of the path to immortality, which had been passed down through the ages, would be something like this? So now, since the 10,000 realms were split apart and the so-called immortal path could not be found, was it a sign that they, the people of the 3,000 Tao states, had been completely abandoned? The immortal path being impassable is by no means something that has been going on for more than just 1 or 2 epochs. A long time. Occasionally, the once immortal paths will be truly revealed due to the appearance of a void rift. There may be people who have succeeded before, but after all, they are in the minority. Once Yi Xian's words came out, the crowd also understood that since the beginning of time, there was always a time when the dimensional void existed in waves. And perhaps, there would really be a true immortal path to that great world. But this is, after all, a minority. And the path they had taken, this path to the immortal road, it seemed, would be impassable. Great Emperor, what about the upper realms? Then, the heavenly pivot supreme being also opened his mouth to voice out his doubts. Since the path of the immortal road was no longer viable, how could the so-called upper realm go? Chapter 85, How do we go about our way? After hearing the words of the heavenly pivot supreme being, this question, in fact, was where all the ancient emperor supreme beings in Xianting had their doubts. What would happen to the so-called upper realm? From the divine thoughts of that heaven-shattering Tao Lord and servant venerable, this emperor learned some secrets of the upper realm. The upper realm is connected to the world where the immortals exist. But it's also been a long time since I've seen one. It is said that certain so-called great clans in the upper realm are the descendants of this immortal. The hall of reception that we saw before was originally supposed to be a party of the upper realm. Even though Yi Xian's words were very cryptic, the supreme ancient emperors present all heard the problem. That is, the upper realm. Perhaps once there were originally immortals. Perhaps there are still dormant immortals in the upper realm right now. And that realm, most likely, is directly detached from the world where the immortals are. The path that Yi Xian was going to take now was to break through the theoretical 12 heavens layer by layer, accomplishing the true limit of the human path realm within this side of the great world. It was even said that according to his senses, when he truly reached the 12 heavens great emperor, he should be able to truly battle against the immortals. 4. This path of humanity has gone as far as it can go, without resorting to the substance of immortality that an immortal needs. It is possible, perhaps, to accomplish the ultimate metamorphosis within one's own body. But this path, throughout the ages, has been chosen by very few people, and it is not at all known if anyone has actually succeeded. After all, an existence like an immortal hadn't appeared for an unknown number of years, since the realm they were in was for the most basic origin of the 3,000 Tao states, with countless chaotic great worlds wrapped around the periphery. In other words, if the witnesses of the 3,000 Tao states were strong enough to stand out and discover such a path, they would be able to pierce through a heavenly Tao and go straight to the upper realm. However, the witnesses of the upper realm could not be so, because what the witnesses of the upper realm were facing was perhaps the most complete aspect of this infinite chaotic heavenly Tao. In other words, since Yi Xian was only guessing at this point, he believed that the great emperor ancient emperors of the upper realm might only be able to carry the heavenly Tao just once in their lives. However, the power of the heavenly Tao obtained from carrying the heavenly Tao this time was different. For example, the two servant exalted ones. Yi Xian clearly noticed that the thunder attribute servant exalted ones had only witnessed the Tao once, and had directly become great emperors of the second sky. That other pale servant venerable was also certified just once, and had directly become an emperor of the second sky. According to the divine thoughts of these two people, they had gained at least 40,000 to 50,000 years of sufficient longevity in the upper realm after carrying the second heavenly Tao. However, no matter whether it was themselves or the great emperor ancient emperors they had encountered in their sea of consciousness, there had never been a second witness to the Tao. But the problem was that they had the impression that there were great emperor ancient emperors who were even great emperors of the threefold heavenly Tao or even the fourfold heavenly Tao. Thus, Yi Xian speculated that perhaps the great emperor ancient emperor of the upper realm could only carry the heavenly Tao once. However, since the heavenly Tao of the upper realm was quite complete, the amount of Tao power they carried was actually judged based on the strength of one's battle prowess. The power of the heavenly Tao that was carried was also in the range of 1 heavenly Tao to 12 heavenly Tao, with some carrying 1 heavenly Tao at a time, some 2 heavenly Tao, and some even higher. At the moment, it seemed that this speculation was more reasonable. But perhaps the emperors of the upper realms were also able to carry the heavenly Tao for a second time. But it was just too difficult. This was the advantage of being born in that place of Tao perfection in the upper realm. So Yi Xian didn't doubt for a second that if the successive great emperors of the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the 3,000 Tao states were born in that upper realm, for each of them to carry the heavenly Tao once, they had to be at least a great emperor of the second heaven. Because, on this path of the first heavenly emperor, there were people that had already gone very far. Therefore, when Yi Xian spoke out such a thought, all the Xin Ting supreme beings present secretly clenched their fists. That realm was still a goal for them today. This was because from Yi Xian's sermon, as long as their battle strength was sufficient, they were able to carry the power of the new heavenly Tao one weight at a time. From there, it reached a considerable height. In other words, according to that servant venerable's divine thoughts, there was an existence called the ancient emperor of heavenly underworld, a supreme ancient emperor of the power of the fifth heavenly Tao. This was also the most powerful existence in these two people's intentions, except for that remnant immortal. Simply such a 5-tiered heavenly Tao great emperor's lifespan had reached a point of infinity. Therefore, pursuing such a path, Perhaps, if one cultivates on, one can also reach a different kind of height of immortality. Great Emperor preaching. We will benefit for the rest of our lives. Jintian Ancient Exalt said without emotion. In this way, their path was even more obvious. In other words, even if they really couldn't reach that height, but at the very least, the current ones were not like before, when they had reached a bottleneck, seemingly the so-called heights, but could not distinguish the future direction in the slightest. Now that they know the direction, the path that is theirs is brighter. The great dream of the ages, reflecting the heavens, is just the beginning. For the road ahead, we will conquer the upper realms. Go and see that realm, whether there is an immortal or not. And where is the extremity of the path? Hearing Yi Xian's words, all of the ancient exalted were quite energized. And since this was the case, their cultivation and enlightenment should be put on the agenda since. However, Yi Xian's next words were another shock that left them speechless for a long time. And their eyes widened. The first thing that comes next, this emperor, is to send all of you to recertify your path. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Emperor Dan and the others froze to the point where they didn't dare to say a word. Wasn't this a joke? They were already existences that had carried the heavenly Tao once. In other words, after fusing the seal of the Immaculate Emperor once, the heavenly Tao was extremely repulsive to them. Itself, wanting to be certified again was tantamount to a fool's errand. An even more important point was that they were now not considered to be in the strict aspect of the true Emperor realm. They were the supreme beings who had cut a sword since, and had long since fallen out of that realm. Wanting to witness the Tao again, that was also forbidden by the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how else could they worry about their longevity since the beginning of the ages? Why not be certified again after a self-slash? And then after a self-slash, be certified again? Therefore, even if this kind of impossibility came out of Yi Xian's mouth, they all felt that they did not possess certainty. Great Emperor, you mustn't be joking. Emperor Dan was the most daring to speak. He wasn't afraid to refute Yi Xian. And the supreme ancient emperors were actually thinking the same thing. That this situation was, indeed, unrealistic. However, in response, Yi Xian laughed out and said, in the past, this would indeed have been impossible, because you have been removed from heaven. But now, this emperor is the true lord of the realm, the first heavenly Tao, under this emperor's absolute control. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Emperor Dan and the others also came to a realization. I see. Great Emperor. What you mean by that is, who in the future of these 10,000 realms and heavens, if they want to become an emperor? As long as you don't agree, no matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to fuse the scarceless emperor seal. Chapter 86. You are the new lord of the heavenly Tao. The future emperors are all to be under your command? This one is simply an emperor. Emperor Dan was shocked as he spoke his thoughts. And after seeing Yi Xian's expression, the supreme beings understood that Emperor Dan was right. This was incredible. Since the beginning of time, perhaps, this Xian emperor was the only one who had discovered such a path. It reached such a high level, because he had complete control of the one heavens and had become the lord of the origin realm of the 3,000 Tao states. He was now, therefore, the Tao lord of this realm. Wouldn't it be too simple to make them return to the imperial throne and ascend to the heavenly Tao? And by this point, in fact, all of the emperors understood that with this path, they here would never be able to surpass the Xian emperor in front of them. However, upon careful consideration, the heights that this Xian emperor was able to reach were, perhaps, Truly not a point that the likes of them could reach. According to this emperor's estimation, after recertifying to the first heaven, each of you may only be able to get 10,000 years of longevity. Because the power of the Tao of this piece of heaven is not yet complete. But you can also use your own Tao to stabilize the power of the Tao here. In other words, you can be equated to the Tao here. And the more solid the Tao is, the more solid you are. The more solid this world becomes. You guys, you'll be immortal. Of course, this presupposes that this emperor does not die or perish. Hearing such words, the crowd was even more quite shocked. According to the principle, what Yi Xian said was exactly that. This also cannot help but another of them for the future of the road. More longing. In short, the road ahead, after improving your strength, is better. All the supreme beings also understood Yi Xian's deep meaning. The future of the upper realm. It was impossible to say what kind of opponents were waiting for them. Not to mention the upper realm. Even if it was a foreign realm, that kind of pressure just leaves them having to work their way up to the strength of their cap. Thus, after Yi Xian had instructed them for a few more moments, they too did not hesitate any longer and directly began to select their respective dojos, intending to utilize Yi Xian's shelter in one fell swoop. Re-evidence as the great emperor, ancient emperor of the world. For these supreme beings of Xianting, the strength to witness the Tao was not something they lacked. What they lacked was the sense of the Tao. And this was something that Yi Xian could not help them with. One can only seek the induction of the heavenly Tao by oneself, and then completely witness the breakthrough of the Tao. And the length of time required for such a breakthrough varies from person to person. What was sought after was a kind of chance. So when the supreme beings of Xianting began to perceive the heavenly Tao, without realizing it, they had already changed the history of the 10,000 realms and the heavens for an unknown number of epochs. As long as they recertified as emperors, their battle power and longevity would once again come to a kind of peak. They would be truly confident and quite invincible at that time. And just as the supreme beings of Xianting were seeking a breakthrough beyond the endless void, not knowing how many realm dimensions were blocking them, an existence surrounded by chaos, unable to see any face, stood in front of a hall. At this moment, he stood there as if he was in perfect fusion with the heavenly Tao, especially with the cover of the endless chaotic aura, which further proved his extraordinary strength. The way then avoids retreat, and the chi covers the heavens. It was like a true gaijin existence. And at that moment, in the hall in front of it, a divine thought came out. That boy from the lower world is going to be a sperm. Hearing this divine thought say so, this chaos-drenched man seemed to be quite disdainful as well. And he didn't really have much of a response to this divine thought's words. It seemed to know what this chaotic man was thinking. Thus, this divine thought also spoke. The heavenly Tao rebellion is coming. And I will never go back on my word for what I promised you. Hearing these words, this chaos man finally moved. And even with the endless Tao power surrounding him, it was difficult to conceal the fluctuations within his heart. You have avoided this place for more than a few eons. And you dare to be sure that those people still recognize your existence? At those words, the divine idea within that hall also laughed out, before saying with considerable certainty, with the overwhelming method in my hand, they, too, will never dare to be reckless. I won't forget our agreement. Don't worry. It's good that you remember. After this chaos-drenched man spoke, he turned around and left the place. Seeing that this chaotic man didn't care at all about the person he was talking about, this divine thought also spoke again. The lower world. It's not as simple as you think. However, the chaos man's figure had already disappeared. Just like this. Along with the passage of time, a few years passed by in a flash. And in a stone mountain ancestral land in the 3000 Dao prefecture. At this moment, there was an extremely strong aura that instantly shot up into the sky. Immediately afterward, a shimmering brown divine light shone brightly in the heavens within the stone mountain ancestral ground, setting off a valiant and magnificent man who looked down upon the world. The man was covered in brown armor, holding a shocking stone halberd, just like the emperor in the stone. Not the stone emperor. Who would it be? It seemed that he had successfully recertified his path, truly becoming an invincible great emperor of the world. In fact, as early as 2 years ago, he had already succeeded in certifying the Tao. Only, he was in no hurry. Yi Xian's path had touched him greatly. He quieted his mind to sense and sharpen, traveling the heavens and the worlds with his own divine thoughts, sensing the past and present and future, and sparring with masters of all times. Finally, after this recertification, his cultivation officially reached the peak 9th rank realm of a first heavenly emperor. The Stone Emperor at this moment reached a brand new level of battle power. At this moment, feeling the change in his battle power, Shi Huang rather solemnly cupped his fists and saluted in the direction where Yi Xian was. I am grateful to the great emperor for the grace of enlightenment and the clarity of the immortal path. The fact that Shi Huang, such a valiant and magnificent man, had uttered such heartfelt and polite words was also enough to show that Yi Xian, this Xian emperor, had a position in their hearts. You're welcome. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for re-entering the heavenly ranking. Along with the fall of Yi Xian's voice, a huge list appeared in the sky above the entire 10,000 realms and heavens. The Imperial Dao List of the Heavens. Seeing these large words, Shi Huang was also quite shocked. It was because, on top of this Dao of the Heavens Emperor Dao list, there were the names of all the generations of Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Supreme Beings. Moreover, within this Heavenly Empress Dowager list, the cultivation levels of these successive Great Empress, Ancient Emperor, Supreme Beings were almost always clearly labeled. This was possible because, over the course of 10,000 generations, successive Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Supreme Beings had long ago left their mark within this heavenly Tao. It was just that there was no one who could achieve the strength to control the heavenly Tao and manifest this list. And since the beginning of time, throughout the 10,000 realms and the heavens, only Yi Xian, the Xian Emperor, had managed to do so. Moreover, with this Imperial Dao of the Heavens list, they were able to clearly specify the order of the great emperors of the past generations that appeared in that era. And at that moment, the surprised Shi Huang, too, saw some names. Chapter 87, Heavenly Emperor Realm List. Battle Emperor. Peak of the 9th grade of the Emperor's Way. Thunder Emperor. Peak of the 9th grade of the Emperor's Tao. Yan Emperor. Peak of the 9th grade of the Emperor's Way. Pill Emperor. Middle stage of the 9th grade of the Emperor's Tao. Sun and Moon Heavenly Father. Middle stage of the 7th grade of the Emperor's Tao. Demon Emperor. Peak of the 6th grade of the Imperial Tao. Supreme Green Destiny. Early stage of the 5th rank of the Emperor's Tao. 9 Dragons True Emperor. Middle stage of the 5th grade of the Imperial Tao. At this moment, through the heavenly eye of the Great Emperor, one would be able to view the names and battle strengths of the successive Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Supreme Beings that had landed on top of this Heavenly Emperor realm ranking. In this way, even the generations of Great Emperors and Ancient Emperors have their own pride. All in their own generation of heaven and earth, invincible when the world. But, practically speaking, they were, with each other, still divided into strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, in this list, It truly recorded the cultivation and battle prowess of the successive existences of the Emperor Tao. And the 7 emperors of that ancient era were almost all at the peak of the 9th rank of the Emperor Tao. No wonder that kind of existence would be called the 7 emperors of the ancient world. It seems that this is not unreasonable. It was believed that any great emperor, ancient emperor supreme, would have thoughts of their own when they saw their rankings. What is truly invincible? It's the path they're going to explore. And at that moment, Shi Huang, in the back, saw his name. His name, at first, was in the back. Stone Emperor, mid-6th grade of the Imperial Tao. However, this was only an initial ranking. After his first certification back then, to his peak cultivation since he had cut a blade. And this time, he also had a sobering knowledge of himself. Even back when he was at his peak, he was still quite a distance away from the 7 emperors of the ancient world and the like. The Gaijin has its own heavenly pride. And the Gaijin generation has its own splendor. Every strong man of every generation has his own pride. This statement is not false. Now, on the other hand, the Stone Emperor's ranking, however, had risen. Stone Emperor, peak of the 9th grade limit of the Imperial Tao. This was his strength after his second certification. And this Imperial Tao ranking was truly shocking. And at this moment, a female emperor, who also appeared in front of Yi Xian, was no other than the Pill Emperor. There you are. I thought you wouldn't let me out. You know, the current Ben Emperor can directly refine you. Yi Xian's voice faintly transmitted out. The current him was even more refined than he was 500 years ago. So, can I join Xin Ting? The Pill Emperor opened her mouth and inquired. She knew that right now. Its strength, even if it was compared to the Xin Ting's supreme beings, it didn't hold an advantage anymore. This emperor will allow you to prove your path and refine your own origin from me. In response, that Pill Emperor was also a bit hesitant. But after a moment, he opened his mouth. Many thanks for the great emperor's favor. At this time, the Stone Emperor was also quite shocked. He recognized this Pill Emperor. Back then, that Pill Emperor, in front of the Xian Emperor, was actually also so small. This Xian Emperor's path was truly shocking. Immediately afterward, an aura appeared in this heaven and earth. It was the rest of Xian Ting's supreme beings that had recertified their path one after another. Each one's aura was so powerful and invincible in the world. Moreover, hale and hearty. And all of them had also recovered the appearance of the most peak period of that year. Xintian Ancient Exalt, early stage of the 9th grade of the Imperial Tao. Heavenly Pivot Supreme, early stage of the 9th grade of the Imperial Tao. War Emperor, middle of the 9th grade of the Imperial Way. Golden Rock Emperor, middle stage of the 8th grade of the Imperial Tao. Heavenly Eagle Emperor, middle of the 8th grade of the Imperial Tao. Ancient Emperor Qinglong, middle stage of the 8th grade of the Emperor's Tao. Sun Swallowing Great Emperor, middle stage of the 8th grade of the Emperor's Tao. The rest of the Xian Ting's supreme beings had also basically reached the cultivation level of the peak of the 7th grade of the Emperor's Tao and the middle stage of the 8th grade of the Emperor's Tao, which stemmed from their recertification of the Tao. Battle power and cultivation, both of which had received a considerable boost. And the next path was the existence that they would have to continue working on even more. Just like that, in a flash, another 10 years or so passed. And finally, along with a majestic aura that rose up to the sky during the 10 years or so, Xian Ting's 24 supreme beings. No, it should be the 25 supreme beings, all of whom had all recertified their paths to completion. It had been more than 10 years. and Jintian ancient sovereign and the various supreme emperors such as the Stone Emperor had continuously fought, refining their respective Tao rules. And their cultivation, once again, had all seen considerable refinement. At this moment, Xianting reached a rather powerful point, taking an unprecedented step. We, the rest of us, pay our respects to the great emperor. These great emperors' ancient emperor's supremacy were all heartily thankful for Yi Xian's guidance. Without Yi Xian, perhaps, sooner or later, they would just be a piece of dust that dissipated in the long river of history. Gentlemen, you have all reached a new level now. But our path, which is not yet over, goes on. There is nothing the great emperor will not do as he commands. Emperor Dan became even more obscene. His rank, too, had reached the early 9th grade, and his level of alchemy, too, had completely crossed over to the level of the Imperial Tao. Became Xianting's chief alchemist. And then, Yi Xian pointed his finger towards the distant primordial Imperial Pass. And it was clear that his goal was already obvious. Seeing this scene, the Jintian ancient exalt opened his mouth in a rather domineering manner. What do you mean? Great Emperor? Is a foreign land? Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded his head and opened his mouth to respond. For nearly 600 years, the other world has not reappeared. And don't you all think about why that is? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Emperor Dan and the others also reflected on something. You mean, what's happening there? In the other world, too? Yi Xian voiced his opinion. He wasn't sure what the exotic domain was preparing for. But at the very least, it seemed that for now, the exotic domain didn't have the energy to worry about them. And that, too, belonged squarely to their opportunity. The exotic warfare superpower is indeed extraordinary. But there are no more opponents that contest Xianting in these 10,000 realms and heavens. Why don't we kill the foreign realm and set off one realm to destroy another? Yi Xian's words were quite domineering, causing all the supreme ancient emperors present here to be energized upon hearing them. Sniping the existence of foreign domains and killing foreign domains on a large scale. Such a thing was unimaginable since the beginning of the ages. But now, they are going to kill the foreign world and kill him. Exactly. The foreign domains can cross the laws to attack us. Why can't we strike them down? Just right for hammering your body. Ancient Emperor Qinglong had regained his youthful appearance and was quite domineering at the moment. Kill the patriarch? Its essence blood to refine pills, and its body to refine imperial artifacts. Turn the endless living beings of that foreign land into our blood and longevity. Yi Xian spoke his thoughts, since he had said that he would self-make the forbidden area into darkness. Such darkness, then, shall also sweep over the foreign realms, even that so-called high and upper realm. Beginning ancestors. No matter how many existences had passed through several levels of beginning ancestors, as long as they were hunted down and killed, through and through, they would be alchemized and refined. Yes. We'll follow the great emperor and kill our way through the primal emperor pass, laughing about thirsting for the blood of the patriarchs, and hungering for the meat of foreign lands. Kill. The crowd also understood that the fact that Yi Xian dared to do so proved that he had a certain understanding of the region bordering the otherworldly domain and the primordial imperial pass. Moreover, there was a certain amount of knowledge and methods of disarming the spell formations of foreign lands. Otherwise, with Emperor Xian being so shrewd, he would not have been so abrupt. I wonder, Great Emperor, where do we start our attack? Chapter 88, Without any rules. Where can we fight? Great Emperor, I wonder how we're going to fight this time. The Heavenly Pivot Supreme was also trying to analyze the method of attack. However, who had thought that Yi Xian's words were also instantly another everyone petrified? This emperor, too, has never been to a foreign land, nor does he ever have a map. Just kill straight through. What Dao lineage? Ancestral land. All kill him, sky and earth. With that, Yi Xian directly shifted his figure and appeared on the outside of the Primordial Emperor Pass. Seeing this scene, Emperor Dan and the others froze in place. Shit? It shouldn't. Should it? That's Emperor Xian? That calculating fellow. He dared to kill his way into a foreign land like that without any plan? Isn't that bullshit? No way. Absolutely no way. Xian Di must have a backhand. Let's go. We'll follow Xian Di and kill him. Otherwise, how could Emperor Xian lead us to fight without any rules? Isn't that a joke? No way. Absolutely impossible. Just like that, these 25 Xianting Supreme Beings, naturally including that Pill Emperor, under Yi Xian's leadership, also directly manifested together outside of the Primordial Imperial Pass. Looking at such a formation, in terms of the era of the 10,000 realms and heavens, it surpassed the era of the 10 great Tao sovereigns, the era of the 9 heavenly sovereigns and the 7 emperors of the ancient world. Even if the patriarch of the otherworldly realm were to arrive, he would surely be emboldened. Seeing that Yi Xian made a direct move to tear apart the void without the slightest delay, Emperor Dan also gave a thumbs up and said, "Worthy of being a Xian emperor? We are ashamed to be inferior to such maneuvers." But right at this moment, Jintian Ancient Zun also rolled his eyes without any good humor. And seeing this scene, Emperor Dan was also speechless. "You old boy. What the hell do you mean?" Seeing Emperor Dan's indebted look, Supreme Star of the Heavens also said with a breathless reminder, "Look carefully. There are no defense spell formations between this foreign realm and the 3,000 Tao states." Ha! Emperor Dan was also shocked when he heard this. And only after careful perception did he realize that it wasn't what? This foreign realm, on the outskirts of the Primordial Imperial Pass, was nothing more than a few naturally formed void spells. This might have a certain intercepting effect on an existence at the level of a quasi-emperor. But for an existence at the level of a great emperor, such a void spell formation was simply not even enough. Oh. No. This foreign realm doesn't even set up a defense spell formation against us? Emperor Dan also spoke with considerable curiosity. But Jintian Ancient Exalt's words might be the real reason. Because they despise our sight in their hearts. It simply never occurred to me that one day we would take the initiative to kill them. Yes. Their strength is extraordinary. But this kind of bravado is not putting us in their eyes. The ancient emperor of the Green Dragon also spoke. The foreign domains came here because they were too powerful. Therefore, stirring up the resistance of the world wills of the 3,000 Tao states. On the other hand, the foreign domains did not put up defenses against the 3,000 Tao state. And even the world will did not look down on the existence of the 3,000 Tao state. So it did call out to people. There is no need to do so. Surely, our realm, we can't compare to others. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 epochs anymore. Just this time. Let them, guys. See what we're made of. The 9 Sephiroth Supreme Beings also said coldly. But having said that, however, they were also very clear. This time, they came to the foreign realm to actively seek to cross paths. And the reason for this was still to break through their limits. At a realm like theirs, pure enlightenment could no longer enhance their cultivation and battle power. And only constantly experiencing life and death battles would have a true boost for them. However, what they knew very well was that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers all over the exotic regions. And there were countless originators. Not to mention, there were also true supremes sitting all over the place. In this encounter, it was very likely that, out of all of them, someone would be seriously injured. Or even someone wouldn't be able to come back. Therefore, everyone's flirting with each other before the start of the war was also considered a kind of mediation and relaxation. Only that, since there was Xian Emperor leading them in front, everyone would not be afraid. It only begs for war more. Go. After Yi Xian faintly said this, everyone stopped saying anything and instead directly followed him out. At the same time, the foreign realm, a site of the heavenly realm close to the northwest continent. Here, despite being called the foreign realm, in the eyes of the people of the 3,000 road state, it seems that this place is also endless darkness. However, it is only when you really come here that you will realize that here, there is no difference with the 3,000 Tao states. And even, it looks more peaceful. Moreover, the purity of its Tao energy and the essence of heaven and earth substances were simply not comparable to the 3,000 Tao states. After the supreme beings of Xinting set foot in the foreign realm, they all even had the idea that if they stayed here, perhaps, their cultivation and longevity would unconsciously go to the next level. There was no two reasons for this. It was simply because the Tao will of this world, compared to the 3,000 Tao states, was entirely too much. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's speculation, this side of the great world was almost considered to be the most well-preserved location since the endless era. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a true supreme born in such a side of the world. And at the same time, in a northwestern heavenly realm on one side, countless powerful existences were gathered together in a high mountainous ancestral land in the center of that heavenly realm. Energy fluctuated. Laws flowed. Endless celestial light filled the sky. Endless mist and peace. Spirit birds accompanied by flying in the sky. And immortal springs bubbled in the mountains and forests. Call it a heavenly paradise. That is also true. And at the same time, looking carefully, in the center of that high mountain, above an ancestral land hall, there was an extremely strong figure. Even though they had restrained their auras, it was still possible to sense that these were the old ancestors and patriarchs of the great clans from all over the world. A high-ranking existence belonging to the quasi-ancestor realm of a foreign domain. Quasi-ancestor. A realm before the exotic domain patriarch. Equivalent to the quasi-emperor of the 3,000 Tao states. That realm was already almost one person below and 10,000 people above. And the clans they were in were incomparably powerful and had considerable status. And right at this moment, along with a haze of light flashing forth, all of the paramount ancestors actually half-kneeled, respectfully welcoming the descent of that haze of light. Ha ha ha! Fellow Taoists, who have come from afar, this ancestor has missed the welcome. No offense. No offense. Immediately afterward, a pale figure of an old man with 3 eyes and a face that was all wrinkled appeared in front of the crowd. This 3-eyed old man has no momentum at all around him. Wearing brown rough clothes and leaning on a child's walking stick. Looking just an ordinary old man. However, when the dozen or so paramount ancestors on the scene saw this ordinary old man, they were all respectful. Their eyes filled with awe. Simply because this old man's title was for this ancestor. He, an earthly foreign originator. The originator of the Kurenai clan. A quarter of the communities in this entire Wanghan heaven were under the shelter of this Kurenai clan. Who would dare to disrespect them? The Kurenai clan. One of the 4 great imperial clans of the Lookout Hunting Sky. Chapter 89, Kulong Clan Event. The Law of Wither and Glory. Evolution of the flow of heaven and earth. Legend has it that its ancestor out of the real supreme. In the thousands of Tao rules and the perception of wither and glory evolution of the law. With the residual years of metamorphosis. Enlightenment achievement. Achievement of the supreme fruit position. Later on, during a conquest, that supreme of the Kurenai clan fought for the exotic realm to conquer the 10,000 realms, and was ferociously famous. With a hand of the Kurenai laws. Even existences at the same level had a headache when they encountered it. It was said that during the battle with the upper realm of the 3,000 Taoist states, this Kurenai clan's old ancestor had once slain a true immortal. Later, this old ancestor of the Withered Glory clan was also lost in battle in that realm. But the Withered Glory clan lost this supreme old ancestor despite the loss. But, after all, this is an emperor clan with a truly supreme inheritance. But also a door with two great patriarchs. That strength, even in the entire Wang Hun Tian, are ranked first. Therefore, at this time, this ancestor sacrifice ceremony of the Kurenai clan. Such a once-in-a-thousand years event. How could these various races that relied on the Kurenai clan not come? We worship the withered ancestor. Congratulations to Kuksu on his long life. A quasi-ancestor and the great powers of the foreign realm shouted in unison and paid homage to Ancestor Kure. For they believed that this Ancestor Kure deserved this homage. He had survived for nearly 30,000 years. And his own son, who had achieved the position of patriarch at a young age, had awakened the bloodline and divine abilities of that supreme ancestor. He became the youngest fruit of the beginner in the history of Wang Hun Heaven. And after that, he was even accepted as a disciple by the supreme of the exotic upper realm, his own son, to teach him the supreme laws. Thus, in this way, the background of the Kurenai clan, that was even more powerful. One family with two patriarchs. Originally a family with supreme inheritance, with magic weapons and spell formations left behind by the supreme. And now, one of the most stunning young patriarchs was even accepted as a disciple by the true supreme. This kind of strength and glory was incomparable to the other three great emperor clans in the entire Wang Hun Heaven. And it was precisely at this moment, in the distant heavenly realm, a dark red avenue spread out. And the endless aura of the patriarchs, after emanating abruptly for a few moments, retracted silently. And then, everyone was able to see an old man covered in blood-red clothing with a fiery red exploding head, stepping on the paved avenue and walking over with a loud laugh. Old friend, how many times have you presided over this once-in-a-thousand years event of your clan? Ha 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 ha. How many more times can you preside with these old bones? At those words, the crowd looked up, only to see a paramount ancestor exclaim in shock. The Rakshasa clan's Luo Zhu. I can't believe he's here too. The Rakshasa clan, one of the four great imperial clans of the exotic hope-hunting heavens. Although no true supreme had ever appeared in the clan, it was 3 consecutive generations that saw the appearance of a high-level patriarch. He had even defected to a certain supreme clan, and was therefore an important part of for the watching huntsman. You old Rakshasa ghosts are not dead yet. And I, a bad old man, still have something to live for. Kuzu also smiled and said, it was obvious that these people were all old friends. Ha ha. Those 2 old things. They should be here too. Right? This Luo ancestor landed into the great hall and spoke smilingly. And then, just after his words had fallen, there were 2 great avenues spreading out once again. Immediately after that, a being dressed in white with 3 pairs of wings behind him, a bird-faced human being, and a being that looked similar to a middle-aged scholar from the 10,000 realms and heavens, also walked over. The demon ancestor of the demon bird clan, and that young patriarch of the heavenly god clan. An existence from a foreign domain trembled and said, unexpectedly, this once-in-a-millennium sacrificial ceremony of the Kurenai clan had a time when the 4 great emperor clans gathered together. The Devil Bird clan, which only became an imperial clan 20,000 years ago. This race initially belonged to the subsidiary clan of the Kurenai clan, and was even said to be the mount of the Kurenai clan. But 20,000 years ago, along with the emergence of a true patriarch of this Devil Bird clan, the Devil Bird clan also completely stepped into the Imperial clan. That devil ancestors means were heavenly, and his body was an ancient 9-headed devil bird, which itself had a long lifespan and extraordinary battle strength. And his speed was the fastest among all the hopeful hunting heaven patriarchs. Thus, when it became a true patriarch, the pattern of strength in Wang Hun Tian was about to change. As for the heavenly god race, it was said that it originated from the 3,000 Taoist states, and was the one that defected to the foreign realm back then when it was in the middle of the Great War with the foreign realm. After this race defected to the foreign realm, it had been unappreciated and had a very low status. And even if there was a quasi-ancestor level existence within the race, it was still in existence with almost the lowest status for the entire Wang Hun heaven. However, it was said that this so-called heavenly god clan had a supreme ancestor, a realm claim over in the 3,000 Tao states, equivalent to the originator of this realm. Only for some unknown reason, it fell. So this heavenly god race has been suppressed. And being a traitor to the 3,000 Tao states itself, it gets even less attention. However, just a few thousand years ago, a young patriarch of the heavenly god clan rose up against the heavens and achieved the fruit of the patriarch in one fell swoop, gaining the recognition of the Tao of heaven and earth in a foreign realm. In this way, the overall bloodline of the heavenly god clan underwent a mutation, becoming a true imperial clan. And in recent millennia, there were many powerful people within the clan, thoroughly ranking among the dominant positions in the Wang Hun heaven. It became one of the 4 great imperial clans. This was because as long as there were patriarchs within the clan, the bloodline of their clan members would mutate to become the patriarch bloodline. And the vision of the bloodline would moreover enhance their strength to varying degrees. As a result, the strength of the heavenly god clan had only increased drastically. And it was rumored that Rakshasa clan's Luo ancestor had once fought with this heavenly god clan's current patriarch. Heavenly Wasteland. However, no one knew what the outcome of this encounter was. But from the fact that the heavenly god clan had gained the recognition of the other 3 great emperor clans since then, the strength of this heavenly desolate clan chief was also evident. My late student pays his respects to Elder Kuzu. The heavenly wasteland patriarch also saluted rather politely. And behind him, several paramount ancestors also stood against the wind, respectfully paying homage to the withered ancestor. A heavenly god clan has 3 quasi-ancestors, and the sky god clan's strength has risen in recent years, which is obvious to all. There's no need to be polite. You and I are in the same realm. There's no need to be so. And at this moment, looking at the 4 great imperial clans of the Lookout Hunting Sky had arrived. The crowd also once again congratulated in unison. And that withered ancestor also said with a big smile on his face, "This ancestor thanks you all for your presence. And in return, then, this ancestor sincerely invites you all to observe my clan's ancient scriptures together." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Ancient scriptures? A secret treasure, supreme treasure that had not been passed down from generation to generation by any ethnic group. It is necessary for a clan to be strong. And now this Kuksu was actually going to give the ancient scriptures of his clan to the crowd to observe. This is a heavenly opportunity. The withered ancestors, a clan with a truly supreme inheritance, and a clan with 2 patriarchs. If one was truly fortunate enough to go and see the supreme true scripture, even the 3 patriarchs present would have considerable benefits. Many thanks to the withered ancestor, Luo ancestor, demon ancestor, and that heavenly desolate patriarch were all quite solemn at the moment as well, clasping their fists in thanks. And then, The 3 great emperor clans as well as the 100 clans also brought in the gifts that each of them had brought. The Devil Bull lineage. With 1000 snow spirit Ganoderma. Congratulations for the withered ancestor. Chapter 90, the Imperial clan competes to offer treasure. Just then, a voice also came out. Immediately afterward, everyone was able to see that a middle-aged man surrounded by black mist, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, spoke aloud. This was the patriarch of the Devil Bull lineage, a quasi-ancestor realm expert. More importantly, the 1000 snow Ganoderma, which is the most precious treasure. Even if the existence of the quasi-ancestor realm, after taking and refining, in this special heaven and earth in the foreign land, can extend life for 3 to 5,000 years. This was tantamount to the fact that this demonic ox quasi-ancestor had secured the survival of another quasi-ancestor for the withered Blory clan for the next 3 to 5,000 years. Such congratulatory gifts are simply too important. Thus, that Kuxu was also quite satisfied. And for the Devil Bull Paragon ancestor, as long as the Kuxu was satisfied, then the position of the Devil Bull clan would be solidified. Immediately after that, each of the 100 clans took out the congratulatory gifts that they had been preparing even from 100 years ago, and then offered them to the withered ancestor. But the main event, as everyone knows, is yet to come. The congratulatory gift that those 3 great emperor clans could come up with was the biggest grand finale. As expected, that Rakshasa clan's Luo clan also laughed out loud and said, "Since everyone has taken out congratulatory gifts, old man, look at what my clan has prepared for you this time." Saying that, one could only see that in this Luo Zu's hand, a piece of black and gold iron appeared, draped in endless spectral darkness. Some of the people present, even some of the paramount ancestors, didn't seem to have discovered that there was anything special about this piece of iron of black gold. However, those other few patriarchs were astonished. The original substance of the land of souls and specters. The heavenly desolate patriarch said in shock. And that demon ancestor was even more shocked. This item is not only capable of refining ancestral weapons, it is also capable of possessing a natural restraining effect on the Yuanshan soul. Luo Zu, you're really willing to make a move. Obviously. Something that could make the demon ancestor all be so amazed. This piece of iron of black gold. How important should that be? And they understood that even though the Rakshasa clan had a high-ranking patriarch for 3 generations, the current Luo ancestor was, after all, old. And, moreover, there was a lack of descendants in their clan. It had gradually weakened. And the reason why this Luo ancestor was congratulating the Kurenai clan so much was still paving the way for his own Rakshasa clan. Older brother is such a heavy gift. This ancestor is ashamed of it. This withered ancestor despite the polite mouth. But the hand is very affordable. Directly is holding that black gold iron. In response, that Luo ancestor despite the meat pain, but for the sake of the Rakshasa clan, also smiling. Old buddy, help you to achieve your divine power early. And seeing Luo Zu make such a generous offer, that demon ancestor also waved his hand. And then an object appeared on top of his palm. It was a rather tattered seal. But even though the appearance was not that impressive, the power of the Tao contained within it surprised everyone once again. Rune Ancestor Seal. You found the Rune Ancestor Seal? It was no wonder Luo Zu and the others were so shocked. It all came from that title. Rune Ancestor. Rune Ancestor? That was a rather peaked originator of the Wang Hun Heaven. And the most peaked emperor clan of the Wang Hun Heaven back then. This Fu ancestor came from the Fu clan. Everyone was good at carving spell formations and talisman seals. And their battle prowess was quite high. And the Fu ancestor was a supreme talent that hadn't appeared in this clan for several epochs. The extent of his astonishing talent, even in the entire otherworldly heavens, has a considerable degree of legend. It was said that rune ancestor was even infinitely close to a supreme being. And even experts from other heavenly realms in the otherworld came to visit and compete. As a result, the Fu ancestor led the Fu clan to become the #1 clan in the lookout hunting sky. And that peerless of the Kurenai clan back then had not yet appeared. So even if it was the Kurenai clan, it was also just a matter of looking up to that high and mighty rune race. Later on, when the foreign domain went to war with the opposite side, this rune ancestor, alone, continuously killed a number of great emperors on the opposite side, and became so famous that even the existences in the upper realm of the 3,000 Dao states didn't dare to fight against them. This rune ancestor had even once, by himself, blocked 12 great emperors from the upper realm of the 3,000 Taoist states, forcing those great emperors to not dare to appear. In the end, he alone killed 12 great emperors of the upper realm, one by one. And even the young children of the upper realm heard of it and knew the fierce name of this rune ancestor. This ancestor, who was infinitely close to the Supreme One, was eventually killed directly by a worldly existence in the upper realm in that great battle. That existence that killed the rune ancestor was somewhat taboo throughout the entire foreign realm for some unknown reason. Therefore, since the beginning of time, who that existence in the upper realm was, even some of the patriarchs of the other realm did not know. And after that battle, the otherworldly Wang Hun Tian also completely does not exist in the Fu clan as a group. Because it is said that the upper world of the Gaijin existence, a person killed into this place. The loss of the Fu ancestor of the Fu clan, from the top to the bottom, killed a clean. A clan of living beings were all killed and destroyed by that one person. Even if it was a foreign domain, it was quite a shock. But in any case, that rune ancestor could be called the most powerful person ever in the history of Wang Hun Heaven, other than that supreme of the Withered Glory clan. And now, this demon bird clan had actually found the supreme ancestral artifact of the rune ancestor's year. The rune ancestor's seal. Even though this thing was in tatters, its might was in no way something that an ordinary ancestral artifact and patriarch could contend with. This level of supreme treasure, unexpectedly the devil ancestor even took it out and offered it to this Wither ancestor. It has to be said that they are really pleasing this Wither clan in 100 ways for the sake of their own clan status. Because there was no way around it. This other amazingly talented patriarch of the Withered Glory clan was a true supreme disciple. There is a great possibility of reaching supremacy. In that case, who else would be able to shake the status of the Kurenai clan in this Wang Hun Heaven? After all, in terms of the entire otherworldly realm, the number of supremes wasn't that many. Because that kind of existence, even if it was the energy of the entire otherworldly realm, it wasn't very easy to defeat it. Which was why the otherworldly realm was always thinking of attacking the upper realm, or even attacking the immortal realm. This is an important reason. And at this moment, looking at this seal of the rune ancestor, even the withered ancestor was quite shocked. The rarity and power of this item would surely become another great card of the withered race. Old demon ancestor brother has a heart. The Withering clan is a representative of the lookout hunting heaven. In the 3,000 heavens and earths of my otherworldly region, only you, the Withered Glory clan, can be the representative of the lookout hunting sky. The devil ancestor said it very directly. And in fact, it was true that the otherworldly domain was exactly the same as the 3,000 Tao states, despite the fact that it showed more solidarity when it was conquering. There is also the family dynasty empire change. There is also the struggle between each other, you die and I live. The various major dynasties and clans of the attack and attack. That is, from time to time there will be a war. The 3,000 heavens and earths of the otherworldly domain. The 100 heavens great world at the very top. was the location of the otherworldly domain's most pinnacle of battle power. The 3,000 heavens and earths that were better than the 3,000 heavens and earths were the backup bases for the 100 heavens great world in the upper realm. And the supreme of the foreign domains did not regulate this kind of killing and fighting with each other because, in their opinion, this was the basis for the foreign domains to become more powerful. And the only pillar of hope hunting heaven was this Korinai clan, as one of its patriarchs had become the truly supreme disciple. Chapter 91, Ancestral Cauldron Dan. With the existence of this truly supreme disciple, Wang Hun Tian's status could only be continuously upgraded. Therefore, it was only when they faced the attacks of the other heavens that they were able to have a fighting chance. And at this moment, the Heavenly God clan's Heavenly Desolate clan chief also took out an object. Because the other two clans, no matter if it was the Iron of Black Gold, or say, the Rune Ancestor's seal, this kind of supreme treasure was really too high in rank. If the things he took out were not up to par, this would simply be quite unfavorable for the Heavenly God clan. But when the crowd saw what was on the palm of the Heavenly Desolate clan chief's hand, all of them were quite disappointed. The Heavenly God clan really did not have enough reserves and could not produce anything decent. Only a bronze-colored key. This thing, looking at the fluctuation of no energy, much less like any decent ancestral weapon. What is this? Even when the withered ancestor saw this key, it seemed that there was some disappointment that this Heavenly Desolate patriarch was also considered young and talented, with extraordinary battle prowess. On such a great day of celebration for the withered clan? Holding a key with a patina on it? Are you kidding me? At this moment, only the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch could be heard speaking. Ancestor Ku. I wonder, have you ever heard of the Fushi Daofather of the other realm? At those words, no matter if it was Ancestor Kook, or Ancestor Luo and that devil ancestor, they were all stunned. Here they were. The one with the longest existence had to belong to this Ancestor Kook. However, his era was also not the era in which that Fushi Daofather was located. Yet he had indeed heard of the existence of this 3,000 Dao states. At the time of the Great War back then, this person had teamed up with that endless Daofather and killed in the foreign realm. And the location of the engagement was in this area of their Wanghun heaven. In the end, it was the experts of the 100 Heavens Great World who personally took action before completely obliterating that Fushi Daofather and Endless Daofather. However, these two people had a rather important account in their Watch Hunting Heaven's canonical records, as the foreign domains revered the strong and did not fear battle. An existence like that Endless Daofather and Fushi Daofather, who were clearly at a disadvantage, but still dared to kill the other party's base camp alone. This kind of boldness was something that few people could possess. I won't hide it from you. My clan's ancestors, too, came here at that time. The Heavenly Desolate Patriarch also opened his mouth to tell the great secret. In fact, the several great emperor clans present rarely really knew the true origin of the Heavenly God clan. Because it was said that back then, the Heavenly God clan had gained the favor of a great person. And that was why they appeared in this Lookout Hun heaven. But I never imagined that this Heavenly God race had actually appeared in Wanghun heaven during that great battle. The successive patriarchs of our clan, the Taoist name, are all called Heavenly Wasteland. And we are not referred to as patriarchs, but only as patriarchs. It's because my clan's ancestor was the Heavenly Wasteland Daofather, one of the 10 great heavenly sovereigns who was famous in the 3,000 Dao states. Hearing the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch say so, everyone was shocked, only knowing that the Heavenly God clan had a supreme heritage. But it was unimaginable that the Heavenly God clan had such an origin. The 3,000 Dao states' 10 great Dao zoons also had quite a reputation in the otherworldly domain, after all. Back then, during that large-scale attack, the otherworldly domain had deployed at least nearly 20 existences of the patriarchal realm. However, In the end, it was a big defeat. To put it decently, that is their own initiative to retreat. But, in reality, that time the foreign domain is a big defeat. It was because they had encountered that unearthly great era of the 3000 Tao states. The era of the 10 great Tao fathers. Those 10 existences, each of them capable of evolving secret techniques, had gone to the very top of that era. And they fought back, ultimately spelling out the price of almost all of them falling down with serious injuries. Killed a dozen or so patriarchs of the otherworld. Heavily injured 3 or 4 patriarchs of the otherworldly domain. Those heavily injured patriarchs returned to the otherworldly domain soon after, also died of serious injuries and illnesses. And after that battle, the otherworldly domain 3000 heaven and earth communities. Don't know how many of them appeared to have a change in status. Therefore, those 10 great Tao masters were, indeed, quite famous. It was unthinkable that the ancestor of this heavenly god clan was a heavenly wasteland Tao father. One of the 10 great Tao fathers. Oh, throughout the dynasties, with heroes, there will naturally be bears. A paramount ancestor of the Devil Bird clan also said in a rather disdainful manner. Even though the Heavenly God clan was already one of the Emperor clans, a significant portion of the Devil Bird clan existed. There was no regard for the pact that had betrayed their world. Upon hearing this, the demon ancestor only symbolically rebuked. And it was obvious that he did not place this heavenly god race in his eyes. As for these, the heavenly wasteland patriarch was unconcerned. Such a scene, for so many years, they had experienced too much. After all, who would value a renegade community? And then, this heavenly desolate patriarch also spoke faintly. Back then, my ancestor killed his way into this realm with that Fushi Tao father and endless Tao father. There was a chance buried with Fushi Taoist in a secret key place. Upon hearing this, the withered ancestor of the withered Glory clan seemed to have remembered something. And then, rather surprised, he said, "You mean?" Seeing that this withered ancestor understood what he had said, the heavenly desolate patriarch also nodded. And then continued to speak. "Ancestor Ku, the late generation is not hiding anything. If not, my clan would not have been able to obtain that item. I, myself, will not hand this over as a congratulatory gift." Hearing him say such words, that withered ancestor, despite being a bit skeptical, still chose to believe it. Because he knew very well what existed there. Exactly. Zooting Dan. The devil ancestor seemed to have realized it as well. And then, shocked, he uttered these words. The originator of the foreign domain. The rank of strength and weakness. There is a clear division. The reason why that rune ancestor was so amazing back then, even that true supreme, was extremely appreciated and even scorned? Precisely because of this. The patriarchs of the otherworldly realm were divided into 9 major ranks. And each time they crossed the patriarchal tribulation, they were promoted to a major rank. However, the power of the patriarchal tribulation was simply too great. And every patriarch, even if their true strength and realm was able to reach the level of the tribulation, easily they wouldn't dare. Because if they were not careful, they would go up in smoke under the power of the ancestors' tribulation, and completely vanish into thin air. The cost of that was just too great. So even though the exotic domain was very powerful, there weren't many high-ranking patriarchs. The patriarchs of the 3000 great worlds. The patriarchs of the 100 heavens great world. All the truly high-ranking patriarchs, combined, were less than 100. Each one of them was an astonishingly talented person. All of them were the top power of the foreign domains. And now, The thing that this heavenly desolate patriarch had taken was actually the ancestral cauldron Dan that was claimed to be able to assist patriarchs in transiting the tribulation. Moreover, the chances of success in crossing the threshold were quite high. The efficacy of such an elixir, its ability, surpassed even ordinary ancestral artifacts and even that seal of the rune ancestor. Because only if one's strength is improved, then this is the most basic. Therefore, the withered ancestor was also quite excited at this moment. They had heard of a legend. It was that 3000 Taoist states Fushi Taofather whose cultivation was heavenly and had reached the critical point of qualitative change. He himself was not only proficient in evolution and formation, but was also extremely proficient in the Tao of Dan. But it was also said that it was another Taofather who had taught him the methods. The other Tao Zun was also a renowned existence, being the Shinong Tao Zun. It was the help of this Shinong Taofather that made that Fushi Taofather's very self seem to become one of the topmost elixirs or pills under the heavens. Chapter 92 Supreme Metamorphosis of True Blood. It was said that what that Fushi Taofather had manifested before his fall was none other than the ancestral cauldron Dan. Of course, this kind of elixir, on that side of the 3000 Tao state, was called the Heavenly Tao Origin Elixir. It was said to be able to truly promote breakthroughs. And so, in the face of the words of the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch, even if this withered ancestor was no longer dignified, he was still quite excited. If he could truly obtain that ancestral cauldron Dan, then he would truly become a second-order patriarch. In that case, the status of their Kurenai clan would be elevated even further. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate to what extent this supreme treasure brought by the heavenly god clan was cherished. The devil ancestor and Luo ancestor looked at each other in dismay. In their hearts, they wished that the Kurenai clan would be strong and that they themselves would be sheltered. But that kind of strength, it still had to be within a controllable range. That second ancestor of the withered glory clan, even though he was also an astonishingly talented patriarch, he was after all younger and was still just an ancestor of the same level as them. So even if they could have the support of the supreme lineage behind them, however, they were still restricted. After all, the foreign domain had an unwritten rule. That is, after stepping into the supreme, one would no longer easily meddle in the affairs of the mundane world. Even if the originator of the supreme existence in the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of the supreme, it was still equivalent to dust. Thus, the Kurenai clan was, in reality, not much ahead of them. However, once this withered ancestor truly obtained that ancestral cauldron Dan and successfully stepped into a higher realm, their relationship with each other would truly change. That's not what they want to see. So, in their minds, perhaps, there are some ideas of their own that are about to emerge. Ha ha ha. Such a great event this time of year. Old fellow, are you still not going to entertain us with a banquet of wine? Luo ancestor also said with a smile. And upon hearing this, that Kuko ancestor also laughed out loud. And then spoke aloud. What a thing to say. Come. Quickly take your seats. And afterward, invite all of you together to observe the ancient scriptures. Ancestor Kook was in quite a good mood right now. With the iron of black gold, the rune ancestor seal, and the key to this ancestral cauldron Dan. These were all supreme treasures that were sufficient to raise the battle power of the Kurenai clan. And they understood what was going on. Back then, that heavenly wasteland Tao Zun was originally with Fushi Tao Zun. But in front of the life and death decision, he was not as good as that Fushi Tao Zun. In the end, he chose to submit to the foreign domain. And the ancestral cauldron Dan, which was also known as that origin heavenly Tao Dan, that was transformed into the Tao by Fushi Tao Zun. was actually coveted by the heavenly wasteland Daozuan. However, he couldn't open it. Such a secret. The Heavenly God clan had actually kept it for so many long years. And in order to curry favor with the Kurenai clan, the current Heavenly God clan had to bring it out. And in order to open that key cavern, one would need to be at least at the peak stage of battle power of a first-order patriarch. And at least 2 patriarchs would need to work together. The Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch obviously didn't meet this condition. And the Withered Glory clan had 2 patriarchs. So it shouldn't be too much of an effort to try to open up the cavernous sky here. And just as the crowd was planning to go to that Kurenai cave sky together to take a look at this Kurenai clan's ancient scriptures, a clear and crisp sound of an immortal crane crowing suddenly appeared in the distant void outside of the lookout muddy sky. A crack appeared in that void all of a sudden. And afterward, the white immortal crane that emitted a ghostly light all over its body appeared on the outskirts of the Kurenai clan. Feeling the aura around this white crane, everyone was shocked because the aura fluctuation of this white crane was actually higher than the individual auras of all the patriarchs present. Which heavenly originator is this? One must know that even in the other realm, the various heavenly realms would not easily interact with each other. Especially the warrior patriarchs of the various clans. They would not easily set foot in other heavenly realms. Once they sailed to other heavenly realms without greeting them beforehand, then it was very much with the possibility that they would be regarded as enemies. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this unknown white crane, the other everyone was startled. As if they were facing a great enemy. However, right at this moment, old ancestor Kurenai was directly smiling as he ran to greet that white crane patriarch. Patriarch of the lower realms Kurenai minor clan. Meet your excellency. Saying that withered ancestor even kneeled down on one knee to worship that white crane. This scene was even more astonishing to everyone else. What kind of status does this Kukuo ancestor have in Wonhun heaven? How could he give such a big salute to this white crane? And to address it as an adult? Could it be that this white crane came from the 100 Heavens world? Or even that there? After thinking about this, even the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor were even more shocked. And after seeing the appearance of this white crane, the eyes of the heavenly wasteland patriarch was a slight change. Obviously, he did not expect it all. This will appear here? You're welcome. Master learned of the Kuksu ancestor's millennium ceremony and sent me here to congratulate him. Junior-senior brother's cultivation breakthrough is imminent. And he is unable to return in person. So, underneath, it's a special run. Obviously. This white crane, too, was quite polite. And hearing him say so, the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This white crane was really one of that Supreme's men. Mouth-calling master. An existence like this, in front of the Supreme, even calling himself as the next person. Then, the real Supreme. How terrifying it should be. And at this moment, the Kukui ancestor was simply overjoyed. Even though the Kukui race was extraordinary. In the 100 Heavens great world. In the eyes of the true Supreme. It was nothing. What 1,000 years of sacrificial ceremony. All are not enough to see. But this time, the Supreme even personally sent people to come to take care of this kind of glory. The entire 3,000 worlds. And how many can there be? Your honor is welcome. Many thanks to Lord Supreme for still thinking about the trivial matters of the small clan. All of the Kurenai clan, would like to wish Lord Supreme all the luck in the world. Your Excellency, you have traveled a long way. Please descend and enter the mansion for a moment. The whole of my clan will surely serve you with all their hearts. Upon hearing this white crane also said with a smile, You're too kind. Ancestor Cook. In coming here, the master has another item that he entrusted me to pass on to you, as a congratulatory gift from the master." Hearing the words of this white crane, the withered ancestor was quite shocked. Shocked to the extreme. While those devil ancestors and Luo ancestors were all envious. That was a true supreme being. Even if it was a patriarch. In someone's eyes, it was all just dust. Yet, this supreme would actually send a special person to come and present a congratulatory gift for the withered glory clan. In other words, that would be too much to look down on this Kuzu and their tribe. This is the ancestral tomb smoking. No. This is the ancestral tomb blowing up. How can one not be envious of such a favor from the Supreme? With this vastness of the heavens and immortal existence, then who can move this Kurenai clan? Of course, at this moment, what they were looking forward to even more was the supreme treasure. What exactly it was. It was also at this moment that a decree appeared in front of that white crane. Inside this legal decree, there was a drop of blood contained. And that drop of blood, which appeared black and red, was blocked on top of this legal decree with endless rune veins. Once that decree was unfolded, everyone present unconsciously knelt down. Even though there wasn't that oppressive pressure, everyone was able to perceive that this was a true supreme Tao pattern. This was a true supreme manifestation. And even if it was them, it would be difficult to see the supreme side in this lifetime. Because that kind of existence was the true top of the pyramid in the foreign domain. A drop of blood that could make the supreme attach such importance to it. What kind of precious thing should it be? This object, a drop of blood from the master on the occasion of his metamorphosis from the patriarch. Not only can it extend your unlimited lifespan, but also, it has the sense of metamorphosis. With the laws of the body of metamorphosis. This object, in terms of your cultivation, that is also greatly beneficial. Saying that legal decree flew to the front of the withered ancestor. And at this time, the withered ancestor's entire body was agitatedly busy with his hands. And even said that a patriarch, even with his hands, was dejected. Because he was so excited. That was a true supreme, gifting himself a drop of his essence blood from when he had metamorphosed. It's too much of a face for myself. At this moment, he felt that he was walking with the wind. And throughout the entire Wanghan heaven. From now on, who else would be able to compare to their Kurenai clan? Chapter 93, The Effects of a Supreme Ancient Scripture. And then, this withered ancestor was thrilled to the point of no return as he received the drop of metamorphosis blood. He felt the vigorous life force within this blood of metamorphosis. And he could feel that just this drop of essence blood would be able to extend his lifespan by about 5,000 years and endless battle power at the very least. This is something that is simply too valuable. Therefore, this withered ancestor couldn't care less. And immediately kneeled down and said excitedly, "Thank you, Supreme Lord. How can my clan be so virtuous as to receive such generous treatment from Lord Supreme? If Your Excellency needs it, we are willing to serve as a dog and horse." Even though the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor were both having a considerable amount of displeasure. However, seeing such a scene of this Ku ancestor, they couldn't help but be staggered. Grandma, in this world, if there is a big backer, it's really not the same. And at that moment, that white crane also said with a faint smile, "Kozu is modest. The gift has been delivered. And my mission, too, is complete. Well, then, so long." Upon hearing this, how could Kuksu easily let this honored guest go back empty-handed? Just saw his big hand wave. There is a ball of light directly as appeared in the white crane's side. do not know that ball of light in the end of the internal what is. However, that white crane was satisfied and did not push back. It is clear that this withered ancestor is very good at doing things. People run a trip for you. There are going to be some hard costs. So, as long as this one is satisfied, then, after going back, the good words will still keep going. Just like that. That white crane is also quite satisfied that there is no wasted trip. After the immortal crane left, everyone again congratulated the withered ancestor in a rather envious manner. Old fellow. This time you, the withered glory clan, have quite the face. Honestly, it's enviable. Not only is the second ancestor of the Kurenai clan's talent outstanding, but he's also able to obtain such favor from the Supreme. The Kurenai clan. It's really going to prosper greatly. Luozu also spoke without emotion. Indeed. This was too much for them to envy. Ha ha ha. You old man. You're telling the truth. Don't worry. This ancestor isn't that insatiable and complacent. So, even if my Kurenai clan does go that far, then, all of the clans here must also be guests of my Kurenai clan. The existence of this hope-hunting heaven is by no means solely dependent on my Kurenai clan. Hearing this withered ancestor say so, everyone put their hearts down. And to be honest, this withered ancestor, too, was considered to have quite a pattern. Otherwise, it would not be possible to say that in the entire Wanghun heaven, only this Kurenai clan was getting stronger and stronger. Just like that, their group had also arrived at the back cave of the Kurenai clan, and originally waited until after the sacrificial ceremony to observe the ancient scriptures. However, this withered ancestor was very happy, and in order to show off, he also decided to take them to observe the ancient scriptures first. Of course, this withered ancestor, too, was no little cutie. Since the supreme ancient scriptures of several ethnic groups, he would not give the origin part to others to observe. However, for the average person, what they were able to observe was only a small portion of it. And furthermore, the supreme ancient scriptures required sensation and enlightenment. If it is not the strength of the road to a certain point, or outstanding natural talent, enlightenment roots extraordinary only exist, is unable to really observe. This is where the supreme ancient scripture is truly peculiar. The supreme ancient scripture is not equivalent to the patriarchal scripture. The patriarchal scripture, which can become a true blessing for future generations. Because if you dive in seriously, you will cultivate a certain scale and effectiveness. However, the supreme ancient scriptures were not something that everyone could learn or comprehend. For example, that supreme ancestor of the Kurenai clan, even though he had fallen for an unknown number of epochs, why was the Kurenai clan's generation not as good as the next? Nor has a true supreme ever appeared again? Not even a quasi-supreme or a high-ranked patriarch had ever appeared. The reason was very simple. That is, even if they had the supreme ancient scriptures, but they could not read them, could not understand them, and simply could not embark on the supreme cultivation path again. Therefore, this supreme ancient scripture, if not with the existence of a great chance and great roots, simply cannot be realized. Even the current withered ancestor, at best, can only be comprehended a 1 or 2 tenths. And in fact, he also understood one point. And that was that the reason why that Supreme had accepted his own son as a disciple, aside from the fact that his own son had outstanding natural talent, there was another important reason. That is, the supreme ancient scripture of the withered glory clan was a great attraction even for Supreme. That's what it's really about. Therefore, the Kurenai clan was clinging to this thigh. And it was considered that both sides got what they wanted. Just like that. Along with the great magical power of the withered ancestor, the cavernous paradise with the place where the supreme ancient scriptures existed was slowly opened. People were quite shocked to see this scene. They had thought that the supreme ancient scriptures, like the scriptures of the patriarchs, were a record of the documentary canon in the books. However, when they truly saw that cave of heavenly bliss, they were shocked. Where is that so-called supreme ancient scripture still a scripture? This was clearly a small world with mountains, water, stars, and spiritual power. Is this the legendary supreme ancient scripture? This small world is a cave of its own, evolving the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn and winter. Has not yet been inside. Even if the distance is very far. Are feeling a great way of the extraordinary? The flow of the law of blight and glory. Is this the true supreme scripture? It's so shocking. Seeing the shocked and envious eyes of the crowd, the withered ancestor was also quite satisfied. This was where his withered glory clan's heritage lay. Even if you can't read it yourself. But with the guardianship of this object, even if there is a supreme in the world, if you want to move the Kurenai clan, you will have to weigh it up. Because the true supreme ancient scripture, it was a scripture in itself. But even more so, it was an immortal Tao law. The reason was simple. Even if one was truly supreme and had their own senses, it was rare that they were able to develop their own ancient scriptures. What most supreme could harbor was their own immortal Tao laws and immortal Tao sensations. The cultivation laws and cultivation sensations of a certain stage. Only an extremely talented and brilliant existence could truly evolve a complete immortal Tao law and cultivation scripture of their own, which was called the supreme ancient scripture. The truly supreme ancient scriptures were in various forms and strange, with scriptures, patterns, lines, seal formations, and even formed a side of the world, a side of landscape paintings. Even some supreme ancient scriptures had their own divine thoughts, forming new living spirits with quasi-supreme cultivation and power. This was not just a legend. Because, in the foreign realm, there really was such a profound existence. And the withered ancestor knew very well that back then. That supreme ancestor of the withered glory clan was of heavenly strength. But the supreme ancient scripture that he had left behind was still only a quasi-supreme ancient scripture. The reason was simple. Even that old ancestor who had gone to the extreme had only developed a quasi-superior ancient scripture. So one could imagine how difficult it was. But, spare me. That supreme old ancestor had already surpassed the vast majority of supreme existences. Because this withering ancient scripture was equivalent to a true quasi-supreme artifact, infinitely close to a supreme power. Chapter 94, Behead you and make roasted meat to eat. Therefore, this codex of Kurenai was the greatest treasure that supreme ancestor had left to the future generations. Even though he couldn't learn it, this supreme treasure, belonging to his Kurenai clan, was his greatest dependence. But right at this moment, a voice, however, came directly from the distant void. My goodness! So many heavenly treasures. They're all mine. No, no, no. They're all ours. Look at you. Low profile. What kind of scene haven't we seen before? Keep a low profile. These two voices caused everyone, including the withered ancestor, to be quite taken aback for the simple reason that all 4 of their patriarchs were here. And they hadn't even detected the slightest hint of anyone approaching the place. It was even said that even though they heard the voice, none of them could detect where the person who spoke, precisely positioned, was. How is that possible? Moreover, listening to those words, it was obvious that the person speaking was a hostile force. Therefore, These people were worthy of being the originators of the foreign domain. And their reactions were quite fast. Especially that Kurei ancestor, who instantly blocked off the Kurenai cave sky, and then hurriedly activated the formation to awaken the entire Kurenai clan, because he knew that an enemy had appeared. As for Luo ancestor and Devil ancestor, they were also quite calm when they saw Ku ancestor doing so, and they directly pinched the spatial runes. And after that, they only saw a large formation appear completely. Surprisingly, it quickly filled the entire Wanghun heaven, completely controlling it. This single spell formation not only had a very murderous offensive spell formation, but also, there were a large number of defensive spell formations with a considerable thickness. The heritage and resources of this foreign domain. From this, it could be seen that it was quite extraordinary. What a man! Why be sneaky? How dare you hit my Wanghun Tian? This hope hunting heaven's 4 great patriarchs gathered here. And to be honest, the surrounding several great heavenly realms, they really didn't put it in their eyes. After all, everyone had been fighting for so many years. They all understood each other very well. And unless a force really did rise out of nowhere, it would be impossible to directly take down a piece of the heavenly realm with the patriarchal emperor clan. Wanghun Tian? That's a good name for it. Then it's just as well that you're all called to become undead souls. Saying that, a strong aura directly rushed over, instantly sweeping through the endless phalanxes of that Wanghun Tian. A wave of runes unexpectedly trembled more and more under this strong aura. Seeing this scene, that demon ancestor was also startled, and immediately let out a cold shout as he stepped on the void and directly appeared at the periphery of that spell formation. And then a wave of the hand. Its back has a pair of huge wings flapping open, only to see the huge black wings once appeared. There are endless gusts of wind, just fierce and rapid hammer in the past. With that sweeping breath fiercely counter-blasted together. In an instant, the vast fluctuations directly appeared above this heavenly realm. The crowd in the foreign region also clapped their hands when they saw how strong the demon ancestor had struck out. The devil ancestor's true strength, as a 9-headed devil bird, was quite strong. And this was not the case. As soon as he made his move, he stabilized the situation. At this time, that demon ancestor was also smug. He hadn't even put out a few % of his own force, and he had easily destroyed the breath that came running at him. It was enough to show that the enemy coming from the opposite side was just that. What curmudgeon! Since you don't show up, then this seat will arrest you for showing up. This demon ancestor let out a cold cry and stepped on the void, directly chasing out. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the foreign domain shouted. And it was naturally quite exhilarating to see this demon ancestor so valiant. Lord Demon Ancestor is invincible. No matter which heavenly realm's curmudgeon will be defeated under Lord Demon Ancestor's hand. Let's kill out together. Follow Lord Demon Ancestor and defeat the mad enemy. With that, a dozen or so quasi-ancestor level existences chased after them. And seeing this scene, the Rakshasa clan's Luo ancestor wasn't willing to lag behind either. Since there were people who dared to come to Wanghun Tian, it was necessary to give them some color. But just at this moment, there was a word from beyond the sky that said, I've heard that some of the living beings in the foreign realm are not human bodies. And when they eat them, they are better than just refining them. Look at this big guy. Is it a bird with 9 heads? What about that old bastard? Who seems to be an old turtle? No. 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 It's a type of fish. Right? This group of guys from the foreign domain are really compartmentalized to the extreme. Hearing such words, everyone in the foreign domain was quite furious. Especially that demon ancestor. Who was furious? What kind of being is this? How dare it want to eat itself? That's bullshit. After all these years, who dares to talk to you like that in your own hall of originators? What is more angry is still the Luo ancestor of the Rakshasa clan. Unexpectedly being called so by others. This is intolerable. Where did the madman come from? Wait for this ancestor to chop you up. With that, this Luo ancestor rushed over. Aigu. You see, this old turtle is still angry? Continuously rushing. Just hungry. Come. Let you taste our handiwork. Barbecue the old turtle. Stew the big bird. After those words, another voice came out. That Dan Huang guy has nature and peppercorns in his hand. Put more in. It'll smell great. Hearing such words from outside the void, that demon ancestor and Luo ancestor were furious. And with a wave of their big hands, they instantly grabbed fiercely at the void where the voice came from. But just at this moment, they were surprised to find that around themselves, they didn't know when, but at least a dozen or so breaths that were even better than theirs had appeared. And then, in an instant, it wrapped around them and grabbed their essence. Come here, you. Boil the water and boil the water. Pluck the hair and start the stew. Someone shouted loudly. The demon ancestor and Luo Zhu despite the shock. But they are not the slightest bit cannot move. Directly there are more than 10 aura will be completely confine them up. It was at this moment that this demon ancestor felt fear. And he hurriedly shouted loudly. Ku Zhu. Save us. At this time, even the withered ancestor was shocked. They didn't even have time to utilize their ancestral weapons. This withered ancestor chased straight over. And after that, with a wave of his big hand, a longbow appeared in his hand. After that, he only saw the withered ancestor open his bow and shoot out an arrow. That arrow carried a considerable amount of patriarchal pressure, belonging to a strike at the peak of the first stage of patriarchs. And even an existence of the same realm would definitely not dare to be careless. But right at this moment, a cold humming voice appeared. And immediately afterward, a mighty and domineering emperor, holding a halberd, appeared directly in front of that withered ancestor. Sculpture. Break it for this emperor. In a flash, a halberd appeared, directly shattering that withered ancestor's bow and arrow. And then an endless aura emanated out, coldly intimidating the direction where that withered ancestor was. The emperor who appeared was no other than the mighty Stone Emperor. And at this moment, that withered ancestor looked at the Stone Emperor in front of him with wide eyes, also shocked to the extreme. Because, how could he not have expected it? Was this being in front of me actually the supreme ancient emperor of the 3000 Tao state? The existence of 3000 Tao states. How dare they come and initiate an attack on the foreign domain? Chapter 95, The Original Flavor. More nutrition. How is that convincing? All along, between the foreign domains and the 3000 Taoist states, it had never been only the foreign domains that had fought the 3000 Taoist states. With all the great wars over the generations, the existences of the foreign domains that went to attack were all scrambling to sign up. Because, in their opinion, since that era had passed, the 3000 Tao states were too weak. What great emperors, supreme emperors, and ancient emperors they had there. Not only could there only be one in tens of thousands of years, but also, their strengths varied in strengths and weaknesses. And to fight with them was simply asking for death. So, to be honest, in the eyes of the foreign domains, the existence of the 3000 Tao states was never placed in their eyes. If not with the will of the world to block the foreign domain, the 3000 Tao states has long been destroyed by the foreign domain. That vast land, not to cultivate a real expert. In the view of the foreign domain, are a pity. The cultivation laws of the foreign domains were different from the 3000 Taoist states, as there was a slight difference in the source of their mana. Therefore, this withered ancestor was easily able to sense that the Stone Emperor originated from the 3000 Tao state. What a surprise! 30 years east, 30 years west? How dare these 3,000 Tao states come forward to provoke the foreign domain? Indeed, none of the borders between the foreign domains and the 3000 Tao state were defended because, at all, they despised the existence of the 3000 Tao state. This time, they even came to the door of their own accord? Of course, seeing that this mighty and domineering man in front of him had actually resisted his own strike with the help of an ancestral weapon, this withered ancestor, too, was quite shocked. His own cultivation level, infinitely close to the peak of the First Order Patriarch. He was slow to find the opportunity to break through. Or else he wouldn't have attached such importance to the key given by that heavenly desolate Patriarch. However, this imperial Tao existence of the 3000 Tao states in front of him had easily diffused his attack. This was somewhat unacceptable to this withered ancestor. And now, he couldn't delay any longer. Because the demon ancestor and Luo ancestor, surprisingly, were directly about to completely dissolve. This is just horrible. Even though the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor were a thread weaker than him in cultivation, it wasn't as if he alone could completely dissolve these two patriarchs into nothingness. However, and now that the war power of the 3000 Tao states has appeared, it is obvious that besides the Stone Emperor in front of us, is there any other war power? Unbridled, this withered ancestor rushed over with great fury. The foreign domain is not without the people who dare to fight. Advocate fighting. Fierce and vicious. Even if they perceive that the other party's combat power is more prominent, they do not hesitate at all. Kill. The Stone Emperor was also in a battle spirit at this time. And to be honest, after witnessing the original, he had never fought with a true patriarch of a foreign realm before. He could sense that the exotic region's originator in front of him was very powerful. To be honest, if it was placed before, when he had not been recertified, there was a certain degree of difficulty in trying to defeat the one in front of him. It was just as the Xian Emperor had said. If one wanted to be truly powerful, one had to constantly fight powerful opponents in life and death battles. That way you can maximize your battle power. Therefore, the withered ancestor in front of him was a good opponent. But the current Shi Huan was confident that decapitating him would not be a problem. Fuck off. That withered ancestor was furious that the Stone Emperor dared to stand in his way. Because the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor over there had, surprisingly, both been devoured. Fellow Daoist, don't disintegrate the body. Chop him up and keep the meat for roasting. In the distant void, Emperor Dan's voice came out, and when Emperor Shi heard it, he unexpectedly nodded as well. This scene, angry that withered ancestor's face green. So he did not care about the devil ancestor and Luo ancestor. Directly is to the Stone Emperor. Killed over. And at the same time, that demon ancestor and Luo ancestor had also completely arrived within a void. And when they arrived here, they were also completely dumbfounded. It was no wonder that they were completely confined in their cultivation and cut off from all connection between their mana and the heavens and earth. Because, in front of them, there were 10 entire supreme ancient emperors of the 3000 Tao states. How is this possible? As patriarchs, they sensed that these supreme beings carried the laws of the heavenly Tao spoken of by those 3000 Tao states. But how is this possible? The supreme ancient emperors of the 3000 Tao states could never stand side by side. At the very least, most of them had been so in these recent epochs. This was because after a great emperor ancient emperor had succeeded in proving his Tao, It was the same as cutting off the path of other heavenly prides to become emperors. Furthermore, 10 supreme ancient emperors appeared all at once, each with ample chi and blood. And their aura was exceptionally appalling. Any of them definitely reached this level of theirs. This is horrible. Devil Ancestor and Luo Zhu just wanted to go home to their moms right now. You griffins! You don't know the heights of heaven. How dare you penetrate into my clan's ancestral land? Aren't you afraid that my clan's army will arrive and kill you and the others to ashes? The devil ancestors were still high and mighty at this point because they despised the existence of the 3,000 Dao states from the bottom of their hearts. And fucking Baba. Unbeknownst to him, after Emperor Dan heard this, he went up and slapped him hard. And with this slap, not only was the demon ancestor confused, Luo ancestor confused, but the other supreme beings of the Xianting were also confused. Shit. This kid. He's still got it? Fellow Daoist. Take a shot. Chop him up and hurry up and roast the meat. Upon hearing this, the ancient emperor of the Green Dragon was also nonchalant, as several laws appeared and transformed into a long sharp green dragon blade. And then directly afterward, he ruthlessly slashed down at this demon ancestor. His hand rose and fell without the slightest delay, in front of the current ancient emperor Qinglong. It would still be easy for him to finish this demon ancestor with his full power strike. Who would have thought that? The hall of a foreign domain of an emperor ancestor. Before he could say any last words, the Green Dragon ancient emperor directly is the hand up and down. Confine his Yuanshan and leave it to his majesty to refine weapons and make pills. Other than that, leave it to me. Very amide. The devil ancestor this level of originator. Even if his physical body crumbled. But to stay the spirit, it threw to be able to reorganize his physical body. But it was clear that the Dan Emperor did not even give him this opportunity. How dare you? Once my clan's army learns of the change in Wan Han Tian, you will all perish. The demon ancestor's Yuan Shin transformed into a 9-headed demonic bird and cursed viciously. But Emperor Dan didn't talk nonsense to him at all. And the main fight was one of speed and dryness. Start a pan of oil and make a 9-headed devil bird head first. The other parts are just put on skewers and grilled. At this scene, Luo Zhu was completely scared to death. Who would have thought that he, a generation of exotic domain patriarch, would actually be scared to death? Can you not fucking piss? That's the originator. If you say you'll give it a roast, you'll really give it a roast. This there is the supreme ancient emperor of the 3,000 Dao state. This is purely a wild man who does not follow the rules. People fight to beat their opponents. They fight to grill their opponents. Seeing Luo Zhu urinate, Emperor Dan also smiled. Oh whoa. Look at this old turtle. He knows how to urinate on himself? Saving this emperor from having to do the work later. Simplifying a process. Just like that. Along with Emperor Dan's command, Luo Zhu was instantly disintegrated and transformed into his original form. Said to be an old turtle, but also looked like a fish with armor. Ioho. This fish. Or steamed it. Original flavor. Nutrition that is also more adequate. Chapter 96, that was actually Heavenly Wasteland Daofather. This guy is steamed and has more nutritional value. Trust me. Absolutely. The White Dragon Supreme spoke up. As a dragon race, even though he wasn't a true dragon bloodline, he was particularly vocal about eating fish and was a gourmet. Don't worry. Dog. Come on. Take a shot. Emperor Dan was so busy that the rest of the supreme beings even felt that it was a bit unreal. The supreme being of the otherworldly realm. That's taken out? But all in all, from this moment onwards, the supreme beings of Xianting had understood one thing. That is, They are utterly powerful. They were so powerful that even if they were the patriarchs of a foreign realm, if they wanted to grill them, they could grill them. And if they wanted to steam them, then they could steam them. Who would have thought that the two great patriarchs of the hallowed foreign realm would just be taken out by the supreme being of Xianting? Meanwhile, in the outside world, the battle between that withered ancestor and the Stone Emperor was also proceeding to a white-hot stage. The Kuksu used all of his strength, but he was unable to injure the Stone Emperor in the slightest, even with his most proud Kukui inheritance, which evolved the flow of the seasons and explored the method of the origin of living beings. Even that had no effect on the Stone Emperor. Your Dharma. Even the heavenly kindred's Tao. The withered ancestor said in shock. And he also realized that his own method was unable to leave a true mark on the body of the Stone Emperor. This Emperor is an innate stone body Holy Spirit. And your method of evolving all living things is not among this Emperor's. The Stone Emperor stated the reason and raised his heaven-shaking stone halberd, directly killing over. And right at this moment, that withered ancestor was also shocked as he realized that he had poured out all of his strength. But he had still been suppressed by this 3000 Tao state's imperial Tao existence. He was not a person who delayed. And directly he was fleeing back. It was obvious that these enemies in front of him, their true strength, were enough to decimate them. The Devil Ancestor and Luo Ancestor. It was thought that they had completely fallen. Thus, this Kuksu ancestor shouted as he ran. Sky God Clan. What are you doing? Because of the engagement until now, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch had never made a move. Just coldly observing like that. And at this moment, hearing the panicked voice of this withered ancestor, that Heavenly Desolate Patriarch seemed to have made up his mind about something. And after that, his hands quickly formed seals. However, he did not mobilize any attacks. This scene, the other everyone was shocked. However, what shocked them even more was still at the back. Because the Kukzu, who was originally still running back, had an extremely strong spell formation appear directly around his body. Not only did it directly pierce through its body, but also, it completely trapped it within the void. Immediately after that, an ancient and simple occasion key appeared in the sight of everyone. This is that key that the Heavenly Desolate Patriarch gave to Ancestor Ku. And it said that it's the key to that ancestral cauldron Dan of Taoist Fushi. But if this is how to control the Heavenly Wasteland Clan Chief, obviously, seeing this scene, all of the existences in the otherworldly region were quite shocked. Especially the experts of the Demon Bird Clan and the Rakshasa Clan as well as the Kurenai Clan. All of them were furious. One after another. They shot out and directly surrounded and killed everyone from the Heavenly God Clan. Because, looking at the current scene, this Heavenly God Clan, could it be that it had, in fact, mutinied? Sky Wasteland. What are you doing? The withered ancestor hissed as he was covered in blood. How could he not expect that at this critical moment, the existence of the Heavenly God Clan would backstab himself? That's when something occurred to him as well. And then, in anger and horror, these people from the 3000 Tao states. You lured them here? You betrayed our clan. The moment these words came out, all the people of the otherworldly domain were looking at all the existences of this Heavenly God Clan quite vigilantly. And this scene in front of them seemed to be proof that this, the Heavenly God Clan, had really betrayed the otherworldly domain. White-eyed wolves. Ungrateful clan. If my clan hadn't taken you in back then, you would have been completely exterminated long ago. The people of the foreign realm cursed. And now this Heavenly God Clan had colluded with the existence of the 3000 Tao states to sneak attack Wang Hun Tian. It's simply a case of eat your heart out. At this moment, the Stone Emperor was also quite shocked. He had never heard of the Heavenly God Clan at all. And seeing this scene, He was also a bit unsure. The infighting of a foreign land? Listening to them? Does this heavenly god clan have some kind of origin? Watching that withered ancestor being completely trapped by himself. The heavenly desolate patriarch still didn't dare to be careless because this was an emperor clan with a supreme inheritance. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary emperor clan. They had waited and prepared for so many years. It must not be undone by carelessness. In the next second, the heavenly wasteland patriarch's patriarchal mighty pressure completely erupted, straightaway shocking all the surrounding spell formations into flight. That demon bird clan and the Rakshasa clan, as well as the various levels of the Kurenai clan's old ancestors, as well as the elites, completely went up in smoke under such a powerful waya. Obviously, he understands very well that the reasoning of getting rid of evil is that if you don't get rid of the root of the grass, then it will grow again in the spring. Celestial God Clan. Kill all the otherworldly existences here. The figure of the heavenly desolate patriarch appeared beside that withered ancestor in the next second. And then with a wave of his big hand, an ancient flood chi transformed into a grayish-brown spear. That spear carried endless killing intent. And then, it was completely sacrificed, directly piercing through that withered ancestor. Kill you. Avenge my ancestor. This heavenly desolate patriarch also said with scarlet eyes. And seeing this heavenly desolate patriarch directly obliterate this withered ancestor, everyone froze in place. Especially what this heavenly desolate patriarch said. Avenging his ancestor? It seems that this heavenly god clan, after all, really intends to hibernate in a foreign land? Right at this moment, the heavenly wasteland patriarch knelt down on the void, towards a location in the distant void, and then solemnly kowtowed and paid 3 obeisances. Ancestor, I, the heavenly god clan, will finally regain my identity. This day, posterity did it. It was also at this time that the Stone Emperor's figure abruptly appeared in front of this heavenly wasteland patriarch, and the heavenly shaking stone halberd directly pressed against the heavenly wasteland patriarch's neck. Obviously, such a little trick. The Stone Emperor did not believe in it. How could it be such a coincidence that in time for their attack on the foreign realm, this so-called heavenly god race made such a whole scene? Who the hell are you people? Shi Huang asked coldly. It was obvious that if the heavenly wasteland patriarch had the slightest falsehood, then Shi Huang would never show any mercy. However, at this moment, the Stone Emperor was quite calm. And then, with a smile, he clapped his hands, only to see that in the distant void, a man whose greatness was so great that he had transformed into a majestic figure. Although that figure was very illusory, it stepped on the void and looked out of the world. A look as if the world was in his hands. Shi Huang could see that this, despite not even being considered a spirit body, was surprisingly powerful. And even on par with his current self. No. Upon careful perception, this was again not like a spirit body with remnants, as its entire silhouette possessed a considerable killing aura. The Stone Emperor could not help but be shocked as he carefully perceived it. Because this spirit body remnant, surprisingly, every single component was filled with flooding aura of killing intent runes. Once it was emitted, even if it was the Stone Emperor, if he didn't have the slightest defense, he would even be directly killed. A killing formation of this level was not formed overnight. It had to be precipitated for at least a few generations or even more years. Very powerful. And right at this moment, a voice came out. It was Jintian Ancient Exalt, who exclaimed, "That is actually the Heavenly Wasteland Taofather." Chapter 97, The Secret of the Year. That's actually the Heavenly Wasteland Taofather. This can't be right. Jintian Ancient Exalt's voice was filled with surprise. How could one of the 10 great Taoist exalts, the heavenly wasteland Taoist exalt, appear here? At the time of the Great War back then, the 10 great Tao Zuns did not exist in the current world. For example, this heavenly desolate Tao Zun, according to the records at that time, is that it has long disappeared? Just like that heaven-splitting Tao Lord who had sneak attacked the endless Tao Lord. Who would have thought that the spirit body of the heavenly wasteland Tao Lord would be seen in this foreign land? Could it be that this heavenly god race is the descendant of the heavenly desolate Tao Father? Obviously. The supreme beings of Xianting were quite surprised by this. Even if they were as ancient as Jintian Ancient Exalt, they were quite puzzled by this. Because that's too metaphysical. And it was at this moment that the heavenly desolate patriarch also revealed the true origin of the heavenly god clan. The only thing that could be seen was that he suddenly sacrificed a drop of his own true blood. And after that, he sacrificed a portion of the true blood of some of the existences of the heavenly god clan in the distance. It was reasonable to say that the heavenly god race was a race, and their bloodlines would have fused parts. But a shocking scene appeared completely. That is, the ancient Jintian discovered that the bloodline of this heavenly god race was not unique, and that there were at least as many as 3 or 4 clans. Obviously, this scene shocked even the heavenly god clan's own elders. Not to mention Jintian Ancient Exalt and Stone Emperor. This is what's going on. The same race. The true blood within was surprisingly incompatible with each other. They were, surprisingly, not a race. Patriarch. This? A paramount ancestor asked in shock. He had lived for a very long time and was almost considered a living fossil of the current heavenly god race. For the sake of the certainty of this plan, he also broke the seal and woke up from his slumber. He came from a long time ago and knew some of the secret stories of that year. But such a scene, even he did not know. It was a secret that belonged to the successive generations of patriarchs. The heavenly desolate only knew. And then, the heavenly wasteland patriarch spoke the true secret of that year. In that great battle, the 3,000 Taoist states lost miserably, despite decapitating many patriarchs of the otherworldly realm. The 3,000 Tao states were completely broken up in that battle. When he said that, the Stone Emperor and the Jintian Ancient Exalt, among others, also understood something. Naturally, it was that great battle with the foreign realm during the period of the 10 great Tao Masters. It turned out that on the occasion of that great battle, Tao Father Wu Terminal, along with Tao Father Fuxi and the Violet Gold Sacred Emperor, were severely injured by a sneak attack by Tao Father Jintian and the others. In the end, the endless Tao Father killed the foreign realm alone to break the back of the crowd. But how could he hold back the attack of more than a dozen foreign realm patriarchs? Therefore, Fuxi Tao Father, who had already been rescued, ignored his serious injuries and killed his way back. And heavenly desolate Tao Father also killed back in order to cover Fuxi Tao Father. At that time, the two of them, whose cultivation level was among the top 10 Tao Zuns, had sensed the change in heaven and earth and were about to take that step. Only, the foreign domains also sensed this. And the heaven-shattering Tao Father, too, understood this opportunity. That was why he had made a move to sneak up on the endless Tao Father. The reason why this Jintian Tao Father didn't dare to appear head-on. Instead, he played the game of disappearance. And even more than 1,000 years before the attack of the foreign realm, he created the false appearance of his own transformation into the way. It was because, facing the several peerless Tao Lords who had also surveyed that path, he wasn't sure. Even with 2 existences like the so-called true immortal servant exalted, they, too, were not absolutely certain. So, The attack of the foreign domain was instigated by them. And the sneak attack was aided by them. Otherwise, Dao Father Zhentian wouldn't even dare to conclude what heights those astonishingly talented fellows would go to. In this way, after a great battle, Fushi Daozun was also seriously injured and could not support himself. But for the sake of the 3000 Dao state, and in order to appease the foreign domains, he was not hitting the idea of the 3000 Dao state. Venerable Fushi Dao came up with a solution. He had to guard the 3000 Dao states for a limited period of time, because he knew that after this battle, the 10 great Dao honored ones, too, would cease to exist. The unguarded 3000 Dao states must have a respite for their descendants. And a new great emperor, ancient emperor, must grow up. Therefore, they need time. Fushi Daozuan's amazing talent is on par with the endless Daozuan and others. And its evolution of the 8 formations of the innate sky, which traverses the ancient and modern future. The foreign domains are quite scornful of it. It was even thought that given a certain amount of Dao and time, this person's achievements would definitely not be low. Adding to Shin Nong Daozuan's method, Fushi Daozuan thought of a way when he was about to transform the Dao himself. That was to unite the spell formations that several Dao fathers had discovered together back then, and completely sacrifice themselves into a killing formation. With his flesh and blood body, as well as his own law of intent after 10,000 lifetimes, he endured the great karma and awakened that legendary killing formation. And afterward, possessed the power of a true immortal slayer. It is the Heavenly King killing formation. It was said that back in the day, when Dao Father Tong Tian and Dao Father Primordial navigated the first killing formation and the heaven refining ancient formation, they both originated from this Heavenly King killing formation. There was simply no one who knew where they had gotten this Heavenly King killing formation from. However, these Daozuns were very confident that the Heavenly King killing formation was really capable of killing immortals. However, there was a problem. And that was that the laws of the 3000 Dao states were incomplete and could not evolve a true Heavenly King killing formation. So Daoist Fushi came up with this approach. Let the Heavenly Wasteland Dao Father surrender to the foreign domain under false pretenses, and turn the region where he had transformed his Dao into the region where the Heavenly Wasteland Dao Father had decimated himself. With the help of the laws of this foreign realm, as well as divine peasant Taoist's method of transforming the Dan, he began to completely transform himself into the Heavenly King killing formation. This time wouldn't be short. And they weren't even sure if the Heavenly King killing formation would be able to evolve successfully. But as long as it was for the sake of the 3000 Dao states, even if it was impossible, Fushi Daozuan also wants to try. However, in order to gain the trust of the foreign realm, the Heavenly Desolate Dao Father had to carry a lifetime of curses, as it was only given to this old friend of his, who had guarded his Heavenly King killing formation for generations. It's their plan that will really work. It's hard to complete the plan Fushi Daozuan. The Heavenly Wasteland Dao Father who had hidden down to aid in the plan was even more difficult. But in the end, Heavenly Wasteland Dao Father personally beheaded this close friend of his. And then, in front of this foreign originator, killed his way back to the 3000 Dao state. Big kills. Hands covered in blood. As a token of surrender to the foreign domain, the patriarch of the foreign domain was satisfied and allowed the Heavenly Wasteland Daozuan to lead his community to survive in the interior of the lookout hunting sky. But in reality, for the Heavenly Wasteland Daozuan, of all the other worldly existences, none of them even looked up to him. To the entire clan. They're traitors and death-hungry villains. Heavenly Wasteland Daozuan had been living under such pressure that he was the only one, alone, holding on to his position. And he had secretly received the remnants of the clan of Endless Daozuan, Fushi Daozuan, and the like, into his care to guard them. Renamed the pack the Sky God Clan. It was because he believed that the Heavenly King killing formation would, for sure, Evolve successfully. The gods of heaven descended to kill all the creatures of the foreign lands. Chapter 98. One of the 10 great Tao honors will never betray. The 10 great Tao honored ones will never betray the 3000 Tao states. This was the conviction of Heavenly Wasteland Tao Father. In the last few thousand years of his life, Heavenly Wasteland Tao Father didn't dare to tell anyone the secret because he simply didn't know when the time that Fushi Tao Father was talking about would come. That opportunity, perhaps, will never come. The lurking of the Heavenly Wasteland Tao Father was a distant and indefinite expectation. In the end, the Heavenly Desolate Tao Father transformed into the Tao, transforming into the body next to the place where the Fushi Tao Father had fallen. And he too would use his own Tao Father body to refine the Heavenly King killing formation. For the last few thousand years of his life, he had been living in deep seclusion, studying, among other things, the Heavenly King killing formation. He also tried hard to want to live on his own, being that thirsty for endless lifespan. Because the Heavenly King killing formation still needed more research. Finally, there was a breakthrough. And in the end, together with Taoist Fushi, the body transformed into the Heavenly King killing formation. And successive generations of Heavenly God clan chiefs have all called themselves Heavenly Wasteland. Because Heavenly Wasteland Tao honors are afraid. Afraid that these future generations of their own descendants will forget. Forget that they are truly from the 3000 Tao states. They had the blood of the 3000 Tao states Daozuns flowing in their bodies. And they were on a mission. Must wait. However, after so many years, no one has been able to confirm their identity for them. And what has been said is only the word of a family. In other words, if Taoist Fushi and Taoist Heavenly Desolation could not truly evolve the Heavenly King killing formation, then their identity as the Heavenly God clan would not be proven at all. When will this secret they have kept for who knows how many lifetimes be known to the world? When will their so-called mission be accomplished? Moreover, over the years, the Heavenly God race had gradually declined. Ever since the fall of the Heavenly Desolate Tao Father. Despite the fact that the survival of the Heavenly God race's clansmen in the foreign realm had caused their lifespans to generally increase. However, the Heavenly God clan no longer had an existence at the level of Supreme Patriarch appear. And due to their status as traitors, they were looked down upon by the liege clans even in the Wang Hun heaven. Low status and having to grovel to survive. Only the patriarchs of the successive generations knew why this was so. Because almost all of the Heavenly God clan's direct bloodline had been infused into that Heavenly King killing formation. This killing formation had poured out the efforts of all generations of the Heavenly God clan. Finally, after the current Heavenly Wasteland clan chief appeared, he rose against the heavens. And the bloodline in his body massively returned to its ancestor. And the true blood of Heavenly Wasteland Tao Father from back then appeared. In the end, he achieved the position of a true patriarch in one fell swoop. And after that, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch excelled in cultivation. And his cultivation and battle prowess had secretly reached a new height in these thousands of years. And he had finally realized that the Heavenly King killing formation had, it seemed, reached a new level. Being able to decapitate the Patriarch. He would have liked to have waited on. But he couldn't wait any longer. The people of the Heavenly God race had to intermarry with some beings from other realms because they were already a true imperial race. In the long run, if they still didn't act, the vast majority of the Heavenly God race would have been unaware of their true origin and identity. So what would happen in the end? The current young people of the Heavenly God clan all referred to themselves as beings from foreign lands. And they had no knowledge or affection for the 3000 Tao states at all. How's that gonna work? They were the descendants of the Endless Tao Father, the Fushi Tao Father, and so on, and were the existences of the 3000 Tao states of the earth. Therefore, after thinking about it, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch decided to make a complete move in the once-in-a-thousand-years sacrificial ceremony of the Kurenai clan. For this reason, he had awakened the two old ancestors who had followed their forefathers back then, almost having their lives dried up, but at the same time being the existence with the longest generation within the clan. It was also the only two people in this world who could prove the origin of the heavenly god race, and was the absolute close confidant of the heavenly desolate Doubtfather of that year. One is a disciple and the other is a nephew. They made a well-thought-out plan to use the elixir to guide the Kurenai clan's ancestors and powerhouses to the location of the Heavenly King killing formation. The Ku ancestor was the one with the highest cultivation and battle power among the four great patriarchs. So as long as the Ku ancestor was exterminated, then the remaining demon bird clan's demon clan and the Rakshasa clan's Luo ancestor. With the help of the Heavenly King killing formation, the Heavenly Desolate Patriarch had a considerable amount of certainty that he would completely kill them. This was their plan. But what they didn't expect was that this time, they actually encountered Yi Xian and the others attacking this place? Even though he wasn't sure of the group's origins, he felt the aura of the long-lost 3,000 Dao states. And the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch decided that when it was time to make a break, it was time to make a break. Therefore, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch was also decisive in striking out against the withered ancestor, knowing that whether or not he, as a clan, would still be able to obtain the recognition of the 3,000 Dao states was, by now, an unknown. After all, the years are too long. Hearing what this Heavenly Desolate Patriarch said, both the Stone Emperor and the Jintian Ancient Exalt were quite shocked. In fact, at their level, the moment they saw the biting killing intent contained in that real killing formation, they understood that the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch, his words, did not lie. It seems that back then, Heavenly Wasteland Daozun and Fushi Daozun really planned and laid out a big chess game. Just that, in the end, they didn't become the real chess player. A true 10 great Dao masters would never betray the 3,000 Dao states. The Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch was always proud of his ancestor, Heavenly Wasteland Doubtfather and Fushi Doubtfather. And there were times when making a choice was much more difficult, as he was a descendant of the Heavenly Wasteland Doubtfather. He naturally understood this reasoning. However, with their steadfastness, the Stone Emperor and Jintian Ancient Exalt did not know what to say. Because, now in the 3,000 Taoist states, there was not a single living soul left. The 3,000 Dao states that were selfish and evil spirits were all over the place, were all dissipated into the invisible void of heaven and earth under Yi Xian's endless imperial might. That era of the 10 great Taoist priests was, in essence, the same as now. Shouldn't it? And right at this moment, in the distance, a violent fluctuation instantly appeared. And then, a spell formation that evolved the 4 seasons of the heavens and earth instantly appeared beside Emperor Shi and Jintian Ancient Exalt. And then, it expanded rapidly. Even expanding to the direction where Emperor Dan and the others were in the endless void. There were even 2 Heavenly God clan experts of the quasi-ancestor realm who were directly and rapidly aging under such a spell formation because they were caught off guard. It was visible to the naked eye that their chi and blood were rapidly drying up. Moreover, it wasn't just them. Even the Stone Emperor and the Jintian Ancient Exalt were both detecting an extremely powerful aura at this moment, as if they were about to completely evolve away all of their own chi and blood. The kind of resistance that simply overwhelms them. Even now, they were unable to go against it alone with their own strength. Right at this moment, they discovered something even more shocking because, at an unknown time, the withered ancestor, who had already been killed off long ago, had actually appeared outside the spell formation again. Behind this withered ancestor, a side of the vast and endless 4 seasons cave heaven was also directly eyed out. Kuk Su. How is this possible? The Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch was also shocked to the extreme as he felt the spell formation that was filled with terrifying power and looked at the figure of the withered ancestor. Because, This withered ancestor had clearly been taken out. So how did he appear again? Chapter 99, Before the Supreme. Everything is an ant. Seeing this withered ancestor appear. Not to mention the heavenly wasteland patriarch. Even the Jintian ancient exalt and the Stone Emperor were quite shocked. With their current strength, they were strong enough to look out of the world and reach unprecedented heights. Even the patriarchs of the other worldly regions were not in their eyes. However, the strength of the withered ancestor's main body that had now appeared on the outside of the spell formation was surprisingly even more powerful than it had appeared to be before. Moreover, he had obviously been decapitated. Could it be that was just his split incarnation? An avatar equivalent to the peak of a first heavenly emperor. This withered ancestor. Was he actually so powerful? And at that moment, that withered ancestor also said with a cold smile, "It's really unexpected that such a battle force has also appeared in the 3000 Dao prefecture. That engagement 600 years ago should have awakened my clan. It seems that you were still underestimated." This withered ancestor was quite calm at this moment. Even after he had already learned about the true battle power of the Stone Emperor and Jintian Ancient Exalt, he was still so low-key and calm. Celestial God race? I never imagined that words like enduring insults and humiliation would one day be used on your body. The patriarchal Dao body of this clan that has been cultivating painstakingly for 3000 years, and has fallen in battle to opponents like you, can be considered to have a kind of homecoming. But this time, since you dare to come, then be prepared for none of you to be able to return. This withered ancestor was quite calm. Even if it was just one person, he was not afraid in the slightest. Kore ancestor. Do you think that, with the Kure Rome cave heaven, you can ignore our joint efforts? The heavenly wasteland patriarch was also quite gloomy. That supreme ancient scripture withering cavern was, in fact, an artifact that was infinitely close to the supreme, with an inexplicable power. Not to mention, the Withered Glory clan had a considerable amount of ancestral weapons. In that case, the situation is really a bit hard to grasp. How could this heavenly desolate patriarch not have thought that the withered ancestor was hiding so deeply? And all along, it was his originator Dao body that was walking outside. Moreover, the strength of its essence, it seemed, was already infinitely close to that of a second-order patriarch. No wonder it's so emboldened. Humph. Heavenly wasteland. Back then, that ancestor of yours was indeed stunning. But didn't he also fall? What can you change by joining forces? Is the supreme power not something a mortal can predict? In the presence of the supreme, everything is an ant. Indeed. In front of the truly supreme, the beginning ancestor, the supreme, were not enough to look at. Not even close. Therefore, with the patriarch of the Withered Glory cave sky, even if a true supreme were to sail in, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Let alone 3 patriarch-level existences. What's more, he also had the confidence that with his current cultivation level and his own withering laws, even if he were to face off against 3 opponents on his own, he would still have a fair amount of certainty. It's just a quasi-supreme artifact. Does it deserve such boasting? The heavenly desolate patriarch said coldly, knowing that at this moment, his greatest killer weapon had to be sacrificed. That's the heavenly king killing formation. When he thought of this, with a thought, the ancient key came in front of the heavenly wasteland patriarch. And after that, only his hand seals were seen changing. Immediately after that, it was to see the huge giant in the distance quickly rushing to this place. Not 1, but 2. These 2 figures were surrounded by runic killing intent. Or perhaps they were what the rune killing intent was made of. Despite not being able to see who they really were, People actually knew that this was the evolution of the Fushi Taofather and the Heavenly Desolate Taofather. They, in the end, had completely evolved themselves into a part of the Heavenly King killing formation. Feeling the biting killing intent emanating from these two huge killing arrays, Shi Huang was moved. Such a killing array. Even now, he did not dare to slacken off the slightest bit. The Heavenly King killing formation, which was rumored to be able to kill immortals, seemed to really live up to its name. Oh? Is that your backhand? If this ancestor had encountered it in an unusual manner, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with it. The withered ancestor's face was slightly chilled as he looked at these two Dharma bodies and also spoke a pertinent comment. But now he spoke again. Perhaps it can really metamorphose into a supreme killing formation. But unfortunately, the fire is not enough. You? Too eager. He smiled coldly because he could see that right now. This Heavenly King killing formation could not deal with himself. However, he was also quite confident because, as long as there was a withered glory cave heaven in existence, even if this Heavenly King killing formation could really deal with Supreme, what was there to fear? And right at this moment, there were a few more rather powerful auras flying over quickly. And that kind of aura even Kuksu was astonished as he looked toward that distant sky. However, he was shocked that what came flying was not a living being, but an artifact. Each of these artifacts was draped with an endless aura of the Patriarch. And even, he could tell that the aura emanating from these artifacts was greater than the ancestral artifacts of the Kurenai clan or even the four great imperial clans of the Lookout Hunting Sky. All of them are much better. The artifact that appeared was none other than the Emperor artifact that Yi Xian had refined for Xianting. Xianding. Immortal Killing Sword Formation. Soul Suppression Bell. Refining the Immortal Flag. Tendo Chart. These 5 Supreme Emperor soldiers were the greatest treasures for Xianting. And any great emperor of the second Heavenly Tao could fight. Thus, after seeing this Kuksu mobilize that quasi-supreme artifact of the Kukui Cave Sky, Xianting's supreme beings also intended to have a real contest. Seeing these 5 Supreme Emperor soldiers, as well as that Heavenly King killing formation, the withered ancestor's face also changed. He had never thought that the 3000 Road State even had such artifacts. However, it was followed by a rather calm statement. In front of the Supreme, all Ninth Order Patriarchs are unbeatable. What's more, an artifact such as yours? Let's show you the true supreme power. With that said, this withered ancestor's hands shifted. And then, from within the interior of that withered glory cave, a power of withered glory appeared, directly awakening the spell formations around Shi Huang and the others. The law of withering and glory. Evolving the changes of heaven and earth in spring and autumn. Just as the emergence of all the spirits grows the last lonely dust, the main thing is to wither and flourish. To see the prosperity of the world. And to walk through the transformation of the world of man. Back then, that Supreme Patriarch of the Withered Glory Clan had used this hand of laws to achieve true supreme fruition when he faced off against an existence of the same level. This hand Wither and Glory Law. Do not know how many other people scared. Every true supreme, as early as the time of the originator's cultivation, had its own laws. And when it truly reached the supreme fruit, that kind of law would then gradually change more and more from a single law to the Tao of this heaven and earth. Resonating with the heavenly Tao. Supplementing it. And becoming the heavenly Tao. It should not be underestimated. Therefore, as soon as that withering law appeared, all of the surrounding Empyrean laws, surprisingly, declined rapidly. The kind of change that could be seen with the naked eye was something that even a great ancient emperor would not be able to resist. This thing, it's absorbing our blood energy. The Stone Emperor was shocked. And it was imperative that the supreme being of Xianting did not dare to be careless. That was after all a quasi-supreme artifact. Who dares to be careless? And then, the Heavenly King slaying formation combined with the pressure of the 5 Xianting's peerless emperor soldiers to directly kill the Kurenai cave sky behind that Kurei ancestor. Chapter 100. Is this the real power? However, in the next second, Xianting Supreme was shocked. Even if that Heavenly King killing formation was paired with Yi Xian's refined imperial artifacts capable of resisting a second Heavenly Emperor. But in front of this Kurenai cave heaven, it was simply not enough. It's just a photo op. That Kurenai cave heaven barely even had any renewed attacks. However, Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others were astonished. Not even seeing or feeling the emanation of the Tao from this withered glory cavern once again. However, these imperial artifacts and killing formations were almost reduced to rags. It was possible to clearly feel that whether it was the Heavenly King killing formation or the Xianting Supreme Imperial artifact, the imperial Tao laws contained within it were rapidly fading. Not good. Quickly retrieve the Emperor weapon. The Jintian Ancient Exalt spoke, his voice anxious. However, that withered ancestor also opened his mouth with a cold smile. Can you do it? These few small artifacts. They're not bad. And it's a gain to collect them. This ancestor has said that if you dare to come to my hopeful Hun heaven, you guys, you've made a mistake. Saying that Kurei ancestor let out a cold cry. And another Kurei Ronlaw appeared. And then swiftly, it blasted all of those imperial artifacts and spell formations to smithereens. The power of the Tao rules scattered all over the sky at once. This is just horrible. Moreover, even if they wanted to get back the 5 imperial artifacts, they would not be able to do so. This time, it's really a kick in the foreign land's ass. Surprisingly, it wasn't an ordinary emperor clan, but one that had once stepped out of a truly supreme emperor clan. This time, let's see how you guys can turn the tables? The withered ancestor laughed coldly, and then gently changed his hand seals. And that Heavenly King killing formation was instantly shattered, turning into fragments in the sky. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch froze there all of a sudden. Not only was he shocked that his clan's persistence for so many long years was so sideways and unbearable in front of the true supreme power. He even thought of that ancestor of his, the Heavenly Wasteland Tao Father, the Fushi Tao Father and the Endless Tao Father. Their persistence and perseverance, their belief and longevity. By this moment, nothing is left. Even the thought of leaving it for future generations does not exist. And immediately after that, those 5 Xianting's imperial artifacts also crumbled away one by one, completely dissipating within the void of this heaven and earth. The Stone Emperor, the Jintian Ancient Exalt, and the Heavenly Desolate Patriarch were instantly locked by that withering aura. Even if they were not careful, the 3 of them would simply fall here. Fellow Daoist, be careful. Emperor Dan and the others weren't in the mood to grill anymore. And they were directly going to rush out and cover Emperor Shi and the others. But it was also at this moment that a figure stepped on the void, dominating the air, standing directly in front of the Stone Emperor's trio. And then, with a wave of his hand, an extreme peak aura actually completely dissipated the surrounding withering chi. It was Yi Xian. And at this moment, he was forced to take action himself. Who are you? The moment Kuxu just saw Yi Xian, he was shocked. This young man did not restrain his aura, emitting the kind of extremely terrifying pressure that was even more powerful than everyone present combined. Even more terrifyingly, he had actually shattered the Kurenai Cave Heaven spell formation with a single step. Kuzu could see that the man in front of him, his strength, surpassing his own, was extraordinary. If it was really a duel, he was no match. When he thought of this, This withered ancestor did not hesitate and directly took out a rune. And then, without saying a word, he poured his mana into this rune. Sense charm. Stop him. He's summoning the other powerhouses of the other world. The Heavenly Wasteland clan chief was also quite shocked to see the appearance of this item. A sensing talisman. A high-grade artifact that only an Imperial clan chief in a dominant position in the Heavenly Realm would possess. Regardless of how many spacetime Heavenly Realms were blocked, there would be a mutual sense of being able to accurately locate each other. And it seemed that this withered ancestor saw Yi Xian's appearance. And without hesitation, he was about to look for helpers. The moment the Heavenly Desolate Patriarch saw Yi Xian, he was also shocked. This was because he realized that with his own strength, he couldn't even see Yi Xian's true strength. Even the Stone Emperor was quite shocked. Why did he feel that the Yi Xian in front of him had become even more difficult to see through after such a short while? Previously, when he arrived at the foreign domain, Yi Xian let them attack first and disappeared himself for a while. And now that he reappeared again, there was always a feeling that his strength, again, had refined. Humph. Heavenly Wasteland. You traitor. Sensing talisman. Even a high-ranked patriarch can't stop it. Do you think you guys can still leave? At this moment, the Heavenly Wasteland patriarch was a bit anxious, as he was well aware of the power of this induction talisman. Seeing that the mana fluctuations that emanated out directly traversed the void and transmitted out, how could he not be anxious? If it was really the arrival of an army from a foreign realm, it would be more than just a few patriarchs. How can they resist? However, the Yi Xian in front of him didn't care at all. And seeing how calm Yi Xian was, that withered ancestor also felt that things weren't so simple. You, extraordinary, even in my clan, are a good hand. But this time, you won't be able to escape my clan. The patriarchs of the neighboring 33 heavenly realms will all come to Wang Huntian for support after they get the news. With you? Don't have that skill yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was also quite calm. And then, slowly extended his palm. Only on top of that palm, there was a light golden colored rune slowly wandering around. Seeing this pale golden rune, that Kuxu was simply stunned and was directly petrified in place. Because, wasn't that light golden rune precisely the induction talisman? How could this kind of spiritual rune that contained the originators of all sectors of the other world appear in Yi Xian's hands? And the sense charms can transmit laws and travel through the void. Unless and until. Thinking about it, Kuxu asked in shock. You can actually block the void. Hearing these words, not to mention the withered ancestor, even the Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others were shocked. Great emperors were indeed able to block off a side of the heavenly realm. But the thing to realize was that this place was not the 3,000 Dao states. Here, it was a foreign heavenly realm under a different Dao. And blocking a side of the great heavenly realm meant completely cutting it off from the great world of the foreign realm. How is this possible? All of the origin Dao rules of the foreign domains would have counterattacked. However, Yi Xian had actually done this. Xian Emperor could really refresh their perception once again. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't comment anything on this. Finally, the withered ancestor was afraid. To be able to block off a side of the heavenly realm without being detected. Such an existence was at least a second-order patriarch. Even the second-order patriarchs of the exotic regions couldn't reach this range. Who the hell are you? Kuzu asked in a hoarse voice. Xian Emperor? Yi Xian. With that, Yi Xian directly stepped on the void and instantly rushed towards that withered ancestor. Obviously, he was going to personally strike out and meet this Korinai cave heaven for a while. Chapter 101, The will of the 3,000 Taoist states will not fall. The heavenly desolate patriarch looked at Yi Xian. He was very powerful. I wonder if he would be able to block this Kurenai cave heaven. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian actually also suddenly turned around to look at him. And then opened his mouth. Who buried the entire 3,000 Taoist states? What? The heavenly wasteland patriarch seemed to be a bit confused by Yi Xian's words. And after a moment of dismay, he didn't understand what it meant. Yi Xian slowly turned back. What heavenly wasteland Taofather, endless Taofather, and Fushi Taofather were about to do was worthy of his respect for the rest of his life. In order to guard the people, they had sacrificed their lives and Tao fruits. And even after dying for so long, they were still plotting to kill their powerful enemies. Yi Xian. Even if he was the strongest great emperor of the world, he still had to pay the highest level of respect. However, he did not regret it. And the multitudes of those 3,000 Taoist states, muddled and selfish and cowardly, were buried just as they were buried. You have no more to rely on for your guardianship. But if you are willing to follow this emperor, it will be a different world. Yi Xian said indifferently. And then he rushed towards the withered ancestor. In the back, not knowing what was going on, the heavenly wasteland patriarch was amazed that as long as he had seen this man appear, no matter how flustered the Jintian ancient exalt and the stone emperor had been just now, but now they are at peace with themselves to the core. It seemed that, in their opinion, as long as Yi Xian made a move, any enemy could be solved. The living beings of the 3,000 Tao states were sacrificed and killed by the Xian emperor alone. Shi Huang paused for a moment before opening his mouth. And upon hearing this, the heavenly wasteland patriarch instantly turned back and looked at Yi Xian's figure in cold disbelief. And then it was shouted out loud. What is the difference between you and the forbidden darkness? You don't deserve to be an emperor. Hearing this, Yi Xian's footsteps didn't stop. Because this road, once advanced, would never be in turning back. Bury the false for the true. One more time, and I'll still sacrifice them. But the will of the 3,000 Taoist states will not fall. This emperor is the forbidden zone. This emperor is the darkness that does not depend on outsiders, but on the heart. This heart is light and darkness. And how? Having said that, Yi Xian straightly killed that Kurenai cave, which was an ancient scripture of quasi-supreme power, equivalent to a supreme treasure of quasi-supreme power. Yi Xian didn't hide his cultivation. He wanted to see what level he could reach with his full power strike right now. Feeling Yi Xian's overwhelming oppression, that withered ancestor was terrified to the extreme as that oppression made him gasp for air. This Xian emperor, how could he be so powerful? He was hiding inside the laws of the withered glory cave heaven. And even, his body was about to explode. Thinking of this, he hurriedly urged the Kurenai cave heaven and erupted the vast power of Kurenai, blasting towards Yi Xian at once. However, in the next second, the endless breath fluctuations directly rebounded back. And that withered ancestor didn't even have the time to react before completely exploding into nothingness. What? How is this possible? The old ancestor is in control of the withered glory cave sky. So how could he lose his soul in a single blow? Some of the Kurenai clan's old ancestors were so astonished that they didn't know what to say. Under a single strike, the strong old ancestor was not even left with dregs? It was at this moment that they seemed to realize that the man in the air called Xin Di, his purpose, was not the withered ancestor at all. Instead, it's the Kurenai cave. With the control of the withered ancestor, the withered glory cave heaven simply couldn't emanate its most original power. In other words, as long as you want to utilize the power of the withering cave heaven, you will have to endure the backlash that the withering cave heaven brings. This the user had to endure. And it was clear that Yi Xian's attack was powerful. And that kind of backlash far surpassed the strength of the withered ancestor. And at this moment, Yi Xian was finally going to truly face this Kurenai cave heaven. Kill! Yi Xian mobilized his most powerful imperial technique and directly blasted out. Endless imperial might vastly filled the air. And terrifying supreme power flowed left and right. The Stone Emperor and the Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others also retreated directly, not stopping in the slightest. Such a terrifying fluctuation. Even if it was them, a single carelessness, they would be completely annihilated. It's horrible. That heavenly desolate patriarch was even more quite shocked. This Xian Emperor was actually powerful to such an extent. It directly confronted the Kurenai cave heaven. This is so shocking. You are very strong. But to dare provoke the Supreme, you must die. During the great battle, the withering cave heaven also made a sound. And Yi Xian guessed correctly. The Supreme of the otherworldly realm is the true immortal spoken of in the 3000 Taoist states. True supreme codexes and true immortal laws. Dharma weapons. And immortal weapons, when they reach a certain level, will definitely give birth to their own will. Will control the magic weapon and immortal weapon by himself alone. And the stronger the rising willpower, the more powerful the power that emanates, the more powerful it is. Obviously, the will of this Kurenai cave heaven now had gradually detached itself from this ancient scripture and had become its guardian. In other words, even though the Kurenai cave heaven was a supreme immortal artifact, it was only an immortal artifact, and its true power came from its originating will. The origin will could only truly bring out the power of an immortal artifact. But once the two were separated, they only had the power of a quasi-supreme artifact. And according to Yi Xian's perception, this withering will, at the very least, had to be equivalent to a great emperor of the fourth heavenly Tao or even higher. It wasn't weak anymore. And after Yi Xian's probing, he found out that although the foreign domains were powerful, however, they skimmed over some of the power of the origin. The patriarchs of the otherworldly realm were divided into 9 orders. But the great emperors of the 3000 Tao states were divided into 12 heavens. And it used to be believed that the true 9th order patriarchs were incomparably powerful. It was on par with the 12 heavens great emperor. But according to Yi Xian's analysis, the 9th order patriarch had already gone to the peak of the humane realm despite the fact that he had already gone to the peak of the humane realm. However, it was still not fully developed. And the 12 heavens great emperor was only the theoretical pinnacle of humanity. But it was uncertain whether it was really there. Thus, a great emperor of the fourfold heavenly Tao must be at least equivalent to the cultivation level of a 5th order patriarch. And this current withering will must have at least reached that level. Therefore, Yi Xian also opened his mouth. This emperor has seen through your origin. The next choice is up to you. After hearing Yi Xian's words, that Kurenai will was shocked. After a long time without saying anything, he spoke. You are truly extraordinary. The reason for this was simple. If the Wither Glory will resorted to the Wither Glory Cave Sky, it would have to endure the backlash that the Wither Glory Cave Sky would bring. He was unable to utilize the full power of the Wither Cave Heaven. And even though the Wither Cave Heaven was a supreme artifact, when they were united together, they were quasi-supreme artifacts. And he could have appeared alone and dueled with Yi Xian. That way, the Withering Cave was just a truly supreme scripture with the will to defend itself. But he himself, it seems, is not so great. And in the face of Yi Xian's attack, that Withering will also spoke. Rampant Jr. In that case, then, this seat, in its true form, beheads you. Obviously. In the end, This Kurenai will was considered to be another incarnation of that supreme ancestor of the Kurenai clan back then. The true guardian of the Kurenai clan. Intending to descend in his true form, he fought with Yi Xian. Chapter 102, The True Battle of the Imperial Way. Come and fight. At this moment, Yi Xian's surrounding aura was so powerful that it reached a level that shocked the crowd. He shouted loudly, and the high battle intent around him shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moreover, such an aura, the other Stone Emperor and Jintian Ancient Exalt were quite shocked. That's the Triple Sky Emperor. Xian Emperor? He actually made another breakthrough. The Stone Emperor was shocked. He knew that in one's life, one just has a difference. The Xian Emperor's pace, they couldn't catch up. People didn't even know when he had broken through to become a 3 heavens great emperor. And sensing such a battle power of Yi Xian, that Kurenai will, too, was completely shocked. Unexpectedly, the fallen and unbearable 3,000 Taoist states. How could a character like you even come out? It's been a long time since I've fought with all my might. Bring out your full battle power. Otherwise, you are no match for this seat. This Kurenai was very confident. Even after sensing Yi Xian's power, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Do you really think that you are supreme? It's just an evolving will. Saying that, Yi Xian directly killed over, without reservation, taking out his strongest strength. And that Kurenai will also spread his figure. And the two of them directly fought. For a time the sky turned upside down and the rivers tumbled. It was as if the shockwave was enough to completely collapse the whole of the hunting sky. Blow up! Are they going to blow up the entire heavenly realm? The Stone Emperor was moved. This kind of pressure, it was too terrifying. He had originally felt that he was already very powerful after he had witnessed the Tao. But at the present glance, oneself is still far from being able to do so. The battle between Yi Xian and this Kurenai will immediately reached a white-hot level. And injuries directly appeared on both of them. This was since Yi Xian had become a Triple Sky Emperor. First injury. This was also enough to see how powerful this Withering Will was. And this Withering Will was also quite shocked. Because this Withered Will also knew very well that within this foreign great world, there were only about 100 or so truly high-ranking patriarchs. There were existences from the 2nd to the 6th and 7th orders. And with such strength, he had reached the mid-4th order patriarch cultivation after so many years. Even in the major heavenly realms around here. Not to say number 1. It was still pretty much the same. However, the duel with this Xian Emperor had actually caused him to receive considerable injuries. And, vaguely, there were signs of being suppressed. This Withering Will, besides being shocked, was even more furious as he fought to kill. Even Yi Xian was compelled to be cautious and could not be the least bit careless. The first time he had faced off against a high-ranking patriarch from a foreign realm. A battle of this intensity had never been seen before. This battle was quite beneficial to him. That kind of heaven-destroying fluctuation. Even then space seemed to have frozen. So such a great battle was the true battle of the Emperor's Way. In the absence of a winner here, everyone dared not act rashly. And some even suspected that one of their divine consciousnesses would be able to resolve everyone present. And just under the life and death struggle of more than 10 moves, that Kurenai's will was drastically losing ground. And his converged spirit body was in tatters. That fragment of law from the withered glory cave heaven began to float away in the void. And this withered glory will coughed up blood in large mouthfuls. It was an origin that belonged to him. And losing some of it would have a big impact. On the contrary, Yi Xian. Also Deng Deng fell back more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. And although his emperor body did not shatter or show cracks, there was a drop of blood that dripped down. Obviously, Yi Xian, too, was injured. Seeing this scene, Emperor Shi and the others were shocked. This withering will was so powerful that even Yi Xian, who had always pushed his enemies across the board, was injured. But clearly, they could see that the one who had the upper hand now. It's Xian Di. That Kurenai will was furious. And with a wave of his hand, that Kurenai ancient scripture was transformed into countless scriptures that began to emerge. And the endless Kurenai cave began to fill the sky, evolving this entire piece of Wonghun heaven seemingly into the Kurenai heavenly realm. That speed was quite fast. And even unusual great emperor patriarchs were unable to react. In an instant, an endless supreme aura quickly filled the entire heavenly realm. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian also laughed out. This Kurenai will had no way to take himself. And in the end, he still intended to fight himself with the help of this Kurenai cave sky. Junior. This move, this seat, beheads you. Obviously. By this moment, this withered glory will had realized that he could not help Yi Xian without the help of the withered glory cavern. At this moment, it was the time for each of them to offer up their most powerful killing moves. After thinking of this, Yi Xian also laughed out. And then within the void, a copper coffin directly manifested. Obviously, Yi Xian was facing this truly supreme weapon. Even if it merely possessed quasi-supreme power, he was still truly paying attention to it. The Emperor's coffin, which he had never really used since he began to cultivate it 600 years ago, had been cultivated at a deeper level in that abandoned path to immortality. This time, it's just the right time to go head-to-head and complete the last metamorphosis. And when this Emperor's coffin appeared, that Kurenai will, however, was taken aback. And the pupils staring at that Emperor's coffin seemed to be expanding urgently. It was an origin will that accompanied the withering cave heaven, with a trace of memory of the Kurenai cave heaven, transformed into the appearance of the supreme ancestor of the Kurenai clan. But he could feel that, in their hearts, for this bronze coffin, there is while an inexplicable fear. It was as if, in the great battle back then, this Emperor's coffin had once appeared. And even this supreme ancestor did not have the qualifications to participate in that great battle. The origin of this bronze coffin is too big. How did you come to possess this? Do you know the origin of this object? Yi Xian said rhetorically. And upon hearing this, that Kurenai will once again transformed into the appearance of the Kurenai clan's ancient ancestor before shaking his head. Can't remember. He wasn't telling lies. Even the real supreme wither ancestor back then might not be able to see clearly the true origin of this Emperor's coffin. Moreover, whether it was or was not the legendary one, the Emperor's coffin was still unknown. But all in all, at the very least now, he sensed true fear from above that Emperor's coffin. Not a true supreme weapon, but it has the body of a supreme weapon. There's still a trace of divinity left to be able to truly evolve. How can you sacrifice this thing? Kurenai will asked in shock. In other words, the current Emperor's coffin was not considered a true immortal artifact. If one were to draw an analogy, that would be the equivalent of a person trying to prove themselves as an emperor. His physical body had completely become a great emperor's physical body. But in terms of the laws of the great Tao, he hadn't completely stepped into that realm yet. And the difference was just a mere star and a half. The only thing that should be called an opportunity. Truly remarkable. If not for the incomplete laws of the 3000 Taoist states, perhaps this has actually become a truly supreme weapon. Chapter 103, The Real Battle of Evolution. Kurenai will move. Feel the threat. But but also not afraid. Because Kurenai Cave of the real supreme left. The last thing that was lacking was a true supreme aura, which was something that emperor's coffin did not currently possess. However, he suddenly looked as if he had thought of something. I can't believe you're fighting this. Then, let's have a go. Obviously, both of them were about to use their most powerful strike. And after this strike, it was going to be a complete victory or defeat. And Yi Xian was also clear that whether or not the Emperor Coffin could truly evolve into a true immortal armament would depend on this. Just like that, in an instant, the Emperor Coffin was under Yi Xian's control. And without hesitation, it directly slammed into that Kurenai Cave sky. Seeing this scene, that withering will had to respond seriously despite being quite shocked. As soon as that Emperor's coffin appeared, he was distinctly aware that the Kurenai Cave sky, unexpectedly, emitted a faint low sound. It was a kind of excitement of meeting a good man, a highlighting of a high level of wariness. However, the withered will understood. As he was stripped of this true withered cave heaven, he felt out a different kind of feeling. That of fear. To be able to make the Kong Kurenai Cave heaven so, it was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the Imperial Pass was. However, the faintly low sound of the current withered glory cavern heaven showed that this ancient scripture Dao rule left behind from a truly supreme existence was actually truly afraid. But, when it comes down to it, harden your heart and resist. He sent all of his power choi above the withered glory cave heaven, and then completely evolved into a large world. And directly, Yi Xian and the Emperor's coffin were completely contained within it. This side of the world is for the true world of blight. Spring, summer, fall and winter. The 4 seasons change. Birth, old age, sickness and death. And the evolution of the heavens. Back then, this supreme ancestor of the withered glory clan was an extremely prominent existence even within the supreme of the otherworldly realm. Simply because this law that evolved the origin of the world was meant for the most original dynamics within the world. What other existences seek is nothing less than transcendence. But it's also hard to know if you can truly transcend it. Therefore, the strength of this Kurenai ancient scripture was thus evident. Even a supreme lord of the otherworldly realm had commented on this Kurenai ancient scripture, that if one were to reach his kind of truly transcendent realm, then the Kurenai ancient scripture might undergo a further metamorphosis, approaching that supreme realm of the inviolability of all laws. This was also an important reason why, right now, that supreme would accept the second ancestor of the withered glory clan as a disciple. He wanted to observe this supreme ancient scripture. And even though he was embarrassed, as long as he could promote his cultivation, this supreme, too, was going to do everything he could. Right at this moment, this Kurenai great world suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Even the Jintian ancient exalt and the stone emperor couldn't feel the slightest movement. Even the void was completely blocked. Surprisingly, a new world has truly opened up. Not just a void. Shi Huang was shocked to the extreme. This battle up to this point had quite an epiphany for him. His shock is a sign of how far his own path is going to take him. Xian Emperor, can you battle that supreme artifact spirit? The heavenly wasteland patriarch was worried because, in his opinion, Emperor Xian was very strong. But he might not be a match for that withered glory cave heaven. Because that's a real supreme stay. In this regard, perhaps Jintian ancient exalt and the stone emperor were both worried. But they knew that from the time they decided to completely attack the foreign realm and train themselves. Then be prepared to meet any strong enemy. Without experiencing a bloody battle, one could not sense, much less improve. Then, the Jintian ancient exalt also spoke. Fellow Taoists, manifest your true bodies and take this opportunity to thoroughly bury this hopeful hunting heaven. Upon hearing this, the Green Dragon Ancient Emperor also laughed out loud and said, "The blood and flesh of a foreign living creature. This emperor has never really tasted it." Saying that, countless figures accompanied by a huge aura instantly appeared above the Wanghun sky. And under that kind of pressure, it was as if this entire Wanghun sky was going to completely explode. The Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch, on the other hand, looked into the distant void and was completely dumbfounded. Frozen in place. Those were more than 20 true Supreme Emperors. Ancient Emperors. Great Emperors. Every one of them was imposing. Every one of them was magnificent and invincible. Every one of them was imposing. Is this? Surprisingly, all the accumulated reserves of the 3,000 Tao states. Surprisingly, it was so powerful. Unconsciously, this heavenly desolate patriarch even shed tears, which were rolling hot tears. A kind of emotion, but also a kind of moving. He thought of his ancestors, the heavenly wasteland Tao Father, the Fushi Tao Father, the endless Tao Father, and the others, who in that era had resisted the attacks of the foreign domains. Think of everything. The three of them, Taishang Tao Father, Primordial Tao Father, and Tong Tian Tao Father, joined forces and killed their way into another void, only to search for that illusory path. Legend has it that the path, which can save the spirits of the 3,000 Tao states, has a way to defend against the foreign realm. At that time, when they were pushed to the point where there was no way out, as the top combatants of the 3,000 Tao states, these three Daozuns decided to take the risk and go to that legendary void and give it a try. They left behind their true blood jade tablet, using it to contact Fushi Tao Father and the others who had stayed behind. And they set foot on that path with the hopes of all living beings. However, it wasn't long before their true blood jade tablets, all of them, shattered. Those were three astonishingly talented Tao masters. And even the endless Tao master was extremely respectful of those three. In order to find the true solution, the divine farmer Tao honored person himself with a Taoist solution, transformed into a spiritual medicine, and saved all the living beings in the 3,000 Tao states. It was also because of divine farmer Tao Father's Tao solution that it truly gave Fushi Tao Father, along with endless Tao Father and heavenly desolate Tao Father, yet another peak battle power boost. It was so hard for them at that time. However, by now, there were actually 26 supreme beings standing in the air. Standing. If they could have appeared back then, if those Tao reverends back then could have seen this scene, then what a relief it would have been. Do it. Leave no one behind. Shintian Ancient Exalt coldly drank. At this time, all the living beings in that foreign land looking at the Hun heaven were so scared that they prostrated themselves on top of the ground. And wanting to stand up was impossible. The pressure of a supreme being, which was equivalent to the pressure of their patriarch level, was simply too powerful. Heavens! There were so many supreme level beings from the 3,000 Tao states. Do it! Emperor Dan and the others were also quite swift. Without any hesitation, the entire Wanghun Tian directly is completely enveloped in a piece of supreme pressure, with them striking out together. It was obvious that it didn't take long for the heavens and earth to fall completely silent. At the same time, all the collections and artifacts of the four great emperor clans had all become Shentings, including all the congratulatory gifts brought by the four great emperor clans. Of course, some of the existences of the Heavenly God clan, under the influence of the Heavenly Wasteland clan chief, were shocked at the moment despite the shock. However, under the influence of so many supreme ancient emperors, they, too, did not dare to say anything at all. Heavenly Desolate Patriarch. This lookout hunting sky can be used as our forward base. I wonder. How about the Sky God clan? Who has been stationed here? Chapter 104, This is what a Xian Emperor is. I don't know. How about you guys have been stationed here? The Jintian Ancient Exalt opened his mouth and inquired. Then with a wave of his hand. Some of the heavenly treasures they had selected this time were all piled up in front of the heavenly god race. In Yi Xian's absence, Jintian Ancient Exalt possessed a considerable amount of say, which stemmed from Yi Xian's trust. Upon hearing this, the heavenly wasteland patriarch's face also changed slightly. And he didn't know if this was because Jintian Ancient Exalt didn't believe in himself, or what. Seeing the Sky Wasteland Patriarch's worry, Jintian Ancient Exalt laughed out and said, "Don't misunderstand. The 3,000 Tao states are devoid of living beings. Your people, too, need time. Here, for them, is a choice. Our path is not in the 3,000 Taoist states, nor in the foreign lands. Rather, the upper world." Hearing Jintian Ancient Exalt's words, the heavenly wasteland patriarch looked towards these supreme beings of Xianting, and seemed to understand why. For that Xian emperor, they were so trusting. And then, he also opened his mouth to ask, to the upper world, if it is really possible. Can I go? Of course. Welcome to Xianting. His Majesty's place, I think, is almost finished. The Stone Emperor said with a smile. And seeing Supreme Emperor Xianting like this, the heavenly wasteland patriarch was also quite moved by their trust and respect, which came from the bottom of their hearts. That Xian Emperor, one would think, really does have exceptional qualities. Just, could he really defeat that supreme remnant? And right at this moment, a void suddenly exploded open, followed by a crack appeared. And then, along with the rippling of that void, a figure also slowly appeared. Despite feeling rather unstable in terms of breath, and even having some injuries, when everyone saw this figure appear, all the supreme beings of the Xian court, all of them perked up. And then, in a loud voice, he cried out, "Your Majesty!" Because the person who appeared was none other than Emperor Xian. Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled faintly and couldn't help but stifle a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Emperor Shi and the others were quite worried. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. This great battle had indeed resulted in a considerable amount of injuries. And that Withered Glory Will and Withered Glory Cave Heaven were indeed not to be underestimated. And then, along with a wave of Yi Xian's large hand, all the supreme beings in Xianting were aware of a majestic energy that poured into their bodies. This is beyond the pure energy of the patriarch? Emperor Dan also spoke in a rather uplifting manner. Because they felt it out. This feeling, which was exactly the same as that withering will, was enough to explain one thing. That withering will was completely chopped and refined by Emperor Xian. Now as energy, it's fed back to them. However, in the next second, Emperor Dan and the others thought of something, and then opened their mouths to hastily stop it, saying, "Your Majesty! No! That withering will is powerful. And his origin laws are enough to elevate you. It's a waste to give it to us." This was the truth. An existence of this realm, his laws and the like, were too useful to Yi Xian, and could even break through more. However, Yi Xian opened his mouth. "I have left behind parts of myself, and these are enough for you to prolong your lifespan and enhance your strength," with your own senses. It's just a pity that Kurenai Cave sky already has its own will. Even if this emperor catches that Kurenai Cave, we can't truly comprehend it now. With that said, the emperor's coffin appeared beside Yi Xian. Looking closely, the top of that emperor's coffin had some cracks on it. But its aura, however, had undergone a qualitative change. And inside that emperor's coffin, there was a small world that evolved the 4 seasons of change and flow. Obviously, Yi Xian, after all, had really taken control of that Kurenai Cave heaven. This time, the crowd of Xianting, thoroughly exhilarated, even if they were already supreme beings, were cheering. They had seized the supreme object, which served a considerable purpose for any of them. At this moment, the heavenly wasteland patriarch was shocked to the extreme. Emperor Xian. Not only was he powerful, but also possessed considerable charisma and was able to convince all the supreme beings. And he also understood that having the heavenly god race here was perhaps the Xian emperor's intention. And at that time, at the very least, the beings of the foreign realm would not dare to come here anymore. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Keep fighting. This time, topple 10 exotic heavenly realms and push our primordial imperial city endlessly forward. Yi Xian also smiled and opened his mouth. And after that, his figure disappeared in a single movement. Seeing this scene, Jintian Ancient Exalt and the others smiled. And without hesitation, they directly just followed. The heavenly wasteland patriarch was shocked. He was truly shocked. Because he didn't follow. However, when Yi Xian and the others reappeared, he was completely convinced. This was the true Xian emperor. This was the true great emperor. Because they had literally toppled 10 exotic heavenly realms. The 10 heavenly realms around Wang Hun Tian. More than 30 patriarchs. All of them had been decimated by Xian Ting's supreme beings. The entire heavenly realm was searched for heavenly treasures in the Wang Hun heaven. Those were more than 30 true patriarchal existences. Existences that the entire foreign realm relied on. Almost allowing Yi Xian and the others to take these out in one go. Xian Ting is really going to rise. The qi and blood of all the supreme beings were, at this moment, getting more and more abundant. There were even a few that had reached the tipping point and were able to break through. Xian Emperor, if the foreign domain comes, what should we do? This heavenly desolate patriarch also opened his mouth and inquired. Obviously. How could the foreign domain not come? With 10 heavenly realms and more than 30 patriarchs, the foreign realm was bound to be quite enraged. If they really had to fight, would they, in fact, be a match? I'm afraid they won't come, the Stone Emperor said with a cold smile. And it was clear that by doing so, they were going to engage in a large-scale war with the foreign domain. As long as the true supreme did not appear, they had no problems. After this great battle, the supreme being of Xianting discovered a problem. That is, the exotic, it seems, is sick. The Tao here, despite being complete, had an extremely uncomfortable feeling to it. And there aren't, perhaps, that many originals left in the other world. That kind of fluctuation started from ordinary cultivators and spread all the way to the realm of patriarchs. The other worlds, with the exception of the 100 Heavens great world, the rest of the heavenly realms, it seemed, were all affected in this way. I'm afraid that this influence will gradually and completely extend to that 100 Heavens great world. Therefore, I'm afraid that even if the foreign domain mobilized a large-scale counterattack, it would be somewhat impossible to do so. Among the ancestors they killed, There are those whose bloodlines have mutated. And this kind of mutation is that kind of sick feeling. There was a heavenly realm of living beings, all of which were also like this. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's keen discovery, I'm afraid that these, then, would have also been refined by the supreme beings of the Xian court. That way, they, too, would suffer. Upon hearing such news, the heavenly wasteland patriarch, it seemed, had also thought of something. At that moment, he also spoke. I remember. Chapter 105, The Counterattack of the Foreign Lands. I remember. The heavenly wasteland patriarch seemed to have remembered something. Something that none of them had once taken as anything. Something that was related to what Yi Xian had revealed. What's going on? The Jintian ancient exalt also opened his mouth to ask. That was over 1,000 years ago. In the ancient clan of the ancient pantheon, there is an existence of the third order patriarch realm for some unknown reason. All his body was covered with long black hair. And his blood, too, was utterly black. Hearing the description of the heavenly wasteland patriarch, everyone was shocked. According to the heavenly wasteland patriarch's words, that third order patriarch's existence had been unable to make a breakthrough in his later years, and had survived for an unknown length of time. It was rumored that he had set foot in a mysterious place in order to seek a breakthrough. That place was bizarre to the extreme. Even a third order patriarch was unable to step foot there alone. Behind that ancient race, there was truly supreme support. And their strength was even better than that of the hope-hunting heaven as a whole when counted together. It was said that it was that Supreme himself who took this third order patriarch to that mysterious place. It was also said that this patriarch of the ancient race had been that supreme benefactor, with the grace of teaching, but it was in that mysterious place. The third order patriarch himself had a mutation, and that supreme didn't know if he had been affected. Within 100 years, that third order patriarch's blood qi had declined to the extreme and was almost about to transform into the Tao. But suddenly, one day, this third order patriarch turned out to have his entire body's qi and blood metamorphosed. And his aura was like a rainbow. And just when the entire ancient clan was celebrating, a frightening scene appeared. That is, this old ancestor of the ancient clan had long black hairs growing all over his body. And even his breath was pitch black in color. And he couldn't control his Tao. It began to scatter in all directions. And wherever that terrifying Tao reached, everything was blackened and changed in quality. No matter what level of cultivator it was. First of all, it was also covered with black hairs. And eventually the qi and blood were blackened. All of them failing. The entire ancient specter heaven had completely perished because of this ancient clan ancestor. Even if they were the same patriarch, they couldn't resist this pitch-black bizarre power. That other imperial race of the ancient Psi heaven. The Psi race. A second-order patriarch wielding a quasi-supreme artifact was unable to stop that pitch-black bizarre power. Eventually, that pitch-black bizarre power began to spread outward from the ancient spectral sky. There were multiple heavenly realms that were affected by this. In the end, it was said that the 100 Heavens Great World descended 10 high-ranking patriarchs who joined forces to close off those heavenly realms before the problem was solved. The news that was released to the public was that the old ancestor of that ancient race, in order to make a breakthrough, did whatever he could and went off the deep end, using the originator Tao fruits to influence one heavenly realm after another. Back in the day, no one seemed to have any doubts about such words. After all, that was a third-order patriarch. Wouldn't it be easy to influence a few heavenly realms? But now, after the heavenly wasteland patriarch had said this, the crowd understood. The issue of exoticism has been around for a long time. Perhaps in the future, this place, too, will be unsuitable for exotic survival. No wonder they were desperately trying to attack the upper realm and the 3000 Tao states. Perhaps for this very reason, Yi Xian also understood that foreign domains with supreme existences and even more powerful existences were all quite helpless in front of this bizarre power. Now they are, indeed, not yet accessible. That being the case, the only thing to do is to be present. Nowadays, the Heavenly God Clan had received a large amount of resources, and their strength had increased quite rapidly. But the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch also understood that their base was too thin. And what they lacked the most right now was time to practice. And right at this moment, in the distance, endless black clouds densely covered the area. And a terrifying storm pressure was rapidly approaching the area. Along with that, there was an overwhelming might. The scum of the 3000 road state. And dare to color my clan's region. Dang it! A rumbling sound, carrying the unrivaled pressure of the Patriarch, rapidly approached the place. Obviously, it was the armies of the other world that had really arrived. Sensing this scene, Shen Ting's supreme beings weren't the least bit alarmed as they created such a big commotion. One was for the sake of experimentation, and the other was to kill more exotic domain patriarchs, weakening their strength while constantly refining his own battle power and cultivation. In an instant, in the distant sky, 30 figures manifested in unison above the sky. That extremely terrifying patriarchal pressure filled the heavens and earth. And the Tao flowed in a terrifying manner. 30 patriarchs. This was afraid to be close to half of the patriarchs inside the 3000 great worlds. Obviously, after learning that the 3000 Tao states' battle power was not bad, the foreign domain, too, was determined to completely eliminate all the existence of the 3000 Tao state. These 30 figures had different auras. Most of them were first-order patriarchs, and very few of them were second and third-order patriarchs. The reason was simple. That kind of existence, in all heavenly realms, there was a disconnect. Are few and far between. Absolute high-end combatants. Where is the one called Shin Di? At this moment, a middle-aged exotic being with 6 pairs of wings on his back was covered in golden armor, holding a huge golden light war halberd. It looked rather overbearing. And it was this very same patriarch who coldly shouted that he wanted to behead Yi Xian in one battle. Gothamless Patriarch. After seeing this golden, exotic being, the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch was also taken aback. This was an earthly third-order patriarch, or even an existence infinitely close to a fourth-order patriarch. In the entire foreign region, the prestige was great. It was because the greatest source of battle power for this Patriarch Wormcoil was his ability to dispense all patriarchal artifacts. And he had a golden light Dharma barrier. The interior of that golden light Dharma barrier was all filled with various ancestral weapons from all generations. Because there was another item in his ability. And that was replication. As long as one fought with him, all sorts of divine abilities, they were all able to be replicated by him. Therefore, this Wushan Patriarch was almost one of the most terrifying few in the middle-ranked patriarchs. And a leading figure in the great world of the other world. Unexpectedly, this time, it would be the true body of the Gothamless Patriarch coming. Scum of the 3000 Tao state, come out and die. The rest of the patriarchs also spoke in a cold voice. Such a scene, in the otherworldly region, had never appeared before. The 3000 road state is so bold as to come here to sow their wild oats, and beheading so many otherworldly patriarchs. In the next second, Yi Xian's figure flickered and appeared directly in the sky. And behind him, the supreme ancient emperors of Xianting, also including the Heavenly Wasteland Patriarch. All of them stood behind him, coldly staring at each other. With that kind of aura, mighty pressure covering the 9 heavens, Sky Wasteland. You traitor! After this clan captures and kills you, they will trap your divine soul in the 9 hells for eternity. An initiate coldly drank, having quite the friendship with the demon bird clan's demon clan. Therefore, after seeing the heavenly wasteland patriarch, he was also furious. Looking at the group of roaring otherworldly patriarchs, Yi Xian also smiled faintly. And then with a wave of his hand, there was an infinite aura that instantly radiated out. Chapter 106 Ancestor of a Foreign Domain. Nothing more than that. Feeling the terrifying pressure rapidly approaching, the patriarchs of the exotic regions also looked at each other. The intel is not false. This guy, he's really powerful. I think that it was that Xian Emperor of the 3000 Dao state. And at this moment, that Wushan patriarch also gave a cold shout. Only to see that in one of his eyes, a ghostly light was instantly emitted. And directly, it was cancelling out Yi Xian's pressure. It's quite something. No wonder he dares to be so wild. That Gothamless patriarch's cultivation level was quite good. And he was about able to see Yi Xian's true strength. Even though he was shocked that such an existence would come out of these 3000 Dao states, he had to say that even this cultivation level was completely inadequate in the foreign domain. Gothamless Ancestor is very confident. His strength even in the foreign domain is also a medium existence. But he understands that more powerful than him, at least a few dozen more. Therefore, the 3000 Dao states, too rampant to make any waves. The patriarchs behind him were also each eyeing each other intently. And it was obvious that they were going to completely wipe out Yi Xian and the others. This time, that Xian Emperor, leave it to this ancestor. And the rest, none of them. This Wushan ancestor said with a cold smile. Compared to the number, his side had the majority of ancestors. As long as he held back Yi Xian, the rest of the ancestors would end the battle very quickly. And he was quite certain about decapitating Yi Xian. Kill. Both sides do not have any nonsense. Directly is to show their strongest blow. Out is ruthless and decisive. Never procrastinate. A great battle between 60 supreme ancient emperors. Great emperor patriarchs. This was an unheard of spectacle. It was even more unthinkable. But, on the other side, these 20 or so supreme ancient emperors and great emperors were the accumulation of the 3000 Dao states for an unknown number of epochs. And these 30 patriarchs were also the base of the exotic region for so many years. So, in another way, it was a fair matchup. It was because of Yi Xian's appearance that the other 3000 Dao states and the patriarchs of the other realm had such a relatively fair battle once. The patriarchs of the exotic regions were so powerful in battle that even if it was Jintian Ancient Exalt and the rest of them, if they were not careful, they would be seriously injured or even guttered. Therefore, just after the battle, injuries appeared on both sides. Fighting to the death. They all run for the kill. Emperor Dan, Flame Ancient Emperor, Fei Yu Supreme Emperor, Earth Spirit Emperor, and so on, had their torsos blown out in a flash, as the imperial artifacts were all damaged by the withering cave heaven. Therefore, the current them, facing the ancestral weapons mobilized by the patriarchs of the otherworldly realm, were also somewhat not in a position to gain the upper hand. The Stone Emperor, the War Emperor, the Jintian Ancient Exalt, and the Ancient Emperor of the Blue Dragon were all fighting 1-on-2 respectively. And the aura of the dual Heavenly Emperor on the War Emperor and the Stone Emperor was becoming more and more obvious. And right at this moment that Wosum Patriarch coldly looked at Yi Xian and said, "What? Aren't you going to do it yet? Are you that eager to die?" Yi Xian said sarcastically. And his expression was calm. That Wushan Patriarch did not get angry. And then smiled and said, perhaps you've learned about this ancestor's abilities. Only, this time, it's useless to just learn about them. I'm sorry, but this emperor has not been privy to your abilities. Because you're not qualified. You. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that Wuxian patriarch was naturally furious. But he was, after all, a person of status. And at that moment, he also said coldly, one battle. If you can walk through 10 moves in the hands of this ancestor will let you go. This Gothamless patriarch was very confident, and was quite sure of his battle prowess. 3 moves, and I'll behead you. Or else, this emperor will cut himself off from the world. Yi Xian's words completely enraged Patriarch Wuxian. This was simply too capable of being rampant. 3 moves? At his current cultivation level, even a 5th-order patriarch wouldn't dare to say that he would obliterate himself in 3 moves. And now the Xian emperor in front of him dared to say that he would settle himself in 3 moves. Rampant. With that, this Wuxian ancestor directly killed Yi Xian, who disappeared in a single movement. The two of them directly exchanged hands, and each of them performed a considerable technique. And in just an instant, they were directly killing out with a fist and a palm. A moment later, Yi Xian also said with a cold smile, forget it. Show your true colors. That's kind of a trick. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that Wuxian patriarch was even more furious. He didn't believe that with 2 moves left, how could Yi Xian finish himself off? Gothamless Law Barrier. In an instant, a golden light instantly appeared, directly enveloping Yi Xian. And then it was Yi Xian who received it into his own Dharma barrier. Trapped. That Gothamless patriarch was quite confident. But, in the next second, he realized that there was a strange ripple fluctuating around him. Immediately afterward, before he could react, a crack instantly appeared. And then a ghostly light flew directly over, chopping at the Gothamless patriarch. In a flash of lightning, that Wuxian patriarch was directly chopped off half of his body, dripping with blood. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian's figure appeared beside him, grabbed his neck, and directly lifted him up. Second move. This? How is this possible? That Gothamless patriarch was quite shocked. He was at the peak of the 3rd stage of patriarchs, and was only a hair's breadth away from being a 4th stage patriarch. How could it be possible to be captured by Yi Xian in a single strike? Your law. Nothing more. Let alone you being a 3rd-order patriarch. 4th-order patriarch. I'll kill you as usual. Saying that, Yi Xian's aura around his body violently emanated out. It was the cultivation of an earthly peak 3 heavens great emperor. A great emperor at the peak of the 3 heavens had already surpassed the realm of a 3rd-order patriarch. Not to mention his battle prowess. This ancestor is not convinced. That Wuxian patriarch hissed as he looked viciously at Yi Xian, his eyes as if he was itching to tear Yi Xian apart. You don't have a chance. With that said, with Yi Xian as the core, an extremely powerful pressure instantly emanated, engulfing him and that Wuxian ancestor. All of them. I don't know how long later, that kind of empty energy pressure dispersed. And then, everyone was shocked to see that Yi Xian was still standing against the wind. It was even said that there was not a single injury on his body. While that Gothamless patriarch, however, had disappeared. This caused the patriarchs of the otherworldly domain to be shocked. How could they not expect that Yi Xian had finished off Patriarch Wuxian? How is this possible? Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Yi Xian's voice was icy cold and had already foretold the end of these otherworldly patriarchs. At this moment, The situation of the battlefield was already obvious. When even supreme ancient emperors never thought that one day the patriarchs of the exotic regions would be taken out by them as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables. This great battle shocked everyone in the foreign realm. No one had ever expected that the 30 patriarchs, under the leadership of the peak Third Order Patriarch Wushan, would be completely wiped out. One that never came back. One should know that after 2 battles like this, the exotic region's low-ranked patriarchs had almost lost all of them. Then, if the 100 Heavens Great World still didn't make a move, these worlds down below could no longer withstand Yi Xianting's attack. It is even said that some of the tribes in the foreign lands surrendered on a large scale, and some migrated on a large scale, leaving the places where they used to live to hide from Xianting.